Chapter 71. Squeak. The teeth-grinding metal friction sound made Tibesha's face suddenly change. Stop! Make it stop! Tibesha swept away the biting Monday with her shield. She did not pursue Monday, but shouted to Mu Hua in the distance. Tibesha was somewhat embarrassed at this time. She had thrown away her helmet. Her long hair was a little messy, and some broken hair was stained with sweat and stuck to her cheeks. Monday was thrown aside by Tibesha and stopped attacking. Tibesha looked at the tooth marks on her shield with great pain. Mu Hua's image in the distance was not much better. The two practiced fiercely. Mu Hua summoned the skeleton guard several times. At this time, Mu Hua's magic power was also very little. Tibesha had blood and could purify. After Raven was killed by Tibesha, Mu Hua did not summon it again. The undead bone shield on his body earlier helped him resist Tibesha's repeated attacks. Although Tibesha could swing the war hammer and make Mu Hua roll on the ground, unless she stepped on Mu Hua and beat him violently, the bone shield's ability to offset attacks made Tibesha helpless against Mu Hua, who was dodging and fleeing. No more fighting, no more fighting. Your hellhound's biting ability is really weird. Doesn't this guy have the blood of spider demons? Putting away the war hammer, Tibesha rubbed the teeth marks on the shield with her hand and looked at Zhou-Yi again, her eyes full of taboos. It's okay, the monster's bite is enhanced, and this ability has a demon-breaking effect after being trained to a certain level. Mu Hua explained after taking the towel handed over by Daman. Because neither side had the intention of killing the other, the two sparred for a long time. The Shield Knight fought against the endless skeleton guards. Daman was surprised by Mu Hua's fighting power. There were also several guests on the second floor of the hotel lying on the windowsill to cheer for the two's fight. Bite to break the monster? No wonder some mages, who are good at defensive magic, always lack resistance to the bite of monsters. Tibesha shook her head. No, I think it's because they haven't practiced defensive magic well enough. Mu Hua curled his lips. He didn't believe that any monster could have a level 30 bite. Well, this hellhound is indeed very special. Monday? Well, it's a very memorable name. Tibesha also took the towel handed over by Daman and put it on her head. While talking, the adventurer's ring on her hand called up the call interface and called Samantha. Hello, Samantha. The call was connected. Honey, have you arrived in Bear Pig Town? How is it? Did you see Mu Hua? Samantha's voice came out. I just dismantled more than 100 skeleton guards. The blind raven cast the blinding curse on me at least 80 times. My dear cousin can withstand my continuous attacks with the undead bone shield. Are you sure that the man who just rolled on the ground a few times under the impact of the thunder shock is the young man you mentioned who has a rough life, low strength, but is very motivated? This is not called ambition. He has already reached the sky. Tired Tibesha complained to Samantha on the other end of the phone. Mu Hua, who came closer, knew what to do and didn't say anything. He spread his hands and made an innocent gesture to Tibesha. Huh? Honey, this joke is not funny at all. Did you fight with Mu Hua? I hope you didn't hurt him. Samantha's tone on the other end of the phone was a little serious. Joke? Tibesha raised her eyebrows and looked at Mu Hua beside her. He can at least cast 10 layers of undead bone shield on himself, and summon 12 skeleton guards at a time. Oh, and 10 blind ravens. He can cast fireballs and lightning bolts. My dear mother, have you ever seen a fireball as big as a casserole? His hellhound can break through the magic barrier, and can bite teeth marks on the fortified shield of the city builder. A hellhound with the ability to break magic. Ha! Are you sure he is the cousin who needs my care, not the bodyguard you found for me? Tibesha retorted to Samantha with a little anger. Listening to Tibesha's nagging to Samantha, Mu Hua raised his eyebrows slightly. Samantha asked Tibesha to take care of him? Maybe he overlooked something? Betha, this is not a joke? Mu Hua was thinking about it, and Samantha's tone on the other end of the communication became more serious. No, I don't think this is a joke. My cousin has a physical fitness of 250 plus. Samantha, what are you thinking? You actually let your daughter live with such a strongman day and night. You don't want me to lie on his bed? Do you want to get close to him? Tibesha seriously doubted Samantha's starting point. Tibesha not only said this, but also looked at Mu Hua with a weird look at this time, and Mu Hua's eyelids were frightened by the conversation between the mother and daughter. I have no interest in the little girl. Mu Hua was frightened by Tibesha's glance, and expressed his attitude with his mouth. The result was Tibesha's wide eyes and a raised middle finger. Tibesha's topic was a bit sensitive, and Daman avoided it as if to avoid suspicion. Seeing that the two stopped fighting, The sound of applause and whistles came from the windowsill on the second floor of the hotel. Obviously, the guests there were very satisfied with the earlier fight between Muhua and Taibesha. Betha, is Muhua with you? Let him answer the phone. As if realizing that Tabitha was not joking, Samantha's voice came again. Samantha, I'm here. Taibesha raised the communication interface to Muhua, and Muhua spoke. Muhua, is everything Taibesha said true? Did you use false information before? Samantha asked Muhua. Samantha's tone was uncertain, and it contained concern, caution, and a hint of dissatisfaction. This kind of concern was unfamiliar to Muhua, and the emotions contained in it made Muhua a little confused, just like a real family. But as a habit formed by many years of life experience, when Muhua faced this kind of emotion, his first subconscious reaction was suspicion. To say that Muhua still trusted Samantha, in fact, there was no reason not to trust him. At this time, he did not really suspect that Samantha had ulterior motives for him. That suspicion was just a subconscious emotion. Muhua shook his head, as if to get rid of his stress reaction out of his mind. That's about it. You know, I have some talent and some channels. Muhua said to Samantha. Talent? Channel? Taibesha looked at Muhua curiously, and Samantha on the other end of the phone thought to herself, I know nothing. Huazi, you can trust me. After a moment of silence, Samantha said softly. Well, how about you just call me Muhua? Samantha felt uncomfortable with his nickname Muhua. Well, I heard that when you were in Lanton, someone called you Mutu. Then I call you Mutu too. Samantha didn't seem embarrassed, her tone was brisk, and she seemed to be trying to adjust the atmosphere between the two. Taibesha chuckled with her hands covering her mouth, and Muhua pouted. In the end, he didn't continue to argue with Samantha on this issue. Those who dared to call him Mutu were all drugged, okay. Mutu, you have 12 skeleton guard summoned beasts. What about the skeleton warriors that Demand mentioned earlier, and those ravens? Do you have anything to explain to me? Samantha asked Muhua. Other things are easy to say, magic, and the like can be said to be talents, but summoned beasts cannot be created out of nothing. Samantha's question was more worried, and it seemed that she was afraid of offending Muhua. To be honest, Samantha gave Muhua a good feeling, so good that he was a little flustered. Well, soul mutation, I seem to be very good at splitting my soul. Muhua explained casually. Supernatural talent? I still don't want you to pay too much attention to the practice of necromancers. Samantha was skeptical. Like other combat professions, necromancers are also a profession that needs time to settle, but most necromancers make constructed undead or enslave undead, rather than randomly splitting souls to make undead summon beasts. Undead, especially skeleton undead, have relatively simple thoughts, and they are more likely to sign slavery contracts with people. However, the dead air contained in the undead is harmful to normal people, so except for witches and necromancers, people usually don't enslave undead for no reason, which is simply hanging a radiation source on themselves. Use ghosts to temper themselves and continuously strengthen their souls. Only when the spiritual attributes are high enough, the necromancer will consider splitting the soul to create a summoned beast. Then continue to warm the soul, temper the soul again, and then split it again. This kind of operation can be said to be exclusive to veteran necromancers. Muhua's so-called soul mutation is just to tell Samantha that he has the ability to make summoned beasts. Of course, this explanation itself is a lie. Anyway, Muhua can really make skeleton guards summon beasts. As for where the skeleton guards came from, why are there so many? Isn't there the more alternative Ghost of Tuesday? Even if she is not strong, it is okay to say that she is old enough and has some inventory, right? The so-called supernatural talent is not just what he says. Chapter 72. Loren is a planet that values personal privacy. Even between parents and children, it is very rude to casually explore each other's secrets. Mutu, do you know King Leviathan? Muhua explained his situation vaguely with a lot of nonsense, and Samantha didn't seem to be ready to hold on to his weirdness. Violet? The seventh kingship? Muhua frowned. Leviathan is a group of upper demons. They are generally large in size. The most famous ones are Leviathan and Behemoth. They are jealous demons, the embodiment of original sin, and a large part of them are born with a relatively pure jealous bloodline. And the undead are only the apostles of jealousy. Samantha's King Leviathan should be just a person's name. One of the most powerful kings in human history, the seventh kingship Therese Violet. It is said that the seventh kingship is a powerful necromancer. Yes, considering your situation, you may be favored by the seventh king. Samantha's tone became more serious. But the seventh king's character. You should have heard rumors about it, right? I hope you don't mention your supernatural talent again. Regarding the summoned beast, I hope you say you bought it. Samantha hesitated, and then said seriously, "What's wrong with the Seventh King's character? It's not surprising that a necromancer has a personality problem. It's rumored that the Seventh King is moody, and even a little hard to tell good from evil. Samantha is worried that Muhua will rely on his own soul talent to get close to the Seventh King. Or maybe Muhua's supernatural power has aroused the interest of the Seventh King, so he won't be caught by the king to slice and study." "Well, I understand. Don't worry, I won't mention the supernatural talent again." Muhua responded to Samantha honestly. "Well, it's tiring to make up lies. Since Samantha is willing to help him endorse, it's great. If Samantha can't endorse, there's still Tuesday. I'm glad you understand. Okay, you've met Tabitha, you should get along well with each other. Don't be reckless about the courtyard, and pay attention to safety at ordinary times. After the heir's affairs are dealt with, I should be able to prepare some resources for you." The obedient Muhua made Samantha very happy. Samantha's various reactions surprised Muhua. If the other party was not acting, could it be that the relationship between them was not the simple transaction relationship that he thought? However, it seemed that the other party had no need to act in front of him. At least based on his previous situation, Muhua did not find that he was worthy of the other party's acting. If you find something unusual, you naturally have to reflect on it. Although he was not good at dealing with family issues, Muhua thought that he needed to change his position on Samantha. Taibesha had no resistance to Muhua. Even though she did not gain any advantage in the sparring with Muhua, Taibesha was even more pleased that Muhua had stronger power than she expected. Muhua ended the conversation with Samantha, and Taibesha complained about the wrong information Samantha gave her on the phone. But rather than complaining, Muhua seemed to be teasing and mocking. Taibesha was a bit like a naughty child at this time. She seemed to like seeing Samantha make mistakes very much. In the not-too-long conversation, Muhua seemed to have heard the words big breasts and no brains from Taibesha at least twice. Pretending not to hear, Muhua wisely turned his feelings to the harmonious relationship between mother and daughter. When they arrived at the hotel, Taibesha also moved to the suite on the 3rd floor. They lived in the same room, but the space was large enough to not create any strange ripples for the two of them. Unlike Muhua's casualness, Taibesha seemed to have planned the suite on the 3rd floor long ago, and took a design drawing to instruct a man to renovate the suite. Taibesha has her own preferences for tablecloths, sofas, bonsai, bed sheets and other sundries. Discussing with Muhua, Muhua naturally would not refute the girl's interest. Demand was busy running around, and the originally monotonous suite had a little more breath of life. "I still have 5,000 demon gold coins here, Mu. Do you need anything else about hunting demons, weapons, and equipment?" In the living room of the suite, Taibesha changed into a refreshing long dress, ate, and took a bath. It was already evening. Taibesha naturally pulled Muhua to plan the demon hunting matters, and the idea of forming a team. Muhua was entangled with Taibesha's serious attitude. He was a little worried that after killing the 3 illegitimate children, would he still need to accompany Taibesha to go crazy? "Besha, you are not really planning to attack the 375 courtyard, are you?" Nestled in the sofa, Muhua looked at Taibesha, who was both young and capable, and asked tentatively. 5,000 demon gold coins are said to be the pocket money that Taibesha has saved over the years. Muhua can only rely on his imagination to understand the definition of pocket money for wealthy families. 5,000 demon gold coins are also a very exaggerated wealth for ordinary adventurers. But if it involves the attack on the courtyard, then these 5,000 demon coins may not even be enough to win a small-scale battle at the camp level. Just like the resident team that Muhua met in the 375 courtyard earlier. Hundreds of personnel, transportation, war beast mounts, ammunition, chariots, etc., not to mention the magic scrolls that may be needed. 5,000 demon coins. Are they enough for them to fight a charge in the basin area? They are just a group of people doing odd jobs. Demon hunting is demon hunting. 3 or 5 people form an adventure team. Fight if they can, run if they can't, pick the weak persimmons, steal chickens, dig minerals. That's called adventure. But once it involves the attack on the courtyard, although it is not obvious at ordinary times, most of the intelligent monsters in the courtyard can be said to belong to the owner of the courtyard, that is, they accept the so-called Demon King. That will be a war. Let alone Taibesha, if the entire Benson family is pressed, is it enough to fight a courtyard war? Muhua expressed doubts about this. Taibesha's attributes are very strong, but the entry standard for demon hunters is 150 plus single attributes, and the prerequisite for certification of the main combat member of the brigade is 500 plus single attributes. For a courtyard like 375 courtyard, which is almost equivalent to the land area of a large country in the previous life, even a mature brigade usually fights guerrilla warfare with the courtyard master in the courtyard, and a frontal war may be lost in minutes. Even up to now, Mu Hua regards the so-called successor trial of the Benson family as a delaying tactic. He is more concerned about how to quietly kill the 3 illegitimate children and then live a normal life. Of course, conquering the courtyard is not a matter of one day or one night. Our primary task now is to make money, Taibesha said seriously. Try to hunt mid and high-level monsters. My current equipment is mainly to make up for my own shortcomings in magic. But in the future, we can find like-minded teammates, including priests, scouts, shooters, mages, logistics teams, etc. Toughing up is also not something that can be done overnight. We need to equip ourselves with some equipment that can enhance our own attributes. For the time being, we need to stack the main combat attributes to 500, so that we are qualified to touch the upper echelon of combat power. Taibesha analyzed seriously. This cousin is very capable, full of youth and blood, but unfortunately, Mu Hua's blood has long been fed to the dog along with life. He doesn't want to deal with mid and high-level monsters. He wants to bully noobs. He wants to go to places like the dog cave maze. Mu Hua understood every word Taibesha said, but when he put them together, Mu Hua felt a headache. Let's not talk about team management. Logistics personnel usually need to be paid, and there is almost no doubt that the logistics team has several times the number of personnel in the main combat team. As for the equipment, although Taibesha's giant shield and hammer look cool and powerful, as she said, in fact, the most expensive equipment is those that can greatly enhance its own attributes. Originally thought that a little rich woman came, now it's a bottomless pit. After all, you are going to form a team. In addition to your own equipment, you can't not train the main combat members of your lineage, right? Those calls of the head of the team are not in vain. Mu Hua feels that he still needs to focus more on the issue of illegitimate children. He wants to be a little transparent next to his cousin. Chapter 73. On a night in the human world, Taibesha chose a room that belonged to her and fell asleep. In the living room of the suite, some of Taibesha's weapons were placed on the weapon rack. Estimating that Taibesha had fallen asleep, Mu Hua tiptoed and took Taibesha's shield and hammer from the living room. Returning to his room, along with the rising teleportation array, Mu Hua entered the Abyss Island. Shield of the City Builder. Defense 400, Impact Resistance 20%, Erosion Resistance 30%. Charge. Magic Barrier 1/3, Magic Protection 0/1, Magic Shield 0/1, Shield Slam 0/5, Kinetic Charge 1/1, Unbreakable Fortress 1/1. Obsidian Hammer. Sharpness 100, Toughness 700, Strength Attachment 10%, Charge. Thunder Shock 1/4, Strength Blessing February 3rd, Fortress Collapse 1/1. A hammer and a shield, they were just there anyway. Mu Hua planned to borrow them to use at night. At worst, he could just put them back before dawn. As Taibesha said earlier, the strength of these two pieces of equipment was actually very average. But the quality of this kind of magic equipment was determined by the enchanted skills, and the Fortress Never Falls and Fortress Collapse had already determined their value as high-level equipment. Perhaps it was precisely because it was enchanted with too many magic combat skills that the defense of the Builder's shield was relatively poor among shields, and the defense of some low-level shields might be better than it. Impact resistance does not need to be explained too much. It is to offset the force sustained when blocking by percentage. Corrosion resistance mainly offsets the elemental damage in magic, which is different from elemental affinity. One is confrontation and the other is assimilation. It is difficult to determine which one is stronger, but materials with elemental affinity effects are very precious, and most equipment generally has corrosion resistance. The two equipments have no highlights in terms of defense and sharpness. The armor-piercing ability of the Warhammer mainly depends on the personal ability of the user. These two equipments are not considered direct attack weapons, but belong to the Magic Sword series. Among them, the Fortress of No Fall and the Fortress of Collapse belong to high-level defense magic and high-level combat skills respectively. These magic charges are based on one day in the human world, but if you don't have enough energy to activate them, you can probably only use magic storage items to activate these skills. Among the many magic storage resources, the most common is the demon gold. The so-called gold warriors are not bragging. Their consumption of demon gold is never a one-time deal. Demons don't like to use firearms, but they can use magic weapons. In fact, to put it bluntly, both have consumption, but one consumes magic power, and the other consumes ammunition. In addition to the obsession with improving the life level, the demons are born with strong physiques and magic power, so they don't need to toss about weapons such as guns and cannons. To be honest, the real strength of the two equipment made Mu Hua a little disappointed. It's better than nothing. Besides, Mu Hua still has the purgatory armor. When it's really necessary, he estimates that he can activate the Unfallen Fortress. Entering the Abyss Island, first convert your own magic power into the purgatory armor, then take a bottle of magic potion. Your own magic power will recover quickly, and Mu Hua has also entered the daily rhythm of the Abyss Island. Well, you can't drink too much magic potion. In addition to being infected with magic addiction, drinking too much will also easily cause symptoms of magic loss. However, as long as you don't think too much and drink degraded magic potions, 1 or 2 bottles a day is still okay. There are too many places in cultivation that require the consumption of magic power, such as meditation, physical training, magic research, potion making, and even identification. The concentration of magic power in the Abyss Island is very high, so the speed of magic power recovery here is naturally much faster than in the outside world, but Mu Hua's efficiency is also high, and his own magic power is basically not abundant. He is not obsessed with cultivation that consumes magic power. If he has no magic power, even if he does not meditate to recover, he can do some regular training. And he will give himself a bottle of magic potion regularly, which is basically equivalent to using magic potion to accumulate purgatory armor. That's right, it is purgatory armor. Purgatory armor is a means of storing magic power, and it can also be a means of attack and defense. However, in addition to getting himself a set of regular clothes at the beginning, Mu Hua has discovered that the so-called attack and defense should not be considered for the time being. This thing is also a slow process. With Mu Hua's current situation, if he wants to use it to build defense, it will take 3 to 5 years. I am afraid it is better to buy a set of intermediate armor directly. Now, black nails appeared on Mu Hua's fingernails. These nails are still very light, just like the vertical lines on the nails of sub-healthy people. Well, the color is a bit weird, but Mu Hua has the title of Potion Master and Necromancer, so even if his nails turn black or he grows claws, no one will be too surprised. The Abyss Island is quite lively now, and greenery has covered the entire island. Mondays are usually spent here. At this time, the bunker that Mu Hua originally wanted to build has stopped construction. And at the foundation of the bunker, the skeleton guards dug a large deep pit. Mu Hua was going to dig this place into an underground arena, and try to get all the abyss monsters he caught into the arena. Well, it is better to be prepared for danger in times of peace. The main thing is that Mu Hua is still worried that some strong collisions will knock him into the abyss. The circular arena, with a diameter of 30 meters, can be considered for expansion in the future. The depth is temporarily set at 10 meters. Because of the abyss magic fog, Mu Hua cannot explore the structure of the Abyss Island at all. Mu Hua dare not dig deeper. He needs to try to dig a smaller deep pit on the edge of the island first to see how deep the soil layer of the island is. He is afraid of digging through the Abyss Island. The edge of the arena is a smooth wall that goes straight up and down. Except for a spiraling downward slope, it is a sinkhole for the time being without any decoration. Mu Hua arrived and summoned 11 skeleton guards. These skeleton guards changed their jobs to laborers again, and continued to dig the unfinished arena. Swoosh, the sound of the fireball piercing the sky. Whenever Mu Hua comes, Zhou-Yi, the dog, will practice the fireball spell diligently. It has given up the so-called bloody claws. The hellhound is so smart. It probably wants to wait for Mu Hua to pass on the bloody claws to it. The fireball blasted into the abyss sea with a sound of breaking through the air. Zhou-Yi and Mu Hua are already used to this operation. When Mu Hua is in a bad mood, he will also shoot a burst of bullets into the abyss sea with a machine gun. Who knows what it looks like below, but what if it hits a poor guy? Maybe it can get some experience, right? Well, although there is no harvest yet, the abyss sea is still a shooting range for Mu Hua and his party to vent and practice magic. Stepping on the soft grass, Mu Hua also spread fertilizer on the Abyss Island. The grass is the grass seed of ordinary lawns, and the fertilizer is the dust left after the monsters die. There is no market for chemical fertilizers and compound fertilizers in this world, and the dust left after the monsters die in the courtyard will also be collected by special companies. The dust is cheap and good as fertilizer, and is widely praised by the general public. Walking on the green grass and green land to the plantation, apples and grapefruits are already bearing fruit, and the coconut trees on the edge of the island are also bearing heavy fruits. Mu Hua can be said to have achieved fruit freedom. And on a cluster of fluffy dwarf trees, more than 30 greasy red snake fruits have also grown, and Mu Hua happily picked these snake fruits. This is all money. Master, do you want to go fishing? Tuesday came out of Mu Hua's body. Since Tuesday evolved, Mu Hua has been able to adapt to her tickling his soul every day. However, during meditation, Mu Hua still couldn't adapt to Tuesday's harassment. Perhaps seeing Monday's tantrums on the island, Tuesday also wanted to do something to show off in front of Mu Hua. She, a pale, elegant woman, how could she let a dog steal the limelight? Well, go and play by yourself, be careful. Mu Hua nodded and gave Tuesday a fishing rod. Mainly want to finish the arena first. I haven't focused on fishing monsters during this period. Mu Hua now has 6 fishing abysses in his hand. Now even if he throws away 1 or 2, it won't be as desperate as before. On Monday screamed and held back the fireball. Tuesday floated to the shore with a fishing rod, trying to develop a new fishing spot. Mu Hua first meditated today. Although he should be tempering his intelligence now, it was still unwilling to not brush the blood chi with a physical fitness of more than 200. Chapter 74. Blood is a good thing. It is a benign mutation that can be solved once, and for all, a mutated magic. Once blood is produced in the body, it will spontaneously affect other cells, and even body tissues. If the essence of magic comes from the outside world and from nature, then blood is a kind of magic that comes from the living body itself. As long as blood is produced, its growth in quantity does not require special training. It will grow as the physique becomes stronger. Blood can give birth to many combat skills, or it can be understood as a prerequisite for practicing many combat skills. Moreover, it has the effect of warming the body and delaying aging. Its effect is even stronger than the warming of the body by magic. This is also the fundamental reason why some melee professionals are full of injuries, but seem to have more vitality than mages of the same age. Necromancers have strange reserve. For example, necromancers never carry shields, and greet fairies when they meet witches. But in fact, the same is true for white mages and elemental mages. Even if they cannot become melee mages, they will actually take time to compete with their physique. Everyone needs blood and chi, but warriors are more for increasing their own combat power. As for mages, in order to live longer and not be stolen by warriors, the production of blood and chi itself has no direct relationship with physique, but it is difficult to produce blood and chi with a physique below 150, which may be one of the reasons for the minimum threshold for demon hunters. Mu Hua has a way to quickly stack physique, but he always feels a little sorry for himself without blood and chi. Look, he was supposed to work hard on his magic strength, but ended up competing with his body again. With a physical fitness of 200 plus and magic adaptability reaching class B, it is inevitable that he can cultivate blood chi. He has a greater advantage than many warriors with class E magic adaptability. Meditation to strengthen the body will not consume one's own magic power. It should be said that the magic power that strengthens the body is the part generated by meditation. This is also the fundamental reason why the body and magic strength cannot be cultivated together. After 2 hours of meditation, Mu Hua began to refine potions again. Primary alchemy has instilled enough standard potion formulas into Mu Hua, but brushing his own formula still consumes a lot of materials. Mu Hua has been concerned about the cultivation of magic plants for a long time. For hours of potion making, repeated failures, refining the magic circle to the point of wanting to smash the pot, and boiling the medicine until vomiting. Regardless of whether the magic power is exhausted, wander around the island for 2 rounds, start practicing magic, learn the continuous fireball to exhaust the magic power, build a spell model when in the mood, and fall asleep when not in the mood. The skeleton guards, like perpetual motion machines, built the arena day and night. If the necromancer with skeletons went to work on the construction site, he could make his coworkers draw their swords. Federal law strictly prohibits the employment of necromancers for physical labor. If you only care about development and ignore people's livelihood, you are either unethical or stupid. Although the depth of the arena is 10 meters, the excavated soil and rocks are piled up outside, and the depth inside the arena is even higher. Life on the Abyss Island is very boring, and Mu Hua would fight with Tuesday from time to time. The chickens pecked at each other and improved together, and the fight was also colorful. During the battle, Mu Hua could also wrestle with Tuesday, touch and rub, etc. The battle training was very serious, and of course there was no evil thought. Tuesday is very pretty, and has a good temperament, but unfortunately, she doesn't look like a living person. The Abyss Island lacks popularity, but Mu Hua can't bring people in, not to cover up secrets or anything. In fact, there are some people in the human world who control small-scale dimensional spaces. Such spaces are similar to courtyards. Because the area is too small, They are usually called dimensional fragments, not world fragments. And Mu Hua's Abyss Island can be said to be a dimensional space. People cannot enter the Abyss Island. Even forced introduction like some dimensional spaces is not possible, mainly because humans with less than S-level magic adaptability cannot survive here. If you really go to order a takeaway to have fun, you can probably only become the material for Mu Hua to study the production of undead. It should be due to the influence of skeleton transformation. After the level of skeleton summoning was upgraded, Mu Hua obtained a lot of knowledge inheritance. Now Mu Hua's level of constructing undead is not bad, but the burning source furnace is a bit fierce. Things burned by it have not even left a bone residue. I try to get some corpses to make ashes, the basis of life, later. Mu Hua can try to create some constructed undead to add some popularity to the Abyss Island, no dead air. Another day without day or night. 5 fireballs lined up in a row shot out from the magic circle in front of Mu Hua. 5 fireballs rushed into the Abyss Sea with a heat wave. Continuous fireballs. Mu Hua finally learned this magic. What is the most feared thing about Krypton Gold card draw? Of course, it is the lack of a key component that cannot be drawn. Krypton Gold cannot change fate, the liver is the king, and mental health is very important. Mu Hua's fireball technique is a bit special. He doesn't know if others are like this, but continuous fireballs are the prerequisite for his fireball technique to continue to upgrade. Although the fireball concatenation is also a low-level magic, Mu Hua had to learn it himself because he couldn't refine the fireball concatenation skill stone with 20 kilograms of low-level magic stones. As expected, as Mu Hua successfully cast the fireball concatenation, this skill was not displayed in Mu Hua's attribute panel. The original fireball spell became fireball scattering, and the level was also raised by 1 level, reaching the level of LV11. I tried to integrate the fireball spell skill stone into fireball scattering, but it was a bit tricky. 11 fireball spell skill stones raised fireball scattering by 1 level. Fortunately, I didn't need to match 11 fireball concatenation skill stones. As the skill levels of these magics increased, the role of the 100 refining secret stone in improving the training level has surpassed these skill stones in all aspects. There was another mysterious demon language ode in my mind, and the appearance of the fireball spell magic circle did not change. However, there were very big changes in the magic structure, the grammar of the condensed demon language, the inscription connection, the spell module, etc. With the precedent of the skeleton summoning earlier, Mu Hua was not surprised by this. He tried to cast it, but the consumption of magic power did not increase much. The guidance of the skill allowed Mu Hua to finally reduce the chanting language of this magic to 3 words. Fireball. As the magic took shape, Mu Hua's pupil suddenly shrank. The air around the bear seemed to boil due to the heat wave. With a sudden increase in temperature, what appeared in front of Mu Hua was not a magic circle, but 12 magic circles scattered around Mu Hua. One by one, fireballs as big as casseroles emerged from the magic circle. It was also thanks to Mu Hua that he had obtained the primary fire element affinity earlier, otherwise the fireball on his head would have burned him bald in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Mu Hua was stunned to see the 12 fireballs rushing into the Abyss Sea with air waves. Damn, no wonder this thing is called fireball scattering, it really scatters. Mu Hua screamed. Although he didn't see the specific damage effect, Mu Hua seemed to have found some feeling of a great wizard. The fireballs were still the original fireballs, but there were a little more. More than 10 fireballs were released at a time, and this thing was still a primary magic? Well, it seems that the attack strength of a single fireball has not increased much. However, these fireballs are not randomly shot. Mu Hua found that he could use his mental power to guide the attack trajectory of these fireballs. Although it can't turn, it is still no problem to draw an arc of 20 to 30 degrees. The overall lethality of the continuous fireballs is far greater than the fireball technique, but that thing is notoriously rigid. Now Mu Hua's fireball has become like this, is it considered a super evolution? Mu Hua looked at his palm blankly, perhaps because of the sudden accident, the shocking effect brought to him by this magic was much stronger than the skeleton summoning. The fireball technique has become like this, which cannot be explained by a fireball as big as a casserole. Can this thing be seen by people? How can I make up a lie? Mu Hua was confused. Woof, woof. You actually developed specialized magic, my god, you are still so young, the flame demon should be ashamed in front of you. Faced with his somewhat unorthodox fireball technique, Mu Hua was confused, and at this time Zhou Yi rushed to Mu Hua's side, praising Mu Hua with an amazed look on his face. Yeah. Mu Hua's expression was calm, and he nodded calmly. Specialized magic? What is that? It doesn't matter. Mu Hua felt that he should be able to ask Zhou Yi while maintaining the majesty of the boss. No wonder you can even pass on the inheritance of fireball magic to the dead spirit. Unfortunately, the strength of this magic is still a little low. Monday glanced at Tuesday, who was fishing seriously in the distance, and said with some regret, "It's not specialized magic, it's still a little bit short." Muhua shook his head, as if he didn't care about this magic. "No, this is specialized magic. Your understanding of fireball magic even surpasses most demons. This is the magic you created yourself. Even if the strength is lower, it is the prototype of domain magic," Monday retorted, seeming to have some complaints about Muhua's careless attitude. "Domain magic, have you seen it?" Muhua asked Monday. "No. But my inheritance allows me to understand these." "Well, you can only understand it after seeing it. Humans seem to call domain magic exclusive magic, inherent magic, etc." Monday shook his head. "Yeah." Muhua nodded. "Look, he knows everything he wants to know. So talk less in front of the leader, especially say less constructive words, otherwise, the leader will become more and more unfathomable. This is not a crushing of intelligence, but a crushing of power. It seems that this unorthodox fireball technique should be an application of a certain magic after in-depth analysis combined with its own magic characteristics. It is probably similar to a programmer who has learned computer language and created a new program by himself. There is nothing wrong with that. A genius, just an unorthodox fireball technique. In the world of geniuses, there is no such thing as being serious. Chapter 75. What is this? Next to Tuesday, Muhua looked at the monster that Tuesday had fished out of the abyss, and was unable to identify its species for a moment. He learned to use the continuous fireballs, and the fireball master was a little unserious after upgrading. It was estimated that it was almost dawn outside. Muhua wanted to leave the abyss island, but Tuesday, who had not caught anything for a few days, happened to catch a monster. The dark red rough skin should be a demon, but this guy only has one arm growing on his chest. The lower body vaguely visible under the sea of fog is very bloated, and there are at least 3 or more asymmetrical short legs. If it was an ordinary body, it would be fine, but this monster not only has asymmetrical limbs, but also has a big head that is also asymmetrical with the lower body. The fish lips and dull eyes. The overall height may be 3 or 4 meters, but a big head accounts for more than half of the body. The shoulder width is 3 meters, and the width of the head is probably 4 meters. It's also a good thing that it has no neck, otherwise it would not be able to bear this head at all. A bloated head, the back of the head is like a tumor wrapped in soft skin. The back of the head of this monster should not be protected by bones, because the back of the head, which gives people an extremely bad feeling, has been beating like a heart. It is more like the abdomen of a worm than a head. Target race, demon, level 187. Life, 82%. Magic, 100%. Physique, 230. Intelligence, 921. Spirit, 531. Magic adaptability, SS. Allocated points, 0. A demon master, this guy's bloodline is of a very high grade. Woof, the physical fitness is only 230. Fish it up and kill it, the meat of the demon is delicious. Monday jumped twice and started running back, standing near the arena, as if waiting for Muhua to throw the demon onto the island. Is this thing delicious? Looking at the demon that looked like it had taken a bath in nuclear waste, Muhua really couldn't associate it with eating. Demons are the product of bloodline conflict. They have awakened multiple incompatible bloodlines. Demons like to eat this kind of flesh and blood. And this demon's magic power and soul are relatively prominent. It should have awakened the bloodline of original sin. For greedy livestock like hellhounds, it is indeed delicious. Tuesday looked at Monday with disdain and said to Muhua, "Well, it's a good thing anyway. Mark it later. This will be the demon fishing spot in the future." Muhua lifted the fishing rod with satisfaction. It doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. What matters is that this is a high intelligence, low body abyss demon. There is no reason not to introduce it to our burning source furnace. Lifting the pole, throwing it, Muhua had already mastered the skill of throwing the pole. Level 3 shooting skills also have a bonus in this aspect. The demon in the air made a strange cry similar to bird calls, and its 5 strange legs kicked in the air, falling towards the deep pit of the arena. Bang, bang, the monster in the air welcomed Muhua's shooting. Facing these psychopaths from the abyss, Muhua never had so many details. The 4th level exorcism bullet did not bite through the monster's skin, and Muhua was happy. That's right, Muhua was happy. He is no longer the rookie with a physical fitness of less than 50 and no defensive magic. He also took Taibesha's war hammer today. The 4th level exorcism bullet cannot break the monster's skin. If this monster, with a physical fitness of 230, does not have a special talent in physical defense, it is a very high-grade monster. Mu Hua now likes this kind of weak abyss monster the most. No matter how high its defense is, it is not a threat. It can be killed by hitting it a few more times. Being thrown into the air, the monster is presented to Mu Hua's eyes. The body below the head is like a big meatball, with 5 short legs. Some knee joints are normal, and some are arched, like a deformed complex. Bang! The monster fell on the edge of the arena, and rolled into the arena. This monster has only one arm, and it grows on the chest. If it loses the ability to cast spells, that inflexible arm does not look very aggressive. Mu Hua ran to the edge of the arena, and pounced on it on Monday. Inside the arena, a group of skeleton guards covered in mud surrounded the monster, and started beating it. Bang! Bang! The axe's chopping was like beating a leather drum. The monster's defense is indeed very strong. The skeleton guard's axe containing death energy cannot split its skin. However, the monster was as clumsy as Mu Hua expected. At least the monster's melee level was not much higher than Mu Hua's. When the arm whipped the skeleton guard, it could only make the skeleton guard stagger. A weakling with a physique that was more inclined to defense and vitality. At this time in the arena, its most efficient way of attack was probably to run on 5 short legs, and use a weird running method to collide with the skeleton guards that surrounded it. Ah! Monday pounced on the monster. Although the monster was nearly 4 meters tall and bloated, it was much larger than Monday. But after a pounce, the monster was actually knocked over by Monday. Along with Monday's biting, the arm on the monster's chest was torn off by Monday. Bing bing bing, the strange cry was completely inconsistent with the monster's body shape. The demon that was fished out of the abyss seemed to have forgotten its own language. The skeleton guardian's battle axe was ready to chop, and with the bonus of combat skills, the battle axe became more tricky and heavy, and wounds bloomed on the monster. Get out of the way! Mu Hua shouted. Fireball! He raised his hand to cast the fireball, scattering. Well, although he could still play a single fireball to smear the face, Mu Hua didn't need to shout Ada when casting this magic. Dozens of fireballs whistled at the injured monster, and Mu Hua looked down at the flames exploding on the monster. Without ignition, the damage effect was not obvious. This monster has a very high elemental resistance, but the pomp of this magic attack still made Mu Hua feel comfortable. This is the magician who fits his image. The consumption of fireball can produce the effect of a group of fire bombs. We can get a demon gold coin by waving our hands. What else do we need? Mu Hua waved his hand like a general, and Tuesday beside him held her sickle and floated towards the embarrassed monster in the arena. After a while, seeing that the monster was strong, Mu Hua also picked up Taibesha's shield and hammer, and joined the beating. The monster was beheaded, and Mu Hua naturally introduced his own burning source furnace to it. The monster's skin seemed to be very tough, but it had mutated into this ghostly appearance, and Mu Hua didn't dare to use it to perform Keratin's skin. Soul Transformation Skill Stone *1, Elemental Tier, Fire, *1, Monster Tendon *5, Fire Demon Blood *0.1, Spider Demon Blood *0.2, Physical Crystal *2, Intelligence Crystal *6, 100 Refined Secret Stone *8, Soul Dust *83, Philosopher's Stone *2.1. This monster is really a good thing. He took out a piece of monster tendon weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, and threw it to Monday as a snack. Mu Hua was becoming less and less interested in eating these things that were regarded as precious by the outside world. Absorbed by the tiers of elements, it is expected that 2 more will be absorbed, and the primary fire element affinity can reach the intermediate level. At that time, the strength of one's fire magic will be higher, and it will also be immune to fire element damage below a certain strength. Unlike resistance, element affinity is to get close to the elements, which can be roughly compared to making the elements think that you are their kind. However, some big guys will bully you, a seemingly little brother. The higher the level of element affinity, the bigger you are, the fewer elements can bully you, and the more elements are willing to get close to you. Well, that's probably it. The Flame Demon and the Spider Demon, both demon bloodlines, belong to the upper bloodlines, and they also have strong potential among all demons. These 2 bloodlines are much stronger than the Siren bloodline. If a complete bloodline can be put together, it should also be a hot commodity among demons. Bloodline crystals are not available to Mu Hua for the time being. 800 refined secret stones, plus the one left earlier, can upgrade the skeleton summoning to level 15. Everything was normal, But when Muhua absorbed the soul transformation skill stone, it was as if countless information exploded in his brain. Muhua's eyes went dark, as if he was in a distorted space, as if he was experiencing a lost cycle, and Muhua was almost knocked down by this information. This is another knowledge inheritance skill stone, which does not need to be upgraded, but the content contained in it is not as gradual as the skeleton transformation. There are so many contents that Muhua can't even see the whole picture for a while. Dizzy and swollen, Muhua returned to the world, and he needed to put Taibesha's shield and hammer back first. Under the influence of the brainstorming, Muhua's nose bleeds, and he walks out of the bedroom with a shield and hammer, and sees Taibesha in sportswear. The two stared at each other. Taibesha looked at the blood on Muhua's face, and then looked at the hammer and shield in Muhua's hand. After a moment, the girl's confused eyes turned into surprise. "Cousin, although I don't want to question your hobbies, maybe I can change you into a piece of clothing that feels better." Muhua saw endless disgust in Taibesha's eyes. His eyes went dark, and he fainted on the ground. Well, soul transformation is really a scam. Chapter 76. How many times do you want me to say it? I was studying a magic. It was a misunderstanding. Another morning, after 2 days of coma, Muhua completely offset the adverse effects of soul transformation. When he woke up again, he remembered what Taibesha said before he fainted, and Muhua was eager to prove his innocence. "Well, a magic. Then why did you spend the night with my shield and hammer?" "Don't worry, cousin, as a necromancer, your special hobby is already very healthy." Facing Muhua's embarrassment, Taibesha had a teasing smile on her lips. "Damn special hobby. I know identification. I just forgot to put your weapon back when I was studying it at night." Muhua tried his best to explain. "Oh, you also know identification? But forget it, let's not be distracted by it." Taibesha was surprised that her cousin learned so many things, and shook her head. Muhua fainted with nosebleeds for 2 days. Taibesha couldn't help but find someone to check on him. According to the doctor who was called in, Muhua's brain should have processed a lot of information in a short period of time, and his body entered a self-protection state. Taibesha had long believed Muhua's statement. After all, unless her equipment was transformed from a succubus, it shouldn't be able to make people faint for 2 days. Originally, she was going to go to the courtyard of Bear Pig Town with Muhua, but Muhua fainted for 2 days just after arriving. It was not until she confirmed that Muhua was fine that Taibesha put the team-building activities of the two on the agenda again. "Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your body?" "Of course there is." "Then let's go to the courtyard." Let's go now." Try to prove that he is strong and healthy. Muhua patted his chest loudly, and didn't even ask Taibesha's plan, and agreed without hesitation. Since Muhua cooperated, Taibesha didn't waste any words. She changed into armor, and the two of them left the hotel under the eyes of demand, and drove the chariot straight to the entrance of the courtyard. Taibesha's muscle car is a real chariot. If the edge deck is not unfolded, the whole car is 10 meters long and 6 meters wide. This type of car should be designed to match the capacity of the cross-border teleportation array at the entrance of the courtyard. The chariot is equipped with 3 shipborne Vulcan cannons, an energy field protection device, 2 fortress-type explosive activators, and a small-caliber magic cannon with a maximum range of 2 kilometers. The space inside this chariot is not small, enough to accommodate a 5-person team for normal activities. However, perhaps because of the problem of sturdiness, the space folding technology is not used in the car. "Cousin, have you found any adventurers worth winning over during this period?" In the chariot cab, Taibesha called up an Adventurer Union task contact interface while driving and asked Muhua casually. "No, regular combat professionals don't. You should know that I have many research projects." Muhua was upset about the interest that Taibesha gave him, and repeatedly emphasized that he was very busy. Taibesha rolled her eyes at Muhua with a half-smile, and silently flipped through the task interface, which made Muhua feel a little petty. "The firepower of your car is so strong, just recruit a few machine gunners, and it should be able to cope with the current exploration of the 375 courtyard. I lack ammunition reserves, and the energy field is only enough to activate once, including the magic cannon. Without magic stones to replenish them, they are just decorations," Taibesha explained, and Muhua grinned. The Vulcan cannon uses exorcism bullets, which have a very high firing rate and can fire a metal storm of 8,000 bullets per minute. But according to Taibesha's explanation, her current ammunition reserves are probably enough for 3 Vulcan cannons to fire at full power for 2 minutes. If she doesn't buy ammunition, Taibesha will use it as an emergency measure. However, considering its configuration of using the lowest level 4 exorcism bullet, This thing can buy half a box of low-level magic scrolls after firing for 1 minute. Mu Hua thinks that in an emergency, it is better to run away if you can, and it is better not to activate it casually. From the perspective of energy, magic cannons all use energy units, and they can also use magic stones to charge instead. After all, energy units are originally made of magic stones. Speaking of magic stones, Mu Hua is even more annoyed. If Taibesha uses energy units, it's okay, but if it's magic stones? If there are magic stones, wouldn't it be better to use them for smelting? The blast activator on the chariot is probably the most environmentally friendly, and that thing is actually 2 large staffs. It is embedded with a magic core engraved with a magic array. As long as it has enough magic adaptability, ordinary people can start it by grabbing a handful of demon gold coins. It's a very good thing, but unfortunately, the explosion range of the explosive flame thing is a bit large, and the range is a bit short. The chariot itself cannot withstand the erosion of the high-intensity fire element. Normally, it is used with the energy stand. Energy stand? Haha. Please call it a big spender. Taibesha has long been accustomed to her own situation, and after Mu Hua learned the details, looking at this muscle car, it doesn't seem so attractive. The world is not so kind. If a muscle car equipped with magic weapons can easily move among monsters, then what's the point of learning magic? The more Mu Hua recognizes these magic weapons, the more he feels that the extraordinary is really economical. Your own strength is always the most important, because it can make you not too poor. The Unju family is nothing when facing monsters. Benson's so-called connections, huh, do you believe it? They actually regarded those agents as their foundation connections. It's hard to say whether she is rebellious or has her own ideas. From Mu Hua's observation, Taibesha never talks about the dangers of hunting monsters, but has great objections to the Benson family's business philosophy. A passionate young man actually considers the nature of the rich. Because the lack of ammunition led to Taibesha's dissatisfaction with the family, Mu Hua chuckled and did not respond. After 2 lifetimes of life experience, he has long lost the interest in discussing this aspect. I don't know the Benson family. Besha, first talk about your arrangement for hunting monsters. 375 courtyard is not a courtyard suitable for permanent residence. Changing the subject, Mu Hua asked Taibesha. 3 explorations a week? Taibesha replied. 3 days? Just the 2 of us? Are you sure? Mu Hua questioned. 3 explorations, facing a vast courtyard. 1 exploration will take at least 1 day. Without sufficient personnel, you have to be vigilant almost all the time. It is impossible to have a normal life except for hunting demons. Although fighting is indispensable to exploring the courtyard, it is not just about chopping and chopping. Mu Hua has the burning source furnace. In addition to upgrading, he can also obtain various growth materials when hunting demons. But ordinary people do not have such conditions. Under normal circumstances, the growth of demon hunters still depends on their own training and exercise, but these things are basically impossible to be carried out simultaneously with hunting demons. To put it bluntly, hunting demons is actual combat, earning money, and obtaining resources. But the real growth still needs to be trained and tempered in a relatively safe place. Fighting to support fighting? Haha, that's just fooling idiots. It's better to say fighting with your life. Whoever tries it will know. Mu Hua said that he should have no problem exploring the undeveloped courtyard 3 times a week, but if Taibesha continues like this, she's afraid it will be useless. No! Taibesha frowned. Okay, growth in actual combat is suitable for honing combat skills. However, I always thought that actual combat would only bring pain in addition to supplies. Mu Hua teased. Well, I know that many teams arrange it this way. After all, Taibesha is not a willful girl. She realized the problem she had overlooked, and her tone of quibbling was quite lacking in confidence. Yes, when you recruit enough people, and have the spare capacity to station and rotate defense in the courtyard, maybe you can arrange it this way. Mu Hua teased. It's not me, it's us. Taibesha emphasized. Okay, we will. By the way, remember to recruit full-time adventurers as the main combat members, preferably orphans without parents or relatives. Mu Hua spread his hands. He found that Taibesha was really a novice in team matters. Adventurers explore the courtyard, look for wealth, hunt monsters, etc. There is nothing wrong with it, but they are not robot warriors. They also have normal lives, right? A group of adventurers who only think about hacking and slashing in the courtyard all day long will definitely not fight monsters to the death for the safety of humans. If these people don't want to incite others to die, they must be perverts. Well, I roughly understand what you mean. Muhua's explanation was vague and somewhat teasing, but Taibesha understood it in an instant. Hunting monsters, acquiring wealth, improving oneself, fulfilling life, etc., these are a systematic problem. As human beings, everything ultimately comes down to the pursuit of a fulfilling life. Perhaps you can give up some of these options for your own preferences or certain purposes, but unless you use a slavery contract, you have no reason to ask others to give up with you. Then what do you say? Taibesha threw the question to Muhua. Her cousin seemed very professional. Your first task is to recruit team members. If you can't do that, there's nothing wrong with finding a team to join. You can steal someone else's girlfriend, understand? Of course, I actually suggest you recruit some guys with miserable lives. It's easier to instill faith in them. Well, maybe compared to exploration, you should pay more attention to the private lives of team members, such as finding lovers for them. What's the background of the Benson family? It would be great if you have handsome men and beautiful women under your control. You can introduce them to the team members. Believe me, sometimes, these aspects are more useful than giving money. Muhua was not subtle, and analyzed everything to Taibesha. Listening carefully to Muhua's advice, Taibesha blinked and stared at the scenery outside the car window. Cousin, are you sure we are recruiting combat partners? Taibesha asked doubtfully after a while. Combat partners? Aren't combat partners dependents? Muhua responded with doubt. Taibesha was silent. A dependent? Someone who had signed a slavery contract? Taibesha was not sure whether her cousin was professional or not, but his values seemed to be a bit problematic. Chapter 77. The courtyard entrance of Bear Pig Town is not far from the hotel. When Taibesha appeared at the garrison in a chariot, she instantly became the most beautiful girl among a bunch of poor adventurers. The logistics officer of the garrison even gave Taibesha a set of military energy units for free. Simply put, the value is roughly equivalent to the oil money for the chariot to run around for more than half a month. Well, in fact, the garrison is not opposed to adventurers. Of course, it is best to be a demon hunter with certain strength. Because the safer the courtyard is, the more rotations the garrison can get. For the garrison, they actually hope that a powerful brigade can come to the courtyard to kill. Everyone is trying to make a living. It is always more harmonious to watch others risk their lives than to risk their lives yourself. War preparedness represents combat power to a large extent. When the steel muscle car like a war machine appears at the entrance of the courtyard, there is no need to advertise it. At the entrance of the courtyard, there are many adventurers who volunteer to team up with Taibesha. However, compared to Muhua, who smiled charitably when observing cheap labor, Taibesha has higher requirements for the teammates she wants to recruit. Individual combat power can be ignored, but magic adaptability, character, and even age are the focus of Taibesha's attention. If there is no focus, well, then Taibesha will not pay attention at all. Although Taibesha is gentle and cute when communicating with Muhua, in essence, she is still a young lady from a wealthy family. Let a rich young lady look at a group of poor people who are calculating the price of bullets differently, go home and watch TV series that can basically be equivalent to a joke. And Taibesha's attitude of keeping a distance, but not losing kindness, when treating outsiders is a perfect embodiment of good family education. At this point, Muhua also deeply realized the value of the word cousin to Taibesha. It was a bit useless, but Muhua was secretly happy. The few young adventurers that Muhua had his eyes on were not able to get on the car in the end. Apart from being inexperienced, Taibesha could not see any bright spots in him. Moreover, the labor law in Loren seemed to be different from that in Lanton. Muhua's kindness might get him sued here. The chariot entered the courtyard, called up the map, turned on the automatic navigation, and the floating chariot flew towards a half-peaked snow-capped mountain. This task is not bad. Draw a distribution map of monsters on the north slope. As long as we confirm the types of monsters in the caves on the north slope, we can occupy 2% of the resource quota of Mount Zilfi. Taibesha said to Muhua, leaning on the railing and looking at the surrounding scenery from the narrow deck around the chariot. It is not sensible to explore the courtyard aimlessly. For some time, the Adventurers Guild has arranged a large number of ritual arrays in the 375 courtyard, and has also conducted rough reconnaissance of some areas. That kind of reconnaissance is more about using drones for high-altitude aerial photography. And most monsters are not wild beasts. They know how to hide, and even attack drones, so the information obtained by this kind of reconnaissance is very limited. And more precise reconnaissance of these areas has become a public task issued by the Adventurers Guild. In addition to a certain contribution point, it is difficult to determine the reward for such a task with unknown risks. This also leads to the partial development rights of natural resources in these areas becoming a kind of compensation, a compensation with legal effect. There are clawed demons there, there are snow monsters halfway up the mountain, and Mount Zilphi is within the estimated range of the Goblin Kingdom. It's not a good task to be able to hang on the task board for so long. The strong wind hit his cheeks, and his own magic power was full. Mu Hua put on a new undead bone shield to ensure that he was in a complete state. Taibesha envied the bone shield, but she had not been deeply exposed to the breath of death, and this magic could not be used on other people. Taibesha also had the ability of clairvoyance, and the source should be inseparable from the devil's contract. Although Taibesha would not be eroded by the dead air in nature, the dead air would still make her uncomfortable, and the dead air condensed by others was still poison to her. The magic of the undead bone shield contains the element of the breath of death. If it is used on others, it is not called a bone shield, but a death coil. The bone shield can barely be regarded as an attack and defense magic, but usually the death coil is too easy to break, and its immediate damage effect is almost zero. This also makes the so-called death coil more like a punishment, and almost no one will use it as a means of attack. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Mu Hua, don't be like an old man. If there were good tasks, those powerful teams would have flocked here long ago. Taibesha was dissatisfied with Mu Hua's disappointment. The Adventurers Guild is not a charity organization. Although it does not belong to any country, it is affiliated with the federal government. In the unexplored area of the courtyard, the so-called resource quota is actually a gamble. You go and risk your life. If you have it, you will get it. If you don't blame anyone. There are many courtyards with rich resources all over the world, and no one can say what resources exist in the emerging courtyards. Before certain information is released, those more mature demon hunting teams usually don't come to the emerging courtyards to waste time and energy. We are still young, what kind of risk do we seek? Mu Hua expounded his life view. Then you are still a necromancer? Taibesha felt that Mu Hua was making a specious argument, and necromancer was originally a risky profession. No, you only saw the summoned beast, I am actually an elemental mage. Mu Hua grinned and defended. Hee, you can call out the banshee in your body and say it again. Taibesha gave Mu Hua a smile that said you can say whatever you want. Well, Mu Hua is a necromancer no matter how you look at it. But he really didn't take any risks. Didn't you see him throwing the fishing rod at any time when he was fishing for an abyss monster? He just took some skill stones of necromancy magic, and inexplicably adapted to the dead air deeply. Tuesday is my follower, do you want to learn Bone Shield? Mu Hua leaned against the car body armor, and asked Taibesha meaningfully. I can't learn it, but is it really okay to learn so many miscellaneous things? I have my own way, and I don't want to waste time on soul strength for the time being. Besides, I dare not let a banshee get into my soul. Taibesha heard what Mu Hua meant, and shook her head without hesitation to refuse. Taibesha has clairvoyance, which means she has the prerequisites to become a necromancer, but her soul strength is too low, so it is difficult for her to learn Bone Shield. There are indeed some spiritual huts in the outside world that help people hone their souls, and the operation is to get a ghost evil spirit to tear the soul of the practitioner. That kind of place charges money, and going there to temper the spiritual attributes is basically the same as paying money to suffer, and it is not uncommon to suffer soul trauma at any time. In Mu Hua's opinion, the safety of his own Tuesday is much higher than the ghosts in that kind of place. Mu Hua wanted to help Taibesha improve her spiritual attributes, but Taibesha was more concerned about her physical fitness and intelligence now, and she was not prepared to feel uncomfortable with her soul. The two chatted on the deck. The chariot had set a safer flight route. The snow-covered peaks of Mount Zilphi were still blurry in their eyes. At the edge of the forest below, a team of adventurers, who were struggling to resist the attacks of monsters, attracted their attention. Bang bang. Taibesha patted the deck of the chariot. Pumpkin Pie, slow down, support. Taibesha shouted to the inside of the car. Pumpkin Pie was the name of this chariot, or the name of the intelligent system installed on this chariot. The chariot slowed down and turned around. At this time, there was a plain bordering the forest below. The 7 adventurers retreated from the forest while fighting. Some arrows were scattered in the forest. One of the adventurers, with a gun, was shot through the throat by a sharp arrow. As his companions explained, a 4-meter-tall ogre rushed out of the forest, smashing the head of another warrior with a rough stone axe. The chariot lowered its altitude but hovered in the air. Not knowing the situation of the monsters in the forest, Mu Hua held a machine gun and fired from the sky to cover the remaining 5 adventurers' retreat. There was no need to communicate with these adventurers. When the first ogre who rushed out of the forest was shot into a sieve by Mu Hua, a dozen big goblins riding on wolves, 4 or 5 ogres, and 2 goblin mages guarded by ogres came out of the forest. After confirming the enemy situation, the monsters below also stopped chasing the adventurers because of the chariot in the air. The goblin mage stared at the chariot and shouted. As the goblin mage shouted, the big goblin and the ogre slowly retreated, as if they wanted to retreat back to the forest. Be careful of the wizard, there are still archers in the forest. The 5 adventurers barely escaped and hesitated whether to land. When Taibesha said to Muhua, Muhua frowned and waved his arms. Fireball! With a deep shout, dozens of magic circles unfolded in the sky, and fireballs poured down, like a rain of fire hitting the goblin wizards guarded by ogres. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs attacked the ogres, who were powerful but had almost no magic resistance, and were instantly burned into huge pillars of fire. A goblin wizard who had escaped by chance let out a sharp cry, and the forest suddenly became chaotic, and the monsters in the forest fled in all directions. You? Taibesha opened her mouth slightly, her face full of astonishment. What did you just say? Fireball? The girl questioned Muhua. Yes, Fireball. I told you I'm an elemental mage. Muhua spread his hands, ignoring Taibetha's ghostly look, and looked at the monsters that were scared away with a little regret. Chapter 78. In the cold, wet and dense forest, Taibesha looked at Muhua, who was carrying a sniper rifle beside her. The more they met, the more Taibesha found her cousin to be very magical. Although the girl was wearing heavy armor, it was a refined product based on the armor of hell, and thousands of years of human experience in armor making. The full set of armor looked like a tin can, but it did not bring too much inconvenience to the movement. Even in the weedy forest, Taibesha could take relatively light steps. Muhua beside her was very leisurely. Raven acted as a scout, and the skeleton guard became the vanguard. The hellhound sniffed the breath in the forest. Occasionally, it encountered a wandering ghost in a trance, and would be hooked away by the sickle of the noble lady like Banshee, and finally turned into a pure energy and absorbed by her. Muhua walked leisurely in the forest, where the claw demon could lurk everywhere. Taibesha felt that Muhua was very magical. This cousin who her mother said needed her care was now responsible for several professional positions in the adventure group. Are all necromancers so powerful? Impossible. The necromancers she had met before were all weak. Over there. Muhua suddenly stopped while walking. Before Taibesha could make a defensive posture, the 2 skeleton guards on the left and right had already blocked the 2 with shields. Bang! Muhua raised his gun and shot. Woof! Following the direction of the shooting, a strong hellhound barked and rushed out, and in the distance, the sound of skeleton guards fighting had already appeared. Boom! The fire suddenly rose, and Taibesha knew that it was the fireball cast by the hellhound named Monday. Damn hellhound, you actually wagged your tail and begged for mercy to a human. We should cooperate. I can easily free you. The exasperated demon said. There should be a demon who met Monday there. Despicable bastard, my master wants to see you. Of course, I need to teach you some manners first. Monday's tone was full of excitement and cruelty. And from that direction, only the roar of a beast remained. This is the Zilfi Mountains in the west of the courtyard. Taibesha accepted the task of exploring here from the Adventurers Guild. On the way to the destination, the 2 rescued a team of adventurers in distress. The situation of adventurers being in distress is not sudden. Even goblins have highly intelligent individuals. Humans hunt monsters, and monsters also hunt humans. In the courtyard, humans usually help victims when they encounter them, but there is no legal regulation for this. It is purely a behavior of moral common sense. Taibesha and Muhua did not have much interaction with those adventurers. Muhua's improper fireball technique scared away the pursuing monsters, and the team of adventurers also lost members. This resulted in Muhua not even picking up the spoils dropped by the ogres. Although he wanted to pick it up, it was Taibesha's contemptuous look like a villain that finally made him give up the spoils. And Muhua muttered something like cousin is the most troublesome, which earned Taibesha a sweet smile. In fact, Taibesha has a good temperament, young and beautiful, with the arrogance cultivated by a wealthy life, and the gentleness of an oriental woman. It's just that Muhua would bring her some surprises from time to time. Since meeting Muhua, Taibesha couldn't remember how many times she had lost her composure. Although Taibesha chose the melee career direction, she obviously has a better understanding of magic than Muhua now. At least Taibesha knew that the group fireballs were probably a spell module created by Muhua after a deep analysis of the fireball spell. She had seen some magicians who could create several floating fireballs around them. It was just that Muhua's attack was too refreshing, so refreshing that she even thought that Muhua could beat those powerful magicians to death with just the fireball spell. To be honest, there are not many examples of such deep analysis of low-level elemental magic. After all, if they had the time, the magicians would have already learned higher-level and more lethal magic. At most, some people were limited by the adaptability of magic power and could not learn higher-level magic. At that time, some magicians would compete with the elemental magic they were used to using. However, more people would still learn more kinds of magic to make their spellcasting methods more diverse. No one could say which one was better, it depended on the person, but Muhua's magic was still quite cost-effective in Taibesha's opinion. After all, at this age, and with such an attack effect, while Taibesha admired Muhua's talent for spellcasting, she did not say that Muhua wasted time and was not doing his job properly. Let's not talk about the fireball magic for now. When they arrived at the foot of Mount Zilfi, the chariot could not explore normally in this environment, so Muhua stuffed the chariot into the storage space again. Taibesha was surprised that Muhua's storage props were actually larger than her space. The girl really questioned how Samantha judged that this guy lived in poverty, or was it because he was more obsessed with money? Well, it should be. Earlier, after Muhua rescued the team of adventurers, he wanted to take the spoils, which was too righteous, and he didn't care that his companions had died. Look at Muhua, he summons beasts, develops magic deeply, and plays with potions, raises demons, and raises undeads. Taibesha is not sure what other tricks Muhua has, but she feels that Muhua must be more money-consuming than her, so it seems understandable that he is a little greedy for money. Muhua, your skeleton guards have increased again. The sound of fighting in the woods gradually subsided, and Taibesha put down her guard and said to Muhua, "There are clawed demons in the forest at the foot of this mountain. This kind of middle-level demon is very good at attacking, but ravens have very keen observation. Ravens, skeletons, and the banshee next to Muhua, who is extremely sensitive to living things." Along the way, Muhua has killed several clawed demons one after another, and even a clawed demon that has mastered stealth could not get within 50 meters of them. This made Taibesha feel that she was the one who was taken care of. Well, it has increased. Tuesday is a long-lost dead soul. She still has some family background. Muhua nodded and found another endorsement. Tuesday. How many skeleton guards do you have? Taibesha suddenly realized and looked at Tuesday, whose face was covered with black veil. Miss, that depends on the master's ability. After all, everything I have belongs to the master. Tuesday pursed his lips and chuckled, and his hoarse voice told imaginative words. Family, it's great. Taibesha kicked the weeds under her feet. Knowing that Tuesday didn't want to talk, she stopped asking and said enviously. In Taibesha's eyes, Tuesday was also very strange. When she had no entity, she looked like a banshee. When she transformed into an entity, she looked like a lich. Taibesha was not surprised that Muhua said that Tuesday was a long-lost dead soul. Anyway, she had never seen this kind of dead soul. Besha, don't say such things anymore. Taibesha's words were harmless, but Muhua still reminded her seriously. Slightly startled, Taibesha suddenly realized what a follower was. To put it nicely, it was a follower. To put it bluntly, it was a slave. The master might not mind hearing this, but it was hard to say what those beings who had signed a slavery contract with others would think. Followers cannot harm their masters, but they can still hate those other than their masters. Sorry, Taibesha said apologetically. Well, it's good that you understand. You can communicate with my follower at will. If you meet someone else, you should be more careful. Muhua didn't really know much about the concept of follower, and he was more cautious. Taibesha seemed to want to refute, but at this time Monday had already run back with a clawed demon with its arms torn off. Master, it's another projection. The clawed demons are cowardly and despicable. They are just maggots that can only hide in dark corners. Zhou-Yi threw the clawed demon in front of Muhua. The insulting words made the seriously injured clawed demon glance at the dog viciously. With 18% life, this clawed demon was really badly beaten. Both arms were gone, one of the calves was lost, the ribs collapsed, and a wound on the back exposed the spine. If this kind of injury was placed on a human, the human would basically be dead, but the demon's survival ability is really strong. At this time, it can still glare and be fierce. And this guy didn't suffer a fatal injury. If it was thrown aside, it would be a disability at most. Human, you will pay the price for this. Flotelli has remembered your breath. The claws from hell will eventually tear open your chest. Ignoring Monday, the clawed demon stared at Muhua with its vicious eyes. Why are you catching it? This kind of demon is usually a projection, and it is also disabled, so it will not surrender at all. Taibesha frowned. After the projected monster dies, it will return to hell, and at most it will lose some levels, and some attribute points due to the level. In these courtyards, they are more like players than humans. For these monsters, if their own behavior causes extreme emotions in other creatures, they can absorb more energy from them, which is more secure than the share in nature. Now that their bodies are severely disabled, even if they lose the wealth sacrificed during the projection, they usually choose to die and start over. Bala Taibesha didn't know what Muhua wanted to do by catching this claw demon, but Muhua sprayed a series of demon language at the claw demon at this time. Muhua's demon language has strange grammar and fast speaking speed. Taibesha briefly heard a few words, and her expression suddenly became strange. Bastard, I can understand the low-level language of humans. You don't need to speak demon language. The claw demon hesitated. It couldn't understand what Muhua was saying for a while. Blah blah. Muhua frowned, and removed some content from the same syllables. At this time, the claw demon finally understood what Muhua was saying. Among them, the bastard, dwarf, disgusting claws, say hello to your mother, the devil made you like this, and it's sorry for the eggshells you eat. After a short shock, the claw demon seemed to realize something, and the expression on his face turned from vicious to angry, and then from angry to terrified. Damn it! Despicable human, you are delusional. Kill me if you have the ability. Blah blah, no, if your body doesn't come down, I will pickle you and scold you. Besha, give it a cure, don't let it die. Facing the roar of the claw demon, Muhua's face was happy, and after a while of blah blah, he said to Taibesha. Taibesha stared at Muhua, who was full of interest. It was confirmed, just as she thought. Should we say that it was indeed an evil necromancer? In the long-term struggle with demons, humans have summed up the experience of completely destroying a certain projection demon, angering it all the time, until its real body descends. Then, either you die or I live. Although the success rate is low, some mature adventure teams are always happy to try it, and they always have a stinky mouth in their team. Of course, usually everyone will only put this activity on the Lord of the Courtyard or some regional leader-level monsters. It seems that it is really rare for someone like Muhua to catch an ordinary claw demon and start to spray. Chapter 79. Ha ha ha, human, you are very good. You make me feel the happiness I have never felt before. Your meanness will be appreciated by the devil, so? Puff. A claw demon confronting Monday ignored the skeleton guards, who besieged it, and stabbed its sharp claws into its chest, crushing its heart directly. Muhua was silent. This devil is so dramatic. No, beside Muhua, a disabled claw demon held in the hands of a skeleton guard made a helpless cry. In this dramatic scene, Taibesha's eyes were dull, and she was a little at a loss. Muhua caught a claw demon and greeted the claw demon's demon life with all kinds of despicable words. His starting point was nothing more than to let the claw demon's body come, and then kill it to make more income for himself. The claw demon is a middle-level demon, with a general physical fitness of 150 or more. Under normal circumstances, it is the level of a 4th-level demon, but because the middle-level demon already has a high growth potential, the upper limit has not been accurately assessed. Muhua doesn't like this cunning and solitary demon. He killed some claw demons along the way, but they were too few and too scattered, and they were all projections. Hunting them is time-consuming and laborious, and the harvest is somewhat unsatisfactory. This also led Muhua to have a crooked mind, and caught a claw demon to attack the demon body. Demons have high intelligence, but they are also notoriously irritable. And the claw demon is definitely a model of direct attack demons. They are not good at using magic. After being disabled, they don't even have the ability to commit suicide. Muhua boldly insulted it, but after the claw demon was irritable at first, it was a bit like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. It allowed Muhua to insult it, but it no longer paid attention to Muhua. It didn't fight back when it was beaten or scolded, and it just didn't release its true form to fight with Muhua. Muhua was a little unwilling to kill it directly, so he continued to explore with it. When he met other claw demons, Muhua deliberately carried it out, hoping that the claw demon in his hand would have the hope of fighting back and directly give him a true form. Unfortunately, the captured claw demon did not come in its true form, and when the other claw demons confirmed that they could not get rid of Muhua and his party, they directly chose to self-destruct. The claw demon just committed suicide so happily, and when Muhua complained about the unscrupulous nature of the demons, the claw demon caught by Muhua actually just hoped that its kind could kill it before dying. Master. Zhou Yi came to Muhua with a claw of the claw demon in his mouth. The Claw Demon is actually a very dangerous monster, but Monday with Bite LV30 is more dangerous. Although Muhua has many skeleton guards, Monday is actually the main force against the Claw Demon. The 30-centimeter long claws were left behind by the Claw Demon just now. It is not certain whether it is its own. The Claw Demon is also a projection. Magic Stone is a regular drop. That thing is probably equivalent to the magic core of the main body monster. Although the projection monster will lose level and attributes and lose property after death, it is still much better than real death. Including a large pile of magic silver or picked up by the skeleton guard, these are all sacrificed items as the price of the Claw Demon's projection. Projection is not something you can cast if you want. The poor guy is only worthy of the main body coming. If he dies, he will be completely dead. What's the use of you? Muhua cursed, raised his hand, and slapped the Claw Demon held by the skeleton guard. The Claw Demon's dark eyeballs were slapped and rolled back, and Taibesha's eyelids were twitching. At this moment, Muhua was not as kind as usual, and looked like a gangster thug who came to collect debts. Muhua was very angry. The suicidal Claw Demon crushed his heart, and the magic stone that was supposed to drop. Muhua felt that he had lost a lot. Muhua, the claws of the Claw Demon are not bad, and they can be considered rare drops. Taibesha comforted him. A lump of magic silver is quite large. After exchanging, it can be exchanged for about 50 or 60 magic silver coins, which is more than tens of thousands of credit points. But the value of the sacrificed items required for the projection of monsters is linked to their strength. After all, it is a middle-level demon. Obviously, this magic silver ore is not enough for the Claw Demon to project. The claws of the Claw Demon are a good material for forging sharp weapons, which can increase the sharpness of the weapon. As the strength of this highly aggressive demon increases, the claws will continue to strengthen. They are good at assassination and sneak attacks, and are a kind of demon that can achieve cross-level killing with their natural claws. Some Claw Demons that have reached the advanced level are very cruel, but they are also the targets that demons like to hunt, because their claws are very good weapon forging materials, and the claws of the demon general level Claw Demons can even compete with dragon claws. Finger claws are usually the most desired drops from Claw Demons. It should be pretty good. Muhua materialized the Night Demon Knife, intending to let the Night Demon Knife absorb this finger claw. However, after changing his mind, he dispersed the Night Demon Knife and materialized a bullet. The bullet was attached to the finger claw, and the finger claw softened and liquefied, and was absorbed by the bullet like an energy body in a moment. Sensing this special weapon bullet, after absorbing this finger claw, the bullet increased the penetration property of about 40. Rubbish. Muhua muttered softly. A very ordinary claw, which should be obtained by the suicidal Claw Demon after killing other Claw Demons in hell. Projected monsters will drop some flesh and blood tissue after death, but generally will not drop their own. It's not that no one uses soul special weapons to condense firearms, but its upper limit is still a bit low. For long-range weapons, bows and arrows are more suitable for long-term practice. Taibesha frowned and shook her head. Muhua found that Taibesha was actually very easy to understand. In Taibesha's mouth, there are 3 ways to call Muhua: cousin, Mu, and Muhua. When calling cousin, Taibesha's voice sounded the best, as if she had practiced countless times. When calling Muhua, it was the most natural. Since practicing with Muhua, Taibesha usually called Muhua by his name. And Mu was a name she used when she was dissatisfied. Taibesha always felt that Muhua was not doing his job properly. Soul's special weapon was indeed a very convenient ability, but basically no one would waste time on its training. And Taibesha found that Muhua's Soul's special weapon was very well trained. He not only had a knife, but also a gun and a bullet. Damn jam, sweetheart. Guns have great advantages in low-end battles, but after the battle intensity increases to a certain level, the bullet speed is constant. Even if you play with the gun skills, a bullet is still a bullet. Bows and arrows can combine blood and energy, and can perform long-range combat skills. Some powerful bow combat skills are even more magical than magic. A powerful warrior may not be afraid of guns, but who wouldn't be cautious when seeing a high-level monster with a bow? But Muhua used his soul-specific weapon to make a gun. Brother, how much does it cost to buy a good gun? With your soul strength, when will it be possible for that bullet to reach the level of a high-level exorcism bullet? Even if you let it absorb a dragon tooth, it has to be able to hit a person. Taibesha felt that Muhua was simply wasting the gift of nature. This claw is very ordinary. Anyway, the claws of the sharp Claw Demon have the characteristic of upper limit compatibility. I am still used to using guns. It is not a waste to strengthen the bullet first. Focusing on the disabled claw demon, Mu Hua obviously misunderstood Taibesha's meaning. He thought Taibesha said that he was wasting the claws by integrating them into the bullet. In addition to being related to the spiritual attributes, the strength of the soul special weapon can also be strengthened with some special materials, and the claws of the sharp claw demon are one of them. It's just that the claws of the sharp claw demon cannot be repeatedly strengthened for the soul special weapon. Just like this claw with a sharpness plus 40, if Mu Hua makes another claw with a sharpness plus 80 in the future and integrates it into the bullet, the penetration characteristic added to the bullet will not be 120, but only the gain of the stronger one, with a penetration plus 80. I'm not talking about the claw. Taibesha was a little angry. Oh, a bow, I have a bow. I have both a bow and arrows. Mu Hua materialized Jam Sweetheart, loaded the bullets, put them on his shoulders, and said casually, well, Mu Hua can indeed have a bow and arrow. He has used skill stones to stack his soul special weapon to level 10. It's just a bow and arrow. He just doesn't have time to practice it now. Taibesha was silent. She didn't want to pay attention to Mu Hua. Didn't this guy treat the soul special weapon as a big toy? He can be so arrogant just because he has talent? Mu, what should we do with this claw demon? You don't want to carry it all the time, do you? Taibesha stopped discussing the slightly hurtful soul special weapon with Mu Hua and looked at the desperate claw demon in the hands of the skeleton guard and asked. The devil has a long life. Knowing that the body will die when it descends, it will not give in. Your method of simply insulting them is useless. To anger the demons, you need to cheat more. Moreover, demons are very cunning. Even if the strategy team wants to cheat them, it is not easy. Taibesha advised Mu Hua. Strategy team? Acting? Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Human, let's make peace. I promise that I will never be your enemy again in the future. We can cooperate. I can make sure that you will not be attacked by any demons in this mountain area. Hearing the conversation between the two, the claw demon who was being dragged begged for mercy. Why are you my enemy? Do I have to help you become the king? Mu Hua was disdainful, and the claw demon was angry. How about a slavery contract? Seeing that the claw demon had entered a half-dead state again, Mu Hua rubbed his chin and asked. The real body needs to come to sign the contract. The claw demon rolled his pure black eyes. If you are willing to sign the contract, I will definitely not hurt you. Mu Hua had a gentle face. Yes, you won't hurt me, but you can kill me at any time. The claw demon gnashed his teeth. Yes, you don't even have to let me die. With the pitiful lifespan of humans, I may not live long either. The claw demon said disdainfully. No, I love my followers. Look at Monday. I even helped it evolve from a black evil dog to a hellhound. Moreover, with my qualifications, I should be able to live for a long time. Mu Hua waved his hand to let Monday come forward. Master, you shouldn't waste time on such low-level scum. These despicable rats don't even have the potential to evolve, and it is impossible for them to complete the slavery contract. This scum has only suspicion and betrayal in its brain. It will only disobey your kindness. Let me tear it apart. Mu Hua wanted Zhou Yi to teach by example. Although the slavery contract was not something that could be signed just by talking, it was obvious that Zhou Yi did not like to expand Mu Hua's team of followers. Yes, kill it. Zhou Yi said sinisterly behind Mu Hua. Well, it was not just Zhou Yi. The Silent Tuesday also showed great resistance at this time. Haha, a hellhound that accepts human slavery. Trash, you are the scum, demons will never be slaves. The words of the followers caused the claw demon to scream. This guy had already broken the jar and thrown it. Struggling crazily, the claw demon twisted his broken body in the hands of the skeleton guard. Demons are suspicious, and it is difficult for even demons to complete the slavery contract. Even in the face of the threat of death, it may not be that they don't want to sign, but they know that they can't sign it at all. As long as there is no slavery contract, the demon is so stubborn. Cousin, what about that? Forget it. Taibesha was entangled, feeling that standing with this claw demon, they were the cruel villains. If the slavery contract was so easy to sign, everyone would have a demon follower long ago. Ah, put it down. Mu Hua sighed, and asked the skeleton guard to throw the claw demon to the ground. Let's promise, don't let me see you stretch out your claws in front of me again. Mu Hua took the war hammer from Taibesha. Of course I swear. I will never appear in front of you again. Being stepped on by Mu Hua, the claw demon, who seemed to be about to face the fate of death, was full of excitement. Devil's oath? Ha, forget it, bye. Mu Hua raised the war hammer. Well, thank you. The claw demon looked happy. Bang! The head was shattered, and Mu Hua smashed the clawed demon's head with a hammer. Looking at the happy expression of the clawed demon before his death, and watching Mu Hua pick up the magic stone, and 2 crystallized red-eyed demon eyeballs dropped by the clawed demon with satisfaction, Taibesha's eyelids twitched again. Chapter 80. On the north slope of Mount Zilfi, there is a forest area of nearly 3 kilometers. This area should be occupied by the clawed demons. The clawed demons here fight each other. Mu Hua and Taibesha killed more than 10 clawed demons in the forest belt on the north slope, photographed the range of the clawed demons, recorded and marked them, and then the 2 of them directly crossed the forest belt. The clawed demon is a kind of demon that people love and hate. They are not good at using magic, but they are very aggressive. They don't like to live in groups, but they have a very deadly sneak attack ability. And their claws are a good forging material, but it is precisely because they have blade-like claws that they almost don't carry weapons. And they usually don't drop the claws of the clawed demon. The sacrificial items are mostly valuable parts from other monsters, which are probably the harvest they hunt in hell. The spellcasting ability is poor, and the magic stone has no other use except making magic guide units. All these things make the clawed demon a kind of poor ghost to find by humans, and you can hardly get equipment drops from them. Claws are weapons, skin is armor. Unlike humans, many demons do not need to wear clothes. Male demons can shrink their indescribable parts into their bodies, and the sensitive parts that humans consider as vital points will grow protective armor. Some female demons will wear ornaments to cover their bodies, but that is more to highlight their charm. When demons wear clothes and armor, they are probably good equipment. The clawed demons in the North Slope Forest Belt are poor naked ghosts, generally not exceeding level 80, and their physical fitness is between 150 and 250. These data were recorded by Taibesha one by one, which could be converted into contribution points, and were also their mission. After leaving the forest, there were no large areas of vegetation covering the hillside. Take out the chariot, and activate the floating mode if the mountain road is difficult to climb. In the flat area, if you encounter a small number of weak monsters, Taibesha will turn into a road killer and drive directly to hit them. Kill those who can be hit to death, crush those who can be crushed, and basically become the dead souls under the car when encountering some poor goblins along the way. Humans will never give up any advantage in the battle with monsters, unless they are too poor. Although Mount Zilfi is located on the edge of the Goblin Kingdom, the goblins here are obviously not doing well. Climbing up the mountainside, the 2 encountered monsters that needed to be recorded again. A large number of little demons emerged from some pits in the mountain. These little demons are also called little monsters. They are all hatched from demon eggs, which are equivalent to demon babies. Most of the little monsters look like crazy monkeys, and have not awakened any demon blood, but in terms of combat power, low-level goblins will be torn to pieces when they encounter them. They have sharp claws and teeth. Although they are the lowest among the lowest demon species, the little monsters are much more aggressive than low-level goblins. And they are smarter. Mu Hua and Taibesha have killed many little demons, but more than 90% of them are projections. There are not many shelters around the sloping mountains. Mu Hua and Taibesha use the chariot as a support to kill the little demons attacking from all directions. Ordinary guns are difficult to attack, so the 2 of them picked up their weapons and fought these little demons in close combat. The attributes of the little demons are very diverse. Some tend to be physical, and some tend to be intellectual and spiritual. According to Mu Hua's observation, their IQ is not too high. Those who can leap corpses are mostly those who tend to grow in intelligence and spirit. It seems that the larval stage of demons is still dominated by physical strength. The little demons here seem to be selected and raised, otherwise there should be more corpses. After all, demons like to lay eggs. If there are groups of little demons, there should be many illegal immigrants who hatched in the courtyard. They must be the real bodies. The strength is low enough, the life level is also low, and the items sacrificed during projection are also cheaper. These little demons will drop animal skins and ores, some hold inferior metal weapons, and even broken and damaged accessories, armor fragments and other garbage. Although it may be a flood in hell, there is no law to protect miners in hell, and it is difficult for little demons to gather such uniform specifications. From the drops of the little demons, Mu Hua further confirmed that the little demons here may also be raised in hell. The number of demons running all over the mountain was terrifying at first glance, but after careful observation, there were only about 700 to 800 of them. The attributes of these demons were generally between 30 and 70, which was much higher than that of ordinary demons, but they did not pose any threat to Mu Hua and Taibesha. Taibesha was wearing armor, and did not use a shield hammer. She swung a big sword like a windmill and rushed to where the demons gathered. The girl, who was usually pretty and dignified, was not a show-off in battle. The big sword slashed the sky with blood foam, and she never minded crushing the demons she caught into a pile of rotten meat. With blood-stained armor and bare hands and feet, Mu Hua might call Taibesha a lady instead of a girl when facing her in battle. 11 skeleton guards chased and hacked at the running little demons. Mu Hua and Taibesha were each guarded by 2 skeleton guards. Mu Hua did not run around to kill, but observed the surroundings in a place with a wider field of vision, hacking at the little demons who tried to attack him. The little demons were very crazy. They were much more fierce and fearless than goblins. In this unknown environment, the blind raven was responsible for full-time monitoring. The raven hovering in the sky monitored the situation within a few miles. If a powerful monster was encountered, Mu Hua was ready to tell Taibesha to run away. The brown rocks were stained red with black and purple blood. There were not only little demons here, but when Mu Hua and the others started a full-scale fight with the little demons, 2 hell werewolves appeared on the high hillside. However, the 2 werewolves had no tendency to join the battle, and Mu Hua did not find more werewolves around. After throwing 2 identification techniques, Mu Hua was on guard against them, but he did not retreat and flee because of them. Hell werewolves are a kind of middle-level demon that is difficult to locate. After their bloodline awakens, their combat power is generally only at the level of level 3 or 4 demons. But compared with other middle-level demons, they can usually grow quickly to the level of level 6 or 7 demons. Contrary to other demons that accumulate strength and then burst out, once they enter the level of high-level demons, their growth will become very slow. This is also a demon that tends to fight in close combat, but very few hell werewolves have a physical fitness of more than 600, and they have hair and are afraid of fire. These make their identity in hell very embarrassing. Even some demons weaker than them will look down on them. The attributes of the 2 hell werewolves on the hillside are around 200. In Mu Hua's eyes, they are wolf cubs. Even if Mu Hua used the identification technique on them, the 2 werewolves did not get angry. The hell werewolves were cruel, but also cautious, which made Mu Hua ignore them to a certain extent. Besha, don't kill them too far away. Mu Hua shouted to Taibesha after slashing a little demon that jumped up. These little demons are about 1 meter tall, but they like to run on all 4s, and they feel shorter when they run around. Mu Hua used his habit of chopping black dogs, and it was easy to chop the little demons. However, they run very fast and have strong vitality. In close combat, it is very troublesome to attack them with guns. Got it! Taibesha responded from a distance and glanced at the hell werewolves on the hillside. The big sword was ready, and 3 silver lights were continuously drawn out of the body, chopping the little demons behind her into pieces, and Taibesha killed back to where Mu Hua was. Continuous slashing is a similar combat skill to the continuous strikes she used with the hammer, but when using the war hammer, Taibesha can hit 5 hammers with full force in one breath. I think she is more accustomed to using war hammers. Do you want to attack them? The number of little demons on the hillside continued to decrease. Taibesha returned to Mu Hua and looked at the hell werewolves in the distance. At this time, it was difficult for the little demons to besiege Mu Hua. The skeleton guards, including Tuesday, also killed a lot with sickles. Monday often caused chaos among the little demons. The snake tail with crazy toxins caused many little demons to fall into cannibalism. With the complete death of the projected monster, the blood stains on the rocks dissipated immediately, but after dissipating, they were quickly dyed black and purple by new blood stains. Mu Hua looked in the direction of the hell werewolves. The reason why the hell werewolves have the word hell is because they are mixed with humans and gave birth to 2 groups of demons. 2 demon tribes with greater growth potential than the hell werewolves are werewolves and vampires. They are 2 demon tribes that can control their own demonic nature to a certain extent, and are more famous than other demons. In order to distinguish the werewolves among the demons, the werewolves, who are pure-blooded demons, are called hell werewolves. Unlike the norm, the mixed blood werewolves have greater growth potential than the hell werewolves. As for the reason, there is no need to say more at this time. At this time, the 2 3-meter tall and strong hell werewolves also observed Taibesha cautiously. Do you want to go down? A werewolf, with claw marks on his face, asked the one-eyed werewolf. Forget it, that hellhound and that female human are not easy to deal with. The one-eyed werewolf shook his head. I haven't listened to the wailing of humans for a long time. You can try. I can help you catch the necromancer. The young necromancer can only cast some low-level curses at most, but we are not afraid of curses. Haha, Dread, you are still so insidious. Why don't I catch the necromancer? The claw-marked werewolf showed a ferocious smile on his face, and stared at the one-eyed werewolf fiercely. Mu Hua couldn't hear the conversation between the two werewolves, but in his sight, the two werewolves saw that the little devil was almost killed, so they withdrew and ran away, and soon got into the Rocky Mountain Road. The two hell werewolves didn't seem to take Mu Hua seriously from beginning to end. Mu Hua originally wanted to fight against this kind of fire-fearing demon, but the werewolves retreated too quickly. If it was not necessary, Mu Hua didn't want to rush into this unfamiliar terrain. However, if Mu Hua heard the conversation between the two werewolves, he would probably ask Tabitha to drive the chariot, step on the accelerator, and introduce them to his not-so-serious fireball magic. Chapter 81. At Benson Manor, Samantha sat on the spacious balcony, staring at the vegetation in the garden in a daze. Helen brought a cup of fragrant black tea and stood quietly behind Samantha. Her slender fingers stroked the tea set. Time did not leave too many traces on Samantha. But the tea sets, drinks, flowers, and clothes that she once liked seemed to have changed. Everything faded, and it seemed that only the persistence of the vows made in youth remained. Helen, Mu Hua has a strong defensive mentality towards me. Samantha sighed. It should not be just towards you. Helen shook her head. Yes, he must have suffered a lot over the years. I should have brought him here earlier. He has a high talent and is hard-working enough. Samantha was silent for a short time and sighed. Hard-working? Samantha, he seems to have gotten together with Kuna. Helen looked strange. Getting together? Samantha was stunned. Yeah, that's what you think. Helen nodded. But Kuna isn't. Oh, this age isn't right, is it? Samantha's tone turned from surprise to displeasure. They haven't confirmed their relationship. They're probably just bedmates. But even if they're bedmates. Samantha frowned, not knowing what to say for a moment. Maybe he prefers mature women. Helen spread her hands and analyzed. Samantha was silent. This seemed to make sense, but... Oh, forget it. Young people, they probably settled down after playing for 2 years. Kuna is one of us anyway. There won't be any trouble. Haven't those little beasts gone to Bear Pig Town yet? Compared to the leniency she showed when she mentioned Mu Hua, Samantha's tone changed and became obviously bad. Not yet. They have shaken off their contacts, and have been very busy recently. Helen replied. Huh? Ivy wants the young master of the Caesar family to introduce Webster to her. He should be trying to form a strategy team. Mu Siyun is very close to the Naden group, and has recently attended several balls held by the Bridges noble family. Dick applied through an agent to become a logistics staff member of a new brigade. He should be applying for resignation these days. A few days ago, they were notified of the start of the trial, and have been urged to go to Bear Pig Town as soon as possible to participate in the trial. Helen said carefully. Oh, they are all very attentive. The strategy committee, the arms group, and the new brigade, maybe it would be a good idea to let them sell the Benson family. Samantha sneered. I'm afraid they will sell it too quickly and implicate the eldest lady. Mu Hua needs to adapt to Loren, and the eldest lady also needs more time to learn to be independent. Helen frowned. Well, didn't Kuna want to make black gloves? If she can occupy Bear Pig Town with her own ability, let her do it. Samantha thought for a moment and said to Helen. The bright sunshine, insects, birdsong, and tranquility were everywhere in the manor. Samantha invited Helen to sit with her. The two chatted from time to time and quietly enjoyed the afternoon time. At the same time, Taibesha and Mu Hua in the courtyard of 375 faced another scene. Cousin, I found that you are really versatile. With you, we don't even need to find a dismantler. On the gravel hillside, Taibesha watched Mu Hua smelting the bodies of the little demons one by one, and said to Mu Hua in a flattering tone. Almost all of the 700 or 800 little demons were killed, leaving more than 100 bodies in total. The magic stones dropped were picked up by the skeleton guards and ravens, and Mu Hua collected the bodies of these little demons into the furnace. You'd better find a dismantler. Let me make it clear first. My alchemy skills are not very good. After decomposition, only some pieces of meat will be left. Fur, bones, and even magic cores are hard to leave. I can only deal with some garbage at most. Mu Hua doesn't mind doing hard labor in collecting corpses. However, after he cleaned up, what was left were all things that were not allowed to see the light. It would be fine if it was a worthless low-level monster. What if a valuable monster was turned into a pile of meat by him in one furnace? He couldn't take out other things. If anyone didn't jump up and down with him, it would be strange. In order to avoid disputes in the future, the pit should be dug in advance. If Taibesha wants to form a team, Mu Hua will not covet the corpses of those monsters. After all, he can fly alone, And he still has the Abyss Island, right? Oh! So, is your soul fire also due to a talent mutation? That's no wonder. Taibesha thought thoughtfully. In his 20s, he has high attributes and strong magic. If he can reach the level of a genuine alchemist, he is indeed a bit of a monster. According to Muhua, Taibesha is more likely to accept it. The corpses of the little demons are basically worthless. Their skins cannot even be used to make the lowest level magic scrolls, and their magic cores are not up to standard. Muhua said to collect garbage, and Taibesha just regarded it as environmental protection. I don't know if it's because the little demons have no magic skills, or talents. More than 100 corpses, not a single 100 refinement secret stone was melted. Physical crystals *3, intelligence crystals *7, not to mention other bits and pieces, but Muhua got a skill stone that surprised him very much. Mage's Hand LV1, use magic to hold objects in the air within the sight range, 2% intelligence attribute conversion power, each point of intelligence increases the reach distance by 1 meter. The magic that truly accompanies a mage for life. With it, the mage has the ability to fight continuously, and it also makes up for most of the mage's power deficiencies, to a large extent. The seemingly floating staffs around some mages are mostly caused by this magic. Magic is mysterious, and the lethality of attack magic is indeed very high. But if you rely solely on those attack magics, the mage's magic power can't withstand the consumption of high-intensity combat, and it is difficult to cope with protracted battles. With Muhua's current magic power, each time he casts a fireball spell, he consumes about 5% of his magic power, and the interval between consecutive castings of the fireball spell is about 5 seconds. In other words, Muhua can cast 20 fireball spells in 2 minutes with burst casting. Even if it is just an ordinary fireball spell, the mage has a very terrifying output among the same level combat professionals. Then, there is no magic power. Although Muhua's current magic power value is not high, the fireball spell is only a primary magic, and this does not count the magic shield, which consumes a lot of magic. The direct result of the extremely high burst ability is the lack of follow-up. In addition to rationally playing their own magic consumption, a magic that consumes less magic and can organize effective attacks for a long time has become a necessary means for mages. This is the importance of the seemingly insignificant magic of the mage's hand. An ordinary scum can probably lift a weight of 100 kilograms, that is, under normal circumstances, a physical attribute of 5 has a strength of 100 kilograms. But the physical attribute also includes various elements of the body. If 5 points of physical fitness are converted into 5 points of pure strength, 5 points of strength is about 200 kilograms. After absorbing the 7 intelligence crystals just obtained, Muhua's intelligence rose to 73 points. The mage's hand converts 2% of intelligence, that is, the mage's hand has a strength of about 1.4 and can lift a weight of about 56 kilograms. This weight seems to be insignificant, let alone in front of adventurers with high physical fitness. Even in front of ordinary people, it is a bit ridiculous. But let's not talk about Muhua's low intelligence. The 2% intelligence conversion rate is only the initial standard of the mage's hand. If nothing unexpected happens, with the improvement of training, the mage's hand should be able to increase the intelligence conversion rate by 2% per level. In addition to its extension distance, as long as the distance is widened and a good sword is picked up, a high-intelligence mage can chop the knight to tears. The power of this magic depends entirely on the intelligence attribute and the level of spell training. With high intelligence and high training, it can make the mage and the barbarian arm wrestle. The only flaw is that the mage's hand itself is easier to be broken up and needs to be attacked with weapons. But the key is that it consumes low mana, and very low mana. It is the fundamental guarantee for the mage to continue fighting on the battlefield, and it is also the only choice for mages to pretend to be cool on weekdays. He happily absorbed the mage's hand. Although his intelligence is not up to par, Muhua's path as a mage is becoming more and more perfect. Chapter 82. Using the mage's hand, a vague shadow, like an air snake, emerged from Muhua's body. Although it is not invisible, the vague shadow is like the hazy air under the scorching heat, and it will be ignored if you are not careful. The top of the vague air snake, which is as thick as an arm, does not have the shape of a palm, but Muhua can make it grasp objects flexibly like 5 fingers. A short knife dropped by a little demon more than 10 meters away was picked up by the mage's hand, and the short knife was thrown in the air by Muhua in various trajectories, like a flying sword. Mages do not practice martial arts, only magicians who cannot learn the mage's hand practice martial arts. Mages play with spears, and mages who practice martial arts are all losers. Mages who can't play close combat are so reserved. The short knife was taken back by Mu Hua from a distance and floated in front of Mu Hua. Identification was thrown on. Metal short knife. Sharp as 30. Such a rusty dagger is actually an equipment, which means that the dagger is mixed with magic metal. However, Mu Hua's focus is not on the dagger. An identification spell will consume about 1% of Mu Hua's magic power, but this 1% of magic power is enough for Mu Hua to use the magician's hand to hold the dagger and stab for 10 minutes, and this is still calculated based on Mu Hua's current magic value. Mage's hand? Taibesha was slightly surprised. She was more or less used to Mu Hua's erudition. Mu Hua made bone shields and inherent magic, and most of the magicians at the demon hunter level could not learn the magician's hand. Taibesha was somewhat numb. Jia the little demon screamed. Puff after the sound of a blunt knife cutting leather, Mu Hua stabbed the dagger into the heart of a little demon. The little devil twitched twice in the skeleton guard's hands, and then became motionless. The mage's hand is controlled by consciousness, and the speed depends on the frequency of thinking. Within the extended range, it is like controlling one's own arm. The warrior's eyes and hands are steady and fierce, while the mage's eyes and hands are far and fast. Doing things with the mage's hand does not feel laborious or stressful. It seems to have a sense of touch, and it is like a controllable mechanical arm. Grabbing and lifting heavy objects will only feel whether it can be lifted, but if it can't be lifted, it can't be lifted, and it's useless to hold back the strength on your face. So the mage is elegant in various ways, pretending. Sensitive, but numb, a very strange feeling. When trying, Mu Hua lifted up the little devil in the hands of another skeleton guard. The mage's hand pinched the little devil's neck, allowing the little devil weighing less than 100 pounds to struggle and tear in midair. Mu Hua could even feel the pulse on the little devil's neck and the force of the struggle. The little devil tore the neck range, which would make Mu Hua feel that the mage's hand would be torn apart by it at any time. But the little devil's claws passed through the extension of the air snake as if they passed through the air. Mu Hua nodded secretly. This was also his first time to experience the magician's hand. It seemed that the magician's hand was not an arm made of magic. Although it had a vague extension shape, only the hand part was an energy structure produced by the combination of magic and the caster's consciousness. It was a very convenient and practical ability. It could lift and drag, kill people, and set fires without delay. However, this thing could not pull the caster's body, nor could it become a medium for performing combat skills. It could not cast spells. It could only chop with a knife. It could fly the sword, but it could not fly with the sword, and don't expect to use it to draw blood in this life. What are you going to do with these little demons? Taibesha looked at the little demons that Mu Hua lifted up in the air with some envy, or rather, she envied the magician's hand that was holding the little demons. Warriors may not be inferior to mages, but they usually envy the magician's strange abilities. And the magician's hand is a universal magic, and learning it does not even require magic adaptability. Taibesha had tried to comprehend it, but unfortunately she consumed more than 10 volumes of magic books and did not learn it, so she could only give up this interesting magic temporarily. Do you like it? I teach you later. Throwing the little demon held by the magician's hand to the skeleton guard, Mu Hua turned around and said to Taibesha with a smile. Not for the time being, I don't plan to be distracted by it. Feeling that Mu Hua was showing off a bit, Taibesha shook her head, rolled her eyes at Mu Hua, and asked Mu Hua again why he was catching the little demons. The battle was over long ago. In addition to the little demons that were killed, the skeleton guards also caught 4 or 5 alive. Didn't I tell you that he fainted the day before yesterday? I'm studying magic, and these should be the main bodies. I need to use them for some experiments. Mu Hua emphasized this by asking the skeleton guard to bring a little demon in front of him. Taibesha chuckled lightly, with a rather strange smile, and stopped asking Mu Hua, and went to look through the dropped items that were picked up. Mu Hua didn't lie this time, but he repeatedly emphasized the fainting incident, which made Taibesha feel interesting. Soul transformation, it was all caused by that skill stone. Now Mu Hua has a lot of strange knowledge in his head, which covers a wide range of aspects, but seems to be extremely incomplete. Because the direction that this knowledge ultimately points to seems to be the creation of souls. Yes, it is a soul, not a ghost. But Mu Hua couldn't figure it out. What's the point of making that thing with so much effort and resources? Wouldn't it be better to just catch a human and extract the soul? The only application that Mu Hua could think of in this regard is magical life and undead derivation. But undead derivation is a complete high-level magic, and there is no knowledge related to magical life in soul transformation. Well, let's not talk about making souls for now. There are still many valuable things in soul transformation. For example, Mu Hua is very sensitive to souls now. As long as the soul strength is not as high as his, he can feel whether the monster is a projection or the real body. If the normal soul gives him a healthy sense with a luster, then the soul of the projected monster is like a defective product covered with cracks, and will break at any time. For soul transformation, those projected souls have no room for operation. And if it is the real body of the monster, Mu Hua seems to be able to interfere with it to a great extent in their evolution and growth. Although he had mastered some secret techniques in soul transformation, Mu Hua did not dare to try it on his own family members without actual operation. He asked the skeleton guard to press a little devil to the ground, and Mu Hua reached out to touch the little devil's body. The next moment, the palm of a physical body, the little devil of a physical body, but Mu Hua's palm penetrated into the body of the little devil as if it was in the water. There was nothing in the little devil's fall that Taibesha cared about. Looking back at Mu Hua's situation, Taibesha let out a light exclamation. Soul surgery, a technique targeting the root of the blood of monsters. This is a strange ability I learned from a magic book in my early years. It was not until a few days ago that I seemed to have truly integrated it. Taibesha came closer, and Mu Hua habitually added a persona to himself. The little demon was struggling and twisting, but Mu Hua's hand penetrated its body, but neither of them felt any discomfort, and the scene was very strange. What can this do? Taibesha was curious, and the pressed little demon was still struggling. It should help monsters choose the direction of evolution, right? Mu Hua's tone was not sure. For example, this little demon, its roots have werewolf blood, horror blood, bam demon blood, tsk, it's so mixed, there are even spider demon and Medusa blood. Mu Hua frowned and stared at the little demon's body, as if observing something, and Monday and Tuesday also came to Mu Hua at this time. Then what? Taibesha asked in surprise. Well, it is impossible to force the activation of blood evolution. Mu Hua frowned deeper, and his inquiring expression was like a crazy scholar. If it is willing to cooperate, I can guide it to evolve towards the desired blood. But, Mu Hua rubbed his chin in thought. Well, if you start its evolution without enough resources, the evolution of spider demon or Medusa will almost certainly fail. The werewolf and terror bloodlines have a certain chance of success. If it happens to start the evolution of Bam Demon, it will most likely activate the werewolf bloodline or spider demon bloodline. Even if it evolves successfully, it will eventually become a monster. Mu Hua's face gradually revealed a hint of realization. Can the master interfere with its evolution? Monday barked. If it cooperates. Look at me. See what other bloodlines I have. Monday was in high spirits. Demons are more chaotic in some aspects, especially when they are blown by the Asmodean monsoon from time to time. The Asmodean monsoon will not only make demons have some indescribable restlessness, but also erase the reproductive isolation between demons and other species. That period is the time of reproduction and carnival for demons. This also leads to the fact that the bloodlines in the roots of most demons are quite complicated, but they can usually only perceive the bloodlines of their predecessors, that is, the dominant race of their parents. When a demon starts to evolve, it is possible to activate the synchronous evolution of other bloodlines. Failure means death, and incompatibility turns into a deformed monster, which also makes the evolution of demons full of uncertainty. Wait, I take a look. The palm was pulled out of the little demon. Mu Hua confirmed that the little demon was still alive, and had no adverse effects. He did not attack Shou-Yi directly, but observed the other little demon. Chapter 83. On the hillside wasteland, the slightly cold air spread the silence under the snow-capped peaks. Mu Hua and his party squatted on a slightly flat gravel ground. Two little demons were carried by the skeleton guards. Not far away, two pools of rotten meat that could no longer be recognized brought a strong stench to the air. Taibesha discovered the magic of Mu Hua again. He could actually catalyze the evolution of demons. Although the two little demons that started the evolution earlier eventually turned into a pool of rotten meat. But Taibesha had never seen the actual evolution of demons. Even in this somewhat bad scene, Taibesha did not have any disgust. Red-eyed demon, are you sure? Mu Hua asked a little demon lying in front of him. And these little demons, who were crazy in front of Mu Hua earlier, were unusually well behaved at this time. Just like patients in emergency consultation in front of doctors. The little demons have low IQs, but they are not unable to communicate. The reason for this situation is that these little demons found that Mu Hua seemed to be able to help them evolve. However, none of these little demons could sign a slavery contract with Mu Hua. The option of using the Philosopher's Stone to increase their evolution success rate was directly ignored by Mu Hua. The evolution success rate of these little demons is extremely low. Since they cannot sign a slavery contract, they are not afraid of death. Even if they want to evolve into a higher bloodline, like Medusa, Muhua will not ask too much. These little demons are still Muhua's experimental subjects. Muhua asked casually, and the little demon, who was waiting for medical treatment, nodded, and the dark eyes on his ugly little face revealed excitement. The red-eyed demon bloodline in the root of the little demon was aroused, and the little demon's body suddenly showed complex magic patterns. Muhua and others quickly retreated. Bang! Yes, another pool of rotten meat. After trying a few little demons, Muhua had basically figured out the basics of the soul transformation and the evolution of monsters. The only two little demons left saw another failed case, and their originally excited expressions gradually became hesitant. The gentleness in the dark eyes began to turn into suspicion and coldness. Muhua glanced at the two little demons. Kill them. There is no use. When Muhua said coldly, the two skeleton guards twisted the necks of the two little demons with a crack. He called Monday to come forward, and Monday obediently lay in front of Muhua. The spell was launched, and Muhua's palm reached into Monday's body. Hey dog, you are lucky to meet me. Muhua grinned after checking Monday's situation. Barsa Demon, Maro Fire Demon, Baron Demon, Claw Demon, Znam, Soul Hunter Demon, and even Dream Demon, haha, I think you will be dead sooner or later. The blood in Monday's origin is really a hodgepodge, among which the Soul Hunter Demon is Cerberus, the three-headed hellhound in Monday's mouth. It is also thanks to the fact that it devoured the hellhound when it evolved. Any of its blood is more vigorous than the blood of the hellhound, especially the blood of the black evil dog. If it had not devoured the hellhound, it would probably have grown two heads directly. That thing has nothing to do with a two-headed hellhound. It is a genuine two-headed Volif, a mid-level magic beast in the evolutionary genealogy of the black evil dog. Bastard. Tuesday looked down on Muhua behind him. This time, Monday didn't bother to quarrel with Tuesday, but stuck out his tongue at Muhua with a flattering look. Great master, do you think I can evolve into a fire demon? The fire demon is a demon group with potential no less than the three-headed dog of hell. If the gluttony bloodline can be successfully activated, it will be the symbol of destruction in hell. If it is said that the bloodline of original sin is blessed, the three-headed dog of hell is no worse than the fire demon, but the fire demon is more respected in hell, and the three-headed dog of hell is the symbol of villains. After knowing that he has the bloodline of the fire demon, Monday obviously has a little idea again. This dog walks on the road of not recognizing relatives. It is so open. Don't think about it, it's incompatible. The three-headed dog of hell should be able to master the fire of Gehenna, right? Just be your dog. Muhua pulled out his palm, and Monday drooped his tail in disappointment. You are really big. Muhua's interaction with his family made Taibesha complain. Look at the rotten meat next to him. It's still warm. Are you thinking about the three-headed dog of hell? Muhua and Zhou Yi looked at Taibesha. Zhou Yi shook his head. Muhua shrugged. Both of them were too casual, which made Taibesha guess that the fundamental reason why Zhou Yi signed a slavery contract with Muhua was enough to kill himself. There is no need to look at the blood of Tuesday. The dead souls do not have the concept of blood. Death is the summary of them. And Tuesday is a special existence, a different kind of demon. If you must talk about blood, she only has two bloods, Death and Big Demon. After the experiment, Muhua and Taibesha collected the little demon's drops, one of which was a magic book recording Stance Blast, and Muhua pretended to read it half-heartedly. As a magic genius, you always have to create an atmosphere of love for learning, so as to avoid Taibesha asking questions like 100,000 whys. After recording the coordinates and details of this area, Taibesha started the chariot, and the two continued to explore other areas of the northern peak of Mount Zilfi. Entering the snowy area, the chariot maintained a certain flying altitude. From time to time, you can see snow monsters roaring to the sky among the white mountains. The whole body is covered with snow-white fur that blends into the white snow, one-eyed, tall, bear-like, and a pair of demon horns on the head like antelope horns. These snow monsters are not orcs or monsters, they are also a race of demons. Demons have tough skin, and most of them have no fur, and the few demons with fur usually have low elemental resistance. But snow monsters are special. They are much more troublesome than hell werewolves, because they not only generally have water element affinity, but also are good at casting spells, and are born with the inheritance of magic shields. Pop an ice arrow soared into the sky, and hit the steel deck of the chariot. The drop of nearly 100 meters did not cause any damage to the armor of the tank, but this snow monster already has a certain anti-air capability. Fireball! Climbing on the roof, Muhua shot a fireball at the snow monster below that was casting ice arrows. Bang, 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 the fireball exploded on the snow mountain, but unfortunately it did not cause any damage to the snow monster. The snow monster also has no resistance to fire, that is, it is afraid of fire like the hell werewolf. Although Muhua's fireball is low in strength, it is still possible to hurt them. The reason why it could not cause any damage to the snow monster was entirely because it was covered with a magic shield. Strictly speaking, the magic shield is not a defensive magic, but a life-saving magic. Because it is similar to the bone shield, it has a certain degree of absolute defensibility, but it also has obvious shortcomings. The magic shield can block all damage, but the premise is that you have enough magic power. The magic shield does not defend against attacks, but uses magic power to replace the life that should be consumed when bearing attacks without being broken. The life-saving effect of this magic is extremely strong, but after being attacked, the magic power is also lost. Muhua fired a shot at the snow monster from high altitude, but it only knocked out the snow monster's magic power. Before its magic power is exhausted, it can't hurt it at all. Perhaps Monday's magic-breaking bite should be quite restrained. However, the snow monster is adapted to living in groups, and the snow monster that was beaten screamed a few times. The snow monsters within a radius of several miles all woke up in this ice and snow land and gathered towards the snow monster. These are all demons with a physical fitness of more than 200 and good at casting spells. Obviously, they are completely different from the goblins, who gather together. For them, Muhua could only raise his middle finger in the sky to confirm that there were no other monster tribes nearby. After making a record, the two of them avoided these snow monsters from a distance. On the northern slope of Mount Zilfi, the snow monsters have a very large territory, and these snow monsters are not suitable hunting targets for the time being. After a round, the two followed the map mark and came to a cave location on the edge of a mountain gorge. Summoning the ravens and performing visual sharing, Muhua drove the ravens into the cave to scout the situation. In the cab, Taibesha quietly looked at Muhua, who closed his eyes and frowned. After a long silence, Muhua's face flushed and suddenly opened his eyes. Run! Full speed. Damn Adventurers Guild. This mission requires extra money. Muhua's eyes were full of horror, and his tone was even a little broken. Without asking any more questions, Taibesha adjusted the flight power to the maximum, the chariot turned around directly, and the booster spewed flames, rushing towards the entrance of the courtyard. Behind the two, the originally clear sky was covered with thunderclouds, and the rumbling thunder was accompanied by endless lightning. The world was like a holy cage, and countless lightning bolts covered a large area of Mount Zilfi. Beasts roared, demons howled, and gravel flew, and the mountain seemed to be about to collapse. In the blink of an eye, the area covered by the lightning had become like a sea of thunder in hell. Chapter 84. Bastard. Bastard. This thing is a projection too shameless. Seeing the doomsday-like scene behind from the car window, Muhua was still in fear, and the accent of his hometown in his previous life came out. Fortunately, the abyss is indeed justice. I hope you will become a psychopath sooner or later. Feeling the push of the chariot's advance, Muhua patted his chest and muttered inexplicable words. What is that? Taibesha asked Muhua with a serious face, preheating the magic cannon, unlocking the Vulcan cannon, and the energy stand ready to start, controlling the direction of the chariot. Damn, and Ericon is playing with an ice queen. Muhua cursed. Spider demon? Play? Taibesha questioned. Arachne is a superior species that evolved from spider demons. Muhua's play is easy to arouse people's imagination, but as far as Taibesha knows, Arachne and the Snow Queen are only female. Yes, it's just what you think, grinding tofu. Damn, just a look, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Muhua looked back through the car window and confirmed that there was no big spider flying in the sky behind him, and then continued to curse. I didn't think so. Taibesha's cheeks flushed. What do you mean by the same as what I thought? I don't know what grinding tofu means. Arachne can cast thunder pattern scorch prison. This is at least a demon general, right? Is Arachne beautiful? Taibesha glanced at Muhua's waist and hips and spat. Beautiful? The Snow Queen's charm is also deadly, but I couldn't control it for a while, and let the raven rub them a few times. Damn it, I must learn how to stabilize my mind when I go back. Muhua muttered, looked down at the tent erected by his legs, smiled bitterly and bent his excited little brother to make it look less erect, which attracted Taibesha's spit again. Although she disliked it, Taibesha did not despise Muhua's situation. This is normal. Arachne and the Snow Queen are both demons with famous charm abilities, especially Arachne. In terms of charm ability, Succubi are just village women with thick legs and hips in front of them. Without corresponding preventive measures, most male creatures will lose their composure when they see them, and this includes not only humans. Mu Hua regards Taibesha as a comrade in arms. Hunting monsters will encounter all kinds of weird things. It's not like children playing house. There is no need to avoid this situation. You've touched Arachne at such a young age. This is enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. After confirming that there was no danger, Taibesha teased Mu Hua. Forget it, this kind of thing is too deadly. I just want to learn mental stability now. Hiss. Mu Hua leaned back in his seat and gasped while speaking. Hey. You are not. Seeing Mu Hua shivering with a strange look on his face, Taibesha's face changed, and she exclaimed in surprise. What are you thinking about? I let Tuesday scratch me hard. Mu Hua's face turned pale, and rolled his eyes at Taibesha. Is Arachne beautiful? If you simply use words to describe her appearance, no human will think she is beautiful. Because her lower body is a spider body as big as a car. Although her upper body is like a human female, with a thin waist and beautiful breasts, she has horns on her head and tattoos on her face. But such a big guy who doesn't match the human model is born with a strong ability to seduce. Human society regards charm magic as a taboo, but in fact, the charm ability of demons such as succubus, sirens, Medusa, and Arachne is different from charm magic. Charm ability will make other lives have a primitive impulse towards them. To put it bluntly, they want to press the other party under their body and have sex, and they will have a desire to reproduce, not just for fun. But charm magic is different. Charm magic is similar to hypnosis like mental control. It makes you love the caster, and be willing to pay for the caster. You may not have the impulse to have sex with the caster, but you will like the other party so much that you will have complex feelings for the other party, and you will have a strong possessiveness and jealousy. Charm magic has a greater impact, but it is relatively easy to crack. But the charm ability of Arachne is very deadly. Even if you have learned mental stability, humans will instinctively think that the other party is beautiful after seeing that big spider. It is like a kind of attraction of higher life to lower life, a bit like the taste of creatures pursuing better offspring bloodline. This is not a matter of whether it hurts or not. The models are so different. If you move up and down twice or move, the person will be gone. After a long rest, Mu Hua groaned and barely recovered. Hello, Adventurers Guild, is there anything you need to consult? Mu Hua recovered, and Taibesha also called the customer service of the Adventurers Guild in Bear Pig Town. Complaint? Hyman Courtyard number 375, reconnaissance mission on the north slope of Mount Zilphi. Taibesha told the customer service the name of the complaint mission with great momentum. Well, sorry, wait a moment. A short busy tone. Hello, Miss Taibesha, what's the problem with this mission? You should send a drone to check out the northern slope of Mount Zilphi after the bombing of Thunder Scorch Prison, and then ask me if I have any questions. Taibesha, unlike her usual kindness, slapped the steering wheel and reprimanded in a very experienced way. Ah? Thunder Scorch Prison? Are you sure? Do you know the specific monster that casts this magic? The customer service seemed surprised, but her tone was a bit fake. Not to mention whether she had a specific concept of Thunder Scorch Prison, but the customer service obviously should have encountered similar complaints. I know, there is no filming for evidence. This mission requires extra money. Mu Hua was attracted by Taibesha. Mu Hua didn't know much about the Adventurers Guild, and he just mentioned the extra money out of anger. At this time, I didn't expect Taibesha to actually do this. As an official agency, Mu Hua subconsciously felt that Taibesha would be counterattacked. How can the dignity of the official masters be offended by strangers? Okay, if you can provide monster information, you can compensate 30% of the contribution points on top of the original task reward. The customer service replied logically. There is at least one Arachne and one Ice Queen there. Are you sure about 30%? Taibesha questioned. This way of speaking made Mu Hua feel like she was a silly girl. How could she come up to give information first? How could she talk to a big man like this? Another busy tone. Okay, Miss Taibesha, according to your information, that place should be designated as a high-risk lord area. You will be able to get 10,000 contribution points as compensation. The Lord of the Courtyard is referred to as the Demon King by humans, but the Demon King usually does not live in a cave maze, and the monsters that help the Demon King suppress one side are also called Demon Generals or Lords. Of course, this name is a habit from human society, and it does not need to be linked to the class in Hell. Humans can be said to have lowered the overall strength class of Hell by 2 or 3 levels. The customer service voice, this time, was much more real. It seemed that Taibesha was not a silly girl. Mu Hua could not hide his surprise. Is the professional ethics of the Adventurers Guild so good? 10,000 contribution points is not a small number. Originally, all the intelligence points of this reconnaissance mission added up to only 700 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points are roughly equivalent to 1,000 demon gold coins, which is equivalent to mithril coins. If they are exchanged for materials in the Adventurers Guild, the value should be much higher than the credit points. Although the sudden crisis is more deadly, it is just a reconnaissance mission after all, and the Adventurers Guild needs to confirm it later. Putting aside the ethics of the Adventurers Guild, Mu Hua suddenly felt that Lauren's life seemed to be really valuable. Silently listening to Taibesha arguing with the Adventurers Guild, both sides argued fiercely, but neither of them had the tendency to quarrel. In the end, Taibesha actually argued out another 2,000 contribution points. When the negotiation was over, Taibesha clenched her fist and raised her finger, showing Mu Hua a satisfied smile. Mu Hua gave her a thumbs up and bumped fists with her. Haha, I'm rich, so what, I was right, wealth and honor come in danger. Taibesha smiled happily. Yes, it's our fault that we traveled light, and it's also because Ericon didn't catch up. Miss, I think you should not accept random tasks in the future. Mu Hua felt that Taibesha's luck was a bit explosive. The courtyard was so big, and when she chose a task, she directly chose the home of the demon general. So we are adventurers, 12,000 contribution points. Tell me, deputy leader, what do you want to exchange? I give you another 800 demon gold coins. Maybe we should find you a staff. Taibesa waved her hand generously, and Mu Hua suddenly realized that this girl seemed to be happy not because of the money. According to the rules, I take 30%, help me exchange it for low-level magic stones. Mu Hua shook his head. You don't want a staff? What do you want low-level magic stones for? Make summon beasts. Can low-level magic stones be used to make summon beasts? We need to do some experiments. Okay, but I'm the leader. Shouldn't you be the one to change magic stones? Taibesha didn't seem to like this kind of chores. An adventure group of 2 people? Or leave it to Demand? Mu Hua suggested. Demand doesn't like these. He's not even an adventurer. Taibesha questioned. There's nothing to do in the hotel anyway. Just treat it as a way to lose weight. Then go and talk to him. The 2 of them arranged work for Demand, and after a while they left the courtyard. Mu Hua called Kuna. Hello Kuna, are you free today? After receiving a positive answer from Kuna, Mu Hua contacted the hotel to book a table. And Taibesha looked at Mu Hua with a ghost look, which made him puzzled. What's wrong? Mu Hua asked. You want to date Kuna? Taibesha frowned and asked. Of course, is there a problem? Mu Hua was puzzled. Ericon had caused some bad influence on him, and he needed some gentle guidance today. Problem? Oh, no problem. You are really good. Taibesha's expression was weird, and it was hard to tell whether it was contempt, anger, or something else. In short, she looked at Mu Hua as if he was a little disgusted. Besha, I'm not bullying anyone. Kuna and I are friends. Mu Hua couldn't tell from Taibesha's expression. Did Taibesha suspect that he was bullying Kuna by using the name of Cousin Master? Hee, as long as you like it. Taibesha twitched her lips and said casually. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a little weird. Mu Hua was puzzled. Could it be because Kuna was older than him? TSK, little girl, she doesn't know shit. Chapter 85. In the morning, Mu Hua was awakened by the movement beside him. You performed well last night, you can rest for a while. A sexy female voice, a faint scent of perfume on the tip of his nose. Mu Hua felt a warm peck on the corner of his mouth. Stretching, turning over and lying on his side, he saw Kuna's sexy back. Mu Hua likes that smooth and soft back, especially the moment when the clothes are about to cover the gracefulness. A morning that makes people happy physically and mentally. The communication prompt interrupted Mu Hua's appreciation of Kuna's little interest in dressing. Take out a bracelet with terminal function from the bedside. Hello Nick, what's the matter? After answering the phone, Mu Hua asked lazily. Have you heard of Webster? Nick's voice came from the phone. Webster? A strange name. Mu Hua looked at Kuna. The chairman of the Northern Empire Raiders Association holds the power to review the qualifications of raiders. Kuna whispered in Mu Hua's ear. Big shot, what's wrong? Mu Hua asked Nick. Webster's housekeeper is looking for a potion master. I received news that the old guy must have a health problem. They seem to want to find a potion master who knows more about monsters. How is it? Are you interested in making some extra money? Nick asked Mu Hua casually. Know about monsters? Mu Hua was puzzled. He did know monsters very well, but it was because he absorbed the soul transformation skill stone a few days ago. Soul transformation involves monster blood. Now, let alone ordinary monsters, Mu Hua has a lot of knowledge about the innate abilities of those original sin demons. But does Nick know about these situations? How do you know that I know about monsters? Mu Hua asked curiously. Didn't you say that your research direction is the evolution of monsters? I told you that? Of course, the last time I wanted to see your hellhound. Oh, okay. But I don't know the specific situation, so I can't guarantee that it will work. People who are holding the vital point of the strategy team are not easy to provoke, right? Mu Hua felt guilty. I guarantee you, try it to see if it works. Even if it can't be cured, he doesn't need to embarrass you, and he doesn't need to offend the Benson family because of this matter. Nick said irresponsibly. Knock on the stick? Mu Hua probably understood what Nick meant. This is basically planning to take advantage of a little family background to get money, right? Do you have a grudge against Webster? Mu Hua asked. Hey man, I believe in your ability. And aren't you helping Tabitha? You should be in need of money now, right? Nick was dissatisfied. You don't want to get involved in the trial. Do you like Tabitha? Damn it, I'm just giving you some information. I'm not interested in Tabitha. Okay, I know you're not interested in humans. Okay, give me their contact information. No, I let them contact you. After a conversation with Nick, the call ended. During the conversation, Kuna had already gone to work. Mu Hua got up and washed up, and received a call from Webster's housekeeper a moment later. The other party wanted to meet in person for the specific situation, and Mu Hua rejected the other party's suggestion to pick him up, stepped on his own pedal, and went to the address given by the other party. It was still Heyman City, and it was still Fiona Community. Compared to Nick's Manor in a prominent location, the address given by the other party was more remote, but judging from the environment, the price of the land here should also be higher. Passing by an undefended pass, although it has been transformed into a park, there should have been a garrison station there. Walking up a slope, the scattered villas are like castles in the mountains. Continue to go up. When the sun is hanging in the sky, Mu Hua arrives at a manor with a white and holy architectural color. Large areas of greenery and flowers surround the white villas. The roads along the way are paved with cobblestones. On both sides of the cobblestone road stand some magical warrior statues. The road in the manor extends from the other direction to the outside of the manor. The flat and spacious road outside the manor should lead to the entrance of Fiona's courtyard. However, there are almost no pedestrians on that road. There is a high-quality beach on the south side of the road. The beauty is not proportional to the popularity. Both the road and the beach are private. Mu Hua entered the manor through the guard's report. What attracted Mu Hua's attention the most were the statues beside the cobblestone road. The images of these statues are all from the members of the strategy team, or they are all members of the Brave Group. The so-called Brave Group is a strategy group that has completed the feat of conquering the Lord of the Courtyard, and has a considerable reputation in human society. Well, there are indeed many problems with this sentence. In Mu Hua's opinion, the so-called strategy group is actually a group of celebrity actors. They are all handsome men and beautiful women with good magic adaptability, but their own combat power is not strong because they spend more time on dressing up, socializing and training acting skills. They follow the large number of strategy team members to explore the courtyard and shoot some movies and videos involving monster strategies and script plots in the courtyard. They fight against monsters almost entirely by Krypton gold, powerful magic equipment, powerful magic weapons, magic storage props, powerful magic scrolls activated by demon gold coins, trained contract beasts, magic mechas, mechanical demons, etc. Just a group of people. Do you think they can defeat the devil? Well, it's hard to say whether they can defeat the devil, but on any battlefield where the devil is defeated, the figure of the strategy group must be seen. A bit bloody. The value of the strategy group is not only to promote the courtyard strategy and let ordinary people understand monsters. Their greatest significance is to inspire ordinary people's confidence and passion to fight against monsters. Similarly, they have also largely eliminated the fear of the residents of the extraordinary group and eliminated the gap between the two. Even if you watch movies and videos, even if the five scum in human society know that the strategy group is a group of artists, it doesn't matter. Because in addition to bringing sensory stimulation to people, the strategy group can also make ordinary people think that as long as they are given enough materials, they can also do those earth-shattering things in the movie. It can also make more people want to become adventurers and live the passionate and exciting life in movies and TV shows. It may not be possible to touch them, but it seems that you can become that kind of idol, which is very deadly. Even if people know that there are many deliberate elements, they will also become fans of the strategy group, and will also give them rewards and support. And those who like the strategy group are not just the residents. There is no shortage of adventurers among the fans of the strategy group, who can let them be handsome and pretty, and have a lot of talent and money. Again, in human society, the wealth that the residents can create is still quite amazing. The reputation of the strategy team is even better than that of the brigade in the society of the Unju people. These are actually quite easy to understand. If compared with a previous life, Mu Hua would also think that the strategy team is quite awesome. When the strategy team completes the Demon King Crusade with the cooperation of many combat professionals, it will become a team of heroes. The captain is the legendary hero. Well, there are many heroes on Loren Star. They all have their own famous battles. In fact, they can also be simply understood as international superstars. Of course, the strategy team is not something you can do with just a camera. From the planning of members to the cooperation of all parties, including the strategy videos they regularly shoot, they all need to be reviewed by the relevant departments. This, I think everyone understands. Webster is the chairman of the Northern Strategy Association of the Magic Empire. He is the big boss responsible for reviewing the qualifications of the strategy team. Without his approval, the strategy team will become a second-rate supporting role, and the blockbuster will become a banned film. If the strategy team loses the formal publicity channels, fans, rewards, and financial income, well, how can they spend money? If they don't spend money, then, well, forget it, you know. The manor covers a very large area, with 4 training grounds, a riding training ground, a warrior training ground, a shooting range, and a magic training ground. The 4 training grounds are distributed in front of the manor entrance, followed by gardens, fountains, swimming pools, squares, and luxurious villas. Walking on the cobblestone road of the manor, admiring the statues of brave men in the manor, these are brave men who are full of infinite awe for the owner here. So Webster is awesome. Chapter 86. Under the guidance of the maid, Mu Hua entered a villa and met his customer here. An elderly man with gray hair, simple clothes, 4 or 5 magic rings on his hands, and a civilized staff in his hand. I heard that Webster was still a noble with a title. At this time, his eyes were full of turbid breath, and his body faintly revealed the breath of death, like an old man who was about to die. Magic power is exhausted, there is no hope. With just a glance, Mu Hua judged Webster's situation, and his mind was full of how to escape harmoniously and friendly. Magic power exhaustion, an abnormal death disease. Abnormal does not mean that the disease is special, but under normal circumstances, this is not a disease that humans can get. Humans can also use magic, but the reason why they are not counted as monsters is that humans do not have natural magic cores. Humans cannot rely solely on magic to maintain their lives. Without magic cores, at most magic power will be lost, and magic exhaustion will not occur. Since humans evolved magic adaptability, it has been like a joke of the goddess of fate. Individuals have different talents in magic adaptability, and it is not affected by any factors such as heredity. Mu Hua improved his magic adaptability through some skill stone card bugs, and humans also have ways to improve magic adaptability. For example, bury a magic core in your heart chamber, and bless yourself according to the magic adaptability of the original owner of the magic core. Although this blessing cannot allow the reformer to obtain true magic adaptability, it is of no help to their meditation and casting. But it can allow them to use higher-level magic props, such as magic weapons, magic scrolls, etc. People who undergo this operation mainly use these items more safely. This kind of transformation is the exclusive right of the rich. Let's not talk about whether it is difficult to find a monster with a small enough magic core and high magic adaptability. What's the point of the poor accepting this kind of transformation? Where can you get advanced magic props? And magic exhaustion is a disease that only people who have undergone this kind of transformation will get. It is essentially related to the patient's age, health, and even people. In short, the magic core in Webster's heart is going to die, and it will also take the old man's life. The breath of the dead, maggots. Mu Hua observed Webster. Before the two sides greeted each other, a beautiful woman in a professional suit next to the old man spoke with disgust. Dark red long hair, tall figure, a pair of attractive legs under the short skirt, white and slender. The woman has a beautiful face that makes people's heart beat. On her young face, a pair of eyes that seem to have experienced endless vicissitudes of life add a bit of mysterious temperament to her. The inexplicable hostility of the beauty surprised Mu Hua, and he seemed to think of something in an instant. Which? Fairy! Mu Hua looked at the woman and greeted the beauty with the standard greeting between a necromancer and a witch without hesitation. Necromancer? Who let you in? I'm not dead yet. Who allowed a necromancer to appear in front of me? Webster turned his head and glanced at the woman beside him, sitting in a rocking chair, poking the floor fiercely with his cane. An old man who hates necromancers. Although necromancers are not pleasing, you bring a witch with you like Xiaomi. What qualifications do you have to despise necromancers? Faced with Webster's scolding, Muhua frowned, with obvious dissatisfaction on his face. Witches, a special group of people in this world. They generally have beautiful faces. Before becoming real witches, they awakened a kind of ability to attract demons for unknown reasons, so that demons can come to them and court them. Well, okay, don't say it so elegantly. Some beautiful women, for some reason, awakened a kind of ability to attract demons, and then the demons wanted to sleep with them, wanted to sleep with them very much. The demons don't care whether they will really reproduce for them, but they want them to get pregnant and lay eggs. They may attract demons from hell at any time and any place, and the demons will come to them by being summoned, as if they are always opening the sacrificial array. They are sacrifices, the demons come, and then, they are hung up and fucked. No matter how strong or weak they are, they have no reproductive isolation from the demons. The demons want them to lay eggs, but unfortunately they are human beings, and humans are not oviparous. The viviparous demons are not as honest as human babies. After the unborn demons gain consciousness, their first move is to tear open their wombs, get out of their stomachs, and eat their flesh and blood. Just like the little demons born from eggs eat their own eggshells. And these scary little guys also have another name in human society, the first generation of demons. Demons are a hybrid of humans and demons. They are not born with inheritance like demons, even the first generation of demons. In some things, as long as the size is not a problem, women have stronger tolerance than men, and coupled with the reproductive isolation caused by the life level, most of the demons' human roots come from women. When the first generation of demons were born, that kind of horrible behavior was purely a biological instinct. At that time, they didn't even have their own subjective consciousness. The first generation of demons had a very short time from conception to birth. Those prospective witches who were plagued by demons had to kill their children in their stomachs first if they wanted to escape the fate of death. And if they wanted to escape the fate of being entangled by demons, they had to absorb their children. It can be understood as a very alternative eating. After those women eat their children, the strange attraction to demons will disappear, and demons can no longer reach them through the summoning array on their own. When these processes are completed, they will gain spiritual vision, the talent to learn magic, and higher magic adaptability. This process is called witch awakening. At that time, such women also had a new identity, witch. Witch awakening. This is a group of pathetic people. After going through all kinds of things, their mentality will inevitably be affected to varying degrees. It is not uncommon for some psychological distortions to occur. Because of their awakening process, people generally have a bad impression of witches. In ancient times, witches were considered taboos, avoided, despised, hated, and even hostile. If they were not needed to fight against demons, witches at that time would have been burned at the stake by humans. The fate of witches is quite tragic, and the treatment of necromancers by humans at that time was obviously not much better. Witches and necromancers are a pair of suffering brothers and sisters. But the problem is that they are in the same industry. Both play with the dead, are good at curses, play with potions, and can embark on the path of specializing in soul magic. Not only are they in the same industry, but they are also discriminated against by the world. Is there a problem with being discriminated against? Of course, it is the bad nature of human beings. The biggest problem is that people who are discriminated against will often look for someone to discriminate against. The witch and the necromancer looked at each other, and they were all the same size and length. What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Try to look at me again? Try it. Very good, the long-standing tradition has continued to this day. Even because many necromancers came from necromancers, this tradition also involved necromancers. In fact, pure-blooded necromancers, like Muhua, are not so strongly targeted at witches. But who made the witch in front of him scold him first, and Muhua respects tradition. This witch probably saw that Muhua was young, and felt the strong breath of death on Muhua, so she directly classified him as a necromancer. Webster saw that Muhua was so hostile to the witch, so he directly classified him as a necromancer. This was an old man who didn't like necromancers, and the old man's shouting posture was as if he would die in the next moment. Old man, I wish you a smooth transplant of the magic core. Even if he didn't like it, Muhua didn't want to provoke Webster. After saying this stubbornly, he turned around and was about to leave. This is not because Mu Hua was afraid of Webster's power. You are a guy who controls the strategy team, and you have nothing to do with us. But adhering to the cognition of the previous life, Mu Hua knew that this old guy who could die at any time should not be provoked. Get out. Who gave you the courage to laugh at me? No. Melinda. Catch him for me. Mu Hua's talkativeness obviously touched Webster's heart disease, and Webster shouted to the witch beside him. The witch named Melinda had a flash of hesitation in her eyes, but she still raised her hand and cast a curse at Mu Hua. You want to die? Seeing the other side casting a spell, Mu Hua's eyes turned cold. You know, even in Lorraine, without a legitimate reason, it is also illegal to cast a spell to hurt others in the human world. The curse disappeared when it approached Mu Hua, and Melinda was surprised, because a strange undead with a sickle had emerged behind Mu Hua. And near the few people, bone claws stretched out from the pale magic circle, and hellhounds descended from the red magic circle. The whole villa rang with loud alarms. In fact, Mu Hua is not afraid of Webster, even if he has a witch here. Because Monday is definitely a big killer now, its LV-30 bite is enough to make all those who despise Mu Hua pay the price. Chapter 87. Zheng cuts the metal lightly. Several cold light spears were cut off by the sickle. The guards who came to the room first because of the alarm bell looked at the strange existence floating behind Mu Hua in horror. The iron rod with only the handle of the gun in their hands could no longer increase their sense of security. They dared not touch the guns on their waists, because the sickle could cut their throats at any time. Strategy Association? Even if it can strangle the neck of the strategy group, it is just an institution in the ordinary human society after all. As the chairman of the association and as a noble, it is not difficult for Webster to hire some adventurers, but how many people with real strength are willing to accept their command and control? Even if there are, do they really dare to recruit them? These guards are basically warriors who barely reach the threshold of demon hunters. Perhaps if they are placed among the adventurers in Bear Pig Town, they can also be regarded as roles. But although Mu Hua is immature, it is obvious that he can no longer be positioned in a conventional way. The guards' equipment could not stop Tuesday's soul-specific weapons. The bone claws that stretched out from the void pinched their necks and blocked their attempts to shout in their throats. Stop! Stop! An old man in butler's clothes hurried into the room with an anxious shout. At this time, the spacious and warm bedroom seemed to have turned into a mysterious space. Dozens of skeleton bone claws stretched out from the void, wielding sickles, and hellhounds with bared teeth and tails. The witch named Melinda was not only pinched by the bone claws, but also the two dead souls she released from a nameplate were tightly grasped by the skeleton bone claws. The struggling spirits seemed to be crushed by the bone claws at any time. The old man who appeared was the housekeeper here. Mu Hua had seen him when he first arrived at the villa. It seemed that there was something urgent that needed to be dealt with. He asked a maid to lead Mu Hua, and he did not come with Mu Hua to see Webster. The situation was a bit chaotic at the moment. Although the room was spacious, in this relatively closed environment, Mu Hua's series of precautions made the house spooky. Yes, Mu Hua thought that what he had done was a precaution, but now he felt that it was a bit difficult to end. Beavis, what's going on? Webster asked the housekeeper with a gloomy face. His face was dark and gloomy, but Webster at least did not have the arrogance and excitement earlier. The power displayed by Mu Hua made him realize that Mu Hua was not a necromancer, and such a young necromancer could not be created without a family background. Master, the eldest lady wanted to see you just now, and I was just about to send her away. This gentleman is the alchemist introduced by Mr. Nick, from the Benson family. Mr. Mu Hua, didn't you tell the master who you are? Beavis ran into the room and stood in front of Webster. While explaining to Webster, he asked Mu Hua with a wry smile. He didn't give me a chance to reveal my identity. Well, maybe this fairy should be blamed. She disrupted a meeting that should have been pleasant. Mu Hua explained, turning his head to look at Melinda who dared not move. In this world, magicians are still a high-end profession, even if Mu Hua seems to have easily made a bunch of miscellaneous magic during this period. But putting aside the adaptability of magic power and intelligence attributes, even if you meet the learning conditions, magic itself is not so easy to learn. Even demons usually only study magic related to their own talents and inheritance. If magic is so easy to learn, low-level demons with longer lifespans than humans would have been full of fire and thunder long ago. And witches are famous among humans for their ability to cast spells. The Melinda in front of him is probably less than 30 years old. Although her hands are flashing with lightning ready to go, this witch has not even learned how to use a magic shield. The only layer of bone shield was easily crushed by the bone claws. Mu Hua can make her look like 18 different things in a minute. Humph! Hearing Muhua's accusation, Melinda snorted coldly and wanted to turn her head, but she couldn't move because her neck was pinched by the bone claws. Melinda? Webster called Melinda, and the magic fluctuations on Melinda's body gradually subsided, the magic circle on her hand dissipated, and the lightning disappeared immediately. The descendant of the Benson family? As far as I know, you are not that, Vic, Webster said calmly. Although Muhua made quite a noise, Webster was not threatened except for a hellhound staring at him with ill intentions. This was probably the reason why Webster calmed down so quickly. Muhua did not dare to touch the dying old man. Sir, he is a relative of Mrs. Samantha, Beavis explained. Yes. Webster thought and nodded. Mr. Muhua, please forgive the sensitivity of a dying old man to the necromancer. This is a misunderstanding. After a moment of silence, Webster said to Muhua. Looking at Webster, who had regained his composure but still spoke in a somewhat tough tone, Muhua was about to speak when hurried footsteps were heard outside the house again. Who are you? An angry female voice, 5 bodyguards in suits, followed a mature woman to the door. The woman in front of her is about the same age as Kuna, but she has a more explosive figure. Hairpins, earrings, bracelets, rings, necklaces, surging magic fluctuations. This woman is very beautiful, but her temperament is a little arrogant, perhaps because of the contrast of those precious accessories. Arrogance can sometimes really show nobility. Father! Seeing the situation in the house clearly, the woman shouted, and a bodyguard beside her was full of blood. Paggy, it's okay, it's all misunderstandings. Webster waved his hand coldly, and while speaking, he glanced at the bone claws protruding from all over the house, and his turbid eyes finally looked at Muhua. Mr. Muhua, I have no intersection with the Benson family. No intersection. Naturally there is no conflict. I don't want to have conflicts with her in the future. Can these be put away? Webster pointed at the bone claws with his cane, and said to Muhua. The Benson family is essentially a business family. Although they are involved in the sale of magic items, Webster does not need to worry about magic items because he can communicate with higher-end channels and has a reputation for righteousness. The two are each engaged in their own fields, with no friendship or hatred, and Webster's statement is quite appropriate. Of course, but the bodyguards of this lady had better leave here first. Facing Webster's request, Muhua nodded, but looked at the woman named Paget. Maybe I can restrain you all, but if I have a conflict with these bodyguards, I am afraid it will be difficult to save their lives. When Muhua said this, Paget's face suddenly changed, but Webster was a little surprised. This kid is really crazy. You? Paget wanted to scold, but was interrupted by Webster. Forget it, Page, let them go. Webster waved his hand and said, Father. Page seemed to resist. It's okay, he doesn't need to trouble himself. Webster shook his head. Page thought for a moment, and looked at Muhua for a moment. You go wait outside the door. Page said to the bodyguards around him. The bodyguards of this woman are all warriors, especially the bodyguard who can make blood overflow. If there is a conflict with him at close range, Muhua will not be able to suppress him as easily as Melinda. If you don't want to suffer at the hands of the other party, you have to kill him. If someone dies, I'm afraid it won't end so well. The bodyguard retreated, but didn't go far, just stood at the corridor outside the room. The bone claws in the room dissipated, Monday lay beside Muhua's legs, and Tuesday sneaked into Muhua's body. Young man this? The release guard also left the room, but Melinda was still being strangled by a bony hand. Webster looked at Muhua again. At this time, watching Muhua let a ghost that looked like a banshee enter and exit her body at will, Melinda's eyelids twitched. She also drove the undead, but she only let the undead attach to the carrying objects. Even if it was a ghost that signed a slavery contract, most witches would only let the ghost possess them when polishing the soul. The human soul is very delicate, and ghosts are always rude when they come into contact with souls. Even if it is just a simple possession, it is not easy. This is really a ruthless person. Not only Melinda, but everyone present who has a concept of ghosts can't help but think in their hearts. Chapter 88. Melinda is a temple witch, she won't mess around. Of course, if you don't want to be in trouble with the night hunters, it's best not to hurt her. Seeing that Muhua still didn't let down his guard against Melinda, Webster stroked his cane with his fingers and persuaded her, but his tone was not so much to mind. Magic is mysterious, especially black magic. The speed of a decent spellcaster is much faster than using magic props. What is the most distinctive feature of humans? Complex thoughts, and complex personalities. The relationship between individuals and groups is even more complex. Many people have the impression that necromancers have twisted personalities and are volatile. In this regard, witches are not much better. After all, they are plagued by demons and eat their own children. Perhaps people are more taboo about witches than necromancers. Mu Hua is wary of Melinda, and Webster is not surprised. However, today, the witch group has developed into two branches: temple witches and wandering witches. Wandering witches are easy to understand, advocating freedom and having a more self-centered personality. They have no fixed place to live and no fixed job. They do everything, such as hunting demons, selling medicine, fortune-telling, thugs, and running spiritual huts. They are like a group of gypsies, most of whom live a carefree life. If someone makes them unhappy, they will secretly use curses, poisons, disturbing spirits, etc. They will try their best to make the person who provokes them even more unhappy. People's fear of witches comes more from wandering witches. And the temple witch probably represents the side of witches who want to integrate into human society. They have relatively stable jobs, are willing to work in some government-related departments, and will also be listed in the Night Hunters organization. They are more law-abiding and will not touch poison, cast curses, or release evil spirits at will when encountering personal problems. They have made great contributions to the acceptance of witches in human society today. Because they are listed in the Night Hunters organization, when the Night Hunters encounter some troubles, they will also seek help from the Hall Witches. At the same time, while the Night Hunters prevent the wandering witches from breaking the law, they will also protect the Hall Witches who are being violated. If you meet the Hall Witches, you can quarrel with them and make trouble. But if you meet the wandering witches, it may be wiser to stay away if it is not necessary. The bone claws on the neck slowly loosened, and Mu Hua let go of Melinda. All witches are more obedient, and a group of punching bags. Melinda rubbed her neck and looked at Mu Hua with a cold face. "Where is my dead soul?" "Eat it." Mu Hua spread his hands. Melinda had just released 2 dead souls, and then they were eaten by Tuesday. "They are my parents." Melinda was furious. "Hey, are you blackmailing me?" Mu Hua glared. "If they were 2 souls, you would say that there is nothing wrong with parents. But ghosts are dead souls born in the cracks of space. Normally, humans will not become ghosts after death. If a human soul is transformed into a ghost, the moment it becomes a ghost, memory, thinking, cognition, everything will disappear. They have long been a reorganized energy life. And human ghosts that can retain their memories before death are very special. There is no need to say more here. Anyway, even if the 2 dead souls are really ghosts naturally generated after the death of Melinda's parents, Mu Hua will never admit it. Well, the main reason is that he can't afford to pay. I only cast a slow curse on you. Melinda's tone was sharp, tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. TSK, what did your guide teach you? You release ghosts in front of the necromancer. Don't you think they have long lives? Melinda's performance made Mu Hua a little uncomfortable. You also released a banshee. So your dead soul was eaten. The two glared at each other. Melinda glared with grievance, and Mu Hua's eyes wandered. As for Melinda's clenched fist with gritted teeth, Mu Hua didn't care. He was wearing a bone shield, 15 layers stable. Cough, okay. Mu, can I call you that? Mu, your methods are too fierce. Webster interrupted the confrontation between the two with a dry cough, and said in a mediating manner. How about I compensate you for the 2 dead souls? Mu Hua asked Melinda. In fact, when Melinda said that the 2 dead souls were the transformation of her parents' souls, Mu Hua had already felt guilty. No need. Melinda turned her head away angrily. Very good. Those 2 dead souls are not special species. Grievance, disgust, all kinds of emotions flashed across Melinda's face. Mu Hua shrugged helplessly at Webster to cover up his embarrassment. It seems that Melinda's relationship with her parents is not good. That's right. If it was good, who would let their parents not rest in peace after death? The atmosphere in the room returned to calm. Well, except for Melinda, everyone was quite calm. Mu, magic power is exhausted, since you have already seen it. Then, do you have a solution? Seeing that the situation has calmed down, Webster asked Mu Hua. There was no expectation in the calm tone, as if it was just a casual response, and the next sentence might be to send the guests away. Even though Mu Hua has a certain fighting power, it is obvious that Webster does not think that such a young man can solve his problem. Magic exhaustion. How could this happen? Padge covered her mouth in astonishment. Compared with the coldness when facing Mu Hua just now, Padge's eyes were now full of panic. Alas, it's you. If it weren't for the lack of an heir, I wouldn't have to suffer this. Looking at Padge leaning on his side, Webster smiled bitterly with a little ridicule. Webster is a nobleman. Including Padge, he has 3 children, but if he wants to inherit the title, the heir to the title must be an ordinary person, that is, a scumbag in the conventional sense. Now among Webster's 3 children, only the youngest daughter is qualified to inherit his title. But the title of aristocracy is now almost a decoration. Webster is mainly concerned about the position of chairman of the Strategy Association, which can only be secured with a title. And his youngest daughter is only 13 years old. He needs to make more arrangements before he dies. He can't die too early. Mu Hua didn't feel much about the father and daughter's sentimental talk. But Webster must be in his 70s or 80s. His youngest daughter is 13 years old. Mu Hua felt that this old guy is still strong. Mr. Webster, you shouldn't put your hope on potions for magic exhaustion. I still suggest that you have another magic core transplant. You need to go to the hospital and have some comprehensive examinations. Mu Hua didn't interrupt the father and daughter's sentimental talk. Instead, Melinda adjusted her mood and advised them seriously. No. Melinda, I know what I need. You are not qualified to give me advice in this regard, Webster said forcefully. Webster didn't trust Melinda. As his assistant, Melinda was just doing a job. She was a hall witch. They cooperated with the Night Hunters, were protected by the Night Hunters, and were inclined to the Imperial officials, but they were not loyal to Webster at all. Even Melinda's assistant job was a necessary arrangement. It couldn't be called a spy, but under certain rules, there would be a nail around the chairman of the Strategy Association. No, Weber, you need to go to the hospital. We can find the best doctor, and the risk of transformation may not be that great. You may be able to get yourself a more durable heart, so that you can continue to fool around with those little bitches. Paget seemed to have inherited Webster's strength. When she wiped away the tears from her eyes, and looked at Webster again, this woman with excellent temperament had a capable and tough expression. The success rate of retransplanting the magic core is less than 5%, and the price of failure is death. Webster had been trying to avoid Paget because he was worried about this situation. He looked at Mu Hua with cloudy eyes, full of complaints. It's none of my business. You started it first. Mu Hua muttered in his heart. Well, your current situation may not be due to magic exhaustion. Mu Hua felt uncomfortable being looked at by Webster, scratched his head, and said something that surprised everyone. What do you mean? Webster frowned. This is not a place where you can mess around, not even Benson. Paget looked at Mu Hua coldly. Mu Hua shook his head and said nothing. He walked in front of Webster and put his hand on Webster's chest. Mu Hua's movements were very slow. Even though he was experiencing magic fluctuations, Webster stopped Paget from blocking him. The hand sank into his chest, and Webster suddenly opened his eyes wide. Paget was horrified, but looking at the hand that had merged into Webster's body, she did not dare to act rashly. There was a moment of silence, and several slightly heavy breathing sounds were clearly audible in the room. Seeing that Webster did not seem to be adversely affected, everyone felt relieved, and their curiosity was aroused again. Well, this is not magic exhaustion. If it is treated normally, there should be no problem within a month. Pulling out his hand, Mu Hua looked directly into Webster's eyes. Nonsense! How can it not be magic? Melinda retorted, but before she finished speaking, Paget waved her hand to interrupt. Soul surgery? I always thought it was a legend. Melinda, Weber just caught a cold. Paget looked at Melinda. This? Melinda wanted to refute. It's not magic exhaustion. Webster's firm and cold voice interrupted Melinda's words again. The father and daughter stared at Melinda, and then Mu Hua's voice came again. The treatment cost is 1,000 demon coins, yes, each time. Mu Hua said lightly. Melinda, Webster, Paget. The 3 people who looked at each other suddenly focused their attention on Mu Hua. 1,000 demon coins? Each time. Chapter 89. Mu Hua didn't know what the so-called legendary soul surgery of Paji was like, but he didn't care. Compared with alchemy, his soul surgery was a real skill. In fact, even with soul surgery, it was difficult to treat magic exhaustion. Soul surgery can treat some flesh and blood injuries through soul interference, but it mainly treats internal organs and tissues. As for wanting to save the magic core, it is necessary to make the magic core complete the transition, and the most intuitive way is evolution. If it is placed on a normal monster, the body and the magic core are a whole that complement each other, and the evolution can be said to be synchronized. But when it comes to humans, it is obvious that the parts do not match. The human body cannot make the magic core evolve, so external interference is needed at this time. But a good cook cannot cook without rice, and evolution requires special energy. Without the special energy that catalyzes the magic core, how can magic exhaustion be treated? It's a bit confusing to say, but in fact, Muhua knows soul surgery, and he happens to have materials that can make the magic core evolve in the human body. That is, using the Philosopher's Stone, through the means of soul surgery, the magic core in Webster's heart will evolve, so as to relieve Webster's state of magic exhaustion. 1,000 demon gold coins. Why don't you go and rob it? Facing Muhua's offer, Melinda screamed. When the number of demon gold coins is large, the conversion between it and credit points becomes more and more exaggerated. 1,000 demon gold coins doesn't sound like much, but converted into credit points, it is 100 million credit points. The price of some magic items is also very high, but adventurers spend day and night in the courtyard fighting monsters, and getting such items is like winning a lottery. Muhua and Taibesha's earlier reconnaissance mission, and only when they encountered Ericone, they were compensated with contribution points worth 1,000 demon gold coins. You know, that thing is at least a Legion-level demon. In other words, if it is not discovered in advance, if a team runs to it recklessly, even a Legion will be killed in a minute. Adventurers have many more ways to make money than ordinary people, and they are much faster, but adventurers also spend money at a fast speed. Many times, they save money but lose their lives. You can choose for yourself. So don't look at the market full of some high-end goods, and don't look at a 4th-level magic stone. It costs 3 or 5 demon gold coins, but demon gold coins are never cheap. You mean every time? The treatment is stable for 1 month, and it can continue in the future? It's also 1 month? Paget's idea is different from Melinda's. Although she has tried her best to make a surprised expression, compared with Webster's condition, 1,000 demon gold coins seem a bit cheap to her. Muhua didn't know what Paget was thinking, so he nodded and didn't explain. 1,000 demon gold coins. No problem. But if it's different from what you said, I won't let you go. Paji stared at Muhua seriously. Madam, why don't you go and tell the doctor who reimplanted his magic core? Please understand that treating his illness requires very rare magic materials. My treatment can only be stable for 1 month. If there is a problem with the materials next time, I won't be able to treat him again. Muhua's face was cold. Is this little girl confused or what? You? Paji's face froze, and anger appeared on her face, but she controlled her emotions in an instant. Muhua can perform soul surgery. Paget has heard of this ability, but people know little about it. Now Paget doesn't dare to question whether Muhua can treat magic exhaustion. At least before she finds another person who can perform soul surgery, Muhua should be more respected than doctors. Okay. Mu, when can we treat it, and what do we need to prepare? My body is making me uncomfortable now. Webster asked calmly. You can start at any time. People who are not involved can leave. And, Mr. Webster, I don't want anyone to spread what happened today. You know, I'm still young and have a lot of things to do. I don't have that much time to spend on curing diseases and saving people now. Muhua shrugged. Well, don't worry. No one will go out and talk nonsense about what happened here. Besides, no one's word should be more convincing than me, the person involved. Webster said, glancing at Melinda intentionally or unintentionally. Butler Beavis left with Melinda and closed the door, but Paget didn't leave except Webster. Can I stay? Paget asked Muhua. Of course. Muhua nodded. Family members accompanied him. So let's start now. Webster said nervously and expectantly. No, I think I need some explanation. Muhua shook his head. Webster and Paget's faces changed slightly. The father and daughter did not interrupt, but looked at Muhua quietly. Muhua smiled and raised 2 fingers. I can maintain your health for a month, and I can also completely solve your magic exhaustion at once. Muhua said slowly, and the father and daughter looked stunned. Can you solve it completely? Then, what do I need to pay? Paget was emotional, but Webster was calmer than before, and asked Muhua. Well, for 1,000 demon gold coins. When Muhua said this, the father and daughter were even more surprised. There was a moment of silence, and Webster frowned. You? I won't live long even if you cure the magic exhaustion? Are you afraid that I won't live more than half a year? No, after solving the magic exhaustion, your body should be better than before. Muhua shook his head. Solving the magic exhaustion is equivalent to completing the evolution of the monster. Although this evolution will not directly affect Webster, it can still bring benefits to his body. It's like replacing an old car with a newer and more efficient engine. If the magic core is fine, the heart that has been fused with the magic core will not have any problems. As for other parts that are broken, With the current medical technology and Webster's financial resources, it's okay to replace them with new ones. Replacing parts is life-saving and life-threatening for ordinary people. But for the rich and powerful, is that a big deal? It is impossible to live forever, but it is normal to let him live a few more years on top of his original lifespan. As for any other physical problems Webster may have in the future, that is none of Muhua's business. Then you, Muhua said lightly, and Patty was thoughtful. Didn't I say it? I am still young, there is no conflict between us, and I don't want to cause hatred because of some gold coins. After all, no one likes vampires. Muhua spread his hands. Ha ha, cough, cough. Muhua just finished speaking. Webster laughed and coughed. Ha ha, okay Mu, I think we should be friends. Of course, vampires are also good. I know a few beautiful vampires. Maybe we can hold a few vampire nights in the future. Webster laughed. Weber, you are almost dead. Paige was dissatisfied. She knew that the vampires that Muhua was talking about were not the same as the vampires that Webster was talking about. The vampires that the old man was talking about should be those demons who called themselves blood clans. Webster laughed and shook his head. At this time, he looked at Muhua with a more intimate look. Mu, you are very smart and rational, or does the Benson family have the intention to launch a strategy project? After joking, Webster asked Muhua. No, I don't have much to do with Benson. Muhua shook his head. Well, no matter what, I will remember your favor. Webster said seriously. It's best if you can understand. Of course, we need to cure you first. Otherwise, I'm afraid Miss Paget will not let me leave here easily. Muhua looked at Paget on the side. Paget smiled softly, and her expression seemed to show that she understood Muhua's joke, but she did not explain or deny it. Webster smiled kindly, and shook his head, and also had no more words. So? Let's start. Webster asked Muhua in a harmonious, somewhat weird and strange atmosphere. Of course. Muhua pointed to the big bed in the room and let Webster lie on the bed. Chapter 90. Muhua's hand sunk into Webster's chest, and he didn't even take off Webster's clothes. Although he was looking at Webster's body, Muhua seemed to have a perspective that outsiders could not observe, as if he was looking down at a strange soul with internal organs and flesh. Soul surgery is amazing. In addition to stimulating the evolution of monster blood, it can also treat traumatic injuries to the patient's internal organs through soul interference. No surgery is required, and it is not helpful for ordinary lesions. By consuming soul dust, it can interfere with flesh and blood organs at the soul level and repair damaged organs. Finding the culprit who caused Webster's magic exhaustion, what Muhua saw was not a bloody heart, but a cracked magic core in a transparent and immaterial heart. The magic core is very small, and it is difficult to confirm the source of the magic core, but Muhua can sense that the original owner of this magic core can evolve in the direction of the high demon. It was a demon that looked like an alien, and its grade was not high. At this time, the magic core was on the verge of collapse, as if a light touch of the finger could make it shatter into a pile of residue. He took out a philosopher's stone directly from the furnace space. This thing was the key to Muhua's ability to cure the exhaustion of magic power. Because his palm was inside Webster, the outside world could not see the condition of Muhua's palm. Otherwise, if his family members saw that he was going to use the philosopher's stone on Webster, the two guys would inevitably say something unpleasant. The magic core was wrapped in the spell, and Muhua crushed the philosopher's stone into it. The powdered stone chips seemed to repair the cracks on the magic core. Webster let out a comfortable moan. As the magic core was repaired, Webster's complexion improved visibly. Padge, who was watching the two of them, breathed a sigh of relief. If it was as he said at the beginning, Muhua should have finished the treatment and received 1,000 demon coins. This is a temporary repair, and the magic core that has already moved towards death will break again in a month, and Webster will enter a state of magic exhaustion again. To completely cure Webster, more philosopher's stones need to be invested to trigger the safe evolution of the magic core and finally achieve rebirth. Compared with a single treatment, a complete treatment can obviously allow Muhua to squeeze more money from Webster. However, Muhua finally gave up the long-term plan and chose to cure Webster at a harmless price. Yes, Muhua felt that compared with Webster's life, for 1,000 demon coins were really harmless. As for the reason for doing this, is it hard to understand? No one likes to be threatened, especially by their own life. The only difference is that most people can only accept their fate and endure, and can only choose between giving up their lives or being squeezed dry. But the rich and powerful can mediate, fight back, and even retaliate. Each treatment lasts for a month, and each time costs 1,000 demon gold coins, and it will be repeated from then on. Is this considered a threat? It's hard to say for others, but in the eyes of people like Webster, this should be a threat, even if it is to maintain their lives. At first, they were excited about being rescued, but later it would inevitably evolve into a threat that they could not bear. There are probably not many people who can really take this as a life-saving grace. An old man in his 70s or 80s, who is out of breath after walking a few steps, has no taste for food, and has no feeling for women, even if he is not sick or in trouble. Is it strange that such a person suddenly wants to die after arranging his future? Not to mention that there is a mana exhaustion pressure, and there is a guy who asks him for 1,000 demon coins every month because of this problem. Just like Webster said, he can't die too early, but after dealing with the things he needs to deal with, would it be strange for this guy to really give up and wait for death? No one likes to be sucked blood. The powerful are good at sucking blood, but they also don't like to be sucked blood, especially those powerful people who are respected in a certain field. Even if the powerful people who are more powerful than them try to suck blood all the time, I am afraid they will not be less likely to stab the other party's kidneys. Even though Mu Hua could save Webster's life, Mu Hua estimated that if he really did that, Webster would probably take action against him after a few treatments. He could manipulate him, and he could threaten him. At least, he had to make him so that leaving him would have a great negative impact on Mu Hua's life. Kidnapping, torture, and interrogation of secrets were all based on the premise that Webster wanted to save his life. If the old man didn't want to die, who knows what he could do? Mu Hua strongly disagreed with Tabitha's saying that wealth and honor are sought in danger. This sentence is only necessary to be brought out as a golden saying when you are desperate enough for your life and your future. It was clearly a lie. A bright future, a stable one, what's the point of risking your life? So Mu Hua told Webster the treatment method and gained 4,000 demon coins, and at the same time, he should have gained some friendship from Webster. Well, friendship or not doesn't matter. But a young man who can communicate and cure magic exhaustion, most people are willing to have fun with him. Well, Mu Hua thought very well and comprehensively, but to be honest, he didn't understand it at all. Webster is not an ordinary rich man, he is a chaebol and a powerful person. Maybe Mu Hua weighed that the harmless 4,000 demon coins are nothing to Webster and his daughter. Because of the environment in this life, Mu Hua still brought a lot of concepts from his previous life to money, credit points, and he knew nothing about wealth. But maybe it was a mistake. Mu Hua's calm and indifferent attitude seemed to have led to some strange misunderstandings. At this time, Webster and Padge really regarded Mu Hua's offer as a friendship prize worthy of being touched. Although they didn't say it, they kept Mu Hua's kindness in their hearts. The structure of the soul surgery technique is quite complicated. Mu Hua can only let his mental power guide the changes of the technique module mechanically, like activating a skill. The magic core in Webster's heart is very small, which is a prerequisite for magic core transplantation. Monsters with this kind of magic core are born with defects and are weaker than their own kind. Even after their magic cores evolve, they will not grow as big as normal. The Philosopher's Stone continued to be invested. Perhaps because there was only the magic core left, or because the magic core was weak enough, Mu Hua only consumed more than 20 units of Philosopher's Stone to make the magic core reach a safe evolution level. The other free hand also entered Webster's body. Mu Hua's shoulders shrugged, and his hands seemed to be roughly rummaging in Webster's body. Webster's consciousness remained clear from beginning to end. At this time, he saw Mu Hua's posture of doing rough carpentry work, and his eyelids twitched really badly. As time passed, a sense of comfort from the soul spread in the body, and the body became weak due to comfort, but Webster could clearly feel that his physical condition was improving rapidly. Not bad, the problem is solved. It's a pity that the adaptability of magic power should not have increased much. Pulling out his palm, Mu Hua wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said softly. A long breath sound came out of his throat. As everything was completed, Webster felt that his body, which was originally confined in a small space, seemed to be freed by a breath. The powerful beating of the heart seemed to echo in his ears, and the physical strength filled the body, but an uncontrollable sleepiness followed. It doesn't matter. At my age, my magic adaptability is useless, Webster muttered. Paggy, help me take care of Mu. I need to rest. Turning to look at his daughter, Webster slowly closed his eyes, while giving instructions, and snoring came from his nose for a while. Is Weber okay? Paggy observed Webster's gradually rosy face, and asked Mu Hua with expectation. He shouldn't sleep too long, there's nothing wrong. Or you can wake him up now, and find a doctor for him. Of course, if he doesn't have a bad temper when he wakes up. Mu Hua spread his hands. With a soft hug, Paggy got into Mu Hua's arms. Thank you. Mu, I apologize for the discomfort I caused you before. After hugging him tightly, Paige let go of Mu Hua. Don't mind, and I think I got a good reward. Mu Hua smiled. Of course you deserve more. You know, nobles can't show pitiful expressions in public. If you show your weaknesses, you will be eaten up. I apologize again for Weber's previous attitude. Paige seemed to let down her guard, and the smile on her beautiful face brought out a gentle temperament. Haha, I don't know much about nobles. Mu Hua blinked jokingly, with an easygoing attitude, not showing any concern. It was not a big deal. Webster wanted to throw him out of the manor at most, but Mu Hua was used to fighting back. Moreover, these nobles learned etiquette since childhood, and Paige's every expression was very good, but Mu Hua couldn't be sure how much hard work was involved. Don't you know? Maybe I can give you a chance to know now. For example, knowing a daughter of a noble. We should have some time before Weber wakes up. Paggy pursed her lips with a hint of meaning. Mu Hua inexplicably felt that her posture at this moment was full of aggression. Someone taught me earlier that in Lorraine, before dating a girl, you should first ask if she has a family. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows. I think you have a good teacher. Although Weber has always wanted me to get married, I prefer single life. Paggy stroked her long hair. Well, soul surgery is very energy-consuming, ma'am. I think I need a place to rest. Mu Hua agreed with Paggy's outlook on life. There is nothing wrong with liking to be single. Of course, you should have a good rest. Paggy glanced at Mu Hua with a charming look. When she turned around, her long skirt outlined a very good female line. Snoring, Webster's snoring on the bed became louder and louder. Mu Hua glanced at Webster. Well, the patient is not awake yet. He shouldn't be so anxious to go home. That would be irresponsible. Following the swaying and seductive figure, Mu Hua and Page left the room. Chapter 91. In a bedroom of the White Villa, Mu Hua and Pa Ji were lying on a soft big bed, kissing each other. Pa Ji was passionate and skilled, and her soft body always twisted to a position that could make Mu Hua restless. Pa Ji's physical attributes were not high, but she could withstand Mu Hua's full impact. In the dim room with the curtains drawn, the reverie of strange noises echoed in the room for an hour, until the air in the room seemed to be humid and hot, and the two of them stopped. After tidying up her makeup, Pa Ji put on her elegant long dress again. Ding ding dang dang, a few bags of demon gold coins were thrown on the bed, and Mu Hua lay on the bed with his arms as a pillow. His eyebrows raised. This style was a bit improper. Madam, can I think you are provoking me? Mu Hua looked at Pa Ji, who was standing by the bed, with a mischievous smile on her lips. No, sir, you can treat it as a hobby. Don't worry, you are special. I have never done this to others. Page sat on the bed, leaned over Mu Hua and smiled. If you are willing to accompany me to some cocktail parties in the future, maybe you will become the only one. Page brushed up her messy hair, and said with a chuckle. No, I am not interested in attending any aristocratic cocktail parties. However, ma'am, drunk driving is not good. You can notify me to pick you up after the cocktail party. I like your hobby, if these are not my medical fees. In fact, a doctor told me that my stomach is not good, and it is not suitable to eat too hard. Mu Hua touched Page's back, put away a few bags of demon gold coins on the bed, and said to Page, Hee, your medical fees are too expensive. I can't afford you. Page followed Mu Hua's words, and patted Mu Hua's shoulder with a proud smile. This is for you. Just like Weber said, you deserve more. While laughing, Page took out a key and put it on Mu Hua's chest. Key? Mu Hua took the key and asked in surprise. The undead courtyard in Monroe City is not a precious thing. It is only of some value to witches and necromancers. Originally, it was intended to win over Melinda. However, now I think it is better to win over a boy who can perform soul surgery. Page teased. Melinda? I seem to owe her 2 dead souls. Mu Hua fiddled with the key. Oh! Are you really going to pay her back 2 dead souls? No way. Who told her that they were transformed from her parents? It feels weird. Mu Hua shook his head. Well, with this, you should be able to pay it back soon. Page pointed to the courtyard key in Mu Hua's hand. Yes, I think the witch should be happy. Mu Hua shook the key, and when he spoke, he very consciously put the key away. The courtyard of the dead, a relatively alternative courtyard, except for a few monsters who practiced undead magic, there were some unpleasant undead creatures. The undead were not strong among the monsters of the same level, but if there was no means to restrain them, it would be more troublesome to kill the undead, especially the skeleton undead, and adventurers usually did not like to go to the courtyard of the dead. The garrisons at the entrance of the courtyard would even let adventurers borrow the garrison's weapons for free. As long as you are willing to enter the courtyard to kill the undead, you will be given guns, energy units, bullets, and shells. This shows the bleakness of that courtyard. However, the courtyard of the dead is a good hunting ground for undead mages like Mu Hua. After kissing and kissing Paget for a long time, the two returned to Webster's room. At this time, Webster had woken up and was drinking red wine and eating steak. Seeing Mu Hua and Paget, Webster raised his eyebrows. This old and shrewd guy seemed to find that his daughter seemed to take care of Mu Hua a little thoroughly. But after looking at Mu Hua carefully, he looked at his daughter again. Well, forget it. It's hard to say who takes care of whom. Webster's expression was quite natural, and he was also easygoing when communicating with Mu Hua. Webster had no physical problems, and he even asked Mu Hua to attend the cocktail party he was going to hold. It was a normal communication that couldn't be more normal. No serious business was discussed, all of which were just some fun gossip. Under Webster's guidance of the topic, it seemed that the two had known each other for many years. Webster was fine, and Mu Hua also said goodbye and left. With a feminine scent, Mu Hua returned to Bear Pig Town with 4,000 demon coins and a key to the courtyard of the dead. Well, maybe Webster and Page's personal contact information should be added. Returning to the hotel, as soon as he entered the door, he saw the man walking towards him from a distance, and Mu Hua couldn't help but feel happy. Does this fat guy know that he has made a fortune? Well, don't look at Mu Hua's calmness in front of Webster and Page. In fact, he was still very excited to earn 4,000 demon coins, and wanted to brag. Mu! You are back. Why did you let the young lady take the money? As soon as he approached, the man hurriedly questioned Mu Hua. Ah? Mu Hua was puzzled. What do you mean I asked Tabitha to take the money? Mission compensation? She is going to organize a team, and she is also a young lady. What's wrong with letting her take the money? The young lady ordered a multi-purpose tow truck for all-terrain vehicles and 2 armed shuttles online early in the morning. And the 2 armed shuttles are actually second-hand. Believe me, the 2 armed shuttles that made the young lady think she got a bargain must have been refurbished after an accident. Mu, although the young lady is not extravagant in life, she is very good at spending money. Remember, it is spending money recklessly. Without Mu Hua asking more, the man lowered his voice, glanced at a corner of the hotel lobby from time to time, and said to Mu Hua. Mu Hua was surprised. What the hell, what did you buy? If I remember correctly, the so-called adventure team now only has him and Taibesha, right? Entering the hotel with the man, I saw Taibesha sitting on the high stool at the bar, swinging her legs. The terminal interface that the girl was constantly refreshing showed a full page of online shopping products. The man was excited to whisper to Mu Hua at the door, but after entering the hotel, he slipped away with an attitude that it was none of his business. Cousin, are you back? Seeing Mu Hua, Taibesha raised her hand and greeted Mu Hua. Since they agreed to explore the courtyard once a week, everyone lived a normal life the rest of the time, and Taibesha would not interfere too much in Mu Hua's private life. Besha, did you buy a tow truck? Sitting next to Taibesha, Mu Hua glanced at the interface on the terminal and asked Taibesha. This kind of perfume? The price of this perfume should not be affordable for Kuna, right? Taibesha sniffed sensitively, seemed to deliberately avoid the man, and asked Mu Hua softly. Ahem, Besha, why did you buy a multifunctional tow truck? Mu Hua coughed dryly, and asked Taibesha again. Not bad. How long have you been in Larin? You've made friends with a lady? Ignoring Mu Hua's question, Taibesha seemed more interested in the smell of Mu Hua's perfume. We just met. Now we need to talk about the problem of the tow truck. Mu Hua said seriously, emphasizing his problem again. Multifunctional tow truck. The name sounds quite rustic, but that thing is usually used to open up roads in complex terrains, such as hills and jungles. Generally, it will only be driven into the courtyard when the demon hunting team is going to fight on a large scale. Mu Hua's impression of it is that it consumes a lot of energy and is expensive. Of course, the original casual question was upgraded to the level of a serious event because of Taibesha's curiosity. Although this perfume is highly dependent, the smell is not strong. You smell all over your body, and you still call me a friend? Taibesha curled her lips in contempt, and when she saw Mu Hua staring, she stopped entangled in the issue of perfume. I want to build a training ground in the forest behind the hotel. Taibesha explained the problem of the tow truck. You don't need to buy a tow truck to build a training ground, right? You have to buy one sooner or later anyway. You probably have to wait until the end of time. What about the ATV? The tow truck is having a promotion. Buy a tow truck and get 2 ATVs for free. Taibesha felt like she had found a great bargain. Mu Hua seemed to see the TV shopping that his old mother in his previous life would never listen to. Mu Hua twitched his lips. What kind of a hell of a promotion was this? They're group buying, and there are only 2 of us. Seeing Taibesha's matter-of-fact attitude, Mu Hua no longer wanted to ask about the second-hand shuttle. These are all the necessary preparations for the team. I just happened to come across a suitable one. I can't use it for the time being, so I just built a hangar to keep it. You still need to build a hangar. Don't you need it? Don't worry, I contacted an engineering team with a good reputation. Taibesha looked at the somewhat excited Mu Hua inexplicably. Oh, don't worry, I only used some reserve funds. I didn't touch the money you used to buy magic stones. Look at the good stuff I found for you. For 100 demon gold coins, 47 level 5 magic stones, I used the internal channels of Benson Economics and Trade. All of them are taken from undead creatures, and the quality is definitely better than that of the Adventurers Guild. Taibesha proudly called up an interface from the terminal, with an expression on her face that said praise me now. I want low-level magic stones, right? Mu Hua twitched his eyes. It's the same. If you need it, the effect of the 5th level magic stone is always better than that of the lower level magic stone. We just made a fortune, so we should use the best steel on the blade. Taibesha patted Mu Hua's shoulder in a comforting manner, as if to let Mu Hua not mind the investment in him. Mu Hua's eyelids twitched, and he sighed dumbly. Oh, forget it. Who did you learn these damn famous quotes from? What? Is there a problem? No problem. I go back to my room to wash up. Feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart, Mu Hua got up and went upstairs. Looking back at Taibesha, who was fiddling with the shopping interface again, Mu Hua's mentality of wanting to brag about his wealth earlier disappeared without a trace. Bragging bullshit. The key is to hide your money well. This cousin is unreliable. Chapter 92. Regarding the courtyard demon hunting, Mu Hua and Taibesha made a lot of money the first time they teamed up. Taibesha was also very nice to Mu Hua, but the 40 or 50 level 5 magic stones she collected for Mu Hua with a lot of effort still gave Mu Hua a headache. Mu Hua had figured out some of the rules for smelting skill stones with magic stones. The skill stones that can be smelted with magic stones are related to the monsters that drop the magic stones. Magic stones that have just dropped are better than magic stones that have been stored for a period of time. That is, the fresher the magic stones, the better the smelting effect. The bloodline attributes of the monsters, the magic they are good at using, their innate abilities, etc., all affect the production of magic stone smelting. Monsters, especially demons, most of them have evolved from small monsters. This also leads to the demons with higher bloodline strength, which are easier to smelt high-level magic. The longer they survive, the longer they must have practiced, and the easier it is to smelt the 100 refined secret stone. Level 5 magic stones have a chance to smelt intermediate magic skill stones, and the probability of producing 100 refining secret stones is also greater than that of low-level magic stones. But it's a matter of probability. Intermediate magic stones often produce low-level skill stones, which is much more difficult than low-level magic stones. Moreover, let alone higher-level magic, Mu Hua can't do it for the time being. The magic system of a magician is also quite complicated. Some low-level magic affects the growth of a magician like a foundation. In comparison with the price and quantity base, Mu Hua now needs to brush a wave of low-level magic stones. Even if he is given a bunch of high-level magic cores now, I'm afraid he will brush out a bunch of Lifetime series. Taibesha hoards tow trucks. Does he hoard skill stones of the Lifetime series? TSK, Mu Hua has a toothache. In just one day, Taibesha bought a lot of things. Mu Hua got to know Taibesha better. In addition to being self-disciplined and hardworking, his cousin seemed to like to stock up on war supplies. Mu Hua came to the Adventurers Guild early in the morning because Taibesha also bought him some magic books that he needed to pick up at the guild. Flame accumulation, folding penetration, false information, ice cones, and even magic enhancement, hidden casting and soul engraving. Mu, are you going to attack the magician? In the Adventurers Guild of Bear Pig Town, Kuna took the fruit that Mu Hua brought her, took out a pile of magic books, and asked Mu Hua quite unexpectedly. The guild hall was a little more lively than before. With the laying of the ritual array in the courtyard, it also attracted more adventurers to Bear Pig Town. To a certain extent, the hidden danger of monsters appearing everywhere has been eliminated. Even the residents of the town can go to the courtyard to hang out when they are free, and even shoot a few guns in some relatively safe areas. Sitting on the sofa in the hall partition with Kuna, Mu Hua looked at a pile of magic books with a tangled face. The so-called partition is to add some baffles between the rows of sofas in the corner of the hall. It is not a closed space, but no one will disturb you when you sit here to talk about things. Magician. Haha, these are magic fruits, and they taste pretty good. Facing Kuna's inquiry, Mu Hua smiled bitterly, and pointed to the fruits he brought to her. Magic fruits are some fruits with a little magic recovery effect. The biggest feature is that they are rich in nutrition and taste better than ordinary fruits. They usually grow in some places with high magic concentration. They are not precious, but a relatively expensive fruit. These fruits were grown by the trees that Mu Hua planted on the Abyss Island. He couldn't finish them, so he picked some and brought them to Kuna. Why you didn't buy these, Taibesha? Kuna was very happy that Mu Hua brought her magic fruits, but seeing Mu Hua fiddling with the magic book with a strange expression, Kuna guessed and asked, "Well, who else could it be?" In addition to the contribution points from the last mission, she had less than 2,000 demon coins left out of 5,000 in one day, and this was the result of claiming to have kept a reserve fund. Mu Hua admired Taibesha's ability to spend money. Samantha must have given her money, but the problem was that she also bought a lot of things that she might not use, especially these magic books bought specifically for Mu Hua. Haha, the eldest lady is very optimistic about you. I heard that Taibesha is very serious about cultivation. She wants you to impact the magician now? Kuda smiled, and there was a little more color in her eyes when she looked at Mu Hua. Mage can be regarded as an advanced title for magicians. In fact, mage is not necessarily stronger than magicians. The key lies in the analysis of magic, and with the blessing of several interference abilities, the mage can cast spells more naturally. Magic enhancement, hidden casting, after mastering these two magics, they can be integrated with engraved magic, and finally form a casting feature called freedom. After mastering this feature, the caster no longer needs to show the magic circle in a big way every time he casts a spell, and can also integrate some magic into the engraved magic according to his own magic strength. The more concealed casting process is not the point. With the ability to cast freely, the caster's magic will also be more flexible and changeable. By changing the spell module, some magic can no longer stick to the conventional mode. The magician who waves his hand with wind and thunder is mostly a mage who has mastered free casting. The reason why the mage is not necessarily stronger than the magician is that freedom does not actually reduce the casting time, nor does it increase the strength of magic. It can even be said that if the magic circle is engraved, the casting time may be shorter. The ability as a turret may be weakened, but the magician's casting process is more difficult to guard against. After all, when they are posing, they may have already started casting. Before the magic is activated, the opponent cannot judge what magic they are about to face through the magic circle. Free casting is a very practical casting feature, but it is very troublesome to learn. Many magicians cannot learn normal casting, so naturally they don't have so much time to think about this cool ability. Taibesha probably bought this kind of magic book for Mu Hua because he has a super strong magic learning ability. And Mu Hua actually wanted to tell Taibesha, free casting? He was originally going to use low-level magic stones to get freedom. If magic enhancement and hidden casting are important components of freedom, then soul engraving is even more ridiculous to Mu Hua. This magic is to imprint the magic formula into one's soul. Generally, this kind of application can only be carried out after a deep analysis of a certain magic. But Mu Hua, there is a bug. The skill stone he took directly completed this soul imprint. Soul engraving is definitely the most standard extracurricular reading for Mu Hua. Flame accumulation magic, fold penetration and ice cone are all qualitative change magic, without independent attack. Allow fire magic to absorb more external fire elements autonomously during casting. Make the lightning of thunder magic more penetrating. And change the shape of solid ice and ice magic, so that the ice has sharp edges. These magics have low attribute requirements and are difficult to learn. After learning, they must be combined with the corresponding elemental magic to explore, just like the components of strengthening elemental magic, revealing the word trouble from head to toe. Similarly, they are also the skills that Mu Hua wants to get by eating low-level magic stones. As for false information, it is an advanced magic of intelligence interception, and Mu Hua can't even intercept intelligence. He didn't get low-level magic stones, but he got a bunch of magic books. Mu Hua had nothing to say about Taibesha, who worked hard for him except a bitter smile. It was also thanks to the fact that when he was fishing for monsters in the Abyss Island at night, he could get some attribute crystals more or less, and his own strength grew steadily, which prevented Mu Hua from exploding because of Taibesha's kindness. The exorcism bullets you ordered will arrive in 2 days. Will they be delivered directly to the hotel? Kuda asked Mu Hua as he fiddled with the magic book weekly. Exorcism bullets are cheaper in the guild with contribution points than outside, but they are more expensive than outside without contribution points. In addition to the magic book, Taibesha also replenished 200,000 rounds of level 3 exorcism bullets yesterday. Mu Hua estimated that his cousin was probably equipping the armed shuttle with ammunition. Next time, she could consider sweeping the goblin area. Okay. I plan to collect some low-level magic stones. Can I collect them from the guild? Mu Hua asked Kuna after putting away the magic book. Low-level magic stones don't require contribution points. They are sold to the energy group anyway. How many do you want? Kuna asked. Let's start with 2,000 demon gold coins. How much? Kuna questioned. 2,000 demon gold coins. Mu Hua confirmed. That's 2 tons. Where can I get so many low-level magic stones for you? Low-level magic stones lose their magic power very quickly. After a while, they will become ordinary stones. Kuda rolled her eyes. The Adventurers Guild in Bear Pig Town is still a small workshop, and the energy group will come to collect magic stones regularly. Mu Hua asked for 2 tons of low-level magic stones. You can't hoard them. Can I get them from the energy group? Mu Hua frowned and asked. Low-level magic stones are not expensive, but large quantities are troublesome. They use magic stones to make energy units, and the price can be 10 times higher when they are sold. How do you want to collect them? Kuda shook her head. I try to contact the guilds in other regions to dispatch them. However, if this is the case, not only will the price be high, but there will be no price difference for 2,000 demon gold coins. After all, it involves trivial matters such as transportation. Maybe it would be better to go the Benson family's way. Kuda thought. No need, you can help me arrange it. I don't need that little money. Mu Hua waved his hand. After collecting 2 tons of low-level magic stones, Mu Hua estimated that he should ask for intermediate magic stones. Now he is not short of money, so there is no need to owe the Benson family a favor for this matter. Although it was not stated, Kuda had already discovered that Mu Hua did not seem to want to have too much interaction with the Benson family. Oh, I finally found out that you and Taibesha are indeed siblings. Kuda smiled bitterly. This pair of cousins were not very reliable when it came to spending money. Chapter 93. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Mu Hua came to Old Baron's Tavern. The town held a town meeting here today, and Old Mori asked Mu Hua if he wanted to participate. Mu Hua would naturally not refuse the first collective activity invited by the townspeople. It is called a town meeting, but the gathering in the tavern is not so serious. It is just some old people in the town gathered together to discuss things related to the town. The laying of the 375 courtyard ritual array, the launch of the reconnaissance satellite is also on the agenda, and the establishment of the Spring College branch, including the commercial area outside the town. All these will have a lot of impact on the lives of the townspeople. Everyone gathered together to chat, and the main discussion was about how to avoid adverse effects on their original lives and how to get more benefits for the town. Mu Hua has only been in Loren for a short time. He came here to pursue a new life, not to be a wandering lone traveler. Although the improvement of his own strength was somewhat beyond expectations, Mu Hua did not mind integrating into the town. In other words, in his opinion, it is also necessary to integrate here and become a citizen of the magic empire with a place. There is a sign in front of the tavern saying closed today. When you push open the door, it is a little noisy inside. Many people have gathered here. Ivan, the farmer of Nigel Farm in the west of the town, Mori who runs a gun shop, Rita who runs a supermarket, Mark who runs a restaurant, Tim who runs a butcher shop, Sam who runs a fast food restaurant, etc. Including the mayor of the town, Pete, and some townspeople who work in well-known companies. Most of the people who attended the party are middle-aged and elderly people over 50 years old. There are also 3 or 4 young people under 30 years old, and a few cowboys accompanying the farmer Ivan. One of them is wearing a guard uniform. There is noise coming from the communicator from time to time. I am afraid he has not finished get off work yet. There was also a young man who was wearing a night hunter shoulder badge. Get out, Vito, there's no place for you here. Mu Hua just entered the tavern and heard the farmer Ivan scolding. Vito, the gang leader who Mu Hua had helped to remove the curse earlier, seemed to want to join the party, but the people here didn't seem to welcome him. Unlike Lanton, gangsters are actually quite respected by the people in Lanton. When they meet some gangsters, many people will even flatter them. But in Loren, they are obviously not well received. Following the scolding, the 2 younger cowboys beside Ivan stood up, as if they were ready to fight Vito at any time. Dude, you see? I just want to do something for the town. Vito's face was ugly. Mu Hua happened to come in. Vito looked at Mu Hua and said to Mu Hua, with his hands spread out as if he knew him. Walking past Vito, Mu Hua ignored Vito's chat and passed by coldly, which made Vito, who was ignored, look even uglier. After greeting several people he knew in the tavern, Mu Hua came to old Mori's table and sat next to him. "Hey, Ivan, do you need me to help you throw him out?" "Of course, Toby, you can't arrest me for casting spells," Mu Hua said to Ivan, who looked angry, and then looked at the young man in the guard uniform and smiled. In the laws of most countries on Loren Star, offensive magic is not allowed outside the courtyard. The attack of summoned beasts is also included, but defensive magic is not restricted. Another possibility is that the magician's hand can be used normally if it does not involve attack. This is a privilege that the proud magicians have fought for themselves. "Mu, I can handle it." Nodding to Mu Hua, Ivan, like an old cowboy, glared at Vito again. "You are not from the town. You are a bastard who corrupts young people. You are not qualified to sit here. Get out of here." Ivan scolded, and Mu Hua did not give Vito a good look. A rubbish person should have the consciousness of a rubbish person. If he can be as arrogant as a dragon, he should also be able to adapt to being stepped on. Before you find a backer who can cover yourself with a bright skin, don't stand in front of normal people. Mu Hua knows a little about Vito's situation. For the things he usually does, it's really a bit confusing to appear here now. Seeing that everyone stood on Ivan's side, Mayor Pete had an impatient look on his face. Toby of the guard team was full of disgust, and Will, who joined the Night Hunters, put his hand on the sword at his waist. "Huh?" Vito snorted coldly, trying to offset the embarrassment, and pushed the door to leave the tavern. Vito's coming and going was just an episode that could be used as a topic of conversation at the party. Except for Ivan's heroic statement that if Vito dared to show up at his farm, he would send Vito to hell, everyone quickly forgot about Vito. Although people like Vito are very troublesome, everyone has a gun in Loren. If a fight really breaks out, ordinary people who abide by the law may be more dangerous than those guys on the road. "Everyone, be quiet for a while." After everyone chatted for a while, Pete stood in the middle of the hall and raised his hand to ask all tables to be quiet. "I'm going to talk about a few things when I gather everyone here today. First, the Chonphone group on Heyman's side wants to open a plantation in the north of the town. Let's discuss how many jobs and salaries they should provide. Second, the spring branch is about to open, and we need to get some scholarships for the young people in the town. Children from families outside who have extraordinary potential should be recruited back. How many warriors are sent out by spring every year? It's better to go to school than to hang around outside. Third, our courtyard will soon launch a reconnaissance satellite, and there should be a strategy team that will be interested in this place. The strategy team can bring a lot of economic benefits. The town may be able to add some fast food trucks. Let's see who wants to do this business. What about the lumberyard? Since the opening of the courtyard, the lumberyard business of the GNA family has been getting worse day by day," Pete said while counting on his fingers, and someone in the house asked, "Pete, don't just talk nonsense, go and say hello to the garrison. Those who originally came to Bear Pig Town to purchase goods must give priority to purchasing wood from the town. If you can't do it, you can go down and let someone else be the mayor." When mentioning the lumberyard, someone shouted angrily, "Chilly gabble, chilly gabble." As Pete brought up the topic for today, the pub became more and more noisy. The four people sat around the wooden table, and everyone was either discussing with the table or standing up and speaking. After a while, although the topic did not deviate, everyone was arguing. Among the things discussed, only the Springer branch had something to do with Mu Hua. But Mu Hua still didn't understand what his professorship was. It was not easy to interrupt, so he just chatted with the old Mori and others at the same table. "Mu, aren't you a necromancer? Hillary said a few days ago that there were ghost disturbances in the west of the town at night. Can you go there when you have time?" Old Baron brought Mu Hua a large glass of beer and said to Mu Hua, "Okay, as long as Will doesn't say that I'm stealing his job," Mu Hua said with a smile. "TSK, that kid needs to drink the psychic vision potion to hunt spirits. The night hunters don't care about simple spirit disturbance phenomena," Old Mori said disdainfully. "Okay, no need to bother, I let the ravens take a look." After taking a sip of ice beer, Mu Hua communicated with the blind ravens scattered outside the hotel. Although the summoned beasts cannot move independently away from the summoner, the town area does not affect the activities of the ravens. Usually Mu Hua scatters the ravens in the woods outside the hotel. Originally, he planned to let the ravens fly to the west of the town to take a look, but as soon as he started to share vision, Mu Hua's expression became inexplicably strange. In the woods, fallen leaves, paths, and the woods outside the hotel. Demand's face was flushed. A hot girl, holding his arm, was walking with him into the depths of the woods. The two behaved intimately, and the girl took Demand's arm to greet him intentionally. Wherever there were many trees and grass, the two would go there. Look at Demand's smile. Is he going to have a wild fight? Mu Hua was indignant at Demand's bad behavior of messing around during work hours. 10 ravens hid among the trees and observed the two's actions from all directions. Chapter 94. The sun shines through the gaps between the leaves, casting a quiet and beautiful scene in the forest. Withered grass, moist air, and the fragrance of women in the nose. Of course, if there is no dagger on the neck, everything will be more perfect. Even if a beautiful woman rides on him, if there is no dagger on his neck, Demand will keep a rippling smile and be willing to be a cow and horse. Aisha, this is not interesting at all. I don't remember offending a beauty like you. This is the Dandelion Inn. I think you should have heard that this is not good for you. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and the light in the forest seemed to become mysterious and gloomy. The fragrance in his nose dissipated, and the rotten smell of soil came from the dead leaves under him. The beautiful mood was gone, and Demand carefully shrank his neck and spoke weak words to the beautiful woman riding on him. A romantic encounter. Demand likes romantic encounters. Today he thought he had met a romantic encounter, and it was with a delicate and attractive little wild cat. The other party likes novelty and excitement, and Demand feels that he should cooperate with the other party to show his demeanor. As a result, the other party seemed to play too excitingly, and the little wild cat showed its deadly fangs, and the original canary-like temperament turned into a venomous snake-like viciousness. Fatty, you took something you shouldn't have taken. It's time to give it back to me. The woman named Aisha pressed the dagger in her hand and said to Demand. What? If you want money, I still have some on me. How about mithril coins? Demand was at a loss. When he was talking to himself, he felt his skin being cut by a sharp blade, and his calm expression suddenly became flustered. No, demon gold coins. I still have demon gold coins. Fuck, what do you want? Demand raised his hands and spoke in a slightly high tone. Bang! A punch hit Demand's eye socket, instantly knocking Demand shouting back into his throat. Shut up. Don't be clever. Should I give you a reminder? Remember the bounty hunter who died in the hotel? Elsa frowned and cursed in a low voice, with impatience flashing in her eyes. You? Demand was surprised, but his face was less flustered. The bounty hunter who died in the hotel? Of course Demand remembered it, because it was not long ago. And at that time Demand felt very unlucky. He didn't think that someone would cause trouble in the Dandelion Hotel, because if necessary, Benson could make the troublemaker pay an excessive price. Demand hated those ignorant whites the most. Originally, Demand only thought that the woman in front of him was an ignorant fairy. But a female killer, who was hunted by a bounty hunter, and killed a bounty hunter, the Elsa in front of him was obviously not the fairy, who didn't know how to live or die as Demand imagined. I have nothing to do with bounty hunters. The Dandelion Inn is neutral. We don't cause trouble. Demand frowned, but he was a little more calm than before. We don't like trouble. Believe me, no girl would like to trouble a fat man. I put the things in the flower pot on the bar. You should think about it again. Demand's calmness made Elsa disgusted. Flower pot? That handicraft? You kidnapped me for that thing? Damn, you can let me go. Maybe I can give you another 1,000 credits. Believe me, you can sell another stack in the small town grocery store. Demand was surprised and dissatisfied. Demand did pick up a beautiful stone in the flower pot on the bar, and he always thought it was thrown by an adventurer. It has a bit of the flavor of handicrafts. Demand was not sure of the material, so he picked it up as a toy to play with in his spare time. Elsa stood up from Demand cautiously. Demand was indignant, and took out a flat round stone that was smaller than a regular chess piece from his trouser pocket. Taking out the stone, Demand seemed to glance at the stone casually, remembering the relatively heavy lines on the stone. In Elsa's slightly excited eyes, Demand threw the stone to Elsa, while the raven cried, unexpectedly. The thrown stone did not fall into Elsa's hands. A raven suddenly jumped out and swooped down to grab the stone. Damn it! Elsa cursed. Between Demand and the raven, Elsa chose the fleeing raven, and shot out the dagger in her hand. The dagger with a whistle shot through the raven's body. The appearance of the blind raven is no different from that of an ordinary raven, and it is also a magical beast that can occasionally be encountered outside the courtyard. In the history of the Federation, the 3 main stars have experienced monster invasions, and there are still many less harmful monsters in the human world. Aisha was surprised by the sudden appearance of the raven, But Demand was not surprised. He had seen the raven a long time ago, and he naturally knew that these ravens were Mu Hua's summoned beasts. Moo! Boss, help! Seeing that Aisha's attention was attracted by the raven, Demand shouted and ran out of the woods. As Demand shouted, the raven that was shot to death by the dagger and dissipated like a decomposition also made Aisha's face change suddenly. Summoned beast. It is normal for wild ravens to snatch some small things from humans, but the raven whose body dissipated undoubtedly shows its identity as a summoned beast. The monsters of hell cannot be projected in the human world. Looking for death. Elsa shouted in a low voice, not bothering to pick up the fallen stones. A pistol appeared in her hand, aiming at Demand. Ga, the ravens rose up, and several ravens were shot out from the forest again. The ravens attacking from all directions made Elsa distracted for a moment, and the muzzle of the gun paused briefly between the ravens and Demand. The next moment, Elsa's eyes went black, and the alarm bells in her heart sounded, and she cursed blindingly. Bang, 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 the gunshots rang suddenly, and Elsa ignored the ravens pecking and fired continuously in the direction of Demand's escape based on her feeling. At this time, Demand's reaction had to be praised. Almost at the same time as Elsa fired, Demand had already crawled on the ground and rolled to dodge. Although the action was ugly, in a blink of an eye, Demand had rolled and crawled to hide behind a big tree. Bullets bit into the trunk one by one, but they did not hurt Demand. Ha! This is the first time I've seen the blinding of ravens really work. The atmosphere in the woods was tense. Elsa didn't know when she had a dagger in her hand. She swung the dagger and killed 2 ravens pecking at her. At this time, Mu Hua's voice rang out in the woods. Bang, 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 the gunshots were loud. Following the sound, all the bullets in Elsa's pistol hit Mu Hua's body. Until the bullets were used up, Mu Hua's steady footsteps did not stop. Shaw, the sound of weeds and dead leaves being trampled. With eyes unable to see, Elsa felt that Mu Hua was approaching her. Beauty, I must remind you that your bullet just hit a necromancer, and it was shot on the necromancer's territory. Haha, Demand, maybe you want to continue to do something pleasant with her. I think she will cooperate. After all, she shot me 5 times. Mu Hua's voice reached Elsa's ears, and the sound of bones rubbing suddenly rang out from the necromancer and the surroundings, making Elsa's heart instantly cold and creepy. No, boss, you misunderstood. I have long discovered that this woman has problems, so I led her here specifically. There is nothing pleasant between her and me. Demand still hid behind the tree, not showing his head, and shouted from a distance. At this time, Demand was very fortunate in his heart, fortunately forgot that there were ravens released by Mu Hua in the woods. Until he was held hostage by Elsa, Demand's gratitude was infinitely magnified. Slow, pain, paralysis, inferior demon. After Mu Hua came to Loren, it seemed that he had not dealt with people with low mental attributes. This was the first time he saw an opponent who could be blinded by a blind raven. In a fit of excitement, Mu Hua threw a bunch of cursed potions on Elsa. Paralyzed, Elsa screamed and staggered to stand firm. As for the curses of vomiting, black blood, bleeding, etc., Mu Hua did not throw them at her. First, he did not want to waste the potion, and second, it might get a little dirty. This girl is good looking, and Mu Hua is still considering whether to ride this girl. After all, she came first, didn't she? Mu Hua is a true feminist. After all, she has already come. Riding her while it's hot is not too much, right? Elsa is not an ordinary person. Her physique is not low. Unfortunately, her mental attributes are at the level of a 5-star war scum, and she has almost no resistance to curses. Chapter 95. Early during the party in the tavern, Mu Hua unexpectedly discovered that Demand seemed to have been set up by a girl. He left the party midway. He had intended to see Demand's joke, but the matter seemed to be more serious than he thought. Because the raven was a little far away, Mu Hua could not hear the conversation between Demand and Elsa, and he was not sure what the situation was. But this girl used her gun recklessly. Although she only knocked off a few layers of bone shields on Mu Hua's body, the rule-abiding Mu Hua had defined her as someone who could be disposed of at will. The girl was very beautiful. For example, if you did that first, then that, or caught her and did that repeatedly, and then buried her in a pit, or used her as an experiment of undead magic, it all fell into the category of being disposed of at will. After all, you have good marksmanship, and you want to kill me, right? Elsa, Physique 184, Intelligence 40, Spirit 6. Magic Adaptability D, a very standard demon hunter attribute. That's right. Although Mu Hua and Taibesha's attributes are all fancy, Aisha's attributes are the more common attribute template for most young demon hunters. The level of magic adaptability can determine the comprehensiveness of people's attributes to a certain extent, but it also involves factors such as time, resources, and equipment. Even adventurers with high magic adaptability usually choose a main combat attribute to develop in the early stage. Only when the strength reaches a certain level can they try to improve other aspects. Magic is mysterious, and the curse in black magic is even more mysterious. Soul strength is an intuitive factor to fight against curses. When Mu Hua found that Aisha couldn't even withstand the blinding of the raven, he directly gave her a lot of negative states. Pure magic power has no effect in removing the curse. In addition to purification magic, only blood can dispel the curse to a certain extent. Unfortunately, Elsa is young and beautiful, and her gun skills and martial arts seem to be pretty good, but she didn't brush blood. Mu Hua threw a paralysis curse on her, and she was basically dead. This is the horror of the mage, and it is also the source of the arrogance of the necromancer, who is cold and arrogant despite being ignored by grandma and uncle. Bang! Walking in front of Elsa, who was in a defensive posture like a blind swordsman, Mu Hua punched into Elsa's flat abdomen. Ugh! Pain, dry heaving. Mu Hua's strength is stronger than Elsa. Maybe he is a melee rookie, but facing the female killer with a debuff, Mu Hua punched Elsa to her knees. Hey, Mu Hua hit Elsa all over. Rings, earrings, and jewelry on the body are taken off first. Poor guy, except for a storage ring that can't be opened, the rest are simple jewelry. Clothes taken off, skirt taken off, black lace underwear. When Mu Hua was about to start with Elsa's underwear, Demand came out from behind the tree with a hum and ran to Mu Hua. Ahem. Boss, this doesn't seem good, right? Demand said to Mu Hua with a dry cough, looking at the ashamed and angry Elsa. You are a fat man who ordered takeout and had a wild battle, and you told me it's not good? This woman is not simple. I want to see if she has any other weapons hidden on her body. Mu Hua questioned contemptuously. It should not be hidden. Demand twitched his mouth. He once thought that he might have some bad habits, but looking at Mu Hua's series of actions, he always felt that his definition of bad was a little inappropriate. Humph. You are useless. Mu Hua snorted. He stopped trying to take off the 2 pieces of cloth on Elsa's body, but his big hand still groped in the cloth. He pinched what should be pinched, and what should not be pinched, and rubbed what should not be scratched. Ah, bastard. Bastard. Stop, oh! Elsa screamed helplessly. The next moment, Mu Hua pinched her cheeks, forcing her red lips to open and woof, unable to shout. Shut up. You shot me 5 times. 1 shot even hit my forehead. You should be glad that you have a body that I am interested in. Maybe you want me to soak you in formalin? I am good at imprisoning souls. Although I am not interested in making zombies, I can try it if you need it. Mu Hua said viciously, and Demand shuddered. What do you want? Elsa was helpless, and her vision gradually recovered. When she saw Mu Hua and the group of skeleton guards around her, Elsa's eyes were full of despair. Tell me, what's going on? Demand, I think we need a safe house, so we can do more interesting things. Ignoring Aisha, Mu Hua looked at Demand. Yes, a safe house. No man doesn't need a safe house of his own. But boss, I don't really like this kind of thing. Demand looked embarrassed. Regarding Mu Hua's suggestion, he said he didn't want to go along with it. Well, it's not that he didn't want to, but Demand was worried that Mu Hua's suggestion contained formaldehyde, and he couldn't accept that. After receiving contempt from Mu Hua again, Demand told Mu Hua about his contact with Aisha. There was nothing exciting about the whole thing. It was just a middle-aged fat man who ordered takeout, but ended up calling a female killer. Mu Hua was not interested in the love-hate relationship between the fat man and the female killer, but he was a little curious about the stone mentioned in it. A raven helped Mu Hua pick up the stone that fell in the weeds. The stone felt delicate, and had some complex inscriptions without magic fluctuations on it. Yes, Mu Hua could tell at a glance that the patterns on the stone were all inscriptions. Even though the details were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, Mu Hua really recognized this thing. It was because of his recognition that Mu Hua's originally cold expression turned into surprise. You call this a craft? Holding the stone talisman, Mu Hua's hand shape was obviously cautious. Do you know what this is? Demand asked in surprise. What do you think? Mu Hua looked at Elsa. High-level magic brain, I just want to take it back, or it belongs to you. It is more valuable than my bounty. Aisha ignored the ignorant Demand and said angrily. Aisha was very annoyed. She didn't expect Demand didn't know the magic brain. If I had known that he didn't know it, I could have slept with this fat man a few times and then find a chance to get it from him, and I wouldn't have to face the current situation. A magic brain? Where did it come from? Mu Hua asked with a sneer. Steal. When Aisha said this, Mu Hua raised his hand to interrupt. No, you don't need to tell me who you stole it from. You stole this thing, and you can still live until now. You are so lucky. Mu Hua shook his head, and Aisha was surprised. This is not a magical brain. This is the Demon King's brain, which represents infinite potential, and is the top component for creating magical life. Mu Hua muttered, and Aisha and Demand suddenly stared at the stone talisman in Mu Hua's hand. The Devil's Brain, only one word difference, but it is a field that human magic technology cannot reach today. This thing cannot be made by humans. Even if Mu Hua has learned soul transformation, he cannot make it. In addition to materials and technology, it also requires extremely high personal attributes. The body, brain, and soul are the three most important components for building magic life. Humans can only make high-level magic brains at most now. Even with the ultimate flesh and blood cells, and the ultimate soul, the strength of the final magic life is difficult to surpass the level of the Demon Lord. The Devil's Brain is just like its name, which can bring unlimited potential to magic life. Of course, everything here is potential. It is impossible for a newly born magic life to have super combat power at birth. They also need to grow, and the potential here refers to their growth limit. And it is precisely for this reason that the Devil's Brain is not very applicable in Hell. It is very precious, but also very tasteless. After all, Hell is too chaotic, and demons don't like to consume a lot of precious resources to create a top-level magic life, and then go out and be slapped to death. Demons like to pick up ready-made ones. Apart from paying attention to emotional energy, they usually have no interest in spending time and energy to cultivate other individuals. This also makes the Devil's Brain area relatively useless to demons. More often, it should be a work of interest for some demons. But one thing cannot be denied, this thing is quite expensive. Especially for humans who want the best of everything, this thing is not cheap at all. Chapter 96. Elsa, right? You're really good. No wonder you're being rewarded by the black market. I don't care where you got this thing from. I don't want to know anything. But I want this. Mu Hua shook the Demon King's brain in his hand. I give you two choices. 1. Go as far as you can, never show up in front of me again, and never let anyone know that I took this Demon King's brain. 2. I will imprison you, torture you in every way possible, and then give you a slavery contract. Even if you die, I will imprison your soul, transform you into a ghost, and then let you go as far as you can, and never show up in front of me again. Faced with the two choices given by Mu Hua, Demand and Elsa were stunned. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. Are these two choices? You want to rob others and find someone to take the blame. Why don't you just say it? This Demon King's brain, I stole this from a demon hunter team. Their captain is just a member of a small family in the Principality of Pansy. You may. I don't care. I don't want to know. You should make a choice as soon as possible. Interrupting Elsa's tangled words, Mu Hua said arrogantly. Elsa wanted to curse, lose, admit defeat. For her this kind of thing is harmless. But you want the Demon King's brain? You also have power behind you. If you take it directly, the original owner may not dare to come to you to argue. Why bother a weak woman like me? She can give up the Demon King's brain. This thing is a bit hot. Elsa just doesn't want to take the blame. Just wants to use Mu Hua's hand to solve the subsequent troubles. But obviously, the man in front of him only wants to rob, and doesn't want to get involved in any trouble. Despicable, greedy, rogue, irresponsible, not a man. Elsa gave Mu Hua all kinds of titles in her heart. Elsa still wanted to bargain, but Mu Hua's eyes became colder and colder. She was familiar with this look. This guy was not kidding her. This was an evil necromancer. I choose the first one. Elsa responded gloomily. Very good. I think you need a hunting mark and a tongue-pulling contract. Look, for this contract, I even need to pay you a demon gold coin. No, I can give you two. Mu Hua smiled with satisfaction. Elsa didn't know what the hunting mark was, but it didn't stop her from grinding her teeth in anger. It was still soul surgery. This ability had no harm effect. When performing some treatments, if the other party did not cooperate, the palm that invaded the other party's body could only touch the illusion. But if the other party cooperated, soul surgery could also do some small actions at the soul level of the other party, such as the hunting mark. This mark allows Mu Hua to sense the presence of the brander within a certain range, which is to make the other party stay as far away as possible and not get close to him. The tongue-pulling contract is easier to understand. It is a contract to keep secrets. The blood of the devil, the leather scroll made of the devil's skin, both parties swear to abide by the contract with their souls. Elsa took the blame, Muhua paid the price of 2 devil gold coins, and the contract was established. This kind of devil contract that only keeps secrets has a lot of flexible operating space in terms of fairness, at least 1 devil gold coin, no less. After the contract was completed, Muhua also thoughtfully gave Elsa a few bottles of purification potion. Look, everything is that simple. Beauty, maybe you can leave tomorrow. The bed in my room is big and comfortable. Looking at Elsa, who was putting on her clothes angrily, Muhua unscrupulously returned the pistol that fell on the ground to Elsa and suggested, "The undead bone shield is afraid of many things, but there is definitely no such firearm that does not have a high rate of fire." Humph! After catching the pistol and taking back her jewelry, Elsa clenched her fist and snorted coldly. Muhua is very particular. Robbery is robbery, and work is work. Elsa didn't want to say more to Muhua. She was not sure what kind of tricks a vicious undead mage would do. Elsa left in a panic, and only Demand and Muhua were left in the woods. Elsa was calculating Demand, and the earlier gunshots did not alarm others. At this time, Demand looked at Muhua embarrassedly, but Muhua didn't want to joke with him anymore. He was holding the devil's brain in his hand, and his mood was a little complicated. This is definitely a high-end thing, with a high degree of mystery. When it was placed in Lantern, Muhua didn't even think that he would encounter such a high-end product in his life. Although he didn't know the specific origin of this Demon King's brain, Muhua suspected that the team that was stolen by Elsa might have thought it was a high-level magic brain. The price of this thing is unknown, because it is not sold on the market at all. If it is sold at the price of a high-level magic brain, everyone will rush to buy it. If it is more expensive than a high-level magic brain, it seems that it is not easy to sell. If there is a channel, it should be able to sell at a good price. But if there is no channel, it is not surprising to cause some trouble. This is probably the fundamental reason why Elsa was not so persistent after hearing that it was a Demon King's brain. "Boss, what are you going to do with this?" I don't know if it's because he feels guilty, or because he has seen Muhua's ruthless side. Demand's attitude in front of Muhua is much more respectful than usual. "Keep it, this thing is not easy to sell." Muhua put the stone talisman into the furnace space. This is a magic item of the holy relic level. Demand didn't know the Demon King's brain domain at first, but it didn't stop him from judging the level of this thing. The magic life created by the high-level magic brain domain takes 1 or 200 years to create a high-level combat force. The magic life created by the Demon King's brain domain takes 1 or 200 years to create a high-level combat force. "Come on, how much are you going to pay for this thing?" Muhua asked Demand. Demand was silent. 1 or 200 years, Demand was not sure whether he could live for 100 or 80 years, and the fat man instantly understood the embarrassment of the Demon King's brain domain. This thing is definitely a big toy for the rich. Magic life also needs to be cultivated. Most adventurers are scratching their heads when cultivating themselves. High-level combat power? With those resources, wouldn't it be better to use it on yourself? Do you also know the technology of puppeteers? Demand asked curiously. The magic brain can be said to be the hub that connects the body and soul of magic life, but the problem is that it does not directly affect the power of magic life. Forget it, you don't understand it even if I tell you. Don't talk nonsense about this thing. I keep it for my own use later. Muhua waved his hand and walked out of the woods. Muhua knows puppet technology, he knows shit. However, in Muhua's view, soul transformation should also be a part of puppet technology. At least soul transformation involves knowledge of the magic brain. Since the soul transformation skill stone can be burned out, who knows when he will burn out the skill stone for making magic life? It is said that the puppet technology of human beings also comes from the devil. Magic life belongs to an extreme magic puppet. The reason why it can be named life means that they have been recognized by the devil as a kind of life. Except for the infertility, if they are created in the form of humans, they are almost no different from humans in all aspects. They are more perfect than human cyborgs, because the cyborgs cultivated by humans using genetic technology have no soul, while magic life has its own soul. After walking out of the woods behind Muhua, Demand curled his lips behind Muhua. He really didn't believe that Muhua could make puppets. Many people like magic life. They are obedient and loyal to their masters. In addition, their appearance, body shape, personality, and even memory can be set according to their own wishes when they are created. Haha, you know. Although the name of puppeteer is a bit rustic, puppeteers, who can create magical life, even puppeteers, who can create the lowest level of magical life, are all scientists standing at the top of magical technology. Demand thought that Mu Hua only understood some basic concepts and started to have wild ideas. At this time, stepping on the fallen leaves in the woods, countless vivid characters flashed through Mu Hua's mind. Master, Pao Jia, Bin Zi Na, Three No Goddess, Married Woman Alway, Legs Playing Years, Shi Jia, San Yi, Dai Mao Wang. Slurp, I wanted so much. Chapter 97. A Demon King Brain, although that thing seems to be of no use to Mu Hua for the time being. But since getting it, Mu Hua feels as if he has been sublimated in an instant. As a time traveler in the new era, Mu Hua feels that we need to respect women and believe in love. Even if the elder sisters of Loren are very open, we can't mess around. Be pure. Have a sense of responsibility. Then, Mu Hua thought, if possible, first create a married woman to cultivate. The ideal is very full. In the ideal, there is not only a married woman, but also her daughter, who is playing with legs, and a family record, and ahem. Well, the reality is very skinny. The reality is that Mu Hua can't even put the iron lump living puppet in the hotel back after dismantling it, and the magic life is far away. If he has money, Mu Hua can also find a professional to customize one privately. However, the magic life has some similar properties to the summoned beast. The first object of loyalty is always their creator. That is, the puppet master who gave them flesh and blood and soul. Although Mu Hua didn't mind playing happily with some mature big sisters, he was a little bit of a clean freak when it came to the magical life that would accompany him for life, and he couldn't accept the existence of the creator. Eat magic stones. Fish in the abyss. Mu Hua, who had been a little slack because of his attribute growth, was once again motivated. He found a new goal, striving to become a creator. Mu Hua stepped on the pedal and headed for Hyman City. Ideals are ideals, but life must go on. After a period of time of making potions, he didn't have many potion materials on him. Bear Pig Town has not developed yet, and resources are somewhat lacking. Mu Hua is going to Hyman City to pick up some magic potion materials. The Adventurers Guild in Hyman City and the Adventurers Guild in Bear Pig Town are completely two different dimensions. Although the Adventurers Guild in Bear Pig Town has enclosed a large piece of land, its main body is just a two-story office building covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. The Adventurers Guild in Hyman City is like a prosperous commercial district, where all kinds of magic items are sold. Equipment, enchantment, forging, magic potions, animal training, including war puppets, energy units, and even customized magic life. There are all kinds of companies renting office buildings and setting up companies here. The Adventurers Guild, the Brigade Alliance, and the Seven Kings are the three giants in the Federation's extraordinary forces, and there are unclear connections between the three. And in professions like magic potions, forging, and puppets, which tend to produce and manufacture, there are also organizations such as alliances and associations. However, under the threat of the three giants, these associations can only set up some companies to carry out business activities, and cannot form a unified monopoly organization. Muke's Tingman, Avalon's Brain, Werewolf Saliva, Bam Demon's Teeth, Demon World Bean Pods, Lover Grass, Mandra Rhizome, Poisonous Wolf Grass, Blood Stem Aconite, etc., etc. Mu Hua swept a batch of magic potion materials at the Adventurers Guild in Hyman City. Except for a few materials taken from monsters, the others are ordinary resources that are not too expensive. In total, more than 70 demon gold coins were spent to prepare enough magic potion materials for himself to burn for a while. After sweeping 50 kilograms of low-level magic stones, and buying a few books on puppet manufacturing, Mu Hua strolled around the market again. In the pet market, Mu Hua saw a very attractive half-grown flying dragon. He could only sign a master contract, equal contract, but the price was 5,000 demon gold coins. A demon essence blood that can improve the effect of meditation 5 times. This thing is a resource for humans to improve their own attributes, and the price is 8,000 demon gold coins. A demon robe that he likes very much. The price is 1,000 demon gold coins. A direct attack mithril spear with excellent magic channeling effect. The price is 1,200 demon gold coins. The equipment is still some products from the human world. Coming to such a ghost place, the money is really not worth spending. After looking for a while, Mu Hua ran away directly. It's not that there are cheaper equipment. It's not that Mu Hua's vision is so high now. It's just that those cheap equipment are not meaningful to him. He has Tuesday for kitchen knife, Monday for magic breaking, and Mu Hua can give himself a bone shield for defense. This also makes Mu Hua embarrassed in choosing equipment. He doesn't like cheap ones, and feels that they are not worth passing by. In addition, there are Krypton gold consumables. But for Muhua, it is better to Krypton magic stones directly than to Krypton those magic swords, magic scrolls, and the like. When the 2 tons of low-level magic stones arrive, the intermediate magic stones will inevitably empty his pockets. Riding on the small pedal, low-level magic stones are still more economical. Muhua drove distractedly all the way. Most of the 50 kilograms of magic stones were melted, and he got 700 refined secret stones. 300 refined secret stones upgraded the skeleton summoning by 1 level. The skeleton summoning was hit to LV17, and he had 2 more skeleton guards. What demon robes, what flying dragons contracted by the uncle, are all clouds. Muhua's mentality instantly improved. An email reminder came on the terminal, interrupting Muhua's interest in impacting the skeleton summoning LV20. A letter that surprised Muhua. The sender was actually from the Academic Affairs Office of Spring College. The subject content was to inform the Spring College branch of the start time, and to notify the faculty and staff of the Department of Dark Magic to attend the branch's opening ceremony on time. Alchemy belongs to the Department of Dark Magic. After reading the letter, Muhua estimated that this thing was probably sent to a group. However, the branch was opened on the edge of Bear Pig Town. He was notified of this. When he went there, no one should say anything to him, right? Muhua is no longer the fake alchemist he used to be. He has brushed out a lot of conventional potion formulas, and now he has a unique skill of soul transformation. He is the main force in the study of monster evolution. His professor level is very good. Whoever dares to show his teeth will be slapped in the face. He returned to the hotel all the way and saw Taibesha, who changed into a loose skirt, chatting with Demand. In the past 2 days, more than a dozen adventurers have moved into the hotel. The first floor is more popular than before. In the fitness area, some people are beating sandbags together. Muhua, Demand said you have the courtyard key? Seeing Muhua coming back, Taibesha greeted Muhua from a distance. The glass partition outside the fitness area has a good sound insulation effect. If someone is tossing inside, it will not affect the guests resting in the hall. Taibesha's shouting caused several adventurers nearby to look around. Iron Head, give me a cup of coke. Muhua sat next to Taibesha and patted the head of a living puppet. These puppets all look the same. Although they all have their own numbers, Muhua calls everyone Iron Head. As for coke, this world not only has coke, but also coffee, milk tea, steak, mapo tofu, etc. These things taste similar to those in the previous life. It's hard to say whether they are food safe or not, but people in this world are generally more durable than those in the previous life. Courtyard key? Yes, there are 2, one for Fiona Courtyard and one for Undead Courtyard. Taitu corrected Muhua's name for it again, and helped Muhua get drinks. Muhua said to Taibesha, 2? I only got 1. Why don't you open the key to Fiona Courtyard in the hotel? This can also attract more customers to the hotel. Taibesha said unexpectedly. Well, I didn't think about that. Muhua took out the key to Fiona Courtyard and raised his hand to throw it to Demand. Open the portal in the hall. Muhua said to Demand. Ha, boss, thank you. Several adventurers in the hall raised their glasses to Muhua. The teleportation point is near the platform in the Fiona Labyrinth area. Be careful when exploring the labyrinth. We don't have a return ticket here. Muhua responded to several adventurers, who smiled and agreed. The courtyard key allows them to reach the Fiona Courtyard through the portal. Although the portal can be kept open here, there is no portal that is continuously open over there. After going there, if you don't have the key, you have to go through the courtyard entrance normally if you want to come back. This is also the reason why Muhua said there is no return ticket. And if Muhua wants to go to the Fiona Courtyard, he will definitely take the courtyard key. You also have a courtyard key. Which courtyard? After exchanging a few words with several adventurers, Muhua asked Taibesha. The monster courtyard of the Principality of Omir. That's a good place. Muhua was surprised and became interested. You want to catch monsters? We have too few people, and the valuable monsters are too dangerous. The undead courtyard is quite suitable for us. Taibesha shook her head. Although she didn't know where Muhua got the key to the courtyard of the dead, Muhua's growth in the field of undead magic was somewhat abnormal, so Taibesha didn't ask in detail. Courtyard of the dead? Healing magic? You can't cast healing magic many times, right? Muhua questioned. Don't you still have me? That place is quite suitable for me to hone my martial arts. Taibesha smiled. It's not a good idea to hone my martial arts with the undead. Muhua shook his head. The attacks of the undead generally contain death energy, which is not the ownerless death breath in nature. Especially after causing damage to the body, the death energy has a very bad effect on flesh and blood life. My armor is not bad, Taibesha said, as a matter of course. Okay, let's go back and take a look. Mu Hua suddenly realized and twitched his mouth. He didn't wear equipment, but he forgot that Taibesha was a gold coin warrior. Let's go and take a look tomorrow. This is not a team activity, right? Taibesha smiled. You are so active in hunting demons. Don't you have anything else to do? For example, the guy at that table looks pretty good. Mu Hua raised his chin and pointed at a handsome young man in the hall. Did you really grow up in Lanton? Taibesha rolled her eyes at Mu Hua and asked questioningly. As far as she knew, Lanton advocated that men should be responsible for various things, and was relatively conservative in matters between men and women. Of course, I have a strong ability to adapt to the environment. Compared to the environment, you should adapt to your cousin first, Taibesha complained. I'm not interested in little girls. Mu Hua looked at Taibesha strangely, and Taibesha gritted her teeth. Chapter 98. Safety Zone of the Undead Courtyard in Roman City. A courtyard with a safety zone means that humans have had effective communication with the Lord of the Courtyard here, or have completed an incomplete crusade against him. Thus, they have obtained the authority to establish a safety zone in the courtyard. No monsters will descend in the safety zone. The biggest difference between it and the ritual array is that the ritual array can be destroyed by monsters. At the same time, unless there is a demon tide trying to invade the human world, the safety zone is usually not attacked by monsters. Unlike Fiona Courtyard, the Undead Courtyard in Roman City has not really achieved the crusade of the Lord of the Courtyard. That is, the true body of the Lord of the Courtyard has not been killed, and no world fragments have been obtained. Except for the safety zone, everywhere here may become a place for humans and the undead to fight and conquer. Although it has received a lot of funding from all parties, the Roman Undead Courtyard is more desolate than most courtyards. The town-like city, with 10-meter-high walls to build fortifications, walls, moats, drawbridges, iron and wooden gates, is more like a medieval castle. The number of war equipment and garrisons in the city far exceeds the number of adventurers. At this time, Mu Hua stood on the wasteland about 300 meters away from the city wall, looking at the scattered bones on the ground, floating evil spirits, and wandering skeleton warriors. You can see monsters less than 300 meters away from the safe zone, and you can imagine the desolation of this courtyard. A world of the dead, a courtyard despised by most adventurers. The enemy has 17 skeleton warriors. Our side has 23 skeleton generals. Looking ahead, Mu Hua held his waist with one hand, and with the other hand, Jam's sweetheart pointed forward, and dozens of magic circles appeared around him. After hunting demons for a long time, Mu Hua finally found the feeling of turning the tables. Crush! Mu Hua shouted, and the fireball roared into the groups of skeleton warriors in the distance. Roar! The undead roared. Gray and black, like a mummy, the skeleton general, Mu Hua's new summon after the skeleton summoning reached LV20. Unlike the skeleton warriors and skeleton guards, the skeleton general is no longer a gray skeleton. Their body size is similar to that of the skeleton guards, but there is already flesh attached to the skeleton. Although the dry flesh has no moisture and blood, this flesh gives them stronger strength and defense, and also makes their appearance more evil and terrifying. Boom, boom, boom! The fireball ignited the skeleton warriors in the wilderness. In front of the skeleton warriors, the skeleton general, who was like a giant monster, had not yet rushed into the battlefield, and there were only 3 of the 17 skeleton warriors left. The skeleton warriors holding the swords had no fear, but at this moment, the remaining 3 skeleton warriors, the soul fire in their skulls swayed, as if brewing a trace of confusion. Gulu, Gulu! The skeleton general's throat could already make some sounds. Not only the enemy was confused, they were also quite confused. The master said to crush them, but you threw a bunch of fireballs at them, and there were only 3 skeletons left. There were 20 of us brothers. What were we going to crush? Roar! The roar started again. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. A group of skeleton generals holding huge shields and huge swords smashed the 3 skeleton warriors with a bang, and rushed to a farther place with a grunt. There seemed to be a group of skeletons 100 or 200 meters away. Ha ha! Mu Hua laughed happily, called Taibesha beside him, and walked towards the direction of the skeleton general with a sniper rifle on his shoulder. Taibesha had already asked Mu Hua where he got the skeleton general, and Mu Hua still said that he had some connections. Looking at Mu Hua now, he looked like a villain boss, which made Taibesha smile and shake her head. Her cousin seemed to be a little bit arrogant, and he didn't pay attention to the adventurers who were filming videos around him. Skeleton summoning LV23. Skeleton General. 296 Physique, 60 Intelligence, 150 Spirit. Skills, Shield Attack / Sweep. 50 kilograms of low-level magic stones, plus more than 40 level 5 magic stones that Taibesha got him. After Muhua stayed in the Abyss Island for a night, he came to the Undead Courtyard in Roman City with Taibesha, and the current situation came about. Name, Muhua. Race, Human. Level, 94. Life, 99%. Magic, 91%. Constitution, 298. Intelligence, 88. Spirit, 147. Magic Adaptability, B. Distributable points, 2. Talents, Burning Furnace, Primary Water Element Affinity, Primary Fire Element Affinity. Skills, Raven Summoning LV10, Skeleton Summoning LV23, Fireball Scattering LV15, Undead Bone Shield LV15, Keratin Skin LV1, Condensation LV1, Feather Falling LV2, Purgatory Armament Max, Soul Special Weapon LV12, Identification LV1, Archery LV3, Magic Protection LV14, Low Temperature LV1, Bite LV17, Chop LV4, Stone Crushing LV6, Ice Cone LV6, Lightning Arrow LV7, Bleeding Curse LV2, Paralysis Curse LV2, Bone Teeth LV4. During this period, Muhua was relatively conservative in fishing on the Abyss Island. He had 8 fishing rods in his hands, all of which were concentrated at the Goblin fishing spot. Muhua was going to wait until his 2 tons of low-level magic stones were in place before trying to catch some big fish. The fishing these days was relatively stable, and no monsters above the level of Bear Goblin appeared. He didn't throw the fishing rod, and there were no surprises. A total of 26 pieces of Balian Secret Stone were melted, all of which were smashed by Muhua on Skeleton Summoning. Other skill upgrades were all piled with similar skill stones. Skeleton General appeared after Skeleton Summoning LV20, and Skeleton Guards ushered in a laid-off life. However, the level 5 magic stone that Taibesha got for Muhua only allowed Muhua to learn a new Bone Tooth skill. Bone Teeth should be considered a relatively low-end undead magic. The attack form of magic is to cast sharp fangs like bullets. The strength can barely correspond to the exorcism bullet. The caster's attack strength of level 1 Bone Teeth increases by 100 points of spiritual attribute. How to say it, it consumes low mana, and after upgrading, the number of Bone Teeth increases, which is suitable for bullying weak players, because the magic strength is linked to the soul strength, and it is a skill that is not good enough for the time being. In terms of Muhua's current spiritual attributes, the Bone Teeth he casts are at most the strength of the 2nd level exorcism bullet. This kind of lethality is not as good as using a machine gun to shoot, and the bullets don't cost much. Although I only learned 1 Bone Tooth, it doesn't mean that the magic stones that Taibesha got didn't produce other skill stones. Bone Spear, Corpse Explosion, Blood Curse, Undead Detention. Perhaps because those magic stones are all from undead creatures, they are all melted into some black magic skill stones. To say that Muhua's spiritual attribute growth during this period is not slow, and it is not added by adding points, it can be said that it is all Tuesday's credit. However, Muhua's spiritual attributes are not up to standard, and he can't chew those skill stones for the time being, so he can only put them away first. After several smeltings, Muhua also found some problems with his skills. After some skills reach level 10, they need to learn other magic as a prerequisite to continue to upgrade, such as Fireball and Skeleton Summoning. These skills probably belong to skills with the potential to become inherent magic. If there is no such potential after the skill reaches level 10, it can be normally improved by using Balian Secret Stone or similar skill stones. His own attributes have increased a little, and the improvement of conventional skills is not very significant, but the appearance of the Skeleton General has greatly improved Muhua's combat power. And Muhua's posture of leaving the city also alarmed the garrison officers in the safe zone. The Undead Courtyard is really short of people. Some necromancers and suspected witches outside the city avoided Muhua from a distance, but did not go far away. Some people whispered, some took videos, and most of the words were envy. The visual effects of the skeletal generals and groups are far from comparable to those of the skeleton warriors and skeleton guards, but they are not high-end undead after all. The reactions of these people can also show that they are probably relatively tender. Muhua, are we too ostentatious? Those videos. Walking beside Muhua, Taibesha reminded him. It doesn't matter, it will be blurred anyway. There is no shortage of strange people and anecdotes in this world. Mu Hua shook his head. Strange people and anecdotes? Maybe not as many as you think? Tai Besha retorted, but Mu Hua didn't care much. Loren emphasized personal privacy, and the goddess of justice seemed to cooperate. Without Mu Hua's authorization, the images taken about him would be blurred, and the Magic Network Management Agency didn't need to intervene. Most of the adventurers who come to the undead courtyard are necromancers, witches and the like. The adventurers here can be said to be all villains. There is no need to restrain yourself in front of them. Being more outspoken may save you more trouble. Chapter 99. Undead Courtyard, the outskirts of the safe zone. Mu Hua led a group of skeleton generals to sweep the surrounding undead, and the nearby adventurers gradually noticed their existence. The safe zone was surrounded by skeleton warriors and evil spirits. Facing the attack of the skeleton generals, those skeleton warriors, who were at most a small team, often collapsed at the first touch. As the skeleton warriors' bones shattered, the dead air contained in the attack of the skeleton generals invaded the bones, and they would search for their souls to kill them. This dead air-containing individual will is like an element full of lethality. When this dead air invades the bones, the souls of the skeleton warriors have nowhere to hide. If the skeleton warriors dared to collide with the skeleton generals head-on, those evil spirits with more complicated thoughts would have fled around and disappeared without a trace when they saw the skeleton generals. Most of the adventurers in the undead courtyard wore hooded cloaks that covered their entire bodies. If the hoods were not removed, their appearances could not be identified from a distance. Mu Hua and Tai Besha were also dressed in the same way. TSK, Skeleton General, so strong. Skeleton General is not a problem. The problem is that there are too many of them. Do you think these are the undead that the man has detained, or his followers? A team of dozens of people looked at Mu Hua and Tai Besha from a distance. 3 of them stood in front of the team, and the rest of the team members were all covered by cloaks. But except for the 3 people in front, the rest stood aside silently. A closer look revealed that these people seemed to have no breath at all, and they were surrounded by the breath of death. Whether it was an undead creature or a constructed undead, the wide cloak was not to cover the appearance of the necromancer, but more probably to cover the death followers of the necromancer. After all, not all necromancers can make a bunch of summoned beasts like Mu Hua. If there is no gap in the construction of the constructed undead, necromancers often travel with corpse carts, which is also a major reason why they are not well received. Summoned beasts. Those are his summoned beasts. Someone saw his summoning array earlier. Another team approached a few people, and the hoods turned up to reveal a few beautiful faces. Witches. There are women among necromancers, but there is a special soul fluctuation in witches, which is delicate and seems to be wet and sticky like a marsh. After getting used to it, it is easy to sense it. Fairy. Maggot. The 2 sides greeted each other, bad greetings, except for the habitual dislike when greeting, the emotions of both sides were quite calm. It's really amazing if they are all summoned beasts. A necromancer said to the witch. Well, you say, that guy can't be the shadow of the crown? One of the witches asked. The 7th? You think too much. Although I heard that the 7th will give some summoned beasts to the crowns, the skeleton general is still a little short. At most, there is a master who masters the undead behind him. A necromancer took off his hood, revealing an aging face. A team of witches and a team of necromancers. The 2 sides were not friendly when they first met, but there was no intention of conflict in the subsequent communication. In other words, to this day, witches and necromancers are not hostile. Of course, it is far from friendly. Or it should be said that both sides are more accustomed to each other's bad words. The relationship between witches and necromancers is awkward. Because of the conflict of abilities, the 2 sides rarely have any cooperative relationship. Necromancers are considered evil by many humans and betrayers by demons. Witches were once coveted by demons and considered immoral by many humans. Both sides can be said to be in the same boat. Although witches and necromancers always curse each other when they meet, they actually get along more harmoniously than other people. At least neither side will curse the other because of the insults. Perhaps it is not appropriate to describe it as a feeling of snakes and rats in the same nest. They don't seem to have a team. Do we need to say hello? Maybe we can form a team? A necromancer asked his teammates. Team up? Who knows what kind of character he is? Don't you know the character of necromancers? Go ask him. If he is easy to talk to, call us. With his skeleton general, we may try to hunt the Death Knight. A witch interrupted. Why don't you go? He should be a pure blood. You see, he has a woman with him. Maybe it would be better if you go and flirt with him. the necromancer retorted. Coward. The witch pouted. If you are not a coward, then go ahead. Maggot. Fairy. Enough, shut up. The leaders of both teams interrupted the quarrel. However, it was obvious that neither side wanted to take the initiative to contact Mu Hua. Similar discussions about Mu Hua were staged in many places outside the safe zone. Before knowing Mu Hua's background, the results were basically the same as those of these two teams. On the wall of the safe zone, several officers of the garrison gathered together, also looking in the direction where Mu Hua left. Should we contact him? See what he wants to do. Maybe we can provide him with some assistance. The garrison of Roman City is fed up with the undead courtyard. There are 3 courtyards in Roman City, and the other 2 courtyards are relatively normal. Only the undead courtyard gives everyone a headache. That's right, everyone in the 3 garrisons. There are too few adventurers coming to the undead courtyard, which also causes the undead in the courtyard to attack the safe zone from time to time. If a garrison regiment is stationed here all the time, I'm afraid that in less than 1 or 2 years, everyone will apply for retirement. This courtyard has always been guarded by 3 garrison regiments in rotation. The strength shown by Mu Hua, compared with the level of the entire courtyard, is actually just that. But even so, the garrison regiment does not mind sending a troop to coax him to kill more undead. It would be better if he had some friends, good brothers, etc., and everyone came here to have fun together. Nelson, we will change shifts in half a month, just prepare a case. A middle-aged officer said to the person who spoke at the beginning. These necromancers are quite troublesome. Let's leave it to Kendi and the others to contact them. Another person interrupted. Obviously, if it is not necessary, no one wants to contact Mu Hua, the necromancer who suddenly arrived. Captain, according to my observation, he should be here to collect dead bones. A young man said to Nelson, attracting everyone's attention. Look, this guy seems to be an alchemist. He didn't even let go of the bones of the skeleton warriors. I guess he doesn't want to help us hunt demons. The young man handed a pair of binoculars to Nelson. The garrison regiment basically uses magic weapons. The knives they carry may be laser swords with blue flames. After the bombs and artillery, it is difficult to find the whole bones, let alone the magic stones and magic cores. To adventurers, the garrison is definitely a bunch of losers. Unless there is a battle with a clear purpose, adventurers are not willing to cooperate with them. Nelson held up a telescope and watched. Sure enough, Mu Hua seemed to be aimless, killing skeleton warriors along the way. The skeleton warriors scattered by the skeleton generals, and Taibesha would turn into dust under Mu Hua's restraint. This is really plucking feathers from a passing goose. We should persuade this guy to come to the Roman Adventure Guild to station. He saves us the effort of purifying the dead air. Nelson sighed. You should save more. Some people saw that he was very young and clean. Obviously, he was a pure blood. And he brought so many skeleton generals. I guess he wants to study the construction of the undead, and come here to collect some materials. How can such a person go to station? An old soldier shook his head. After a while of discussion, everyone classified Mu Hua as a useless person, and then lost interest in him. At this time, Mu Hua's face was full of joy, because he found that these skeleton warriors seemed to be the real body, and he liked this kind of monster that descended in the real body. The wasteland was full of bones. Although the skeleton warriors who had died for a while were not collected in the burning source furnace, if they were just killed, even the broken bones could be collected in the burning source furnace. Although there are no skill stones, attribute secret stones and other things like smelting these bone residues, they will produce soul fragments, and can also allow Mu Hua to melt ashes, the basis of life, that can be used to make dead bones. The dead bones refined with this ashes can be used to make constructed undead or derived undead. Adding soul dust and increasing the amount of ashes can also strengthen the dead bones. This thing usually needs to be refined with fresh bones, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive to refine, but it is much more convenient for Mu Hua to obtain it at this time. Ashes, soul fragments, soul dust, plus Mu Hua's mastery of skeleton transformation and soul transformation, Mu Hua thought that he seemed to be able to derive a skeleton general. This was still due to the limitation of skeleton transformation. If the skeleton summoning continued to upgrade, he should be able to obtain more knowledge about skeleton transformation, and perhaps stronger skeleton undead could be created. Mu Hua happily collected the skeleton warriors that were killed, but after burning them, it seemed that there was no magic core left for Taibesha to share. Or just create 2 constructed undead for Taibesha to make up the difference? Chapter 100. Cousin, don't you think we are more like the monsters in this courtyard now? Wearing a cape and carrying a war hammer, Taibesha stood by Mu Hua and teased as she watched a group of skeleton generals wrecking the skeleton guards. That's right. Because of the shield fighting skills, although the skeleton guards were not defeated by the skeleton generals, the difference in strength still made the skeleton guards the beaten party. The skeleton undead was fine, but the most annoying ghosts in the undead courtyard would be captured and devoured by Monday and Tuesday whenever they appeared near Muhua, so Taibesha didn't have to deal with them. After leaving the safe zone for more than 10 miles, the level of the undead creatures in this area was low, and Muhua and his group were in chaos all the way. The skeleton generals led by Muhua were more violent and savage than the undead they met along the way, and Taibesha felt as if she was the chaotic monster. Are all these undead beings the real body? Ignoring Taibesha's ridicule, Muhua frowned. Skeleton warriors are the real body, and skeleton guards can barely be classified as third-level monsters. After killing a few, Muhua found that they were still the real bodies. Putting the remains of a skeleton guard into the burning source furnace, Muhua did not look for the magic core in the pile of bones. The magic core of undead creatures is different from that of other monsters. The magic core can be regarded as a fatal weakness for most monsters, but the magic core of undead creatures will only condense from the soul after death. And no one can tell in which bone the magic core of the skeleton undead is, because it is troublesome to collect the magic core, which is also the point that they are more annoying to adventurers. Bone 2 Skill Stone *1, Soul Fragment *0.2, Soul Dust *1, Life Foundation, Bone Ashes *1.4, Constitution Secret Stone *1, Philosopher's Stone *0.1. Big explosion? This time, compared with the skeleton guard smelted earlier, there is an additional skill stone and physical secret stone. Muhua seems to have a big explosion. A small surprise in smelting, but Muhua's temporary focus is not on it. He had encountered undead creatures in Lanton's courtyard in his early years. At that time, many skeleton warriors descended by projection. There are so many undead who descended by the real body here. Muhua wondered in his heart, is it because this is the courtyard of the undead? Corpses in hell can easily turn into undead. The Pale Land will also give birth to undead when it is blown by the wind of aging. The jealous demons like to spawn undead. These low-level undead are cannon fodder for the jealous demons. There is no need to consume resources to project them. Tuesday floated beside Muhua, explaining Muhua's doubts. On trembling roar, destroying a small group of skeletons again, and a group of skeleton generals roared like a demonstration, scaring away the nearby evil spirits. Muhua discovered that these skeleton generals, who had acquired vocal cords, liked to howl blindly, but he was not too interested in those low-level ghosts. Because even their bodies would be eaten by Monday and Tuesday, and if they were killed normally, they would turn into ashes, leaving no magic cores behind. Muhua had no idea how to put them into the furnace. Cannon fodder? Then, there should be a lot of jealous demons in this courtyard? Hell is really terrifying. Muhua muttered. Although the skeleton generals were already ranked in the middle level, Muhua knew that they were still larger cannon fodder. Perhaps only when they reached the level of black-armored skeleton generals, and their armor and blood allowed them to gain a certain degree of magic resistance, could they be considered the backbone of the skeleton undead series. The gray land, the gray forest, everything in the undead courtyard seemed to be dyed gray and white. Although there are plants growing here, only those special plants that adapt to the dead environment can grow on the land full of dead air. How about it? Which way? Muhua asked Taibesha at the fork in the road ahead. There is a dense forest in front of the road. In the dense forest, the gray-leaf pine trees grow very densely. Some ghost face mushrooms and undead mushrooms may be collected in this kind of forest. They are all magical plants that grow in places with heavy dead air. Collecting them is quite valuable. However, it is said that there are many skeletons buried under this forest. They will drill out from the ground when people pass by, making it difficult to guard against. The dense forest has great restrictions on the actions of the skeleton general, and the dead souls in this environment are also more dangerous. Muhua and Taibesha gave up this route early. The road on the left side of the forest leads to a mountain area, and the road on the right leads to a basin and a dead sea. The boundless Dead Sea is like a cage that blocks the three directions of the basin. Going north along the beach of the Dead Sea, the roads on the left and right will converge again. It is said that at that time, you will reach a burial ground that is no smaller than an ordinary province. Through that burial wasteland, you will reach a city of the dead shrouded in death fog all day long, which is also the place where the demon king of this courtyard sleeps. Go to the basin on the right. It is said that there are many liches in the mountains on the left, and occasionally there will be wandering bone dragons. Taibesha called up the forum interface of the Adventure Guild and searched for available information. Most of the terrain on the right is more suitable for the Skeleton General Group to charge, and the Black Armored Generals and Death Knights there may carry equipment. We shouldn't encounter elite Death Knights south of the burial ground, but there are organized gathering places for the undead in the basin area, so we must be ready to retreat at any time. Combining her own investigation last night, Taibesha said to Mu Hua while flipping through the map. The so-called elite monsters are those individuals with stronger talents, longer survival, and who have surpassed the natural growth limit through cultivation attributes. Their combat power exceeds that of their peers, just like the difference between settlers and adventurers. They are monsters whose real combat power is difficult to assess without seeing it with your own eyes. Then go to the right. However, Besha, I have a use for the magic cores I harvested this time. I will make you a few constructed undead as compensation. Mu Hua confirmed and replied. The magic cores of skeleton warriors? There is no need to care so much, right? Taibesha frowned. Because of the function of storing magic and reusing it, magic cores are much more expensive than magic stones. However, low-level magic cores have limited uses, and their prices are also limited to being more expensive than low-level magic stones. Taibesha doesn't care about this kind of harvest. Of course, it's not me who wants to form a team, so you don't have to mind. Mu Hua said indifferently, and Taibesha was briefly stunned. Okay, I see. She seemed to realize the problem she had overlooked. But didn't you say you could create undead? Why construct undead? Taibesha said teasingly, somewhat dissatisfied with Mu Hua's tone. Taibesha was not sure if Mu Hua could create constructed undead. But the so-called derived undead is basically equivalent to creating undead creatures. Taibesha didn't quite believe that Mu Hua could master those creation techniques that could burn the human brain. Miss, derived undead will respect their derivatives, but there is no contract between them. Mu Hua rolled his eyes, feeling that it was troublesome to explain, but Tuesday beside him interrupted and replied. The relationship between them and the derivatives is like that between you humans and your parents. But it should be normal for you humans to kill your father and mother, right? Not to mention you, a creature that has nothing to do with them. If you can sign a slavery contract with those undead, you can even let them attack the derivatives. Of course, if there is no contract, unless you have the power of undead detention, they have no reason to obey your orders. Tuesday explained in a simple way. Respect, but undead detention can make them backfire? Then wouldn't the derivative undead be very dangerous? Taibesha frowned. It is also similar to creating life, but the derived undead seem to be more unstable than the magical life. The skeleton undead have simpler thoughts. As long as no one controls them, they usually obey the derivatives. And the derivatives are also easier to make them sign a slavery contract. Mu Hua explained. Can you really derive the undead? Taibesha suspected. Who knows, there is not much harm in trying. Mu Hua spread his hands. Well, okay, then you'd better make my constructed undead first. What can you do? Skeletons, bone, fangs? Taibesha said with a smile. She still didn't believe that Mu Hua could derive undead. What do you like? How about skeletons? It's convenient to carry. It's the same. It's not a real life form, but a puppet controlled by a ghost. Can you get the gap between the constructs? That's right. Taibesha smiled. She was just cooperating with Mu Hua. She suspected that Mu Hua couldn't even make a constructed undead. While talking, Taibesha urged Mu Hua to take out the armed shuttle and hurry on. She had long been fed up with the skeleton warriors. She wanted to go to the basin to fight some monsters that could produce valuable items. And riding on the shuttle, Mu Hua had to send a group of skeleton generals back to the summoning space. They obviously couldn't catch up with the speed of the shuttle. This thing really doesn't match the necromancer. After starting the shuttle, Mu Hua patted the body of the shuttle and complained. Ha, maybe you can derive a skeleton horse for yourself. Summon a skeleton horse, haha, cool. Taibesha teased. The shuttle is convenient and energy-saving. Well, at least it is much more energy-saving than a chariot. Skeleton horse? Mu Hua thought for a moment, and the two drove the shuttle towards the basin. Chapter 101. The actual area of the undead courtyard in Roman City is much smaller than the 375 courtyard in Bear Pig Town, but it is equivalent to the area of 2 or 3 regular provinces. The Dead Sea Basin occupies about 1/7 of the entire courtyard. Although it is an area, its area is very vast. Except for the central forest, there are few dense and tall trees in the undead courtyard. The Dead Sea Basin has a flat terrain, and mineral veins have been detected in the hills bordering the forest in the west. The battle between humans and the undead here has never stopped. Jie, raven, weak, summoned beast, friend. In the south of the Dead Sea Basin, a raven stood on Mu Hua's shoulder and said incomprehensible words. Well, go, it's dangerous here, let those ravens stay away from here. Understanding the raven's meaning, Mu Hua pointed to the raven flock circling in the sky. Because of the death energy, most monsters are not adapted to survive in the undead courtyard. But there are also some monsters in the undead courtyard that are not affected by the death energy. The blind raven is one of them. Ravens are very smart, and they have strong adaptability. They are omnivorous and can survive by absorbing magic from the outside world. But because blind ravens are relatively weak in the magic beast group, they are at the bottom of the food chain and prefer to stay in an environment with fewer magic beasts. For example, in the undead courtyard filled with the breath of death, they can usually be seen more or less. There are a large number of blind ravens living in the Dead Sea Basin. They will eat human corpses, but usually will not actively attack humans. Blind ravens are less aggressive, and ordinary people will not suffer any physical damage if they are pecked and scratched by them, but if they are frightened, they will also attack those who scare them after gathering in groups. Blind ravens are used to avoiding undead creatures, so humans are usually the only ones who can scare them here. Perhaps, in their hearts, humans are still a target that can be fought back. Following the instructions, the raven on Mu Hua's shoulder flew towards the raven group in the sky. After a while, with a burst of strange cries, the ravens in the sky flew in all directions. These blind ravens are surprisingly easy to talk to. They were startled by humans because a battle was about to take place here. If they kept circling overhead, in order to avoid being attacked by them during the battle, they might become the necessary targets to be killed before the battle. Hee hee moo, this is a good idea. I think I also need to get a raven to raise. How did you sign a contract with them? Not far from Mu Hua, a thin middle-aged man saw the ravens flying away and put on a stiff smile on his face. This is a man who is not used to smiling. Raise more, raise them from a young age, communicate with them often, and try your luck. Mu Hua said nonsense. On a slightly higher hill, Mu Hua and Tai Besha gathered together, watching the skeletons of the undead surging like a sea of bones in the distance. Skeleton warriors, skeleton guards, skeleton generals, and ghosts gathered in the distance like a thick fog. There were also black-armored skeleton generals, wearing black bone armor, and 2 death knights riding skeleton war horses. When Mu Hua and Tai Besha arrived at the Dead Sea Basin, they happened to encounter a small-scale war between humans and undead. The human side was led by 2 demon hunting teams and a brigade of garrison soldiers, with a total of more than 200 people. The number of individuals on the undead side was estimated to be 2,000 to 3,000 units. The scope of this battle was quite large, which also affected Mu Hua and Tai Besha's hunting. Adventurers who came here from time to time would join the human camp, and Mu Hua and Tai Besha were also involved. The skeleton generals summoned by Mu Hua were also valued by the leader, and became important support for the human side. The undead in the distance gathered into a formation, and a tense battle was about to break out. Many people often have some misunderstandings about the battle formation. The ultimate purpose of the battle formation is indeed to kill the enemy, but its essence is actually to avoid hitting one's own people in the chaos, so as to improve the efficiency of killing the enemy. The so-called formation is meaningless. In short, it means that when a large-scale attack unit or a long-range unit attacks the enemy, it will not hurt the melee unit in front of the enemy. As for other statements, they are basically nonsense. At this time, the undead side has few long-range units, and their formation is not a battle formation. It can be seen as a queue. Should the sound of the truck valve opening. As the 5 trailer trucks opened the door of the carriage, countless ghosts crawled out of the carriage and stood behind the relatively small number of adventurers. Dark blue skin, goblins, big goblins, jackals, black dogs, 2-headed hounds, pig-headed men, and even a few huge ogres. They all have the same pale eyes and dark blue skin. Zombies that have not yet reached the level of corpse demons, are also classified as constructed undead. The zombies transformed by the Wucha necromancer are mixed with some constructed skeletons, and they will also become the fighting force of the human side. Facing the huge number of skeleton undead in the distance, these zombies make the human lineup no longer seem so thin. Unlike corpse demons, zombies have no vitality in their bodies, and they smell very bad. A faint incense diffuses, and the fragrance comes from those zombies, which is a deodorant developed by necromancers. It can largely eliminate the stench emitted by zombies. Of course, if the zombies are damaged, this highly reputed deodorant will hardly suppress the odor they carry. Heh, a high-end game. Mu Hua chuckled, and Taibesha looked at the zombies with some discomfort, because there were still a few human corpses inside. That's why people have such a big ambiguity about necromancers. Muhua, don't make this kind of thing in the future, Taibesha said disdainfully. The two demon hunter teams led this battle, one composed of necromancers, and the other a witch group. These zombies are most likely from the necromancer team. Compared with the heavier necromancers, witches usually prefer to cast spells and control ghosts. Even if they have to choose zombies, they will try to choose powerful monster corpses to make corpse demons. Attention everyone, attack! With the appearance of the zombie army, the skeleton undead in the distance have begun to charge towards the low hill, and they no longer wait for more undead to gather here. The Death Knights further back seem to be the commanders of this undead army. Following the shouts of the messengers, and the chants of the spellcasters, many of them even mounted artillery on their shoulders. Holding the staff high, the mage chanted indistinguishably. Flames, lightning, earth and rocks, wind blades, the earth shook and surged under the influence of earth magic, and the surging water turned the ground into mud, which also slowed down the charge of the skeleton undead. Boom! Boom! The rockets exploded into the sea of bones with tail flames, flames rose, and broken bones flew, but the results were not outstanding. Low-level skeleton undead were simple-minded, but the reason why skeleton generals were called generals was that they had intelligence that was not weaker than normal creatures. Moreover, the commander of this undead army is likely to be a Death Knight. The skeletons of the undead were not in a concentrated formation when they charged. Facing these skeletons without fear, a rocket could only blow up 3 or 4 skeletons at most, not to mention stopping the skeletons from charging. Thunder Roar Cannon. Flame Magic Lance. Explosive Flame. As the fireballs and gravel attacked the sea of undead bones, higher-level magic blasted into the enemy group when several witches swept their staffs. 2,000 or 3,000 skeletons of the undead were scattered, and from a distance they looked like a hideous sea of bones. Boom! Boom! The explosion, which was stronger than the artillery, blasted into the sea of bones, and the halo of the magic circle also flashed in the sea of bones. Bone Wall. Magic Barrier. Purification Barrier. The thick bone wall rising from the ground, the magic barrier with a glazed halo, the light rain falling on the hills. As the human side built defensive magic, a lot of lightning and bone teeth were also shot out from the sea of bones. Liches. In addition to the skeletons of the dead, there are also liches lurking in the sea of bones. They are spellcasters among the undead, but they are not orthodox undead. They are all transformed from other species. They are the forgotten who gave up their original race and embraced death. Sniper! The messenger shouted. Bang! 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 The snipers who had been waiting on the hills for a long time either drew their bows and arrows or pulled the triggers. Their target was these liches. The damage of firearms to the skeletons of the undead was very limited, but these liches still retained many of their original biological characteristics. Head, eyes, heart, spine. Although hitting these places may not necessarily kill them, it can hinder their casting of spells and restrict their movements. Estimating the distance, Muhua also targeted a lich. It should be a crimson cat girl. Her delicate face is now like dry bark, with hair falling off, jowls, a broken tail, a skinny body and sagging skin. The appearance is horrible and disgusting. The orcs don't care about their bodies after transforming into liches. Fireball. Without using firearms, facing this lich that may have cast a bone shield, Muhua chose a more effective way of attack. Dozens of fireballs whizzed out, and many casters in the battle group subconsciously looked in the direction of Muhua. Bang, bang, bang! The arcing fireball caught the lich off guard. In the continuous attacks, the bone shield was broken, the magic shield was exhausted, and finally a fireball hit the lich's face, and another fireball hit the back of its head when it fled. Bang, bang, bang! The snipers who had already locked onto the lich did not miss this opportunity. Before the flames ignited the lich, several exorcism bullets had already bitten into its body. The head was exploded, the shoulder blade was pierced, and the spine seemed to be broken. Liches are a kind of transformed undead, and they are strong and weak. The strong ones can enslay dragons, and the weak ones can be beaten by necromancers. Obviously, these liches here do not have such horrifying and terrifying abilities. Inherent magic? A witch holding a thick staff in the witch team looked at Muhua in surprise. The domain magic in the mouth of the devil is recognized as inherent magic by humans. Muhua's fireball technique is quite powerful, but in a battlefield of this scale, explosions of concentrated fire can be seen everywhere, and only the commander, who always pays attention to the overall situation, will notice it. The ghosts are coming! Garrison, drink the psychic vision potion. The witch's surprise did not last. Behind the sea of undead bones, a large number of evil spirits, and dead souls also rushed towards the hill. Squeak, squeak, the sound of mechanical twisting. Several tanks turned the direction of the vehicle-mounted machine guns. Sizzle, the rapid-fire bullets no longer sounded like normal gunshots, and the flames of the machine guns swept towards the dark cloud like ghosts. Chapter 102. Moo! Attack! The deep shout came from an old man, Reuben, the leader of the necromancer team. Roar! As Reuben shouted, the roaring skeleton general rushed down the low slope first. The shield was thrust forward, and the giant sword dragged away the flying gravel. As the skeleton general charged, countless zombies followed closely behind and rushed towards the sea of bones. Reuben's instructions were not to let Muhua attack, but to let Muhua's skeleton general attack. Among the two demon hunter teams that led this battle, the main combat personnel in Reuben's team had 7 necromancers and nearly 20 necromancers who were part-time in various combat professions. The total number of the witch team and Reuben's team was about 100 people, and the remaining half came from the support of the garrison regiment and some adventure teams that happened to be hunting demons nearby. Compared with them, Muhua only had him and Taibesha, and even most of the adventurers who joined the team during the journey had more than 2 people. But it was precisely because Muhua had more than 20 skeleton generals summoned that he became a force that was highly valued in this battle. The ghosts' attack did not stop the sea of undead bones from attacking. In other words, those ghosts were originally attacking to cover the charge of the skeleton undead. The skeleton generals summoned by Muhua led the zombies to become the vanguard to block the invasion of the sea of bones. At this time, the adventurers on the hill cast spells and held guns, and began to attack the ghosts, who had avoided the machine gun fire. These ghosts can't actually fly, but they can float 2 or 3 meters above the ground, and like wind and fog, the ghosts move very fast. The ghosts, like undead, especially the ghosts that have reached the level of dead souls, are very troublesome to creatures without spiritual vision. But they are very vulnerable to humans who can see them. Muhua's unorthodox fireball technique once again became a highlight on the battlefield, with high frequency and high efficiency. The scattered fire bombs were deliberately detonated by Muhua before attacking the ghosts, and the flames that spread like fire clouds burned a large number of ghosts to ashes. Free casting, although this attack greatly reduced the attack intensity of the fireball, it was more suitable for burning ghosts, and Muhua's magic had more variables. The magic raised the temperature of the battlefield. The high temperature in ghost harassment brought irritability, and everyone suddenly felt a coolness. I saw that Muhua stepped on a large-scale blue magic circle under his feet, and the low temperature began to emit a clear coolness. I like this magic. Ice type? Mu, cool down my musket, I can make it more useful than your fireball. After confirming the source of the magic, several powerful demon hunters nearby joked with Muhua. The low-temperature magic has no attack effect in Muhua's hands for the time being. But the exaggerated interference range makes the visual effect of the magic circle very explosive. Be careful of ghost possession. The cry from the witch made some people who took the psychic vision potion feel nervous. Although they tried their best to kill, there were still ghosts approaching the crowd. The ghost attack methods are very poor, especially those low-level ghosts, but they can drill around in the human body. The attacks of these low-level ghosts tearing the soul may not be fatal, but they can also make people very uncomfortable and painful. It's okay at ordinary times, but on the chaotic battlefield, under the group attack of multiple ghosts, this pain can turn fatal at any time. Some people with low mental power will be possessed by them. It is not as exaggerated as the concept of possession, but it is easy to make your hands and feet uncoordinated. The ghosts are about to attack the crowd, and at this time, the witches also show their means. The necromancer plays zombies and skeletons, but the more clean witches play ghosts, and they release guardian spirits one by one. Among the dead souls, Muhua even saw a banshee with electric arcs wrapped around her body. It is not suitable to randomly shoot magic in the crowd, and the battle between ghosts is unfolding in the crowd. Guardian spirit? What is a guardian spirit? Forget it, it is just a nicer name for ghosts. Because they are controlled by humans, I don't know when this name came into being. In fact, they are normal soul-related undead creatures. The fight between ghosts is very rough, and it is normal to fight, tear, and devour each other. And among these normal things, there are also abnormal existences, such as banshees, Mondays, and Tuesdays. A hellhound hated by the dead, and a lady holding the death sickle, the two of them cleared the ghosts near Muhua at a speed far faster than other guardian spirits. The banshee who cast the electric net was much less delicate than Tuesday, but she avoided Monday's evil dog that devoured the dead souls wantonly. Monday went farther to devour the ghosts, while Tuesday returned to Muhua and entered his body again. Madman! The witch who noticed the movement here muttered in a low voice. Tuesday had a delicate appearance, which made the witch classify her as a banshee who had lived for a long time. Banshees are a kind of dead spirits that use possession as a means of death. Anyone who sees Muhua letting Tuesday enter his body will feel crazy. Even a witch. The roar of the skeleton general spread on the battlefield. The ghost is no longer in danger, and the direction of the sea of bones is the real battlefield. The fight between zombies and skeletons is not worth watching. They are equally fearless of death, and they attack in the same savage and rough way, twisting, biting, and hammering. From a distance, it looks like an absurd fight. The giant sword whistled, and the sweeping giant sword cut off the gathered skeleton undead. The attack of the skeleton general is far beyond the zombies refined by these low-level monsters. On the battlefield where broken bones flew, a team of skeleton generals formed a shield formation and trampled on it. It also made the skeleton warhorse of the Death Knight, sitting behind the sea of bones, anxiously stamped its hooves. Although there is no sword skill that stimulates blood, there are spellcasters who have cast a lot of enhancement magic on the skeleton generals. It must be said that enhancement magic is really suitable for skeleton undead. The crushing of physique makes the skeleton generals have the momentum of breaking the army in the sea of bones. The goal of the sea of dead skeletons is to rush to the low broken positions of humans. The zombies try to resist their charge, while the skeleton generals rush through the sea of bones, leaving a pile of bones. Moo! Reuben shouted again with an inquiry. Muhua raised his hand and made an okay gesture. Thousands of individuals fighting each other may not seem like a big deal, but when it is really in front of you, the scale is still quite large. There are too many skeletons in the sea of bones, and these skeletons are relatively scattered. Even if there are skeleton generals to disrupt the situation, it is difficult to reduce their number in a short time. What's more, the black-armored skeleton generals and death knights behind the sea of bones are the highlights of this battle. Facing this chaotic battle, the necromancers with weaker magic power also have their killer moves. Corpse explosion, corpse explosion, corpse explosion. As Muhua said this, the three necromancers beside Reuben cast corpse explosion magic in three directions on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The gathered dead air mixed with fire elements detonated the fresh corpses, and the corpses on the battlefield caused a chain explosion. The broken bones mixed with fire elements scattered around, breaking up the skeletons one by one. As the corpse explosion spread, it was as if a cluster bomb was dropped in the sea of bones in an instant, and the explosion, that was not loud, ignited the sea of bones. Skeletons, zombies, and skeleton generals were all involved in the explosion, and this kind of explosion could not distinguish between enemies and friends. Reuben's inquiry earlier was to remind Muhua of the coming of the corpse explosion. Skeleton summoning. The pale magic circle appeared in front of Muhua again, and Muhua's magic power also dropped to 40%. Taking out an apple and biting it, 23 skeleton generals appeared in front of Muhua again. Strength increase. Defense enhancement. Wind acceleration. With the skeleton generals resummoning, someone in the witch team immediately cast several mid-level strengthening magics on the skeleton general. The necromancer, especially the necromancer with summoned beasts, showed his rogue fighting style at this moment. The apple that Muhua bit was a magic fruit. Although the effect of restoring magic power was very low, it did not have the side effects of magic potions. It was grown at home, and it was better to bite one when there was nothing to do. It was useless to bite too many in a short time. After a random bombing, the sea of bones was blown to pieces, and the zombies that were not killed in the sea of bones were probably gone. Well, at least if it was Muhua, he really had no interest in mending those tattered, smelly, and sticky corpses. Chapter 103. Corpse Explosion, a very wasteful magic, more wasteful than many elemental magics with destructive properties. Corpse Explosion uses the flesh and soul of the corpse as the detonation medium. Although it will not detonate the magic core, after this all-round explosion, the magic core inside the corpse will most likely be blown to pieces. Muhua felt very distressed. He reached an agreement with the other two teams that the corpses in this battle belonged to him. That's right, the corpses belonged to Muhua, and those necromancers and witches wanted the skeletons of the undead, who were not completely dead. For example, take the head back and try to detain the undead, and then help these skeletons to repair. It's quite vulgar, but this is probably a trick to subdue the detained undead. Of course, This trick only works on low-level undead in most cases. As for if it doesn't work, find a shelf to put it up. After all, the Breath of Death is also a magical environment for black mages. Just treat it as some craft that can nourish the Breath of Death. After the corpse explosion, the sea of bones was completely dispersed, and many adventurers and garrisons also picked up their melee weapons. The elderly Reuben carried a rough battle axe that was larger than half his body in a very strange way. This old man is a necromancer, but at this age, it is not uncommon for him to have trained as a death knight in his early years. Human Lich. 10 o'clock. The sea of bones lost its power, and the death knights behind the enemy also moved. Suddenly, the observer shouted on the low slope. With the crisp sound of war horses trampling gravel, a group of more intimidating undead approached the battlefield. 2 death knights, 3 black-armored skeleton generals, including 7 skeleton generals of the same type as Mu Hua's summoned beasts. Among these undead, at the so-called 10 o'clock position, a lich showed a dry human face. Abbot! Reuben carried a battle axe, looking more like a barbarian than a necromancer. You are corrupted. Abbot! Reuben shouted loudly. As Reuben shouted, the enemy's undead, including 2 death knights, stopped. And the thin lich walked to the front row among the big skeletons of the undead. Abbot, the necromancer belongs to hell. You are the traitors. The lich named Abbot responded to Reuben from a distance, with a stiff face. That old thing came for this lich. The two talked, and Mu Hua's face was ugly at this time, cursing in a low voice. Although Abbot's skin and flesh were withered, he did not look old. He should have been a necromancer, because necromancers generally would not transform themselves into liches unless they were old and dying. Usually, only necromancers whose flesh and blood are too seriously corroded by the dead air, whose lives are threatened and have reached an irreversible point, will transform themselves into liches when they are young. Such liches will not have strong magical talents, and there is no reason for them to command a large number of undead. But the earlier sea of bones, ghosts, and the current death knight all obeyed the command of Abbot. I am afraid that this guy should have surrendered to a powerful monster in the courtyard. Affected by the natural lifespan, if there are no special talents inherited from their ancestors, the strong humans are usually older. It is difficult for young people to cultivate to the level of revitalizing the body, and it is difficult for the wealth accumulated in middle age to obtain spiritual objects that maintain youth or increase lifespan. Over time, a large number of strong humans look old and frail. Reuben is very strong, at least he can perform corpse explosion, and his physical attribute can reach the level of 4 or 500. He is the first human that Mu Hua has seen whose attributes have reached the brigade level, but the combat power of his team members is much lower, and at most it can only be regarded as a decent demon hunter team. Under normal circumstances, he should not lead the team to fight against monsters head-on. You must know that there is no chivalry between humans and monsters. Backstab, steal, lure, and run away when you can't beat them. This is the more normal way for human adventurers to hunt monsters. Without the strength to crush, head-on war, even a small-scale group battle like this is usually carried out after multiple discussions and determination to conduct a raid on a certain area. Originally, Mu Hua only thought that Reuben had received benefits from the garrison regiment and planned to gather adventurers to lead a team to sweep the Dead Sea Basin. If he could really stand out, Mu Hua wouldn't mind hanging around with him for a while. But now Reuben and the Lich were arguing by name, and seeing Reuben's expectant attitude, it was obvious that the old man was only targeting the Lich. The old man actually had the nerve to bargain with him about the distribution of the spoils. If it was just this one fight, Mu Hua really felt that he was being used as a gun, and the offer was very low. Abbot, from the demon, was on the Adventurers Guild bounty list. The crime was that he repeatedly gathered monsters to harm humans. The bounty was 100,000 union contributions. So low. This is a bit unworthy, isn't it? Beside Mu Hua, Taibesha called up the terminal and found Abbot's information in the Adventurers Guild bounty section. This lich should not be very strong. The bounty is calculated based on gathering ordinary monsters. Mu Hua shook his head. How strong can a necromancer who has beaten himself be after being transformed into a lich? If he were placed among ordinary monsters, even among a group of goblins, he would probably be just a thug. The bounty of 100,000 contribution points is already a punishment for him, and it is very high. But the undead creatures are stubborn and famous for being reckless. The liches transformed from humans are not famous for their combat power, but for their minds that are more cunning than the undead. If this kind of lich is recognized by the undead organized by them will be more troublesome than normal undead. At present, Abbot is leading thousands of undead, including death knights, who are between the middle and high levels. Obviously, 100,000 contribution points are not enough. He only needs 100,000 contribution points to fight the undead army. This old guy is probably here just to kill ABT. Mu Hua was angry. The battle has reached this point. Mu Hua is unwilling to withdraw, but he feels unlucky if he doesn't withdraw. The little good impression he had on Ruben earlier is gone. Ruben, give up. You can't kill me. I have obtained the life box. I am an immortal. Ruben and ABT were arguing about nothing. ABT shouted at Ruben. ABT, we are just here to collect your body. As for your life, I hope your master can find you a better body when you are resurrected. I hope you are still valuable to it after dying once. A young witch who looked as beautiful as an expired lily stood beside Ruben and said loudly. Caroline, yes, this old woman who drank preservatives is also in the same group with Ruben. She is the leader of the witches. The two teams are here to cause trouble for ABT. Mu Hua was unhappy, and the adventurers who joined in the middle of the adventure also noticed something. Everyone was unhappy. Originally, they were prepared to follow and get something for free, but now they were being used as guns. Naturally, they were not happy. However, unless they did not come to this courtyard in the future, considering that Abbott's presence in the Dead Sea Basin was also a considerable hidden danger, everyone was reluctant to show a common hatred of the enemy, but their spirits were dispersed a lot. Robin, Caroline, your language has no meaning, have you forgotten? I am an undead. I just want to see if you can still make me feel something. Unfortunately, Robin and Caroline spoke fiercely, but Abbott's tone was full of disdain and regret. The undead are withered, and Abbott, who turned into a lich, is already a pure undead. Perhaps the human mind once made him more cunning than ordinary undead, but he also lost his emotions, and had the reckless side of the undead. Not only reckless, but also ridicule and abuse were meaningless to him. When facing the enemy, he just wanted to make everything pale. Abbott raised his staff, and a ball of pale soul fire shot at Caroline, and the soul fire that seemed to have spirituality turned into a strange spirit with only a big mouth and fangs in an instant. Bone Soul, a high-level soul magic, can ignore the defense of the body and directly attack the soul. It is a terrifying magic with tracking ability. Purification. 3 purification magics counteracted the Bone Soul before it gnawed on its own magic barrier. When the Bone Soul encounters defensive magic, it is like a living thing, and will continue to destroy the defensive magic by biting. This is a very dangerous magic, but the Bone Soul is relatively fragile. Even ordinary purification magic can be regarded as a means to restrain it. Haha Abbott held a crystal ball in one hand, and held the staff in the other hand, and laughed strangely. He couldn't have the ability to cast the Bone Soul independently. Everything was thanks to the staff. And judging from his appearance, the staff obviously could not only cast the Bone Soul once. Sure enough, another Bone Soul shot out, like a group of terrifying maggots with mouths. The erratic Bone Soul would even avoid the lock of the mages. Moo! Ruben called Mu Hua again. The Death Knight and the black-armored skeleton general on the opposite side had already moved. He needed Mu Hua's skeleton general to participate in the delay. Ruben called, and this time, there was no tacit understanding between the two. When everyone looked, they saw Mu Hua holding his ear with his little finger, as if he didn't notice the changes on the battlefield. Mu Hua! Ruben called again. At this time, several witches around Caroline had torn open several magic scrolls, and strong magic fluctuations spread immediately. I want that staff. Mu Hua glanced at Ruben and pointed to where Abbott was. Ruben's eyebrows jumped, and his beard trembled with a bitter smile, but his face became firm in an instant. Okay. Chapter 104. Mu Hua now hates Ruben because he concealed the real purpose of the battle. In fact, even if Ruben told Abbott the truth, most of the adventurers who temporarily joined the team should be willing to cooperate with him. After all, a human lich is very threatening in the undead courtyard, and they like to harm humans more than monsters. As long as they still want to hunt monsters in the Dead Sea Basin, no one wants Abbott to be here. But no matter what the reason, Ruben didn't say it, so Mu Hua hates him. Since he hates him, Mu Hua naturally has no intention of cooperating with him. Maybe even without Mu Hua's cooperation, Ruben and his group can take down Abbott. But they will definitely pay a higher price. It is not appropriate to give up the battle at this point, so Mu Hua directly increased the stakes during the war, and included Abbott's staff in his scheduled spoils. As for the impact, are you sure you want to talk about the impact with a necromancer? Anyway, Mu Hua is not going to play with this group of people anymore. The skeleton generals roared and charged, and the 8 skeleton generals divided into 2 groups to intercept the 2 death knights, who were about to charge. The other 15 skeleton generals rushed to the black-armored skeleton generals on Abbott's side. Arrow of Extinction, Thunder Beast, Sludge Swamp, Fire Meteorite. The magic came first, and the dry earth turned into mud. Meteorites fell from the fire cloud in the sky. The lightning lions and tigers that rushed out of the magic circle roared and shot, and the fire arrows of crystallized rocks were the first to hit between the black-armored skeleton generals. Boom! The bursting flames exploded like a missile and a fire cloud. When the black bone armor on the black-armored skeleton generals broke, some of them stuck to them like molten metal. The fire wave blew up the ordinary skeleton generals around, but several black-armored skeleton generals burst out with black flames, which mixed with death and dispersed the destructive elements that invaded their bodies. Blood, this word seems not quite appropriate to use on the black-armored skeleton generals whose flesh and blood dried up. However, the death flames that burst out from them are blood mixed with the breath of death. For example, Reuben, who rushed towards a death knight at this time, burst out of his blood and the black-armored skeleton general. It is not because of a set of bone armor that the black-armored skeleton general is superior to the skeleton general. Blood is the most essential difference between the black-armored skeleton general and the skeleton general. Magic Barrier Abbott also tore open the magic scroll. Guardian of the Sky is another higher-level defense magic scroll. This is probably the most annoying thing about human liches. They may not be good at magic, but they are unscrupulous when it comes to tearing scrolls. Boom! The falling meteorite was blocked in midair by the Guardian Sky Dome, and the violent explosion made the Guardian Sky Dome dissipate like broken glass. A somewhat shabby Guardian Sky Dome, just as shabby as the Arrow of Extinction, that could not kill the black-armored skeleton general, but the scattered falling stones no longer killed any more. While the Thunder Beast rushed through the enemy's skeleton generals, and the bursting lightning rushed out a piece of broken bones. The clear lightning marks in the space brought out a different kind of beauty. At this time, Mu Hua's dozen skeleton generals had already rushed to the 3 black-armored skeleton generals. The two sides used a set of magic attacks and defenses, and finally shattered several enemy skeleton generals. Following the Thunder Beast, several soul spears, like bones from the human side, once again covered the remaining enemy skeleton generals. The bone spears of the necromancer locked onto the relatively weak enemy skeleton generals on the battlefield. Flying slash, when the enemy skeleton generals were pinned to the ground by the bone spears, 3 black-armored skeleton generals swept out sword energy. The sharp and wide-arc sword energy swept away the 7 skeleton generals on Mu Hua's side. One of the skeleton generals, who did not block with a shield in time, was cut into 2 pieces at the chest level. Boom! Boom! The shields collided with a dull sound, and the black-armored skeleton generals and the skeleton generals fought hand-to-hand. Although the LV-23 skeleton summoning gave Mu Hua's skeleton generals 46 points of physical fitness, as a summoned beast, the skeleton generals still could not compete with the upper-level black-armored skeleton generals in terms of strength. However, after a series of attacks by the adventurers, the enemy skeleton generals had lost their combat capabilities. Mu Hua's skeleton generals far outnumbered the black-armored skeleton generals, and they also had the bonus of strengthening magic. Mu Hua's summoned beast resisted the attack of the black-armored skeleton general. Among the adventurers, the melee professionals who originally wanted to join the battle turned their targets to the remaining skeletons in the Sea of Bones, which had already approached the human position. On the other side, the 2 main Death Knights were there. Reuben, who looked old, actually swung his axe to block the charge of a Death Knight. Although there were 4 skeleton generals delaying, the 2 Death Knights were monsters with a physical fitness of more than 400. Reuben's body was burning with black blood that made people feel uncomfortable. Infantry against cavalry, they stopped the charge of the Death Knight. Reuben actually kept knocking the Death Knight's lance away. The weapons of both sides were full of aura. Under the desperate restraint of the 2 skeleton generals, Reuben and the Death Knight fought back and forth. While 2 skeleton generals, the other 2 were broken apart by the Death Knight in a short time. Reuben fought against a Death Knight, and the other Death Knight was also blocked. The muddy ground restricted the skeleton horses galloping, vines, mud, wind binding, and a group of witches threw all kinds of restrictive magic on the Death Knight. What followed was a heart-shaking curse and high-frequency attack magic attack. Even more embarrassed than the Death Knight that Reuben fought against, the Death Knight's warhorse on the witch's side was thrown away. High-level undead have extremely strong resistance to curses, but it's a pity that the high-level entry-level Death Knight does not have the ability to ignore curses for the time being. A witch who also prefers close combat, holding a long sword against the Death Knight, who lost his warhorse. The Death Knight, the black-armored skeleton general, their offensive steps were blocked. And Abbott, who relied on the staff to shoot the white bone soul, also had several adventurers holding a stack of purification scrolls to take care of him. This is a battle of life and death. In addition to personal strength, it also involves manpower, reserves, and money. When the demon hunters began to charge and kill the remaining skeletons in the Sea of Bones, those who were not good at close combat, either with magic or guns, began to counterattack on the human side. Guns are not very effective against skeletons. After all, it is difficult to kill them, and the undead are not afraid of pain. But at this time, people did not seek to achieve their goals. The muzzles of their guns were all aimed at the joints of the skeletons. Monday, go and eat those Death Knights. Muhua pointed to the location of the Death Knights, and the Hellhounds roared out. Death Knights are highly skilled in martial arts, and are good at cavalry warfare. They have bone armor that is more defensive than the black-armored skeleton generals, and these native Death Knights will also practice and learn. Reuben fought against the Death Knight, but it was difficult to cause serious damage to the Death Knight for the time being. As for the witch who preferred agility could only mediate with the Death Knight, mainly relying on the magic support of the sisters in the back. Roar! The roar came from the Hellhound. The Hellhound that suddenly jumped out bit off the leg bone of the skeleton warhorse. Under Reuben's surprised eyes, the skeleton warhorse lost its balance and fell to the ground, and the Death Knight fell off the horse. Monday did not entangle with this Death Knight, and had already rushed to the Death Knight, who was fighting against the witch again. Ouch! Well, another sudden bite. The calf of the Death Knight, who was fighting against the witch, was broken by his mouth. When the Death Knight roared, the Hellhound holding a calf ran away again. Monday would not fight to the death with the Death Knight, it would be slapped to death by the Death Knight. Damn demon! The voice was as rough as rubbing sandpaper, and the Death Knight was able to speak. Unfortunately, with a broken leg, and with magic and the witch's long sword, the cursing Death Knight couldn't catch up with Monday. Like a dog that was running wild, Monday ran far away, and when he turned around, he ran behind the Death Knight, who was fighting against Reuben. Ouch! The dog held his calf in his mouth, and the Death Knight, who had just lost his warhorse, became disabled again. The Death Knight's body was hard, and the dried flesh outside the bones had strong defensive power. But if they were bitten, they could separate the flesh and bones very easily. Ha ha! Reuben laughed excitedly, and took advantage of the Death Knight's loss of balance to smash the Death Knight's head far away with an axe. The head was smashed, but the Death Knight did not die. However, facing so many humans who were eyeing him, and there was a crazy Hellhound next to him, it was obvious that its fate was basically doomed. Dodging a sharp air blade swept by a lance, Reuben looked around the battlefield with an axe, first looking at the Death Knight, who was fighting against the witch, and confirmed that the threat was not great. Reuben looked towards Abbott, and he was ready to get rid of Abbott first. As for the Death Knight, who had collapsed on the ground, as long as he didn't get close to it, and was affected by its crazy fighting skills, the spellcasters in the distance would slowly smash it to death sooner or later. Looking for Abbott's trace, the next moment, Reuben saw the atrocities of Muhua and his sister. Fireball! 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 Muhua's body was full of heat. The dizzying fireball attack shattered Abbott's magic shield, and the crystal ball in his hand that seemed to be a magic storage device was also shattered. Charge! Shield strike! Thunder shock! Continuous strike! Tabitha's warhammer danced ferociously, and the whistling warhammer drew an elegant arc, engulfing the half-dead lich under her feet into the hammer shadow. Crackling, crackling. Well, it's probably hopeless. Chapter 105. The battle in the southern part of the Death Basin has ended. Although there are still undead wandering around the battlefield from time to time, the large group of undead nearby may have been gathered together by Abbott. At present, these low-level undead, which are only a few in number, can be eliminated by patrolling scouts. On the battlefield, Muhua dragged Abbott's unrecognizable body, with a staff floating beside him. He was still wearing a shirt and trousers. Anyone who saw him at this time should know that he was a magician who practiced the hand of the mage. Soul-eating staff, magic power gain 10%, charge, bone soul 2/9, death ripple 1/1. Abbott's staff, this staff has 2 more difficult attack magics, of which the 10% magic power gain can make the holder's magic more powerful. The properties are monotonous, and the hardness and toughness of the staff material are not very good, and it cannot withstand the collision of weapons. However, the enchantment of the Bone Soul has a relatively high requirement for the magic core. From the perspective of the magic granted by the staff alone, it can barely be considered a high-level staff. The soul-eating staff is not a combat staff. After Mu Hua got it, combined with Mu Hua's body proportions, the size of the staff changed slightly compared to when it was in Abbot's hand. It is as thick as an adult's wrist and 1.2 meters long. It is like a mountaineering stick when held in a hand. The staff is made of magic metal mixed with mithril. The magic core is not integrated into the staff, but embedded in the staff 20 centimeters below the top of the staff. There are a few hell-style blood-colored lines on the staff. For the staff, except for the magic core, the material is ordinary, and the production process can be described as rough. The maker is somewhat suspected of coping. After the battle, some adventurers were responsible for collecting the spoils on the battlefield. Ravens appeared in the sky again. These blind ravens sometimes used the broken bones of the skeleton undead as food. Mu Hua dragged Abbot's body to a big rock and threw it at his feet. Mu Hua and Taibesha leaned against the rock and watched the people busy on the battlefield. "Mu, you guys are really quick." "Abbot, this guy is really miserable." Reuben had put away his battle axe and came to Mu Hua's side, looking at Abbot's body with a complicated expression. For ordinary adventurers, there is actually no loot to collect in this battle. Ghosts turned into ashes after death, and skeleton warriors, skeleton guards, and some skeleton generals are all their bodies, and they have nothing to drop. The battlefield was exploded by corpses earlier, and the magic cores were all broken into pieces. There are really limited things that can be collected here. But who can blame the fact that there are many necromancers and witches among the adventurers participating in this battle? Some people were scanning the magic core with instruments. Mages and warlocks were wandering the battlefield, looking for bones that could sense the fluctuations of the soul. Mu Hua even saw someone searching for zombies worth repairing among the broken corpses. This was because all the cold undead corpses belonged to Mu Hua. Otherwise, they would probably collect the relatively complete undead skeletons on the battlefield. The way the necromancers cleaned the battlefield was probably difficult for ordinary people to adapt to. The Black Armor Skeleton General and the Death Knight were both killed. Unfortunately, only the corpse of the Black Armor Skeleton General was left to Mu Hua. Even though the bone armor on the Black Armor Skeleton General was already tattered, it did not delay the logistics personnel from removing the equipment from the corpse. That's right, they removed it, and even chiseled and buckled it off the bone armor on the body. These bone armors were not considered equipment in the conventional sense. They were part of the Black Armor Skeleton General's body, but they could be used as a forging material. Mu Hua shouted twice, telling those guys who were picking at the bone armor to get out of here, because the body of the Black Armored Skeleton General was his. Reuben came to Mu Hua, and Caroline arranged the team and came here too. Mu Hua nodded to Caroline. In the joint team, Reuben had always been the one to arrange things between the two of them, and Mu Hua was more dissatisfied with Reuben. "Boss, tell me, what's going on?" Mu Hua kicked the Lich's body and asked Reuben. At this time, Abbot was afraid that there was no complete bone left in his body. Taibesha was really ruthless. "Alas, he used to be a member of my team, a pretty good guy, but unfortunately." Reuben looked bitter, but his words were interrupted by Mu Hua waving his hand. "I'm not interested in your affairs. You came to kill him. Why didn't you say so?" "Mu, our target is indeed Abbot, but we can't be sure whether he will appear." Reuben frowned. "What about now? Your goal has been achieved, and there should be many undead groups in the basin." "Continue?" Mu Hua said in a flat tone. "The Dead Sea Basin is mostly inhabited by low-level undead. You see, with so many of us, the benefits here are not suitable. But if we go to the burial ground, most people are a little weak, lack cooperation, and are too easy to suffer losses in battle." Reuben said hesitantly. "That means we helped you fight a battle, you fulfilled your wish, and then everyone got nothing and disbanded on the spot." Mu Hua's face showed obvious disgust. "Haha, it can't be said that there is no gain." The Death Knight's lance exploded, and the Black Armor Skeleton General also dropped 2 heavy swords and a tower shield, which are all good mid-level equipment. "We don't want any of the gains from this battle. We will give them all to the guys who helped us temporarily." Reuben laughed. While speaking, he looked at the staff beside Mu Hua, as if to imply that Mu Hua had already gained a good harvest. "Let's not talk about weapons such as lances and heavy swords. In addition to the solidity of the materials, the most important thing about shields and armor is that they contain a certain strength of magic barrier. Just like an energy shield with a certain value, external attacks will consume the value of the energy shield until the energy is exhausted, and the attack will touch the armor itself, and this value also determines the grade of the armor to a large extent. Don't want any? What about you?" Mu Hua looked at Caroline, His tone was not without the suspicion of provocation. I owe him a favor, and this time I have paid it back, Caroline said with a smile. Although Caroline has a young appearance, she is probably not younger than Reuben. The reason why she looks so pink and lovely is that she took the youth potion when she was young. That thing can keep the appearance and physical signs of the person who took it, but it does not affect the normal lifespan of the person who took it. Even so, its production cost and selling price are quite expensive. What about his bounty? Caroline said that she had cleared herself of the responsibility by returning the favor, and Mu Hua pointed at Abbott's body again. Mu, this cannot be divided. He did not leave my team before he joined the monsters. I need his bounty to maintain the reputation of the team, Reuben said seriously. But we killed him. Mu Hua put his arm around Tabitha's shoulders, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across Tabitha's face. You have already got what you wanted. Reuben looked at the staff floating beside Mu Hua. I deserve the staff for blocking the Black Armor Skeleton General and the Death Knight. Or do you think this broken staff is more valuable than human life? Mu Hua glared. You? Reuben was also a little angry, and was interrupted by Caroline when he wanted to say something. Okay, Reuben, it's your fault for not making the purpose of the battle clear at the beginning. You should give Mu Hua some compensation. Caroline mediated. Mu Hua was different from other adventurers who temporarily joined the battle. He was young enough and should have a background. The most important thing was that he had a strong talent for casting spells. I think Reuben must have discovered these through the previous battles, otherwise he probably wouldn't have communicated with Mu Hua on such an equal footing. Okay, what else do you want? Reuben shook his head and smiled bitterly, spreading his hands and asked. The magic stone of the Black Armor Skeleton General and the Death Knight, Mu Hua said. Magic stones? The Death Knight's magic stones have not reached level 7. I will give you 400 demon gold coins. Reuben was surprised. Magic stones are not magic cores, so Mu Hua didn't ask for much. 2 level 5 magic stones, 20 demon gold coins. 2 level 6 magic stones, 60 demon gold coins. Compared with Abbott's bounty, Mu Hua didn't ask for anything. No rules are very important. I just want magic stones. Mu Hua shook his head. He had discovered earlier that the smelting effect of fresh magic stones seemed to be better than overnight ones. Haha, Mu, you are really old-fashioned. But you are right, rules are really important to us. Reuben laughed. At this time, Reuben had a better impression of Mu Hua. He just thought that Mu Hua asked for benefits because he was dissatisfied with him hiding Abbott's things, and he was just expressing his attitude. Mu, do you want to join my team? I am confident that within 10 years, the Roaring Undead will complete the registration of the brigade. Reuben invited Mu Hua. 10 years? You should live for 10 years first. Before Mu Hua could speak, Caroline interrupted. Mu, you should not risk hunting demons now. You should grow up in a safe environment. When Caroline said to Mu Hua, several people present were stunned. Caroline's tone and expression gave people a sense of persuasion. Reuben and Tabitha understood her meaning in an instant. She probably saw Mu Hua's improper fireball technique, and should be impressed by Mu Hua's magical talent. After all, Mu Hua is still young. It would be a pity if he died early in the adventure. Well, thank you for your advice. Well, actually my main job is an educator, a professor at Springer College. Mu Hua did not resist Caroline's kindness. He said jokingly and prepared to collect corpses on the battlefield. Oh! Sprinkle? Have you received the notice for the branch's opening ceremony? Mu Hua meant to joke, but he didn't expect Caroline to be surprised. Caroline's question made Mu Hua stiffen, and he turned his head to look at Caroline mechanically. This? Could it be a colleague? Mu Hua actually felt guilty about the professor's identity. Chapter 106. Lubin is not particular, Caroline is mysterious, and after a battle, Mu Hua and Taibesha quit the group and left. Mu Hua, it's too late. It's not safe here, we should go back. In a ruin in the Dead Sea Basin, Taibesha leaned against the wall, sitting on the ground board, and said to Mu Hua, who was observing through the vision of a blind raven. After countless years of invasion, the ruins in front of us can still feel the traces of artificial carving. Not all courtyards are primitive and wild. In addition to the development and construction of monsters, many courtyards also have ruins of civilizations that have been ruined for a long time. The essence of the courtyard is the fragments of the world, and the ruins where Taibesha is now may belong to a city in a certain world, and a certain race before it was destroyed by monsters. The city buried in nature, the wide road has become a bush path, and the collapsed buildings are like wind-eroded hills. The former civilization has disappeared with time, and only some weathered rocks with steel and metal buried in them show their unnatural side here weakly. Don't worry, it's almost done. Summon the skeleton general twice more. That stupid Death Knight is actually in his true form. Demolish it, and then we can go home. Mu Hua opened his eyes, with a little excitement on his face, and said to Taibesha. Alas, Taibesha sighed. Although there was no shared vision, she knew that somewhere far away from this hiding place, the skeleton general summoned by Mu Hua was probably fighting with a group of undead. Taibesha was bored. It was boring to hunt demons with Mu Hua, because her cousin had taken stealing to the extreme. Hiding in a safe corner, throwing summoned beasts into the enemy's lair one after another, is it a big deal to have more summoned beasts? Not to mention, this method of fighting is surprisingly useful when facing monsters that lack detection ability. It's just that Mu Hua was having fun stealing chickens, and Taibesha felt that she had nothing else to do except squatting beside Mu Hua and eating fruit with him. Ton. Mu Hua raised his head and drank half a bottle of magic potion. Cousin, it's not good to drink too much magic potion. Taibesha looked at Mu Hua unhappily. She had long felt that Mu Hua's magic power exceeded the standard. If he had no magic power, he could go home. Don't worry, I only drink 1 bottle a day. Mu Hua showed Taibesha a mouthful of white teeth in a slightly flattering way, trying to appease Taibesha's irritable mood. Of course, Mu Hua would not tell Taibesha that his sleeves were only a little torn for the time being. With the support of the purgatory armor, he could fight the Death Knight here until the end of time before he was naked. Alas, Taibesha sighed softly. She really hoped that a headless knight would come. The kind of undead who could sense living beings in a large area would definitely make Mu Hua run away quickly. The two of them had already parted ways with Reuben and others. The adventurers who temporarily joined the battle would definitely not be able to follow Reuben and his party. After cleaning up the battlefield and evaluating the benefits, Reuben paid the helpers on the spot. There were nearly 200 helpers, and Reuben was not stingy. Taibesha also distributed 300 demon gold coins. Taibesha's combat power was outstanding among the adventurers, and Mu Hua played a more important role on the battlefield. The two were treated relatively well, but since there were no casualties in this battle, the others turned a blind eye to the fact that Mu Hua had stolen a magic wand. After everyone cleaned up the battlefield, Mu Hua began to collect corpses on the battlefield. Although it was unexpected that Mu Hua was actually an alchemist, the act of collecting Mu Hua's bones and residues still made everyone look strange. Yes, there were artillery and corpse explosions. After the battle, there were really not many intact bones. Mu Hua simply collected all the broken limbs and arms on the ground into the burning source furnace. People only saw Mu Hua scattering the soul light everywhere, walking and scattered all the way. After a circle, the original battlefield of bones was only a dust. All kinds of environmental protection, all kinds of picking. The so-called soul light is often used by alchemists to dismantle the corpses of monsters. Although alchemists have soul space, alchemists are usually unwilling to stuff things into their soul space. And Mu Hua cleaned the battlefield so thoroughly. Everyone has never heard of any alchemist who would do this. Well, you can say it's risking your life, and it's also okay to say it's embarrassing. But after a smelting, Mu Hua did get some gains. Most of the magic cores in the sea of undead bones were destroyed in the corpse explosion. Without magic cores, skill stones, and 100 refinement secret stones seemed to be unable to be refined. Although there were no pleasing stones, Mu Hua did get nearly 1,000 units of ashes. It's impossible to refine a skeleton with 1 unit of ashes, but it's no problem to use it to refine a thigh bone of a skeleton warrior. This kind of bone can be used to make constructed undead, it can also be used to derive undead, and even to make bones of magical life. Many necromancers will collect monsters' bones to refine ashes. Normally, it will take a month to refine 1,000 units of ashes. If they were used to refine high-quality bones and put on the market, they would also be sought-after high-end goods. In this world, it is hard to say whether knowledge is power, but it is definitely money. Also, because of the corpse explosion, the soul fragments of the undead specialty could not be melted out, but Mu Hua still harvested a small amount of philosopher's stones and 30 attribute crystals. 25 physical crystals, 5 intelligence crystals, and attribute crystals were credited, which is much more than the devil's blood. As for the eyes of others, Mu Hua completely ignored them. The battlefield was cleaned up like a locust passing through, and then the magic stones of the black-armored skeleton general and the Death Knight gave Mu Hua a small surprise. The 2 magic stones of the black-armored skeleton general gave Mu Hua a skeleton summoning skill stone, and the magic stone of the Death Knight gave Mu Hua a skeleton summoning and a riding skill. There is no need to say much about riding skills, but after the skill stone is used, it is actually integrated into the skeleton summoning, and the 100 refining secret stones required to increase the level of the skeleton summoning have increased again. Mu Hua was also quite concerned about the skeleton summoning skill stone. Although it was a bit tricky that 23 skeleton summoning skill stones were needed to upgrade to the next level of LV23 skeleton summoning, at least the clear source of skeleton summoning was found. After separating from Ruben and others, Mu Hua dragged Taibesha to continue hunting in the Dead Sea Basin. After discovering that the undead here had very little detection ability, he began to hide and throw summoned beasts. Skeleton summoning. 20 skeleton generals emerged from the pale magic circle again. Taibesha looked at Mu Hua weakly. 3 were missing, probably still outside to attract the attention of some undead. My cousin is very cunning. He hides and releases summoned beasts, and does not forget to leave cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention. I saw Mu Hua with an excited face. A group of skeleton generals carried huge swords and took cunning steps. After a moment, they found the direction and ran away with a grunt, disappearing from Taibesha's sight. Boring waiting. In the silent environment, the roar of the undead can be heard faintly. Catching a snow pear thrown by Mu Hua, Taibesha threw it back in a bad mood. She had eaten enough magic fruit today, wanted to go out for a stroll, but was worried about being exposed. Wanted to meditate, but the environment was not conducive to meditation. Until Mu Hua summoned the skeleton generals twice more, the sky began to darken, and finally Mu Hua called Taibesha to say that he was done. Monday walked in front to open the way. Bypassing several difficult ruins, Taibesha followed Mu Hua to a relatively spacious grassland. Yellow weeds are the characteristic of the undead courtyard. The grassland is very flat. Perhaps it was once a square for people to rest in a prosperous city. At this moment, this trampled grassland is miserable. Bone fragments and ghost fires are scattered everywhere, and broken skeletons are crawling on the ground. There are only 5 skeleton generals, with intact limbs on the whole grassland. And these 5 broken skeleton generals are hacking and smashing around a Death Knight lying on the ground. Messy, miserable, and spooky. There should have been a large group of skeletons gathered here, about 400 individuals. The reason why it is said in general terms is that some skeletons that are not completely dead are crawling around, and it is difficult to confirm the exact number of messy skeletons. A group of skeletons gathered by the Death Knight. Although most of them were low-level skeleton warriors, due to the existence of the Death Knight, this group of undeads was something that Mu Hua could not afford to provoke. And after Mu Hua repeatedly deployed summoned beasts remotely, the miscellaneous soldiers were cleared, the black-armored skeleton general was exhausted and dragged down, and the Death Knight finally had to face the siege of the skeleton generals, and was finally pulled off the warhorse. Monsters are usually reluctant to descend in their true form, because it is easy to come, but it is not so easy to return to hell. People come to the courtyard to collect the energy needed for growth and evolution. Facing the unknown, they are poor enough to risk descending their true form. In theory, the Death Knight should not be too poor. If he had not been killed too many times, he might have been thrown into the descending magic circle by some existence. No matter what the reason is, this guy descended in his true form, which also brought Mu Hua more passion. Skeleton summon. The skeleton generals who surrounded the Death Knight dissipated, and 23 intact skeleton generals appeared on the grassland again with tower shields. Human. As the skeleton generals rushed forward, the Death Knight, who had exhausted his blood and broken his calves, roared in grief and anger. Facing the ruined battlefield, Taibesha was speechless, while Mu Hua excitedly instructed his family to let the undead, who were not yet dead, return to silence. Mu Hua himself quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Chapter 107. A lance, an eagle shield, a pair of aurora wristbands, a true red necklace, and a healing ring. TSK, I've discovered that the undead seem to like to use healing equipment as sacrifices. Well, there is also a set of damaged Snow Wolf Knight armor. That Death Knight is really poor. No wonder he has to come in person. In the suite on the 3rd floor of the Demand Hotel, Mu Hua was curled up on the sofa. Taibesha, who had just finished bathing, changed into a loose nightgown and huddled opposite Mu Hua. Mu Hua was identifying the equipment placed on the long table between the two of them. The undead don't rely too much on equipment. In many cases, they prefer the things dropped by the projection. Taibesha held a necklace inlaid with rubies, and rubbed the warm gems with her fingers. This should be the equipment of hell. Are there vampires in hell? Taibesha raised the necklace and asked Mu Hua. Who knows? Mu Hua shook his head. The true red necklace, a necklace with the effect of restoring life, is not a healing magic, nor a healing potion. Both are used to treat and repair injuries, and healing potions have strong side effects. The effect of restoring life is to restore lost life and physical strength, and even has the effect of treating subhealthy physique, but it does not have the effect of treating injuries. In other words, if there is an injury that causes loss of life, it can replenish vitality, but it cannot prevent the continued loss of vitality. The ability of the true red necklace to restore life is not magic, it is more like a disposable prop that consumes the ruby on the necklace to restore the wearer's vitality. The ruby is actually a condensation of blood energy. When the gem is consumed, the necklace becomes an ordinary necklace. The effect is equivalent to the life potion, and the magic with similar effects is called vampire touch. Werewolves are a kind of hybrid that likes to reproduce very much. Vampires are probably the only contribution of werewolves to hell. After all, vampire blood is very useful. Tuesday's head popped out from behind Muhua. "Ah!" Taibesha exclaimed. "Tuesday, can you not suddenly come out like this? It's scary," Taibesha said to Tuesday with a slightly red cheek. After returning from the undead courtyard, Muhua and Taibesha took a beautiful bath, and the two were counting their gains. Well, each of them took their own bath. There are 2 bathrooms in the suite. At this time, the things the two counted were all the equipment that Muhua obtained from the undead camp by force through the method of brute force. And he would not tell Taibesha about the other gains. He muttered in his heart. For 100 units of ashes, it seems that the corpse explosion does not affect the income of ashes much. Muhua compared the ashes he had obtained from the battle with Reuben. 600 soul fragments, you can try to derive undead at night. 21 physical crystals, the effect of undead producing attribute crystals is very unsatisfactory, and it seems that only liches can produce spiritual crystals and intellectual crystals for the time being. Distractedly flipping through the furnace panel, unknowingly, 5,200 units of soul dust have accumulated, and more than 800 units of philosopher's stones have been hoarded. These philosopher's stones are almost enough for Monday to evolve safely again, but because of the gratifying growth of her own spiritual attributes, Muhua is now more pampering Tuesday. Tuesday needs too many philosopher's stones for the next evolution. She doesn't care much about other things, but she is very careful about the philosopher's stones. If you want to give these philosopher's stones to Monday, you may need to discuss it with Tuesday. 300 refining secret stones, 75 skeleton summoning skill stones, 5 bone teeth skill stones, bleeding curse, black blood curse, slow curse. The battle in the grassland allowed Muhua to obtain a large number of low-level undead corpses. Muhua confirmed that the corpses of skeleton guards have a chance to melt skeleton summoning skill stones. Considering that the demand for skill stones to pile up skeleton summons is too high, Muhua tried to smash 2 skeleton summons for Monday and Tuesday. The result surprised him. The 2 followers did not get summoned beasts. Is the bonus summoned beast due to the magic characteristics? Or is it related to inherent magic? I can't figure it out, but it also made Muhua give up the plan to pile up a group of skeleton guards for his followers. The cursed skill stones refined from the undead are relatively rampant, and this time Muhua almost collected all the low-level curses. Perhaps because of the ancient times when people fought against monsters for survival, in this world, the classification of attack magic is mainly based on the direct damage strength of magic. Well, that is what Muhua likes to call the bottom line effect. As long as you learn it, the magic that causes the strongest direct damage effect is high level. As for what will happen if you improve your training level, whether it can produce extraordinary effects with the help of the external environment, etc., it is not within the scope of the definition. However, the classification of curse magic levels does not look at the direct damage effect, but is determined by their mystery. The effects of low-level curses are relatively intuitive, just like some common diseases, which are easy to understand. Intermediate curses are more related to the impact on sensory emotions, and the most common one is the negative impact on the 5 senses. High-level curses are mostly related to energy and infection, directly weakening the enemy's attributes, magic power, creating large-scale chaos and disasters, etc., are all high-level curses. As for the top-level curse, it's not easy to explain. Those curses are usually difficult to understand and difficult to remove. For example, Tuesday's Withering Curse should be considered a top-level curse. And in the stories of the previous life, those transformation spells against other life forms, spells that put people into permanent sleep, etc., are top-level curse magic in this world. Although Muhua's current combat power is more dependent on skeleton summoning, after a set of curses, he seems to be really unrestrained on the road of black magic. First, Dozens of skeleton summoning skill stones were thrown on skeleton summoning, and skeleton summoning was pitifully upgraded by 2 levels to LV25. Holding 22 skeleton summoning skill stones in his hand, he was unable to upgrade skeleton summoning to LV26, which caused Mu Hua a toothache. Mu Hua was somewhat hesitant about the 40 or so 100 refining secret stones in his hand. He actually wanted to upgrade the mage's hand. However, looking at his weak intelligence attribute and thinking about the black armored skeleton general he met in the undead courtyard, Mu Hua gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and first spent some 100 refining secret stones on skeleton summoning. When skeleton summoning reached LV31, Mu Hua shuddered. What's wrong? Taibesha took off her slippers, and the tender white feet exposed in her nightgown shrank on the sofa. Suddenly, she found that Mu Hua was a little distracted, and his body trembled slightly. Why? Do you like this? Taibesha sat sideways with her legs sideways on the sofa, and her white toes playfully moved a few times. Go! Look at your equipment. You can take these equipment and deal with them. I will keep the magic core. Mu Hua rolled his eyes in disdain. Although he seemed to be a little itchy in his heart, his strangeness just now really had nothing to do with Taibesha. I don't want it. I didn't do anything. This one is quite suitable for you. Facing Mu Hua's disdainful eyes, Taibesha glared at Mu Hua with dissatisfaction, naturally curled her calves back under her skirt, and threw the healing ring to Mu Hua. Keep it. With the way you spend money, you will become a pauper sooner or later. Otherwise, save it as a reserve so that you don't have to buy it later. Mu Hua took the ring and said absent-mindedly. Wrinkled her nose. Taibesha snorted lightly, as if she didn't like what Mu Hua said, but there was a faint smile in her eyes. This batch of equipment is all intermediate quality equipment. Because it is produced in hell, it is more expensive than the equipment made by humans on the market. The lance and armor were stripped from the Death Knight, and the other equipment was dropped by projection. The healing ring has simple attributes, just like its name. It is enchanted with a healing magic that is charged daily. Mu Hua doesn't care about the healing magic. As long as he is given enough magic stones, he can burn out the healing magic sooner or later. Moreover, the enchantments of these equipment, including various magic scrolls, have a constant strength, which is directly related to the magic training of the caster when making them, and because they have no condensation characteristics, they can be said to be deadly to the dispel magic. Now Mu Hua's appetite has long been nurtured by the 100 refinement secret stone. Compared with the magic training, Mu Hua may not be interested in the enchantments on those high-level equipment. Indicating Taibesha to put away the equipment on the table, Mu Hua casually put on the healing ring on his hand. He rubbed the ring, but his heart was excited. Just now, the 100 refinement secret stone was smashed into place, and Mu Hua's skeleton summoning level 31. There is no prerequisite upgrade requirement, but Mu Hua can really feel that there are 31 more black armored skeleton generals in his summoning space. Black armored skeleton generals, they can burst blood, split and fly. They are already the absolute backbone of the skeleton undead lineage. Upgrading the skeleton summoning again, the consumption of the 100 refinement secret stones has increased to 5. Fortunately, the skeleton transformation and riding skills integrated into the skeleton summoning will not increase the demand for the 100 refinement secret stones at the same time, and the simultaneous improvement of the training of the two makes Mu Hua feel that he has taken advantage. Nothing to say, upgrade the skeleton summoning to LV33. Sure enough, there are 2 more black armored skeleton generals in the summoning space. The remaining 100 refinement secret stones are used to upgrade the mage's hand to LV10 first, and 20% of the intelligence attribute is converted into the power of the mage's hand. Now that the black armored skeleton generals are available, how far will the Death Knight be? Skeleton summoning is dependent on the riding skill. Sitting opposite Mu Hua, Taibesha found that the expression on her cousin's face became more and more lewd. She shrank back and puffed out her somewhat regretful chest. Humph, men, they say one thing and mean another, they are all lechers. Chapter 108. Mu Hua, Level 96, Constitution 319, Intelligence 88, Spirit 151, Magic Adaptability B, for attribute points available for allocation. Skeleton Summoning LV33, Undead Bone Shield LV15, Mage's Hand LV10, Fireball LV15. There was a remaining 100 refinement secret stone, and under the eyes of Taibesha, Mu Hua also ate all the attribute crystals. Mu Hua has many skills, but for the time being, only a few of them are really for combat. His level has not increased much during this period. Those who fell into the abyss basically betrayed the devil's contract. They can be understood as bad, but not necessarily high in level. Mu Hua originally considered whether to add the free attribute points left by the upgrade to the spiritual attribute. After all, spiritual crystals have not been produced very often. However, Tuesday's tickling is really powerful. Mu Hua's soul has grown steadily, and the growth of intelligence attribute is even better than that of eating a few crystals from time to time. As a result, the 4 free attributes were left lying in Mu Hua's attribute panel. Mu Hua, are you sure it's okay? You dismantled a lot of undead with the soul fire today. Maybe you need to go out for a walk? I heard that there is a new entertainment club in the commercial street. In the living room of the suite, Mu Hua had a strange expression on his face, and Taibesha said to Mu Hua in a rather uncomfortable way, "Dismantling? The burning source furnace is much more powerful than the alchemist's spiritual power dismantling." Mu Hua's distraction was interrupted by Taibesha again. "I'm deeply involved in the death energy, and the undead corpses have no adverse effects on my mood. I'm thinking about the Death Knight summoning of skeleton warhorses. By the way, entertainment club? Do you know much about it?" Mu Hua glanced at Taibesha unhappily. "Skeleton warhorse? You really can think of it. It's the companion undead of the Death Knight, right? Unless you encounter a Death Knight who has just completed evolution, it is a summoned beast with an owner. It's hard to get it," Taibesha questioned. "Maybe Tuesday can get it?" Mu Hua laughed. "Really?" Taibesha was surprised. "Who knows?" Mu Hua teased, and Taibesha pulled a pillow and threw it at him in a bad mood. With the fight, Mu Hua's mood seemed to return to normal. Skeleton warhorse? Mu Hua really didn't think about the skeleton warhorse just now. What's so good about the skeleton warhorse? The silly Death Knight on the grassland earlier gave him a skeleton warhorse summoning skill stone. But that skill stone requires a spiritual attribute of 200 to use. With Tuesday here, it will not take long for the attribute to meet the standard. Mu Hua's earlier abnormality was entirely because he had a black-armored skeleton general. The black-armored skeleton general and the Death Knight are both superior species of the skeleton general, but in fact, the two have not produced much improvement in terms of pure strength. Physique does not represent strength, it also includes vitality, resistance, agility, etc. The black-armored skeleton general mainly improves vitality, and it has evolved a special blood that belongs to the undead. Unlike other monsters, low-level skeleton undead cannot stimulate blood through their own practice. Without blood, most combat skills are naturally impossible to perform, and most undead have little magic adaptability. This also makes the growth of low-level skeleton undead absolutely limited. No matter how long they live, they can't escape the fate of a cannon fodder. And the Death Knight has greatly improved the growth potential in spirit and intelligence on the basis of the black-armored skeleton general. Compared with this potential improvement, the impact of warhorses and riding skills on Death Knights can be almost ignored. The black-armored skeleton general and the Death Knight both seem to make up for the inherent defects of the skeleton undead. It seems to be perfecting the evolutionary direction of the skeleton undead, or brewing the real terror of the undead. And now, skeleton summoning actually allowed Mu Hua to create a black-armored skeleton general, and Mu Hua's expectations for skeleton summoning exploded instantly. Even the skill stone that originally made him very concerned about the skeleton warhorse, well, it seems that it is just that. Playing with Taibesha suppressed the excitement in my heart, and resisted the urge to summon the black-armored skeleton general. There is no way to hide leftovers in the doghouse. Mu Hua wants to brag again. However, unlike the skeleton and the skeleton general, the black-armored skeleton general seems to be really not summoned randomly. Just like monsters can survive by relying on the magic power of the outside world, and they themselves are a source of magic power, they are also emitting new magic power at any time. The cycle between individuals and nature. In other words, where there are many monsters, the concentration of magic power must be high. And this law is applied to the undead, and the black-armored skeleton general, who alienates the blood of death, is equivalent to a source of death breath. Not only can it gather the breath of death in nature, it itself is constantly spreading a strong breath of death to the outside world. If they are summoned to the hotel, it will not take long for the hotel to become a haunted house full of death. This place will become a habitat that ghosts like very much, and people who do not have a psychic constitution living here will definitely be weak and sick. If a black-armored skeleton general stays in the suite for one night, it will probably cost a lot of money to purify the entire hotel several times tomorrow. It is normal that the night hunters will be attracted. Although it has only crossed a level, the black-armored skeleton general is no longer the kind of existence that can be pulled out and wandered around casually like the skeleton general. The color of this real red necklace is too bright. I don't like it. It's a pity that it is a female version. After arguing with Mu Hua for a while, Taibesha threw the real red necklace to Mu Hua. Then put it in your pocket, and use it as a blood bottle when you need it. Blood clan medicine is not easy to buy on the market. Don't sell this. You will definitely lose money if you go back to buy a blood bottle. Mu Hua weighed the necklace in his hand, and threw it to Taibesha like passing the ball. Maybe someone will like its style, and pay a high price for it. Taibesha took the necklace, threw it back on the table, and picked up a pair of wristbands on the table. As long as you like it, I wish you catch some fish. Mu Hua said, catching the wristband thrown by Taibesha as if he was playing a game. Aurora wristbands can cast light shields. Each wristband can be charged 3 times a day. The craftsmanship is very high-end. Taibesha said to Mu Hua. A pair of silver-white wristbands, leather material, with a silky touch. The key is that there is no magic core inlay. This is a craft that integrates magic cores into the material. Among the equipment made by humans, only advanced equipment can use this craft. Light shield? This thing consumes a lot of magic power, right? Mu Hua frowned and threw a wristband back to Taibesha. Well, this is a sacrificial equipment, a spell transformed by divine magic, and the magic power consumption is naturally greater without the influence of faith. Taibesha nodded and put the wristband back on the table. The Shield of Light is a defensive magic similar to the magic barrier. Its advantage is that it is more flexible than the magic barrier, but it is a divine spell. Normally, it is cast with the power of faith. Although the mage simulates the spell module, the magic power consumption is much greater than that of regular magic. Infecting faith? Do you know that thing? Mu Hua asked. I don't know. If I do, I'd be a war priest. Taibesha shook her head. The so-called power of faith is quite idealistic. There is no normal learning method. You have to find a god to worship. Mu Hua and Taibesha are both confused about this, so there is no point in saying more for the time being. The war priest that Taibesha mentioned is a combat profession that believes in gods, studies healing and protection divine arts, and then practices combat skills. After receiving various strengthening blessings, he carries a war hammer and fights the enemy. It is said that as long as the buff is enough, I will smash the gods to show you. Well, war priest, I prepare some strengthening potions for you to satisfy your craving. A potion master can not only prepare poison, but also prepare poison, and not only prepare poison. This is possible, thank you cousin. Taibesha said with a smile. Zheng the spear floated in the air, and the two people stopped throwing the eagle shield on the table, and the lance placed aside was picked up by Mu Hua's magician's hand. There was enough space in the living room, and the spear was seen swimming in the open space like a fish. The spear body shook, stabbed continuously, and the frequent stabbing of the spear blade made a sharp whistle in the house, and Taibesha's eyes flashed with surprise. Your strength is not bad, and your intelligence. Well, your magician's hand is also very high? Taibesha asked Mu Hua. Haha, it's okay, I keep this. Mu Hua smiled as the magician's hand played with the lance. Training level? 20% intelligence conversion rate. This mage's hand alone can lift a weight of thousands of pounds, which is already a difference from ordinary people. Mu Hua's urgent upgrade of the mage's hand is not a waste of time. The undead lance with the soul-damaging property can easily pierce the flesh of most intermediate monsters. It is more difficult to stab high-level monsters, and it needs to rely on martial arts. It will not break or deform with a force below 500. There are forgers in Hell. This lance is a relatively standard weapon in Hell. It uses condensed corpse-covered black iron as the main material to give it the soul-damaging property. It can barely be considered a direct attack weapon, but Mu Hua's vision is a bit high now. As far as direct attack melee weapons are concerned, Mu Hua feels that its sharpness and toughness are actually quite average. Chapter 109. Mu Hua was fiddling with his lance in the living room with his magician's hand. At first, Taibesha was a little envious. But seeing that Mu Hua's lance was only used for poking, it was obviously not suitable for chopping. The fish swimming in the water was also swept into a water fish by Mu Hua, and Taibesha looked strange. Your spear skills. Why, you don't use your staff? Taibesha smiled. Staff? Mu Hua twitched his eyes. The staff stolen from the Lich is very good, with a harmonious appearance and powerful skills. But the problem is that both the Bone Soul and the Death Ripple have very high requirements for magic power. If the demon gold coins are not used to convert energy, Mu Hua may burst his clothes after casting a few spells. Yes, that's right, bursting clothes, literally. Who made Mu Hua wear the purgatory armor? The clothes on his body are his reserve magic power. After using up, the clothes will explode. Mu Hua's close combat skills are not very good, But in fact, most mages are not very good at using cold weapons. After all, everyone is thinking about casting spells all day long. When holding guns and sticks, they may be distracted by building spell models. It is precisely because everyone's skills are not very good that magicians actually like to use spears and long guns. Especially the mages who have mastered the magician's hand. The magician's hand pinches a war spear and pokes and pokes. It is fast enough, far enough, sharp enough, and a little accurate. It doesn't need any skills. If you really can't play cold weapons, there are also people who use the magician's hand to pull machine guns. Taibesha teased Muhua's skills in using guns. I don't know if this girl is innocent or intentional. Muhua always feels that she has other intentions. After chatting for a while, the two of them opened their terminals and looked for things they liked to watch. The room was quiet for a while, revealing a bit of warmth. Besha, didn't your brothers and sisters come to Bear Pig Town? What do you think of them? Muhua asked Taibesha casually, while watching a cooking video of dry-fried dog meat. Well, dry-fried dog meat? Muhua has a lot of black dog tendons in his warehouse. He is thinking about asking Demand to add some dog meat recipes to the hotel. They come from Warcraft, so they can't be used to make feed, right? Brothers and sisters? Oh, you mean Ivy and the others? I don't have any opinions. The Benson family has too many limitations. Whoever wants to sit in the position of the head of the family can sit. Anyway, it's difficult for them to take over the shares of Benson Economics and trade from Samantha, Taibesha said indifferently. Compared with earlier, Muhua now cares more about Taibesha. Considering Taibesha's feelings, the illegitimate children who originally came will have become brothers and sisters. Taibesha seemed to have never cared about the family affairs, and even showed some disdain for the Benson family from time to time. After her explanation, Muhua understood Taibesha's mentality. From the outside, the Benson family is definitely a wealthy family in the human world. But unlike some well-known wealthy people and dignitaries, the Benson family seems to lack some core industries. Rich people cannot do without business, and those outstanding wealthy people mostly operate around some things that they have mastered the core technology. For example, forging, enchantment, puppets, energy, military industry, shipping, and so on. The Benson family also operates, but they are pure operations. The family's foundation mainly lies in the business network integrated over many years, and the core of the industry is the brokers who cooperate with the adventure team. If this were placed in the society of the previous life, it might not be abnormal, but the problem is that in this world, a business family like Benson must operate magic items. As the core of the family industry, the reason why the brokers can gain a foothold in the world of adventurers is that the first rule of their professional code is to make profits for their team. This is a bit embarrassing. Even though Samantha established a friendship with a demon tribe in the early years, the Benson family still did not have a real strong person in charge. Although the Benson family can still maintain development under the norms of secular laws, if they are deeply involved in the world of adventurers, the Benson family really lacks the ability to deal with unknown risks. Take the most obvious situation now. The business network of Benson Economics and Trade involves a very wide range, but when it comes to magic and magic, Benson Economics and Trade basically operate some low-end products. There may be high-end things, but they are all resold. In order to gain a foothold in the field of adventure, the Benson family basically operates these things at a loss. And top-level magic items will basically not fall into the hands of Benson Economics and Trade, because the trading of those items does not use the Benson family's business network at all. This may be the reason why Taibesha is more concerned about the brigade than the position of the head of the family. Muhua couldn't say whether it was right or wrong, but Taibesha gave Muhua the overall feeling that a full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. If they become the head of the family, it should have a lot of influence on you. Muhua rejected Taibesha's idea of talking about pioneering instead of defending the family. What influence can it have? We don't need to rely on Benson now, Taibesha retorted. Besha, do you know that before I came to Loren, all my savings were 30 demon gold coins? Muhua twitched his mouth. How is it possible? Even if you go to the maze to wait for goblins, there won't be so few, Taibesha retorted in surprise. Oh, that's right. Who told you to mess with the summoned beasts? Taibesha said disdainfully in an instant. Muhua wanted to curse. What do you mean I mess with the summoned beasts? Muhua found out that this cousin is not from the same world as him. A young man in his 20s has saved more than 30 demon gold coins, which is very awesome, right? How is it possible? Well, at least it's pretty awesome in Lantern. Well, although there are also factors such as control, in Taibesha's cognition, calling more than 30 demon gold coins saving seems to be a joke. Oh, forget it, forget it. Just tell me how your relationship with those illegitimate children is. Mu Hua sighed. Forget it, there is nothing to say about whether to rely on Benson or not. Taibesha, and he may not have the same understanding of the word rely on. Relationship? Nothing. Samantha doesn't like them, and they don't have much time to practice. You know? Mu Siyun actually wants to be a noble, and she never practices. We don't have much friendship, Taibesha said casually. Well, friendship? Then it doesn't matter if something happens to them. Mu Hua nodded and muttered. This is already the level of friendship, so there should be no family affection, so killing them is no problem. Mu Hua has always been thinking about killing the illegitimate children, and at this time, he just doesn't want to make his well-behaved cousin uncomfortable. Today is different from the past. With the black armor skeleton general in hand, a set of curses in hand, a bone shield, and a magician's hand, Mu Hua is confident in the task of killing a few illegitimate children. Something happened? What do you mean? Taibesha was puzzled. Mu Hua, don't mess around. They are quite sociable. In addition to the Benson family, they seem to have some backers behind them, Taibesha said suspiciously. Backers? What about you? Mu Hua asked. Me? My physique is 390, and my intelligence is 180. Taibesha clenched her fist and shook it in front of Mu Hua. She always felt that Mu Hua's question seemed to underestimate her. Okay, you are still awesome. Mu Hua shook his head and smiled, pushing away Taibesha's 388 level fist. To be honest, even if the level reached 388, it was really amazing for Taibesha to have such attributes at her age. However, reaching such an amazing level, Taibesha probably didn't have time to find any backers outside the family. Humph, I'm glad to know. Taibesha snorted, turned around and prepared to go back to her bedroom. After taking 2 steps, she looked back at Mu Hua with concern. Mu Hua, although I don't have much affection for them, I have no grudge against them. Don't do anything rash. The people they contact are quite troublesome. Yeah, they have a backer, what can I do rashly? Mu Hua nodded and laughed until Taibesha returned to the room. Mu Hua put away his smile, rubbed his chin, and thought in his heart, backer? Who should I ask for information about this? It seems that I still have to be careful before I act. After finishing this job, I will really have no debts, and can live my life well. Chapter 110. At night, in Webster Manor, Padge opened the door of Webster's study with a happy smile on her face. Father, the report is out. You are in good health, healthier than ever before. You? When Padge entered the study, she said happily, but the scene in front of her made her expression freeze. Webster's face was ruddy, his neat hair seemed to have been waxed, and his smooth chin was no longer slightly decadent beard. All this was normal. The only abnormal thing was a young girl in a maid's uniform. The girl had her arms around Webster's neck, and one of her long legs was hooked around Webster's waist. If Webster's hands were not on the maid's plump buttocks, it could be said that the girl half hung herself on Webster. A handsome old man and a charming maid, a pleasing scene. However, if the old man in this scene was replaced by his own father, any girl would probably not be happy. Get out. Now! Padgett's face was cold. Cough. Webster coughed dryly. The maid, who was somewhat startled, hurriedly separated from Webster's body, subconsciously adjusted her skirt, and walked out of the study with her head down and a look of caution on her face. Weber, you should pay attention to your manners. The maid closed the door when she left, and with the sound of the door closing, Padgett said to Webster with a cold face, This is my study, a private study. Webster's originally embarrassed expression was restrained, and his face was serious. So you should lock the door. Padgett looked coldly. No, you didn't knock on the door. Webster raised his eyebrows. The room fell into silence. The father and daughter were both frowning. Webster's strong expression softened, and a flattering smile gradually appeared on the corners of his mouth. Well, dear, this is an accident. My angel seems to have brought great news just now. Webster tidied his clothes. Good, fortunately it was just foreplay. Alas, Weber, although you are in good health now, you should choose a more comfortable environment. You are no longer old enough to pursue excitement. Padgett sighed, walked to the desk and sat down, and put a file bag on the desk. Hey dear, we shouldn't continue this topic. Webster walked around the desk and sat opposite Padgett. Okay, Weber, I'm 40 years old. I've seen everything I should have seen. I'm more concerned about your health now. Padgett waved her hand to signal Webster not to be embarrassed. 40 years old? You haven't even been married. Webster retorted. Father! Do you want war again? Paget's expression just turned better, and her face turned cold again. Okay, it's my fault. Honey, let's take care of my health. Webster raised his hands to admit his mistake, and then picked up the file bag on the table. Padge snorted coldly, ending this unpleasant topic. Shush. The sound of flipping papers. In the file bag was a report on Webster's comprehensive physical examination. For some people, this kind of report is more reassuring when recorded on paper. Webster read it very seriously, and as time passed, the smile on Webster's face became more and more intense. Soul surgery? Is it really that magical? After reading the data related to himself one by one, Webster put down the examination report and sighed meaninglessly. Mu, the young man named Mu Hua, he cured magic exhaustion and cured patients who were diagnosed as terminally ill by modern biomedicine and magic medicine. And there are no sequelae. No, not only no sequelae, his body is healthier. This report should be his physical examination data 10 years ago. I investigated the information related to soul surgery. It should not be the soul surgery that is magical, but Mu. Page looked at Webster with relief. You mean? Webster was in a state of uncertainty. Although he knew earlier that his life was saved, he never thought he could be so healthy. Yes, he has mastered unknown technology, at least technology that we cannot detect. Page said seriously. Seeing Webster in a critical condition, and Mu Hua treating Webster with her own eyes, Page knew very well the horror of magic exhaustion. The more she confirmed Webster's health, the more cautious Page's attitude towards Mu Hua was. This is not only for Webster, but also for herself and for other people who can make her care. A man who can perform soul surgery and treat magic exhaustion, who knows what other fatal diseases he can treat. I think we should deepen our relationship with him, Webster said thoughtfully. Of course, what else? Page said, and took out another piece of information from the space ring and handed it to Webster, which recorded some personal information of Mu Hua. Webster looked through the information again, and suddenly looked up at Page. You seem to get along well, don't you consider it? Very good guy. Consider? Page questioned. Love, marriage, family, Webster said expectantly. Oh my God, it seems that you haven't fully recovered. He is only 20 years old. Page shook her head in protest. With your talents, a gap of more than 10 years is nothing, Webster retorted. As you said, father, what do you think marriage is for us? Page sneered. Well, this is just a father's advice, and it has nothing to do with winning over. Webster spread his hands, and Page was used to Webster's habit of giving her marriage advice whenever he got the chance. Then let's see, the Benson family's heir trial? Webster looked at Page in confusion. A farce, right? But Mu should be from Samantha's line. Among the Benson's descendants, the girl named Ivy seems to have submitted an application for a strategist, and seems to have the intention of getting close to you, Page explained. Ivy Benson? Then ban her. Humph, do you really think the Raiders are entertainment stars? The quality of the Raiders team is getting worse and worse now. Webster frowned and said casually, but he wrote down Ivy Benson's name on a note. Without paying too much attention to Ivy's situation, Webster read Mu Hua's information for a while, and returned it to Page, who took the information and burned it, and threw it into the trash can. Bear Pig Town 375 Courtyard. Mu Hua looks like he will stay there for a while. Odysseus's new Raiders courtyard has not been selected yet. How about letting him lead the team to Bear Pig Town? Maybe Mu will like the job of the supervisory committee? After the information was burned, Webster asked Page. That's your business, I still have my work. I think you should have some easy contact with him first, such as the party you mentioned earlier, Page said indifferently. Of course, I need to thank Mu. I like that boy. We will be good friends. Webster naturally didn't need Page's reminder for this kind of thing. Yes, I don't object to you making some young friends, but... Page rolled her eyes at Webster and turned serious. I don't care about the rest, but vampire night is forbidden. Of course, dear, it was just a joke. You know, I don't need to have anything to do with those vampires. Webster smiled bitterly. As a branch of demons, vampires have very outstanding looks. Compared with ordinary humans, they are immortal. But vampires have half the attributes of the undead. In various senses, Webster can't stand the torment of vampires. Chapter 111. At night, Mu Hua had no way of knowing the discussion about him in Webster Manor. After Taibesha returned to her room, Mu Hua also returned to his room and entered the Abyss Island. On the green Abyss Island, several bamboo pigs avoided Mu Hua, who suddenly appeared. They were a harmless herbivorous monster. They had lavender skin, and were the size of a half-sized porpoise. When they were in danger, they would cast stone skin guard on themselves. However, because the magic power was too low, casting magic would make their movements more clumsy. A well-polished low-level weapon could bleed and skin them. They were what Mu Hua had encountered in the courtyard earlier. Mu Hua had captured them and brought them to the Abyss Island to see if they could survive safely on the island. After confirming that the Abyss Island had no adverse effects on them, this kind of monster with delicious meat added some vitality to the Abyss Island. They reproduce very quickly. 10 days in the outside world is enough for them to reproduce a litter. They don't dig holes all over the world like rabbit-like monsters. Now they have become Mu Hua's snack source on the Abyss Island. If he needs to control the number, Monday will also eat them. However, the devil doesn't like this kind of delicacy in the mouth of humans. With poor magic power and thin soul, eating them is like chewing wax for Monday. This also leads to them not being too afraid of Monday. For these bamboo pigs, Mu Hua is definitely a big devil, especially when he brings out the barbecue grill. When Mu Hua summoned a group of black-armored skeleton generals, a group of bamboo pigs nearby simply fell into a collective stiffness. The soft lavender skin turned into gray rough gravel. They took stiff steps and struggled to a corner on the edge of the island. A group of monsters that are silly, cute, and delicious. Taking a close look at the black-armored skeleton general, his own undead, Mu Hua was full of curiosity, touching them here and there, and touching them up and down. The big guys are over 4 meters tall, and their appearance is very strong. The full covering helmets cover their ugly and dry heads and faces, and the hem of their black armor is similar to a battle skirt. Gauntlets and combat boots, their armor is heavy armor, and they look more solid and solemn than the Death Knights, who have evolved light armor. If someone who has no knowledge of the undead suddenly sees them, they are like majestic warriors, and it is difficult to associate them with skeleton undead. With the appearance of the black-armored skeleton general, a sudden breath of death immediately surged in the air around them. However, perhaps because of the special environment of the Abyss Island, the breath of death seemed to be suppressed and assimilated by the external magic power, and merged into nature in an instant. Mu Hua gave 10 of the 33 black-armored skeleton generals a fishing rod each. Fishing in the abyss was like a slender stick in their hands. 10 black-armored skeleton generals went to the fishing spot designated by Mu Hua to fish, while the remaining 23 black-armored skeleton generals continued to dig and build the arena. After preliminary surveys, the terrain of the Abyss Island was really unusual. At least Mu Hua had not yet discovered the maximum thickness of the rock and soil layer of this island. The island edge was dug 50 meters down, and still had intact soil and rocks. Mu Hua was not prepared to dig that deep for the arena. Now he just wanted to further expand the area of the arena. Zhou Yi and the black-armored skeleton generals were temporarily watching over the fishing, and Mu Hua was not in a hurry to meditate and make medicine. After finding a relatively flat grassland, a complex and mysterious magic circle unfolded, and Mu Hua began to make related attempts to transform the undead. The first thing is to create dead bones. As soon as he thought about it, a lot of information about the morphological structure of the bones of various creatures appeared in Mu Hua's brain. Phalanges, tibias, spines, skulls, etc., not only information about various bones, but also information about the body structures of various creatures. It's quite interesting. The final direction of this information is like piecing together a model. However, the amount of information is too large. This information is usually dormant. If all of it is activated at once, Mu Hua's consciousness will not be able to bear it. This information requires a process of activation and absorption. Mu Hua is selectively interpreting it for the time being. Various information is filtered in the brain. Perhaps because of the insufficient level of skeleton summoning, Mu Hua found that there is no information about high-level monsters in these materials. What horror knights, magic dragons, and even the information of constructed bone dragons are not available yet. And Mu Hua pondered that the existence of the magic system of creating skeleton transformation must be a madman. After countless years of evolution, the undead have tended to the most suitable state in their form. Even if it is constructed, it is quite appropriate to follow the body structure of the skeleton undead. However, in the skeleton transformation, in addition to some relatively mature information on constructed undead, there is also a lot of information on the bones of other monsters, which is obviously intended for practitioners to make some creative extreme productions. Clearing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Mu Hua is not in the mood to play any extreme creations now. He first makes a constructed undead based on the skeleton warrior to practice. The initial step in making a constructed undead is to match the dead bones and construct a corpse. As for the corpse, it is not complicated after mastering the refining formula. You can use the ashes to make a certain section of bones alone, Or you can use consciousness to piece together and put more ashes at one time to refine the whole body. Of course, the overall refining requires a thorough understanding of the structure of the skeleton you want to make, otherwise you will produce some arthritis, bone hyperplasia, etc., which will become waste and inferior products. Mu Hua has nothing to worry about in this regard. Others are constantly learning and analyzing the transformation of skeletons, but he learned the whole said directly as if he had obtained inheritance. All kinds of refining techniques are engraved in the soul, so what else is there to worry about? 30 units of ashes and 30 units of soul dust. The combination of the two can create a skeleton of a skeleton warrior, and then the dead air is infected to turn the skeleton into dead bones. As the materials are injected in the strange generation array, the skeleton of a skeleton warrior gradually changes from blurry to illusory, from illusory to real, and finally the refining is completed, standing silently in front of Mu Hua. Death air infection may be quite troublesome in the outside world, but it is very simple on the Abyss Island. Although it will not actively form negative interference with the outside world, this space strangely contains various elements. This is considered a high-end product. Looking at the skeleton in front of him, Mu Hua muttered in thought. The skeleton warrior in front of him is just a simple skeleton for the time being, but this skeleton is really worth a little money in the hands of a necromancer. After all, many necromancers will even use ordinary bones to piece together the undead, and this skeleton is at least a real undead skeleton. The whole skeleton has a head, hands, and tail. Even if you go to the undead courtyard to fight skeleton warriors, it is quite troublesome to collect such a complete and matching set of bones. However, because there are many ways to directly kill the soul of a skeleton warrior, just for the skeleton of an ordinary skeleton warrior, it can only be said to be worth a little money. Now that we have the skeleton, it is naturally the turn of the soul. It is more troublesome to construct the soul of the undead than to make their bodies. People usually catch a ghost, then erase the consciousness of the ghost, put the ghost with their own spiritual imprint into the construction, let the ghost infect the skeleton with its own spiritual body, and finally control the constructed undead by controlling the ghost. Mu Hua does not have to go to the trouble of catching another ghost to train. He not only knows how to transform the skeleton, but also master the transformation of the soul. There is a soul creation technique in the transformation of the soul. Creating a soul is more troublesome, but creating a ghost is much simpler. Of course, the premise is to have the corresponding materials. 1 unit of soul fragments, 3 units of soul dust, and ordinary ghosts can match the skeleton of this skeleton warrior. It was originally a practice. Mu Hua created a stupid ghost, and then put the skeleton and the ghost into the alchemy array, and the soul fire was ignited in the skull of the original skeleton warrior. Walking, running, punching, rolling, unable to transform its own bones into weapons, and the actions of the constructed undead still require a certain degree of conscious guidance from the ruler. Mu Hua controlled this constructed skeleton warrior to perform a series of actions. It has a little learning ability, but unless the bones are strengthened, there is no growth. Or it can also be understood as a puppet of the undead system. Speaking of which, if properly controlled, the combat ability of this constructed skeleton warrior is not necessarily weaker than that of ordinary skeleton warriors. But it is extremely lacking in the ability to act independently, and it is particularly troublesome to need conscious control. After playing for a while, Mu Hua lost interest in it. It's just a constructed skeleton warrior, leaving it as an eyesore. Pointing to a place at random, Mu Hua asked this constructed skeleton warrior to dig a pit and bury itself. Chapter 112. After trying to make a constructed undead, Mu Hua started to work on the derived undead. Compared with the derived undead, the constructed undead is just a toy. And the difficulty of the derived undead is completely different from that of making the constructed undead. The production of bones is the same process as that of the constructed undead. After all, they are all dead bones, with materials and technology. Mu Hua's specifications for constructing the undead are still quite high. When it comes to the soul stage, it is more troublesome. The derived undead does not need a ghost, but a real soul. Although there is no need to make a magic brain, a most ordinary soul requires 10 units of soul fragments and 50 units of soul dust. Well, there is no racial difference between the souls at birth and at the beginning of death, only similar qualities of toughness, and even no difference in strength. If ghosts, cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, humans, and demons can be born after death, it is not certain who will beat whom when these newly born ghosts are put together to fight. Death is fair. There is no such thing as a demon turning into a ghost and being able to catch anyone and fight anyone. More soul fragments, more soul dust, and more complex creation techniques can create higher quality souls, and higher quality souls can also withstand the grinding when the soul strength is increased by abnormal means. The consumption of creating souls is higher, and the complexity of the techniques is also greater. But fortunately, this kind of creation is more like a ritual. Only a small amount of one's own magic power is needed to mobilize external magic power to complete the technique. A soul cannot be directly stuffed into a carrier like a constructed undead, not to mention that souls and undead are originally two incompatible things. Now it is time for the undead to appear, and the soul is imprisoned in the skeleton. That's right, it is not fusion at this time, just imprisonment. Imprisoning the soul between life and death. In death, the soul will experience endless destruction, fragmentation, and collapse in death in a short period of time. In this process, soul fragments should be appropriately invested to ensure that the soul will not really die. Constantly add soul dust and magic core fragments, so that this skeleton warrior can produce its magic core. Although it is a new soul with almost no subjective consciousness, as the leader of the whole process, this kind of destruction of the soul still makes Muhua, the caster, feel creepy. The death breath spread by the black-armored skeleton general cannot cause intrusion to the Abyss Island, but this does not mean that there is no death breath on the Abyss Island. On the contrary, they are just integrated into the strange magic of the Abyss Island, or in other words, they are mixed into a kind of mutated magic, which also has a death breath far beyond the outside world. With the operation of the derivative technique and the continuous erosion of the breath of death, the soul that has experienced endless destruction finally gained the recognition of death and the inheritance from death. When the soul is completely integrated into the skeleton, when it experiences death and rebirth in a new life form, a true skeleton warrior is officially born. Click, click, the jawbone opens and closes, and the new skeleton warrior stands grotesquely in front of Muhua. It observes Muhua and the world. The inheritance from death gives it a clear understanding of its own existence. The standing figure kneels on one knee, and the skeleton warrior seems to thank Muhua for giving it life. This thing is really evil. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Muhua muttered softly. Master, if you want to sign a slavery contract with it, I should be able to provide some help. Tuesday came out of Muhua's body. Oh! Muhua was curious. Yes, although the skeleton warrior can be said to be created by Muhua, its inheritance comes from death. It respects Muhua and will obey Muhua's control to the greatest extent, even if it is the end. But there is no mandatory constraint between it and Muhua. Whether it is the undead detention or any demon contract with domination, it can make it draw its sword against Muhua. Muhua derived the skeleton warrior for training, and also for it to replace the black-armored skeleton general to get the fishing rod. Although it doesn't matter if it is left on the Abyss Island, who would refuse a slavery contract? The undead are withered, and I can give them feelings. Pleasure. That is what the undead crave endlessly. It was originally created by you. If you add the gift of pleasure, it should be easier for them to sign the contract. Tuesday explained. Slavery contracts are not something you can sign subjectively. No one is born to be a slave. Even for humans, if you want to train a being that can sign a slavery contract, it takes a long time of brainwashing and torture, and stupid self-brainwashing is indispensable. It is easier for the creator to sign a slavery contract with the derived undead, but it also takes some time for the derived undead to adapt and accept it. Sometimes, if the concepts are not in line, there will be a counter-resistance. This aspect depends on the creator's professional knowledge level on training slaves. Give joy to wild undead. Can it be done? Muhua asked happily. No, it's better not to. Tuesday shook his head. Not enough joy? Maybe we can find a courtyard to curse some monsters. Muhua rubbed his chin and thought. Regarding the withering curse, Muhua was worried that the matter would get out of hand if he cursed humans. But in addition to the undead, monsters also have complex emotions, and the withering curse can naturally collect joy from them. However, if you do this, the monsters that are cursed are likely to go crazy. But it seems that it is not impossible to find a courtyard controlled by humans like Fiona. Anyway, even if the monsters there go crazy, they can't leave the maze area. No, Master, it's not because of this. In fact, as for the cursed objects, I feel that those monsters in the abyss that we dare not fish out are more suitable. Tuesday shook his head, and Muhua's eyes lit up. Indeed, the maze monsters can not only communicate with humans, but also be shot by humans at any time. Even if the monsters in the abyss are all psychopaths, they are not without pursuits. Especially the magic addiction, that thing can probably produce a lot of pleasure, although the process of producing that pleasure may be a bit different, but the withering curse absorbs the result. Pleasure is pleasure, it's all the same, it doesn't matter how it comes. Mu Hua ignored the surplus value of those big guys in the abyss. Tuesday's words woke Mu Hua up. This fishing rod can't always be thrown away, right? Well, this time Mu Hua is afraid that he will really catch the abyss monster and squeeze its bones and marrow. Since it's not a problem of lack of pleasure, then what is it? Putting aside his thoughts for the time being, Mu Hua's focus is on the slavery contract of the undead. The dead are the embodiment of jealousy. Everything is jealous of the immortality of the dead. Jealousy also makes the dead hostile to everything they cannot have. If you let those dead, who have no respect for you, get pleasure, they will definitely not think of submitting to you, but will kill you by any means and take me away from you. Tuesday explained. Kill me? Wouldn't you die if you kill me? Mu Hua frowned. The cruelty of the slavery contract is needless to say, and the clause of the master's death and the servant's death makes it infinitely difficult to sign it. Just like Mu Hua's situation, the death of Monday and Tuesday has no effect on Mu Hua, but if Mu Hua dies, they will also be dead. So, from the moment the slavery contract was signed, Mu Hua's life safety was largely placed above their own lives by his followers. Yes, I will die with you, but those dead don't care about that. So I suggest you don't try it. Good guy, if you can't get it, destroy it. It's not just undead creatures that are suitable for this situation. Humans seem to have no shortage of experts in this area. It seems that Tuesday's ability still needs to be kept secret. Mu Hua reflected deeply. Taking out a few demon leather scrolls and a bottle of demon blood, Mu Hua asked Tuesday to draft a slavery contract. Most demon contracts have a standard format, which is easy to make, but the difficulty lies in signing. As for the demon leather scrolls, adventurers will have some of these things. After all, many times, some normal cooperation will also use demon contracts to add a layer of protection. After completing the derivation of a skeleton warrior, it is much easier to repeat it. 9 more skeleton warriors were made one after another to replace the black-armored skeleton general to fish for monsters. After making 10 skeleton warriors, Mu Hua was already dizzy. He climbed onto the bed he had moved into the Abyss Island and fell asleep with his head resting on Tuesday's thigh. Chapter 113. Roar. A giant monster as tall as 7 meters roared in the arena. It had a strange light blue complexion, greasy and shiny skin, a human-like body, thick limbs, and a strong body. This was a giant monster that was even bigger than an ogre. Giant monster was the name of their race. Their huge size gave them strong physical strength, and their most outstanding feature was their extraordinary self-healing ability. This was an orc with a strong self-healing ability, simple-minded and powerful. At this time, the giant monster was blocked in all directions by a group of black-armored skeleton generals, who were much shorter than it. A lance shuttled in the air, and stabbed it from time to time. A giant monster fished out of the abyss, caught when fishing for goblins, level 271, physique 421, intelligence 100, spirit 30, magic adaptability D. The black armor skeleton general, who was fighting against it at this time, had a lower physique than the giant monster, but no matter how the giant monster rushed crazily, it could not shake the tower shield in the hands of the black armor skeleton general. Black armor skeleton general, 386 physique, 80 intelligence, 200 spirit, magic adaptability E, skills, shield attack, flying slash. In terms of physique, the black armor skeleton general is relatively low, but it is not difficult to see from the battle in front of him that the physique of the giant monster is more focused on physical activity, and it belongs to the type of thick blood and strong resistance. Regardless of the type of skeleton undead, their life structure is destined that at least half of their physique is pure strength. The flying slash of the black armor skeleton general can be understood as a gongqi slash, the strength of which is directly affected by the physical fitness of the performer. Warriors with vigorous blood often use it, but it is not a profound combat skill. This skill also includes basic moves such as slashing, sweeping, and slashing, which are advanced combat skills after the basic martial arts have blood and energy. More than 30 black-armored skeleton generals with stronger strength surrounded a fleshy giant monster. Even if the giant monster's collision force can exceed 5 tons, if it attacks with all its strength, the giant monster will be chopped into pieces of meat by the black-armored skeleton generals in a minute. As the strength of monsters continues to increase, simple attributes sometimes cannot represent everything. There will be more and more variables caused by talents, combat skills, racial advantages, special magic, etc. At this time, a group of skeleton undeads are just defending, but Mu Hua is using this giant monster as a sparring partner, using the giant monster's familiar way of fighting with the magician's hand. Mu Hua stood 50 meters away from the giant monster. At this distance, Even if the giant monster threw a stone at him, he could easily dodge it. Pa! The lance that was stabbing at the giant in the air was once again knocked away by the giant. Mu Hua, who was 50 meters away, showed displeasure on his face. He raised his gun and aimed at the giant's roaring mouth and fired a shot. Okay, the magician's hand played with a lance, but it did not prevent Mu Hua from taking the sniper. A magician who could not attack multiple times was not a good magician. Of course, a level 4 exorcism bullet only made the giant scream. Even if the bullet shot into its mouth, it could not penetrate the giant's body. Spit! The giant spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and a deformed bullet was mixed in the bloody phlegm. At this time, the lance controlled by the magician's hand stabbed at it again, and the sharp lance pierced into the giant's abdomen, and the giant reached out and pinched the handle of the gun. Puff! The giant pulled the lance out of its body abruptly, and the lance brought out a blood arrow. Mu Hua's mage's hand has a force of over 1,000 pounds, but it is obviously not enough to wrestle with the giant monster. And although the extension of the mage's hand is tangible, the spiritual medium that actually holds the lance cannot withstand external pressure. In other words, the mage's hand is not strong enough to withstand attacks, and it is not much stronger than the bone shield. It will be broken up when attacked. When the mage's hand is broken up, the weapon it controls will naturally fall. The spiritual medium of the mage's hand was shattered under the grip of the giant monster's palm, and the lance was taken away by the giant monster. However, the wound on the giant monster's stomach that was torn by brute force quickly stopped bleeding. The flesh and blood near the giant monster's wound squirmed for a while, and in a moment, the wound on the giant monster's body pierced by the lance recovered as usual. The exaggerated self-healing ability is also the most difficult part of the giant monster. However, although the wound recovered, the pain on the giant monster's face did not decrease. In addition to hurting the body, the undead lance also stabbed the giant's soul. The giant could not calm down the pain at the soul level for a while. Roar! The giant roared more and more violently, and threw the lance in his hand towards Mu Hua fiercely. Dodged the sharp lance, the magician's hand deflected the lance in the air, and after a period of unloading, the lance floated to Mu Hua again. Chop it! Looking at the roaring giant, Mu Hua waved his hand with some dissatisfaction. Kill! In the low and hoarse shouts of killing, 5 black-armored skeleton generals stepped forward, slashed with giant swords, and 5 swords filled with the breath of death tore open the giant's flesh and blood, leaving deep wounds on the giant's body. Puff! A black-armored skeleton general swept the heavy sword, blood poured down to the ground, and the giant's huge head flew into the air. Master, a bear goblin. Zhou shouted to Mu Hua from a high place outside the arena. Catch it up. Mu Hua said. Zhou left, and a screaming bear goblin was thrown into the arena. Puff! 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 The lance came out again, and the strong bear goblin had not yet stood up, and the lance controlled by the magician's hand poked a bunch of blood holes in its body. The eye socket was stabbed, and the long spear passed through the head. The bear goblin's ferocious and ugly face gradually lost its breath of life. Very good, changing a monster will not make the magician's hand so useless. The bear goblin that originally needed Mu Hua's various calculations, now there is no need for the summoned beast to do anything, and Mu Hua stabbed the bear goblin with a surprise attack. Bear goblin tendon *4, physical crystal *2, soul dust *7, philosopher's stone *0.4, healing skill stone *1, giant monster tendon *5, physical crystal *4, 100 refining secret stone *1, soul dust *5, philosopher's stone *0.5. Stabbed the bear goblin to death, and put the 2 almost naked monsters into the furnace. Everything else was normal, but the healing skill stone made Mu Hua slightly confused. Healing? Mu Hua had never heard of such magic. Speed up the recovery ability of damaged parts of the body? This should be a talent, right? It seems that you can try to comprehend it with the giant monster's spinal cord, but I heard that the success rate is shockingly low. However, the giant monster's recovery ability is called self-healing, and the healing effect is obviously much weaker than self-healing. After leaving the arena, Mu Hua was confused with the healing skill stone. 8 skeleton warriors squatted on the edge of the Abyss Island to fish. That's right, 8, and 2 were wandering around the island. They caught a big guy that couldn't be shaken off, and the fishing rod was thrown away. These are all skeleton warriors derived by Mu Hua, and after being given some pleasure by Tuesday, they signed a slavery contract with Mu Hua very smoothly. The randomness of the fishing in the abyss is quite strong. With 1 fishing rod, and the same fishing spot, Sometimes 2 or 3 monsters can be caught in a day, and sometimes not even one in a week. With the skeleton undead acting as the fisherman, Mu Hua only needs to see if he dares to pull the monster up when it is hooked. There are no accidents at the fishing spot, and Mu Hua fiddles with the healing skill stone again. The healing skill stone requires 200 physical fitness, which is not low. Mu Hua uses it to absorb it. Unlike what Mu Hua imagined, the healing skill did not appear in the talent section. But when the healing LB1 display appeared in the skill section, Mu Hua felt the surging blood and vitality in his body, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking. It's actually an upgradable skill, so after the level is upgraded, it should be the self-healing of the giant monster, right? Even if it's self-healing, it won't make Mu Hua's pupil shrink now. But Mu Hua doesn't believe that self-healing can only be achieved after the healing is smashed to level 100. What is the ability that is similar to self-healing and higher than self-healing? Regeneration. Super speed regeneration? His Mu Hua took a breath. Earlier, he had just thrown away a big guy with super speed regeneration ability. That ability was so exaggerated that he couldn't afford to offend him at all. Master, what's wrong? Mu Hua's sudden intake of breath startled Tuesday, who was standing beside him, and Tuesday asked in confusion. It's okay, you watch this side. Mu Hua shook his head to dispel Tuesday's doubts. This healing skill seems to have something. Chapter 114. 30 units of ashes and 30 units of soul dust can create a skeleton of a skeleton warrior. Mu Hua has tried this process 10 times in a row. Mu Hua's ability to transform skeletons is linked to his skeleton summoning skill level. Now he can only complete the creation of dead bones at the level of Black Armored Skeleton General. Originally, Mu Hua wanted to play something evil. He wanted to use the dead bones of the Black Armored Skeleton General to derive a skeleton warrior. He knows how to transform souls, and he also has the Philosopher's Stone. Mu Hua wants to try to evolve that kind of skeleton warrior to see what the situation will be. Unfortunately, as far as skeleton transformation is concerned, as the strength of dead bones increases, the materials consumed for refining dead bones also increase significantly. Not to mention that Mu Hua seems to be unable to withstand this consumption. As soon as he had this thought, a dormant piece of information in his mind jumped out. What does that message roughly mean? Well, according to Mu Hua's idea, he can't derive a skeleton warrior, but can only derive a super malnourished Black Armored Skeleton General. This is a bit hurtful. Mu Hua has a lot of soul dust, which can be refined not only from the corpses of undead, but also from the corpses of other monsters. After deriving 10 skeleton warriors, Mu Hua still has nearly 5,000 units of soul dust and more than 800 units of ashes. If you want to refine a stronger dead bone than a skeleton warrior, you must increase the input of materials. As the strength of the dead bone increases, the input of materials also increases exponentially. 100 units of ashes plus 100 units of soul dust can make the skeleton of a skeleton guard. To make a skeleton general's dead bones, 500 units of ashes and 500 units of soul dust are needed. It's no wonder that many bone fangs on the market are made of lower-level dead bones. It's hard to say whether it's cost-effective, but if you sell it, it's really hard to make a profit with high-level dead bones. And the more outrageous thing is still to come. To make the dead bones of a Black Armored Skeleton General, not only 1,000 units of ashes and soul dust are needed, but also flesh and blood. Smelting a Black Armored Skeleton General only gives dozens of units of ashes. Not only do you need 1,000 units, but you also need flesh and blood. No wonder those necromancers use monster bones to refine ashes day and night. With such an exaggerated consumption ratio, if there is no burning source furnace, Mu Hua will definitely say goodbye to the undead derivatives. Good guy, he hasn't chosen his own dog meat recipe yet, and the flesh and blood of those black evil dogs in his pockets seem to be useful. Why do you, a skeleton, need flesh and blood? Well, maybe it's the dried flesh and blood, but the skeleton general didn't ask for it, right? But speaking of it, these dead bones are really not picky, and they don't have any special requirements for flesh and blood. As long as it is flesh and blood tissue containing magic, they don't care about quality, and they don't mind the internal organs. If you want to make the dead bones of the Black Armored Skeleton General, the higher the quality of the flesh and blood, the less the demand. If you use the flesh and blood of the Black Evil Dog, each skeleton of the Black Armored Skeleton General will require thousands of kilograms. Not enough ashes, not enough soul fragments. Just thinking about making a skeleton general, Mu Hua doesn't feel that his soul dust is too much. Meat? Mu Hua can't make a Black Armored Skeleton General for the time being, so what meat is there? Keep it. It won't be enough sooner or later. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. I originally wanted to try to make a large army, but now I can only give up all kinds of immature ideas. You can't just make a bunch of skeleton warriors to bluff people, right? If there is no place to release them, even if they don't pollute the environment, they will probably attract night hunters to check the water meter. First, make a construct skeleton general for Taibesha. After another round of tossing and turning, the materials were consumed. Mu Hua made a very impressive construct skeleton general, and then he squatted beside the skeleton warrior who was fishing and stared blankly. Construct skeleton general, this thing, if put on the market, how can it not sell for 1,000 or 800 demon gold coins? Of course, we can't talk about the necromancer who sold Bone Fangs earlier. That Bone Fang is much weaker than the skeleton general, and that guy didn't really sell it. Master this, do you want to throw it away? Tuesday came to Mu Hua and pointed to the fishing spot where a skeleton warrior was squatting. Why is this thing here again? Mu Hua looked at the handsome creature climbing on the fishing line with disdain. Golden wavy hair, handsome neutral face, and several pairs of white wings behind him that could not be distinguished. The wings flickered in the abyss and could not fly. That's right, a high-level angel. The strength of this race ranges greatly. The lowest is level 4, and the highest? I heard that this race exists among the demon kings of hell. The number of wings behind them symbolizes their combat power level. As long as there are more than one pair of wings, Mu Hua does not need to identify the attributes, and he will definitely not be able to defeat them. Compared with the self-healing ability of the giant monster earlier, the newborn angels have the talent of regeneration. Their recovery ability is extremely strong. Angels with more than 3 pairs of wings will regenerate at super speed. The ability to recover quickly even if the head is pierced is very powerful. Unless you have a strong force to fight them head-on, otherwise, the only way to kill them quickly is to smash their hearts and brains at the same time. Angels are also versatile in fighting methods, and they are angry apostles, good at strengthening magic, and each of them is a good hand in close combat. The most important thing is that these guys can't fly in the Abyss magic fog, but they can fly on the Abyss Island. 2 days ago, Mu Hua threw a fishing rod because of an angel. This time, it seems that he will have to throw it again. The skeleton warriors, who have not become summoned beasts, have stronger learning abilities. In just a few days, Mu Hua's new followers have also learned to shake the fishing rod. Seeing that the skeleton warrior who caught the angel couldn't shake off the handsome white face after shaking for a long time, Mu Hua decided to temporarily designate that area as a forbidden area. That ghost place is the angel fishing spot, it's confirmed. Throw it, throw it. Mu Hua shook his head and sighed, and Zhou Er casually gave the angel a withering curse. Master, what about this? As the angel screamed at falling, Zhou Er patted Mu Hua's calf with his dog paw in some entanglement. Looking at the direction Zhou Er pointed, Mu Hua's eyes twitched. Another big guy. Minotaur, a pure-blooded demon, is not the Minotaur that is jokingly called Minotaur. They are shorter than the Minotaur of the Beastman race, and their normal body size is between 5 and 6 meters. The dark red skin is like cracked magma, and fine purple magic patterns will appear on the skin during battle. Compared with the bull head of the Minotaur, their protruding jaws are shorter, and the thick and short neck is buried in the tendons of the shoulders. The tendons are explosive all over the body. At first glance, the senses are not in the same dimension as the Minotaur. Minotaur is full of demonic signs, with some keratin structures on its hairless skin and thick demon horns, but they are not winged demons, do not have natural demon wings, and their spellcasting ability is relatively weak. You should know that demon horns and demon wings are not simple decorations. They are important combat auxiliary organs of the demon clan. Let's not talk about the issue of horned demons and winged demons for now. Minotaur is undoubtedly a violent melee demon, and the most important thing is that they have a body of skin with extraordinary defense. It is said that even the claws of high-level monsters can hardly tear their skin and flesh. The flesh and blood tissues of most creatures are only tough, but not defensive. In other words, even a low-level weapon, as long as it is sharp enough and combined with enough martial arts, it is possible to cut the skin of a high-level monster. Of course, this cut may be just a shallow blood wound, which may be blocked and clamped by the opponent's tough muscles containing magic power, or it may be directly shattered, but this cannot deny the value of the existence of weapon equipment, and it is also the significance of the existence of shield and armor equipment. The Minotaur is different. These guys have defensive skin. Even the sharpest weapons cannot cut through their epidermis without the ability to penetrate or cut. Even if this thing can't fly, Mu Hua can't bite it. If this thing is thrown to the island, it will be as terrifying as the high-level angel just now. Alas, throw it. Wait. Mu Hua sighed. This thing must be impossible to shake off if it wants to come up. Mu Hua was about to ask the skeleton warrior to throw away the fishing rod, but suddenly a gleam flashed in his eyes. Tuesday came to Mu Hua. She was about to curse the Minotaur with withering. Mu Hua's eyes were fixed on the two sturdy muscles on the Minotaur's chest. Well, holding a short-handled battle axe in one hand, this guy actually has animal skin wrapped on his chest. Is this Minotaur a female? Mu Hua pointed at the Minotaur on the fishing rod and asked his family members as if to confirm. Yes, master. This is a female Minotaur. Tuesday nodded. Although it is a female, but... Master, female Minotaur is not weaker than male Minotaur. I guess I can't bite her. Monday tucked his tail between his legs. Sure enough, it's a female. Mu Hua muttered softly. Is his master getting cocky? Zhou Yi's heart trembled. This is an adult Minotaur. Those black-armored skeleton generals, if placed in front of the Minotaur, at most 3 or 5 people would be able to hit them. People don't even need to bring weapons. They can smash them into bone slag. Zhou Yi was really worried that Mu Hua would go crazy and let him bite the Minotaur, and it would become a dead dog. As he muttered, Mu Hua's eyes flashed with a strange light as he looked at the Minotaur. Fear, excitement, desire, expectation, madness. At some point, Mu Hua had a few greasy red fruits in his hand. Chapter 115. As the saying goes, kill the one you love before you go ashore. But the premise is that you have to go ashore first, right? The monsters in the abyss are all crazy, but they are strangely obsessed with leaving the abyss. Before leaving the abyss, even if those powerful monsters have the ability to kill the anglers on the shore from a distance, they will not do it. Pan snake fruit? Looking at the fruit in Mu Hua's hand, Zhou Er's mouth twitched, and he glanced at the Minotaur hanging on the fishing line, and his tone was very strange. I think I can try it. Zhou Yi's dog face showed a very human weirdness, and his tail swung again. Minotaur is a good demon. They have tough skin that can rival dragon scales, and Mu Hua's keratin skin has not found a suitable medium yet. He still likes Minotaur very much. Pan snake fruit is also a good thing. In addition to stimulating certain needs, it can also make females become delicate and weak. What is the biggest difference between a female Minotaur and an angel? Well, never mind what they were in the past, but at this moment, the biggest difference between them in Mu Hua's eyes is that the Minotaur's mouth is big enough, and they like to roar. Spells cannot be cast in the abyss mist area, and even the magic that has been activated will not be immediately eroded. But the magician's hand cannot reach into the mist area. But it doesn't matter, as long as the Minotaur opens her big mouth and roars a few times. With Mu Hua's LV3 level shooting skills, it should be no problem to throw a fruit into her mouth, right? The medicinal effect of the snake fruit needs to be actively absorbed by the eater, but it is not toxic. Its essence is to promote reproduction. It is actually a very conscientious fruit. As a psychopath from the abyss, after eating the snake fruit, would it actively absorb the medicinal effect of conscience? Mu Hua didn't know, but it's okay to try, right? Yes, that's right, let's try it. Because this Minotaur was holding a battle axe with a blade as big as an ordinary person's body in one hand, he didn't try to grab the fishing rod, like the angel just now. A pair of bull eyes emitting cold light and oppression stared at the shore. Seeing that the fishing rod was no longer dragged, the Minotaur seemed to be hesitating whether to climb up with the arm holding the battle axe. At this time, Mu Hua condensed his jam sweetheart in his hand. Bang! A shot hit the Minotaur's head. Although it didn't cause any damage to the Minotaur as expected, the Minotaur's body clearly exuded a more violent aura. Awing! It didn't sound like a bull's roar, but more like a dragon's roar. Provoked by these weak creatures, the Minotaur opened its mouth and roared to shake the soul. It is indeed a psychopath. He wants to go ashore, but he doesn't even hum a few nice words. Minotaur, level 570, physical fitness 2760, intelligence 700, spirit 900. An oversized Minotaur, this is probably the most powerful demon Mu Hua has ever seen. The monsters in the abyss are not necessarily strong, but they are mostly bad. After all, they are all beings who have betrayed certain contracts. But bad guys seem to be better than honest people. Although the level is not necessarily high, the monsters in the abyss generally have higher attributes than the monsters in the courtyard, and the physical attributes of the Minotaur, which are routinely judged by humans, are around 1,000. But it is understandable. They all went to the courtyard to mix emotional energy. Except for some big guys, most of the monsters in the courtyard should not be very strong in hell. The Minotaur in front of him is an old man. Oh no, it should be an old woman. Its attributes have surpassed the natural growth of the Minotaur. If it does not have highly purified blood, It must have undergone long-term training. The roar of the Minotaur is like a sudden typhoon, but fortunately Mu Hua's attributes have also improved a lot now. Although there are bursts of tinnitus, it is not as bad as before. The gust of wind caused blood to spurt out of the 7 orifices. Go! As soon as the roar fell, Mu Hua gathered all his strength and threw a snake fruit into the Minotaur's big mouth that had not yet closed. Gurgle the demon closed her mouth and murmured, but the fruit had already entered her stomach through her thick throat. When it comes to drugging, Mu Hua is still very good. Mu Hua fed the Minotaur, who was at a loss. The two sides stared at each other through the abyss fog. Mu Hua, Monday, and Tuesday, 3 pairs of eyes stared at the Minotaur without blinking. Raven summoning. Without saying anything, Mu Hua summoned all the ravens first. With the black-armored skeleton general, ravens are no longer needed in many battles. However, facing such a terrifying demon, blinding the ravens for even a moment is a moment of life. 10 ravens flew in the sky, but they did not dare to approach the area of the abyss fog. Mu Hua held the fishing rod steadily, ready to throw it away at any time. He was not sure whether the Minotaur would absorb the snake fruit, and he really could not tell the other party's emotions from the Minotaur's bull face. After not too long of waiting, a terrifying red light seemed to appear in the Minotaur's bull eyes. Mu a strange bull moo, and the Minotaur seemed to lose strength, and the battle axe fell out of his hand, and fell into the abyss. Fuck my axe! Mu Hua cursed, and raised the pole with all his strength. The majestic Minotaur was thrown high into the air, and fell towards the arena. At this time, Mu Hua ran towards the other end of the abyss island, startling a group of bamboo pigs along the way. Staying away from the arena, Mu Hua opened the teleportation array, and was ready to go home at any time. The Minotaur was a little scary, with a physical fitness of 2,700. Although he knew that the monsters in the abyss were stupid, and would not cheat, it was always better to be careful. The blind raven pecked at the Minotaur while it was still in the air. As the Minotaur fell into the arena, Mu Hua, who was hiding far away, could not see the Minotaur. He turned on the shared vision, and observed the situation through the eyes of the raven. Bang! The Minotaur's sturdy body was extremely flexible. He adjusted his posture in the air, and landed steadily on both feet, standing in the arena. Ong! It seemed to convey an excited roar that shook the entire abyss island. It's over! Mu Hua's heart sank. The Minotaur stood in the arena and roared to the sky, as if he was still very powerful. What to do? Run? This is a waste of time. With such a thing squatting on the island, how can I come to the abyss island in the future? Mu Hua was unwilling, annoyed, and frustrated. At this time, the black-armored skeleton general, who was on standby in the arena, held a shield and a sword and charged at the Minotaur. The giant sword slashed through the air, and dense energy formed a light net. The sharp sword energy enveloped the Minotaur. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of sword cheese slashed at the Minotaur, like a blunt weapon hitting leather. The Minotaur, with purple magic patterns all over its body, did not suffer any damage, but it staggered a few steps under the impact of the sword light. Mu Hua's eyes flashed with surprise. There is a chance. Bang! The shield collided, and the black-armored skeleton general, with a physical fitness of less than 400, actually knocked the Minotaur down? Fuck, I'm rich! Mu Hua was overjoyed. This Minotaur sister was hit. What a good girl. At this time, several black-armored skeleton generals rushed up, rushing and carrying, and pushed the Minotaur, who wanted to get up down again. Holding the waist and head, and tightening the limbs, a group of black-armored skeleton generals rolled into a ball with the Minotaur. Huff, huff! The Minotaur's eyes were red, and a hot and humid white mist came out of his nose when he breathed. The Minotaur was entangled by 7 or 8 black-armored skeleton generals. He fell to the ground and twisted his body, but he was unable to break free from the shackles of these rogue undead spirits. The snake fruit has many effects, but it does not affect consciousness. At this time, the Minotaur was powerless and had a desire in his heart, but being entangled by a group of undead spirits made him even more angry in his subconscious. Go! Kill her! Mu Hua shouted excitedly and ran towards the arena. Monday followed Mu Hua, his tongue stretched out long and his tail swung flying. Minotaur? Monday felt that his dog life was about to reach its peak. Chapter 116. Ding dong dong, ding dong dong. Countless swords and stabs. The giant sword knocked out the metal sound on the Minotaur. Neck, head, face, abdomen, wrists, ankles, even the tip of Tuesday's sickle could not penetrate the Minotaur's eyelids. Get out of the way! Open its mouth! Mu Hua panted, letting Monday and Tuesday dodge. Fireball! A group of fireballs rushed into the Minotaur's mouth, and the blazing fireballs were extinguished in a moment. And the Minotaur, who was pressed to the ground by a group of black-armored skeleton generals, still had red lips and white teeth, and her eyes flashed with red fierce light. Minotaur, a female Minotaur who had eaten the snake fruit, was lying in front of Muhua, and Muhua seemed to have no way to deal with her. Puff, puff. Tuesday's sickle cut through the Minotaur's skin. The sharpness of more than 400 blades could only make a rough sound of cutting leather, and could not even scratch the skin covered with purple magic patterns. Woo woo! Monday bit desperately. The dog's bite was probably the only attack that could make the Minotaur's muscles change. But it was just grabbing the skin and throwing it around. Not to mention hurting it, the Minotaur even showed a comfortable expression. F***K. Muhua was furious and asked the black-armored general to pry open the Minotaur's big mouth again. The lance was like pounding a steak. The tip of the lance stabbed into the Minotaur's mouth again and again, but the feel of the lance handle was like blunt wood hitting rubber. Muhua felt powerless. He caught a Minotaur and let him cut it, but the problem was that he couldn't cut it. Minotaur has very strong physical defense ability. They generally have no elemental affinity, and their resistance to elements other than earth is poor. But this difference is relative. At least Muhua's current magic power can only sterilize and remove dust for others. Joey started to bite hard again. Muhua suspected that even if he broke his canine teeth, he could not rub off the oil skin of the Minotaur. The defense of the Minotaur's body was just like the protection of rules. Tear off the rags on her body. Muhua was furious. If it weren't for the fact that the appearance of the Minotaur was really inconsistent with human aesthetics, the behavior of Muhua and his group would easily make people have very bad fantasies. The Minotaur had 2 pieces of animal skin tied around its chest and waist like a fig leaf. Following Muhua's instructions, Joey stopped biting and tore off the 2 pieces of animal skin from the Minotaur. Wow! Master, this seems to be dragon skin? Joey threw the animal skin to Muhua's feet and said with some suspicion. Dragon skin? Dragon skin? Muhua had a complicated expression. The dragon. Monday confirmed. Warcraft is divided into 3 levels and 9 grades. The beasts with strength exceeding the 9th grade are called dragon-like beasts. The dragon here refers to the giant dragon. They are a top-level creature. Their extraordinary talents make them naturally superior to many creatures. The evil dragon is a lower-level species of the giant dragon. The evil dragon that evolves again is the giant dragon. In other words, the giant dragon that most people in Muhua's previous life knew was actually the evil dragon in this world. For the Minotaur, Muhua's most important thing is its skin, because Muhua wants to use its skin as a medium for keratin skin. In this way, Muhua can transform his skin into the biological characteristics of the Minotaur. To put it bluntly, it is to make his skin as tough and indestructible as the Minotaur. But Muhua couldn't bite the Minotaur. The effect of the snake fruit was limited in time. If he couldn't kill her, he would have to carry her back to the abyss. The Minotaur was huge, and the cloth covering her body was enough to make a set of leather armor for humans. Speaking of which, the dragon skin was also a very high-grade rare thing. Unfortunately, the keratinous skin required the skin of the same creature as a whole, at least 90% of the skin tissue of the whole body. Even if Muhua wanted to compromise, he couldn't wear the dragon skin. At most, the Minotaur gave him some rare materials. Let's put the dragon skin aside first. How could Muhua be willing to kill the Minotaur? There were 2 rock-like pectoral muscles on the Minotaur's chest. From this part, Muhua couldn't tell whether it was male or female. He looked at the Minotaur's legs with an evil look, and then his eyes passed through the legs of the stone pillars, and finally Muhua's eyes fell between the legs. Perhaps due to the evolution influenced by the cruel living environment of hell, the demon's body structure is quite special, and some of their external organs are not exposed. Between the Minotaur's legs was a piece of smooth and flat armor. Although it was a little wet, it was just a piece of armor, nothing else. Pick it up, Muhua said to Joey with a cold face. Woof. Joey barked like a dog, without any taboos, but with a hint of excitement, he ran to the Minotaur's legs, and the 2 sharp claws of his front legs dug randomly. Roar! The Minotaur roared, but the tone was weird, and there was no anger and violence as before. The armor shrank, revealing some indescribable things underneath, and Muhua's eyes lit up. Bite, tear her apart, Muhua ordered Monday, who barked excitedly and bit her fiercely. Roar! The Minotaur's bark became even weirder, and Tuesday's eyelids beside Muhua twitched. Master, are you sure you are a human? Tuesday muttered like a rant. Nonsense. Don't be idle, try using the sickle. Mu Hua frowned. What's wrong? Do you understand the law of the jungle? Put it together with this minotaur, we are just fighting the strong with the weak, so what's wrong with using some tricks? The anal-digging beasts of the second brother in Africa did something similar, and no one has seen them exterminated, right? Mu Hua muttered in his heart. He still couldn't accept the scene in front of him, and turned his head to the side. Mu Hua stepped back far away, and he was also helpless. Master, it can't be torn apart. After biting for a while, Monday trotted all the way to Mu Hua's side. This minotaur's body is too strong, and she seems to be blessed by the earth element. This won't work either. Tuesday dragged the sickle with unknown liquid on it, and said to Mu Hua with a look of disgust. Can it get in? Mu Hua frowned. If this doesn't work, what about going deeper? Mu Hua asked Monday. This time even Monday was grinning. What do you mean by can it get in? It's too insulting to the dog. Master, you poked her throat. Monday said with a slightly sore jaw. Mu Hua kicked Monday for his controversial words. Yes, the soft meat in the mouth can't be torn open, and other places are probably the same. Mu Hua was entangled. Should he really throw this big baby back into the abyss? Among Mu Hua's people, Monday's bite is undoubtedly the most powerful attack, but the bite card level cannot be upgraded. Will your biting ability be enhanced after you evolve? Mu Hua asked Joey thoughtfully. Evolution? Yes, it will definitely be stronger. Master, the basic attributes also affect the power of biting. I will definitely be stronger after I evolve. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed. Well, Master, maybe you can try the Soul of Bones. Zhou Yi's mind was spinning wildly when it came to evolution. His master had the Philosopher's Stone, so how could he let this dog get away with it? The Soul of Bones, yes, the Soul of Bones. Mu Hua suddenly realized. In his excitement, he forgot that he still had this method. The spiritual attribute of the Minotaur didn't seem to be too exaggerated. He took out the soul-eating staff that he had snatched from the Lich earlier, and pointed the staff at the Minotaur with a slightly lingering expression. The Soul of Bones stimulated Mu Hua's own magic power, and his shirt cuffs were instantly drained. The malicious bone soul rushed towards the Minotaur, and its mouth made a biting gesture, but it could not hurt the Minotaur. But the next moment, the bone soul drilled into the Minotaur's body. Roar! A violent roar. Boom! A violent aura exploded from the Minotaur. Blood like a protective aura exploded from the Minotaur, and the impact force even blew apart the black-armored skeleton general wrapped around it. The sudden shock wave also blew Mu Hua, who was farther away, backwards and tumbling. The explosive impact force could not be removed, and the bone shield on his body was broken layer by layer until Mu Hua sprayed out a puff of blood mist. Chapter 117. Stop it! Mu Hua shouted with blood all over his mouth. Bang, bang, bang! Several black-armored skeleton generals on standby knocked over the Minotaur, who broke free from his restraints again. Fortunately, this lunatic did not continue to explode blood and energy. Attacked by the white bone soul, the Minotaur instinctively exploded the blood and energy in its body, which dispersed the white bone soul that invaded its body, but fortunately it seemed that it could no longer control the blood and energy. Mu Hua, HP 71%. It was okay because when Zhou Yi did something unspeakable to the Minotaur, Mu Hua walked a little further. It was okay because Mu Hua was wearing a bone shield. The sudden burst of blood almost killed Mu Hua. He didn't care about the blood on his face. He ran back a little, and kept a distance from the Minotaur. The miserable Monday and Tuesday also followed Mu Hua, and retreated with sympathy. Bone Soul. The shirt turned into a sleeveless vest, and the purgatory armor provided Mu Hua with the magic power needed for the staff. The Bone Soul worked. The Bone Soul caused damage to the Minotaur. The Bone Soul not only attacked the body, but also the soul. Although this undead magic was not as brilliant as the elemental magic of the same level, its continuous damage effect of entangled souls was very deadly. The Bone Soul enchanted by the staff failed to cause continuous damage to the Minotaur, but one blow was enough. At least before it was dispersed by the blood, the Bone Soul took a bite of its soul, and dealt a heavy blow to the Minotaur. If the damage cannot be sustained, then use it more times. The soul-eating staff can recharge the Bone Soul 9 times a day. Mu Hua saw hope, and was determined to give it a try even if he had to roll up his sleeves. Boom! The Soul of Bones attacked, the Minotaur's blood burst out, and the black armor skeleton generals were scattered again. One of the black armor skeleton generals had one arm broken. The Soul of Bones was like turning on a strange switch. Every time it attacked the Minotaur, her body would spontaneously burst out blood to resist. Soul of Bones! Mu Hua had enough black armor skeleton generals to knock down the Minotaur again and again. Boom! The undead dispersed. Soul of Bones! The spell came again. Boom! Soul of Bones! Skeleton summoning. Mu Hua summoned the black armor skeleton generals again. The Minotaur was obviously much weaker, and Mu Hua felt that this time it was stable. Boom! The blood burst out again, and the Minotaur's movements of turning over and standing up became more and more stiff. Ding ding ding, the alarm bell for fishing caught the good sounded. Mu Hua frowned, and Tuesday quickly rushed out of the arena to check the situation. Bone Soul! Respond calmly to the situation. At worst, throw a fishing rod. The Minotaur in front of you must be killed. Mu Hua's shirt has turned into rags. The magic power accumulated for a long time is quickly consumed in a short period of time. However, Mu Hua has not strengthened his clothes for a long time. The black stripes on his nails mean that he still has enough magic power. A siren demon! Tuesday's shout came from outside the arena. Throw it in! Several black-armored skeleton generals pressed the Minotaur down again, and Mu Hua shouted to Tuesday. Siren? A human body with a fish tail. Mu Hua dared to confront it when he was weak. Now this guy is just a scrap. Well, of course, the premise is that the other party can't cast spells. Bone Soul! As another Bone Soul pounced on the Minotaur, a siren demon fell from the sky above the arena. Boom! The black armor skeleton general was dispersed by the Minotaur again. A group of black armor skeleton generals pressed down the even more depressed Minotaur, and another group of black armor skeleton generals ran to the new siren demon. Bone Soul! The magic was cast again, and Mu Hua's clothes were completely blown up. As for the siren demon, Mu Hua didn't pay attention to it. Crackle, crackle. When the black armor skeleton general on the Minotaur was blown away again, the new siren had been cut into pieces by another group of black armor skeleton generals. Alas, they are all demons. Why is there such a big difference? Bone Soul! Mu Hua fired another Bone Soul, and this time, he didn't need the black armor skeleton general to block it. Although blood was still blown out of his body, the Minotaur couldn't get up for a long time. Minotaur, HP, 32%. 32% HP is enough for demons to go crazy and fight fiercely, but unless it is a soul-cultivating existence, if this HP is completely caused by soul damage, that is another matter. Minotaur is finished. Mu Hua estimated that as long as he sacrifices his pants, the Minotaur in front of him will be dead. Ding ding ding, the fishing alarm rang again. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows. Is this considered a series of good things? A Medusa. Tuesday report. Throw it away. Mu Hua shouted. It's a big boss. Can't afford to provoke. Unlike other monsters that lose the ability to cast spells in the abyss, Medusa's petrified magic eyes are controllable, and after being harmed by the abyss, their petrified magic eyes are open all day long. That is, the magic fog offsets the petrification effect of her vision, but if she is thrown up, there is no magic fog on the island. Whoever looks at it will die, one piece after another. Medusa didn't scream. Her mouth was still small. Even if we don't consider her petrifying magic eye, if the snake fruit wasn't thrown into her mouth, that guy would have already rushed to the shore. Don't worry, master, I've thrown it away. Tuesday shouted. Tuesday was very clear about his own situation. In fact, Monday and Tuesday were less adventurous than Mu Hua. The Bone Soul and Blood Chi burst continuously, and the Blood Chi still burst, but the Minotaur was lying on the ground motionless. After shooting another Bone Soul, Mu Hua's clothes were completely blown up, and he was naked, looking at the Minotaur, who stood up like a last gasp. Roar! The Minotaur roared in grief and anger, and the Bone Soul, like a thorn in the bone, completely reduced her life value to 0. Bang! The Minotaur fell down and shook the dust. Oh, what a good girl! Mu Hua scratched his buttocks, not paying attention to the crazy jumping level in the attribute panel, and walked towards the Minotaur carefully. There was no wound on the body. The Minotaur opened his eyes wide, and the originally dark eyeballs had turned pale. The color was like a rotten stone that would weather at any time. There was no life in the Minotaur. Mu Hua felt relieved, sat on the Minotaur's chest, and panted. Sure enough, it was still impossible to tell whether she was male or female in this position, and she couldn't sit still. It was hard. There was no excitement, but full of fatigue, probably because of the explosion of the Minotaur's blood earlier. Mu Hua's breathing was a little suffocated. Blowing out the blood clots in his nose, and coughing up bloody phlegm, Mu Hua felt much more comfortable. His physical condition recovered quickly, and in doubt, Mu Hua remembered that he seemed to have eaten a healing skill stone earlier. At this time, Mu Hua realized that the speed of stopping bleeding after his injury was indeed extraordinary. The original 71% health value was restored to 73%. It seems that the healing skill is worth investing in training. After squatting on the Minotaur to rest for a while, Joey excitedly circled around the Minotaur's body. I don't know what this dog is excited about. Mu Hua got up and went to collect the body of the siren, who turned into a pile of meat. Alas, the demon who had a little bit of drama originally became a passerby at this time. Ice Fling Skill Stone *1, Elemental Tier, Water, *1, Siren Tendon *2, Siren Bloodline *0.7, Physical Crystal *3, Intelligence Crystal *6, 100 Refining Secret Stone *4, Soul Dust *17, Philosopher's Stone *1. Elemental Tier, Krypton, and another one of Mu Hua's primary water element affinity can reach the intermediate level. Siren Bloodline has made up a copy, but Mu Hua doesn't know what to use it for now. There is no need to say much about the rest. Ice is another status magic that can convert water magic into ice to a certain extent. The absorption requires 150 intelligence. Mu Hua looked at his own attributes. After Krypton, the attribute crystal given by the siren, his intelligence was only 96. But it doesn't matter. The siren and the Minotaur were both killed by him. The amount of level experience gained naturally depends on the level of the killed creature. The level of this Minotaur is very high. Even if the use of the staff will weaken the experience gain, the experience gained from it also allows Mu Hua to soar to 172 levels in one breath. Free attribute 80 points, directly at 54 points to intelligence, and absorb the ice skill stone. The remaining 26 points of free attributes are kept first. Mu Hua is curious about the effect of ice. After all, he is an ice type. How can he melt ice? Some trance information appeared in the perception, which was different from the previous clear cognition. It was very vague, and could not feel the general idea at all. The ice spine skill was not displayed in the skill panel, but was integrated into Mu Hua's low temperature skill, just like condensation ice cone. Preconditioning magic? Mu Hua vaguely understood that condensation, ice cone, and ice spine were the prerequisite magic required after the low temperature skill was upgraded to a certain level. It was just that Mu Hua learned them in advance, because the level of low temperature was too low, so it was not clear for the time being. He was another big user of Balian secret stones. He had not yet mastered the improper fireball technique, so there was nothing to pay attention to for the time being. Mu Hua returned to the body of the Minotaur. This was the highlight. Keratin skin can transform and absorb part of the biological characteristics of a flesh and blood creature every 10 levels, and it also needs to complete the absorption and transformation before it can continue to upgrade. Mu Hua has learned this secret magic for a long time, but has never tried it. This time he is going to try it out, but the problem is... Mu Hua and his family stared at each other. How do we get the skin off the Minotaur? Chapter 118. If we change to what Mu Hua said in his previous life, the magic of keratinized skin should belong to the secret art of biochemical genes. It requires relatively complete skin of other creatures. It is not to simply put the skin on the caster, but to obtain a complete genetic sample of skin tissue. Of course, the above statement is pure nonsense. In this world, keratinized skin requires more than 90% of the skin of the same creature, the surface layer, the true layer, the deep layer, and it doesn't matter if it is broken, just enough. The Minotaur has an abnormal defensive ability. Even if it dies, Mu Hua seems to have no way to deal with it. Master, how about I try to tear it again? Joey knew Mu Hua's needs and volunteered, his eyes involuntarily looking at the indescribable place again. Get lost. Mu Hua cursed. Although it seemed that he had made some bad decisions just now, Mu Hua said that he was forced to do so. Now that he's dead, why are you still messing around? This is the medium of your keratinized skin. Well, it's not about the medium. It's mainly because the dead are the most important. It's wrong to mess around again. The Minotaur is slightly taller than the black-armored skeleton general, but his shoulder width is 4.5 meters, a real big guy. If it doesn't work, go out and find a weapon with cutting or penetrating properties. Holy sword or something. Who can borrow it? Mu Hua scratched his head. He'd better do it once and for all, for the sake of his keratinized skin. Simply. Mu Hua was going to try this Minotaur as a medium, and if there were too many, he would just return them. Anyway, there would never be too few. The soaring magic circle rose in the center of the arena, and the 7-layer magic circle enveloped Mu Hua and the Minotaur, and the halo of magic seemed to build a sacred temple in the void. Keratin skin, Mu Hua always thought it was an evil magic, not to mention the ghosts and gods howling, there should be blood, waves, and death. But the sacred scene in front of him really surprised Mu Hua. The magic array that rose up in layers was like a compressor, pumping the magic power from the outside into the hall. For a moment, Mu Hua's consciousness was in a trance, as if he was in a liquefied magic ocean, floating, comfortable, a little itchy. Mu Hua gradually lost control of his body. Why is the keratin skin so noisy? Maybe it's because of the environment of the Abyss Island? Or maybe it's because the quality of this minotaur is too high. With unanswered questions, in a trance, Mu Hua's consciousness seemed to fall into nothingness. At this time, outside the magic array, in the eyes of Monday and Tuesday, Mu Hua and the minotaur were shrouded in black magic, and the two individuals were connected by countless mysterious tentacles. 7 magic circles of different sizes rose up and down, and under the background of magic halo, it was like a precision instrument constantly scanning the space in the hall. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, 60 days, until the 66th day, the magic circle that made such a big noise on the Abyss Island finally changed its eternal rhythm. The 7 magic circles dissipated one by one, and the shattering of each magic circle brought out a strong wind filled with magic. In the array group, the qualitative magic power surrounding Mu Hua faded away, and Mu Hua and the Minotaur's body appeared again in the sight of Monday and Tuesday. Mu Hua did not change at all, still naked, with a human head, a human face, healthy limbs, and healthy and delicate skin. At this time, the Minotaur had changed drastically. Not only was the skin missing, but the originally strong and solid tendons were like a dried corpse that had been drained of water. The dark purple dried muscles were like dry and rotten bark. The body that was originally 6 meters tall shrunk to just over 3 meters, and the whole body was intact, but it gave people an inexplicable feeling of deformity and distortion. Master? Monday and Tuesday ran to Mu Hua. They did not feel that Mu Hua was in any danger. But as demons with a long heritage, they had a concept of keratin skin. Demons all like keratin skin, and they like to plunder those powerful races and improve their own defects. But the problem is that they don't know that keratin skin can cause such a commotion. Look at what this has done to a good minotaur. Didn't they agree to only take the skin? Monday and Tuesday looked at Mu Hua with concern. They wanted to see if Mu Hua had turned into a minotaur. If Mu Hua turned into a demon, that would be great. Yeah, I'm fine. A small accident, a very good accident. Mu Hua slowly opened his eyes, as if he had not experienced the passage of time. Very good, Mu Hua is still Mu Hua, and should still be a human being. Monday, Tuesday, a little disappointed, not malicious, they just hope that their master is a demon. Accident? Master this? The followers were puzzled, and Tuesday pointed to the Minotaur, who was severely shrunk and could no longer be seen as the original species, to remind Mu Hua. TSK, how did it become like this? Mu Hua turned his head to look at the corpse of the Minotaur, and sighed with regret. The magic of keratinized skin is really not simple. Looking back at his followers, Mu Hua stretched out his hand to look at his palm, and explained with a chuckle. It should be caused by the environment here, the abnormal magic environment, and the complete demon body. The keratinized skin not only absorbs the skin characteristics of the Minotaur, including its muscles, bones, and internal organs, those characteristics related to the flesh have also been absorbed and transformed. Mu Hua clenched his fists, and felt the power that seemed to have not changed. Muscles? Bones? Then, Master, are you now a human or a Minotaur? Zhou Yi shook his head and asked in confusion. Of course I am a human, and keratinized skin will not change the root. It just strengthened my flesh and blood organs. Mu Hua rolled his eyes. However, my current physical growth potential should be considered equivalent to that of a Minotaur, right? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mu Hua, who had been pretending to be calm, could no longer bear it, and laughed wildly with his head raised. Looking at Mu Hua, who was laughing like a villain, Monday and Tuesday were confused. Possessing the physical potential of the Minotaur? The Minotaur relies on physical potential to make a living, right? Is this still a human being? Haha, what it has, I also have. What it doesn't have, I also. Forget it. It seems that I don't have anything that others don't have. After a long laugh, Mu Hua happily shared his gains with his followers. Benign transformation, understand? Based on my human nature, I have taken away the benign flesh and blood characteristics of the Minotaur. Forget it, it's a big profit anyway. Human-shaped Minotaur? Uh-huh. Mu Hua was happy to talk nonsense. He didn't know what characteristics were. What's the difference between that and learning the art of shape-shifting and turning into a human Minotaur? Tuesday wondered. Mu Hua was speechless. What's the difference? There must be some difference, right? I'm still me. I don't have the devil's horn. My actual strength has not increased. I just absorbed the characteristics and didn't get the physical quality of this minotaur. The monster warning shouldn't sound the alarm for me, right? Mu Hua said uncertainly. Of course you are you. Well, as long as you are safe, everything is fine. Tuesday smiled, and Monday's tail swung happily. Mu Hua felt that these two followers seemed to be closer to him suddenly. Too lazy to care about the little thoughts of the two followers, Mu Hua called up his own attribute panel. Mu Hua, Constitution 323, Intelligence 150, Spirit 149, Magic Adaptability B, Distributable Points 26. All attributes have not been improved. Just as Mu Hua said, his keratinized skin allows him to absorb the physical characteristics of the minotaur, but it is not a predatory attribute. He will be more efficient in improving his physique in the future, and he doesn't even need to meditate. Eating, drinking, and normal exercise can all increase his physique. It can be understood that he has the natural growth limit of the minotaur. After all, adventurers need to meditate and improve themselves because the natural growth limit of humans is there. Breaking through one's own limit through cultivation is applicable to both humans and monsters. The only difference is that the natural growth limit of most monsters is higher than that of humans. There are strong people among humans, and there are elites among goblins. And Mu Hua's current physique is far from reaching the normal growth limit of the minotaur. Mu Hua's attributes have not changed, but his physical growth potential is completely different from before. With all the changes in bones, muscles, and especially skin defense, he is like a newborn monster, with natural growth. As long as there is enough nutrition intake, the monster can become stronger until it reaches the natural growth limit of the monster. Of course, in addition to the attributes, Mu Hua has another change. His original LV-14 magic protection has disappeared from the skill panel. In contrast, there is an additional talent of Blood of Rage in the talent. This thing should be a talent that only the Blood of Original Sin has, right? It is higher than the magic protection required for the bite upgrade. But I don't have demon blood, I'm from human, the monster warning on the street shouldn't sound the alarm for me, right? Chapter 119. Raging Blood, how should I put it? Original Sin blood is at the top of all demon bloods. Even if Mu Hua has this talent, he still has a vague concept of it. It is strong, it is really strong, because with the existence of Raging Blood, it can withstand all kinds of enhanced gain magic. The blood of Original Sin can allow the body to bear various gains, and will not be overloaded. Mu Hua does not have demon blood, but when he has this talent, even if he is given dragon power, he can swing the hammer with all his strength without bursting blood vessels when he moves his fingers. However, this ability does not have any substantial enhancement for Mu Hua under normal conditions. This is a talent that only demons with Raging Blood have, or perhaps it is the manifestation of qualitative change after the magic protection is upgraded to the maximum level. Mu Hua took a whole minotaur to make keratin skin, but the magic environment of the Abyss Island was too strong, so he directly drained the minotaur. Without extracting the demon blood, he gained a high-end racial talent. Speaking of which, he had all the talents. Mu Hua couldn't figure out how to define the demon blood for a while, because without the demon blood, he was sure that he should still be a human. The only thing he was worried about now was what to do if he walked on the street, and the monster alarm sounded. Could it be that he was a demon? Mu Hua was a little worried. Master, do you really want to chop? In the arena, Zhou held a sickle, and looked at Mu Hua with some embarrassment. Chop! Well, chop gently. Mu Hua raised his arm. Swish Zhou dropped the sickle, and the sharp blade cut through Mu Hua's arm, making a rough cutting sound. Well, master, it feels like chopping a minotaur. Very strong. Looking at Mu Hua's arm without a single scratch, Zhou thought and analyzed. It's okay, Mu Hua waved his arm happily. Although there was a little accident, he originally wanted the minotaur's skin, which was the original purpose. Woof, I still think you are more like a minotaur who has learned the art of shape-shifting. Zhou wagged his tail, and looked at the fine magic patterns on Mu Hua's skin. Hee, as long as you like it. Mu Hua grinned. He was in a good mood and liked the dog. The magic patterns on his body also came from the minotaur. This kind of magic pattern can also greatly enhance the ability to perceive magic. This kind of magic pattern will appear on the minotaur when it is emotionally excited or attacked. This is a physiological reaction to prepare for war. These magic patterns will disappear as long as you calm down. They are quite handsome things. Mu Hua is not opposed to them. Many demons have magic patterns on their skin, and humans have long known about keratinized skin, So this is not something shameful. Master, what should we do with this guy? Mu Hua was fine, and he touched the corpse of the Minotaur on Monday. Well, what a good girl. Mu Hua sighed again, and with a wave of his hand, he put the Minotaur, which had turned into a mummy, into the burning source furnace. This is a real mummy, not a ghost, and it is already crispy. Let's burn it and see. The Minotaur, who perfected Mu Hua's life level, completely turned into dust, and the burning source furnace unexpectedly refined something for Mu Hua. Extreme Strength Skill Stone *1, 100 Refining Secret Stone *13. Heh. This time Mu Hua was really surprised. The skill stone was fine, but 1300 refining secret stones were produced at once. As for the other things, Mu Hua could understand that none of them were released. The soul was torn apart by the soul of bones, and the flesh and bones were squeezed dry. If there was anything else to come out, it could only be said that the keratin skin was working without worry. In addition to the earlier delivery of Siren, the Balian secret stone continued to hit the skeleton summoning, and the skeleton summoning reached LV37. At this pace, it is estimated that in a few days, the Black Armor Skeleton General will be laid off again. Mu Hua happily checked the limit strength, which is a very interesting skill. Limit strength, increased strength, the maximum strength is the sum of physical attributes. Use requirements, Rage Blood. There is nothing much to say, simple and easy to understand. This is probably another ability that only the original Sin Demon can have, or it should be a component of Rage. After Mu Hua absorbed it, as expected, this thing directly melted into the Rage Blood. Mu Hua clenched his fist, and the sound of the air explosion between his palms was pleasant to the ear. Now his physical attribute is 323, which means that his maximum power output can reach 323. A little power is barely 40 kilograms, and the maximum burst of more than 10 tons of power is already a humanoid beast. If there is no Rage Blood, he will be beaten to death in minutes. Moreover, this ability is a gain, not a so-called transformation, which means it is controllable, and will not weaken other aspects of Mu Hua's physique. Anger is dangerous and hurts people. But the Rage Demon seems to have perfected this emotion to the limit, and abandoned its drawbacks. No wonder it is said that the Rage Demons are all violent. Mu Hua now wants to compete with Taibesha for the job. It seems that the War Priest is quite suitable for his combat profession. Well, a War Priest with a group of skeletons. Master, can you achieve the same effect as me by casting keratin skin on the Abyss Island? Mu Hua moved his hands and feet, adapting to his own strength, and asked Mu Hua on Monday while wagging his tail. Well, it should be possible. Do you want to learn keratin skin? Mu Hua nodded. I want to learn. Monday barked, and Tuesday was also quite interested. Mu Hua didn't say much, and his mind portrayed, and the keratin skin spell module appeared in front of his followers. He didn't have any extra skill stones in his hand now. Spells were filled, and groups of separated magic arrays were arranged. Monday and Tuesday looked up and took a closer look. Ugh! A dead spirit and a demon just looked for a while and leaned over and vomited. Well, it seems that the ability of his followers to deal with the impact of the spell system needs to be improved. This thing does not require high attributes, but the spell is a little complicated, and there are a few more sacrificial spells and spells, which need to be learned slowly. But Mu Hua didn't want to teach them from the beginning. He would show them a few more times and watch them vomit. They would get used to it. Well, at least before he burns out new keratinized skin, he will vomit first, just as a way to improve his learning ability. It's actually quite interesting to watch the undead vomit. Mu Hua was more of a joke at this time. The keratinized skin was smelted by Mu Hua from low-level magic stones. He was confident that he could melt this skill stone again. After all, 2 tons of low-level magic stones were about to arrive. After calming down on Monday and Tuesday, Mu Hua realized that his transformation lasted for more than 60 days. More than 60 days on the Abyss Island is roughly equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. Mu Hua scratched his head after missing for 3 days. If Taibesha asked, he would say he went to the courtyard of the undead. Mu Hua is now able to tell lies easily, and he is getting better and better at making up lies. Let's go! Mu Hua deployed the teleportation array and prepared to leave the Abyss Island. Wait! Tuesday stopped him. Huh? Master, we have killed some monsters these days. Tuesday pointed outside the arena. Oh, this is a good thing. Mu Hua was happy. Close your eyes, open your eyes, and collect the money directly. Having a dependent is worry-free. Follow Tuesday out of the arena. Probably because they were worried about disturbing Mu Hua earlier, Tuesday and the others fought with monsters outside the arena. Arriving at the place where the monster corpses were placed, there were goblins, sirens, hellhounds, more than 10 monsters, and a very deformed monster. The harvest was gratifying. For some monsters that have been dead for too long, the burning source furnace only collects the magic core, and Mu Hua didn't take it seriously. However, when he saw the 10 skeleton warriors squatting beside the corpse, Mu Hua seemed to realize that something was wrong. Where are the fishing rods? Mu Hua looked at Tuesday. Throw them all away. Tuesday replied as a matter of course. Throw them all away. Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Well, throw them all away. A spider demon, a big demon, a minotaur, a male. 1. Tuesday listed them all. Stop, stop, just throw them away. Mu Hua waved his hand to interrupt Tuesday's report. Forget it, after all, it's been so many days, and he would probably throw fishing rods at these things. When the low-level magic stones arrive, there will be fishing rods and other things. Mu Hua comforted himself. Collecting corpses that have been stored for a long time. Even if the burning source furnace collects them, the smelting output is obviously much less, the attribute crystals are pitifully few, and there are no special skill stones. The tears of elements from Siren and Hellhound were good, and Mu Hua's affinity for both elements was upgraded to the intermediate level. His perception of the two elements became clearer, and Mu Hua's discomfort of throwing away all his fishing rods was gone. He stayed on the Abyss Island for too long, and his fishing rods were gone again. After packing up, Mu Hua picked up the 2 bamboo pigs, activated the teleportation, and returned to the bedroom of the suite. Chapter 120. In this world, don't think that the rich and powerful in the world of Unju are just eating for free. Mu Hua is not clear about other aspects, but at least, they have regulated prices very well. Because of their existence, the monetary system of credit points and demon gold coins has not collapsed. Even those powerful adventurers have given them full recognition and cooperation in this regard. Under the regulation of the federal government, through the unremitting efforts of the rich and powerful, they measure the price difference between various resources and processed and manufactured products. In the production industries of medical care, medicine, equipment, puppets, arms, etc., the rich and powerful in the human world control the market of various product costs and finished product prices very delicately. Unless it is a truly cutting-edge product that is difficult to replicate, society allows the manufacturing industry to make money, but it will never let manufacturers get rich overnight by just putting together an object. The so-called sales first, marketing to become a god, etc., have no way to survive in Loren. They are basically classified as cheating and deceiving, which is really deadly. No one cares about luxury goods, you can do whatever you want. The main issue is a matter of willingness to fight and willingness to be beaten. Or in other words, luxury goods are not sold as commodities, but rules. And those things related to demon hunting and fighting, the high price often have high costs. Unless it is the raw material itself. So want to get rich quickly? No problem, go to the courtyard. Monsters have everything. There are more guests in the Demand Hotel. It has the name of a hotel, but the food and beverages are not special, and the wine cabinet is long. No wonder Old Baron and others don't like Demand. Earlier, Mu Hua put up a sign of limited alcohol next to the bar, which calmed Old Baron's dissatisfaction with the hotel. After taking a bath, wearing slippers and pajamas, Mu Hua appeared at the stairs on the first floor of the hotel, carrying 2 small animals like a landlord. Well, although the area here is not wrong to hang a hotel sign, facing the empty lobby on the first floor, Mu Hua is still used to calling this place a hotel. Near the front desk, a young adventurer seemed to be chatting up Taibesha. The man in the bar saw Mu Hua, knocked on the table to attract Taibesha's attention, and pointed in Mu Hua's direction. See, I said he must be fine. When the man said to Taibesha, Mu Hua walked to the two of them. Seeing Mu Hua appear, Taibesha's eyes flashed with a look of relief, but her pretty face turned cold again in an instant. Hi, Besha. Your friend? Mu Hua asked with a playful smile. Humph. Taibesha snorted coldly and turned away, as if to express her dissatisfaction with Mu Hua's disappearance for a few days without reason. The life of an adventurer is not so peaceful, because they often enter the courtyard, and sometimes they disappear for a few days, and then disappear forever. Hello, Marvin, you are? The young man next to Taibesha introduced himself, while looking at Mu Hua in pajamas. Mu Hua, you can call me Mu. I have to say that you have a good eye. Mu Hua winked at the young man, and the young man named Marvin immediately showed a little more enthusiasm on his face. Haha, I just came to this town, and I'm not familiar with it. I heard that the Dandelion Inn can meet some new adventurers, who need to form a team. Mu, I'm glad to meet you. The young man smiled cheerfully. Newcomer? Then maybe you should talk more with Besha. Mu Hua looked at Taibesha. Humph, you went to the courtyard of the dead? You shouldn't stay there alone for 3 days. No matter how I talk, there will definitely not be a new adventurer willing to accompany you to the undead courtyard for 3 days. Taibesha snorted coldly. Haha, it took me some time to make a skeleton general for you. Besides, it was not a team action. Look what I brought you. Mu Hua smiled and raised the 2 stiff bamboo pigs in his hands. The transformation of Mu Hua by the keratin skin lasted too long. Although it was only 3 days in the outside world, the disappearance without any news still made Taibesha anxious. In other words, demand was used to Mu Hua's freedom and casualness. While comforting Taibesha, both of them thought that Mu Hua used the key to go to the undead courtyard. At this time, Mu Hua had already found an excuse for his disappearance. Helping Taibesha to make the constructed undead seemed to be a good excuse. Of course, he also wanted Taibesha to get used to his freedom and casualness. As a person, the ability to accept is improved little by little. Although he likes Taibesha as a cousin, Mu Hua does not want to be tied to Taibesha's belt. Get used to it, just get used to it. Hearing Mu Hua talking about the skeleton general, Marvin next to Taibesha's body stiffened. The 2 bamboo pigs in Mu Hua's hand also attracted Taibesha's attention. The 2 bamboo pigs, about 40 to 50 centimeters long, were round and chubby, with petrified guards on their bodies, and their 2 little eyes blinked pitifully. Oh, there are bamboo pigs in the undead courtyard? Taibesha's face lit up, and she obviously liked this clumsy little beast very much. Who knows, maybe there are no monsters there to eat them. Seeing Taibesha's mood getting better, Mu Hua said casually, waving to a living puppet wandering nearby. Ironhead, come here. Correction, number 013 is at your service. Yes, I got it. Take care of this, and give me some pork chops. Mu Hua responded habitually, raising his hand to hand over the 2 bamboo pigs to the living puppet. Wait! Taibesha stopped him. You actually want to eat them? Aren't they for me? The girl stared at Mu Hua in disbelief, her eyes full of condemnation. They taste good. Mu Hua was stunned, but it was not difficult to understand the little girl's overflowing love. Then eat one. Taibesha said hesitantly with a tangled expression. You? Just like it. Mu Hua simply stuffed the 2 bamboo pigs into Taibesha's hands, and Tai Tu, who was standing aside, was somewhat at a loss as to how to complete Mu Hua's previous instructions. After a selection, Taibesha chose a bamboo pig that was more pleasing to the eye, pursed her lips, and handed the other bamboo pig to Tai Tu. Obviously, this girl still knows how to live. Boss, these bamboo pigs are quite popular. You can actually raise them and breed them. Compared to the brother and sister who wanted to try something new, Demand gave a more pertinent suggestion. It's okay. I found a nest and caught 2. I catch a few more for you later, Mu Hua said indifferently. Why did you call me? Demand muttered. Fatty only gave suggestions. Fatty didn't like trouble. You raise them for you, don't you? It's a hotel, and there's not even any special food, Mu Hua said, as a matter of course. What about the dog meat you mentioned a few days ago? Demand likes ready-made ones. Do you really want to do food? Demand, we are a hotel, and the first priority is to provide good service. Food is also a service, right? And boss, you came out in slippers and pajamas to show off. Are you sure you want to talk about service? Demand felt that Mu Hua's thinking was a bit out of line, and pointed at Mu Hua's pajamas and said, Well, pajamas? After coming to Loren, Mu Hua's body shape changed a lot. He didn't buy any more clothes, and his purgatory armor, well, burst. The comfort of the purgatory armor condensed by his own magic power is naturally the same as wearing no clothes. Wearing the purgatory armor for a long time made Mu Hua a little neglectful of dressing. If it weren't for Tuesday's reminder, he almost went downstairs naked. As for dog meat, what kind of dog meat is it? Not to mention that making dead bones requires blood and flesh. Mu Hua can now improve his physical attributes by eating those high-quality meats. Is it important to improve the attributes of the hotel business? If there is really good meat, why don't you keep it for yourself? Probably only the bamboo pig and other magical beasts that are in line with human tastes, and can't be said to be of any quality, Mu Hua will let Demand raise them. The 3 of them talked about this and that, and Marvin was a little embarrassed. Mu Hua asked with his eyes, and then Taibesha looked at Marvin again. Look, this is the deputy leader I told you about. I'm the shield warrior vanguard, and he's the necromancer who controls 30 skeleton generals. How about it? Are you interested in going on an adventure with us? Taibesha asked Marvin without any sincerity. Taibesha was a little arrogant in front of Marvin. Mu Hua didn't know the situation and didn't say much, but Marvin looked embarrassed at this time. 30 skeleton generals? Marvin put away his earlier cheerfulness and confirmed weakly. Summoned beasts. Taibesha corrected. Haha, I'm a newcomer. In fact, I plan to wait for the spring college to start school to register. Demon hunting is just a whim. That's good too. He happens to be a professor at the college, a professor of the Department of Black Magic. Facing the retreating Marvin, Taibesha pointed at Mu Hua and said, Dark magic? Oh no, I heard that I need to take the basic magic theory test when I sign up for Springer. I need more time to study. Marvin scratched his head and stood up to say goodbye. Marvin is very young, even younger than Mu Hua. He does have some student temperament, which is why Mu Hua doesn't mind him chatting up Taibesha. Young people, even if they just want to have fun, it's hard to say who will play with whom. At the age of 10 or 20, if you don't think about men and women, then you have a psychological problem. Mu Hua will not disturb Taibesha to catch a young man and have a happy love. However, it seems that Taibesha has no interest in the young man in front of her. Cousin, do you really want your cousin to be taken to bed by a fool who wants to trick the girl back to the room with a glass of wine in the hotel? Watching the young man leave, Taibesha questioned Mu Hua in a soft voice. Ahem. At least he should be an honest man. Mu Hua coughed dryly. Alas, the honest man you mentioned just told me a funny story about him beating up a necromancer. Taibesha rolled her eyes. Didn't you say I'm a professor? Mu Hua twitched his lips. He didn't really identify with the profession of necromancer. Necromancer professor. Taibesha sneered. Potions professor. Mu Hua corrected. Potions instructors are either necromancers or witches. Which one are you? Taibesha asked. Or, I can be an elemental mage. Okay, let's forget about the honest man's question. Do you want to see your constructed undead? Taibesha glared, and Mu Hua spread his hands to show his defeat. Chapter 121. It is autumn, and the warm woods are brewing a little dry. In an area covered by a soundproof barrier in the woods, Taibesha's face flushed and her lips slightly parted. The strange noise in the woods made Mu Hua feel a little uncomfortable. Boom, boom. The multifunctional tow truck, like a chariot, crushed a pile of rough wood. The big tree fell, and the tree had turned into debris before it fell to the ground. The dust filter can keep the air clear, but the rumbling noise still makes Mu Hua frown. Well, this piece of wood behind the hotel is also private land under the hotel circle, and now it should belong to Mu Hua in name. The martial arts field and hangar are being built here, and the main force for clearing the site is the tow truck bought by Taibesha. A field with a length and width of 500 meters, paved with sand and soil. With a multifunctional tow truck, the cleaning efficiency is very high even in an environment with a lot of trees. After clearing the required land for the martial arts field and the hangar, unless someone asks Taibesha to rent a car, otherwise, this tow truck will probably be covered in dust in the hangar for a long time. It's not like buying a farming machine with subsidies. Mu Hua doesn't like this tow truck. At this time, Taibesha and Mu Hua came to the construction site. Taibesha was excited not because of the efficiency of the tow truck, which she had praised several times. With the cooperation of Mu Hua, Taibesha put her spiritual imprint on the constructed skeleton general in front of her. The tall and fierce skeleton general took heavy steps and stood by Taibesha. You really created a constructed undead. Do you really know how to transform skeletons? Taibesha was a little excited, not only because she got a constructed undead, but mainly because this constructed undead was made by Mu Hua. What does this represent? This represents money. Well, Taibesha is not so transcendent. In Taibesha's eyes, the skeleton general in front of her is all shiny devil gold coins. The shape is perfect. The structure should be fine. Skeleton, dead bones. Is this the skeleton of a real skeleton general? You went to hunt skeleton generals these days? With this matching degree, you directly annihilated the soul of a skeleton general? Used the soul of bones? That's not right. The soul of bones can also cause physical damage. After the excitement, Taibesha patted the skeleton general and commented on it with a worried expression. High in goods, Taibesha judged from her own experience that the skeleton general in front of her was definitely high in goods. Being able to make such things, Mu Hua is a rooster that can lay golden eggs. What reserve funds, what war materials, what weapons and ammunition can make such things? Are those things still a problem? The light of gold coins flashed in Taibesha's beautiful eyes. I made the dead bones. If you want to get rich from this, forget it. The cost is too high, and the cost performance is not suitable. Mu Hua shook his head. How could he not understand Taibesha's thoughts? These were all what he had thought about, but the skeleton general consumed a lot of ashes and soul fragments. And the constructed undead did not grow, nor were they summoned beasts. They could not condense dead energy, could not repair their own damage, and did not have the strong life-saving ability of normal undead. The only advantage was probably that they were not affected by the undead bondage. But for a necromancer who mastered derivative magic, the cost performance of the constructed undead was really not high, and it could barely be regarded as a substitute product when soul fragments were lacking. Is that so? Making low-level constructed undead is also very energy-consuming, so can you make a centipede death sickle? Taibesha said unwillingly. Like the bone fang, the centipede death sickle is a more mature constructed undead. However, it is larger in size, and shaped like a centipede, and is usually used in large-scale wars. It is expensive, complicated to make, and effective in group battles, but the centipede death sickle is like a chariot among the constructed undead, requiring a large number of cannon fodder to assist and guard it. Otherwise, the cost of repairing a broken leg is enough to make the ruler cry for a long time. Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Taibesha's appearance and figure are all kinds of exquisite, but this girl seems to prefer bigger and stronger. Let's train you, the skeleton general, first, and talk about those later. If I can make a death sickle, I might as well make a bone dragon. Mu Hua said unhappily. Hee, if you can make a bone dragon, this girl will give you the position of leader and follow you in the future. Taibesha laughed. Oh, goodbye. By the time you pull out a team, my magic dragon will have evolved. Mu Hua shook his head jokingly. Taibesha liked the skeleton general that Mu Hua gave her. Although Mu Hua said it was a compensation for her, she completely regarded the skeleton general as a gift from Mu Hua. Mu Hua was in a very good mood just after coming out of the Abyss Island. The two of them quarreled, and Taibesha forgot about Mu Hua's disappearance for a few days. Let Taibesha get familiar with the skeleton general, and Mu Hua left this noisy environment. When seeing the tow truck, Mu Hua always subconsciously thinks of getting funding. The newly made constructed undead is very mechanized because the internal ghost has been wiped out of consciousness. However, they have a little learning ability, and through the teaching of the ruler, they can adapt to some more standardized commands. Attack, defense, cooperation, guard, follow, etc. All these need to be taught by Taibesha to the constructed skeleton general. Mu Hua only regards the constructed undead as cannon fodder, so he is too lazy to ask about the teaching. A day passed quickly, and Mu Hua entered the Abyss Island as usual at night. The fishing rod is gone, and he can't make a black-armored skeleton general. Mu Hua feels that it is a waste to make a low-level skeleton undead. Refining medicine, meditating, exercising, grilling meat, planting flowers, weeding, Mu Hua returned to his early daily life. With the increase of his own strength, the time on the Abyss Island seems not so boring. There seems to be countless dormant knowledge in his mind that can be read. The magic circle engraved on the soul guides Mu Hua to familiarize himself with the construction of the spell module over and over again. In the day-to-day practice, Mu Hua occasionally reveals a little scholar's temperament. The morning of the human world came, Mu Hua picked a basket of ripe magic fruits and left the Abyss Island. After leaving the room, the long corridor on the third floor of the hotel was silent. There seemed to be voices on the second floor, as if they were complaining about the soft pillow. Mu Hua went down to the first floor and looked around the hall, but did not see Daman. Tai Tu, go find Daman. Mu Hua patted a wandering life puppet and ordered. Correction, individual number 006. The life puppet emphasized again that Mu Hua called its name wrong, but it seemed that it had long since stopped expecting Mu Hua to realize his mistake. When the life puppet said this, it went to look for Daman on its own. Daman's residence was on the first floor, and he renovated his own room in the staff dormitory area. Mu Hua had visited it earlier. The villa-like suite was connected to the outdoor swimming pool on the side of the hotel. The fat man's determination to retire in the hotel was not just talk. After a moment of waiting, Daman appeared in front of Mu Hua with a living puppet beside him. Mu, you can't call all living puppets Iron Head. They are very sad. This will seriously affect their work efficiency. Oh, sorry, you make me a little face blind. Maybe I can transform you into magical life in the future, and give you a nice name then. Mu Hua said casually to the living puppet beside Daman. Boss, your promise is not sincere. 006 expects you to transform me into a bionic puppet first. This may be more friendly to your wallet. The living puppet complained and turned around to clean the first floor. Although they are mechanical bodies, these living puppets are not simple machines. In fact, these living puppets have their own souls, metal bodies, mechanical structures, and low-level magic brains. Although they look a bit cheap, they can be said to be the prototypes of magic life. Moo, if you have time to think about magic life, you might as well learn more about the guests. Even if you forget the purpose of Dandelion's business, we always have to report some information every year. Demand muttered, and saw a basket of fruits next to Muhua. Magic fruit? Demand picked up an apple and asked curiously. Well, sell it in the hotel. Muhua nodded. Although magic fruits are much more expensive than ordinary fruits, Muhua didn't think about making money from them. The main reason is that the fruit trees on the Abyss Island bear fruits faster and can't be eaten without processing. Goddess of Justice, boss, do you finally know to care about the operation of the hotel? Demand screamed exaggeratedly. Hotel? Isn't it Demand Hotel? Muhua raised his eyebrows. If you don't like it, we can change the sign. Demand spread his hands. Oh, keep it, as long as you like it. Muhua shook his head and chuckled. Whether it's Demand Hotel or Dandelion Hotel, Muhua doesn't really feel a sense of belonging here. Let alone the magic fruit, Muhua is not in the mood to manage the constructed undead now, or he doesn't have the heart to manage it now. Without fulfilling the promise with Samantha, Muhua will always feel like a dependent. Perhaps after doing what Samantha asked him to do, he will find a home, and then life, management, everything will be on track. Well, anyway, Muhua has probably been thinking about it all along. But by the way, did Samantha make any promises to him? Chapter 122. There is nothing wrong with if you work hard, you get something. However, the saying if you don't work, you don't eat is actually nonsense. In any human group, as long as they generally abide by the group rules, don't worry about whether they work or not. Those who control the resources can try to starve some people to death. Of course, there are indeed some people who regard if you don't work, you don't eat as the truth. Maybe the reasons are different, but the number of people is not necessarily small. And coincidentally, Muhua seems to be one of them. Don't worry about past lives and present lives. After experiencing some things, facing all kinds of things in human society, Muhua is more or less unconvinced that pie in the sky will fall on his head. That's right, between people, it's not that he doesn't believe that pie in the sky will fall. But subconsciously, he no longer believes that such a good thing will fall on his head. Those who don't work don't eat. In the absence of any personal private survival resources, those who believe in this saying are all idiots. But it must be said that Muhua has not been able to change this stupid thinking for the time being since he came to Loren. So since Samantha called him to Loren, and since Samantha gave him a bunch of resources that he thought were enough to buy him a few lives, Muhua has been thinking about what the other party needs him to do. As a person who does not make promises easily, since he has promised others, he must finish the things. As the saying goes, there is a beginning and an end. Then, Muhua is now eagerly waiting for the illegitimate children to appear in front of him quickly, kill them, and start a new life without delay or arrears. To be honest, Muhua is not too anxious to kill those illegitimate children. Because his personal strength has improved efficiently, he is now much more reserved than when he first arrived in Loren. The more you improve, the fewer hidden dangers you will leave when you take action. If you are strong enough, you can deal with more hidden dangers. In this way, with a certain strange way of thinking, Muhua checked into the Demand Hotel. Although this hotel is a business under his name, Muhua actually has no sense of belonging to it. Of course, if this place is still under his name after killing the illegitimate child, maybe he will pay more attention to it at that time. Well, for the time being, Muhua still positions himself as a killer without emotions. Kill the illegitimate child. No delay or debt. Run towards a new life. Well, at least he thinks so. On the first floor of the hotel, Demand moved a fresh-keeping cabinet to the front desk and carefully arranged the magic fruits by variety. On the projection screen in the center of the hall, some videos about hunting demons in the 375 courtyard were played. The Goblin Kingdom in the Midwest. The Spider Demon Snow Mountain in the west. The Mechanical Forest in the east, and the Death Canyon that cuts off the road to the Bloody Hills between the mountains. Passing through the Bloody Hills in the north is a sea-like water area. There is a green island in the center of the water area, which is suspected to be the location of the Lord of the Courtyard. The Demon King City has been built there. Although the reconnaissance satellite was quickly dismantled by a group of powerful winged demons, the general layout of the 375 courtyard was also recorded in time. This is a courtyard with a relatively complex environment. In this kind of courtyard where multiple races coexist, monsters often attack each other, which is beneficial to humans. But monsters are supreme in strength, and they basically don't play politics. This also means that the lord of the courtyard, who can rule such a courtyard, is likely to have more powerful power. Nowadays, there are still no high-end adventurers visiting the 375 courtyard. Instead, the upcoming spring branch has increased the popularity of Bear Pig Town. The demon hunting videos about the 375 courtyard in the projection screen are highly suspected of mixed traffic. What kind of challenge to the Ice Queen is real life? What kind of shuttle flies through the Goblin Kingdom at low altitude? There are even 3 bites of a little monster, charcoal grilled dead bones, and other eating broadcasts. Muhua sat at the bar and watched the video with a black line on his forehead. Holding a coconut in his hand and slurping it, Muhua always felt that the devil muscle men wrestling on the ring in the fitness area on the first floor looked more technical than these demon hunting videos. Huh? There are magic fruits for sale here. A pleasant female voice came from the side. Muhua held a straw in his mouth and glanced sideways. This is a very beautiful woman. The healthy wheat-colored skin color and the lace floral dress seem to match the atmosphere of the town. But her delicate face lacks the homely atmosphere of a small town woman. Her well-proportioned calves, delicate ankles, and exposed forearms are like carefully carved, with just the right thickness and curvature, slender but not thin. Neck, chest, hips, any part of which can only give people a sense of symmetry when observed alone. But combined with the matching of body lines, it highlights a kind of soft charm. Muhua frowned. It's not like carving, this is a carefully carved body. This is a woman who has invested a lot of time in body management. Under normal circumstances, no matter whether they are settlers or adventurers, women may have graceful and attractive bodies, but they will not be so delicate. Normal people don't have that much time and energy to focus on the subtle care of their bodies. Even noble men don't have that much time and energy. Hey, these magic fruits are for sale, right? Coming to the bar, looking at the man inside the bar, and then looking at Muhua holding a coconut, the woman stroked her flaxen wavy long hair and asked Muhua. Of course, 5,000 credit points each, pick whatever you want. Muhua said calmly. The woman was beautiful, and she was not the product of technological processing. But Muhua didn't like this woman very much, because she invested too much time in her body management. Muhua's impression of this kind of woman is only one word: expensive. This is a woman he couldn't afford to play with originally, and now he doesn't want to spend money on. 5,000? Bring me 3 apples. Well, forget it too. I need to lose weight recently. The woman put her finger on her lips. Naturally, her movements and expressions were quite lethal to men. She said thoughtfully, looked at the man again, and pointed at the coconut in Muhua's hand. Don't you have this one? Sorry, this is a private supply. Muhua said jokingly. Magic fruits are rich in nutrients and have a little magic recovery effect. The supply outside is limited, but they are not rare. In the courtyard, some environments with high magic concentration can grow magic fruits. Using magic stones with magic gathering arrays, they can also be cultivated artificially in the human world. Some fruit farmers who specialize in growing magic fruits usually scatter low-level magic stones in the orchard, which is very convenient. In addition to the cost of magic stones, there are almost no technical requirements other than ordinary planting techniques. The fruit trees that Muhua got to the Abyss Island earlier were all ordinary fruit trees, not precious varieties. Even if it is not a magic fruit, some rare varieties of ordinary fruits can even be sold for tens of thousands of credit points. Compared with those fruit assassins, magic fruits can definitely be called economical. This is a kind of fruit that even those who live in peace can bite their teeth and taste. Hee, private supply? Are you the manager here? The woman seemed to be interested in Muhua, and asked Muhua. Daman Hotel, he is Daman. You can call me Mu, or you can call me boss. Muhua pointed at Daman, who came forward and almost drooled. Muhua teased, and a trace of surprise flashed across the woman's face. When she looked at Muhua again, there was a little more charm in her eyes. When Daman saw that the woman had completely focused on Muhua, he avoided the woman's sight and rolled his eyes at Muhua. Boss, maybe you should go see the young lady. Those strong men give people a feeling of insecurity. Daman pointed to the fitness area, where Tabesha was chatting and laughing with a group of devil muscle men. Ms. Irene, you need the magic fruit. Putting 2 apples on the bar, Daman successfully attracted the woman's attention. Thank you. I may have to stay here for a while. Can the magic fruit here be continuously supplied? Irene asked Daman without taking the apple. Of course, since Miss Irene needs it then. Daman agreed, but his eyes glanced at Muhua vaguely. Noticing Daman's little action, Irene pretended not to notice, while Muhua rolled his eyes wildly on the side. I've said that this woman is very expensive. If you want to pick up girls, even if you don't have the magic fruit, you can't buy it yourself? She is just pretending to be rich. You don't have to pretend, right? Muhua was speechless about Demand's incompetent reaction. Chapter 123. A woman who devotes most of her time to her appearance, manners, and body management is definitely not someone who is simply keen on her own health. I don't know whether it is because of her proficiency in soul transformation, or because she absorbed a minotaur. Muhua can now vaguely sense the attribute strength of other lives even without identification. Of course, this perception is very general and requires reference. For example, the woman named Irene in front of him, in Muhua's perception, she is stronger than most adventurers in the hotel, at least her physical attributes are stronger. Oh! Miss Irene is a member of the strategy team? Irene, who bought 2 magic fruits, was not in a hurry to leave. Through Demand's introduction, Muhua knew that the woman in front of him seemed to be a famous strategy player. No wonder, Muhua's perception of strategy players is similar to that of movie stars. Of course, the fact that they are very expensive has not changed. Haha, if you follow the strategy videos of the northern region, you should know me. I always thought I was quite famous. Irene answered jokingly. Oh, sorry, I don't usually watch strategy videos. Muhua shook his head and chuckled, but his eyes looked towards the fitness area. On the ring in the fitness area, Taibesha had just knocked down a strong man. The contrast between the pretty girl and the devil muscle man produced a strong visual contrast. Muhua raised his big finger to Taibesha on the ring, which attracted Taibesha's wave and smile. Oh! Then I suggest you watch more strategy videos, which can help you better understand the situation of various monsters. It seems that I am a little dissatisfied with Muhua's careless attitude, and Irene's tone is a little teasing. Of course, why not? I think no one will refuse the advice of the strategy team, let alone Miss Irene. Turning his eyes to Irene, Muhua followed suit. As for Irene's career positioning, Muhua estimated that they would be scheming all their lives. After all, strategy players are more sought after than movie stars, and there is never a lack of competition in sought-after professions. Muhua is not interested in arguing with such an old-timer, he is a professional. Hee Mu, you are so modest. We used to be a strategy team, and after the recent strategy arrangement is over, our strategy team has been disbanded. Alas, I have never joined the brave group, please forgive my previous joke. Irene smiled and adjusted the atmosphere. The mobility of the strategy group is very high, and the most fundamental reason for the disbandment is mostly due to lack of funds. The brave group will be relatively stable. After all, they are the protagonists who participated in the crusade against the Lord of the Courtyard. They are also symbolic in certain areas, and their investment and filming income are more stable. Miss Irene, are you here for vacation? Or do you have any intentions for the 375 courtyard? Demand asked on the side. It should be said that it is a vacation. I am unemployed now. After all, there is an undeveloped courtyard here, and I also want to try my luck here. Irene said generously. Haha, with Miss Irene's ability, I think any strategy team will welcome you to join. Demand grinned and flattered. Thank you, but the competition among strategy players is very fierce. In recent years, Dandelion Hotel has also gained a certain reputation in the industry. Look, I came here to try my luck. I need a room, and if possible, maybe some information. Of course, it's not free. Irene winked at Demand, with just the right amount of playfulness. Even Muhua was slightly distracted. Demand nodded in agreement, and Muhua frowned and looked at Irene's body. Although he had not yet learned to stabilize his mind, he was distracted by the little movements of a human woman, and Muhua seriously suspected that there were supernatural factors. Muhua did not hide his gaze, and Irene wanted to ignore it, but the increasing vigilance in Muhua's eyes made Irene smile bitterly. Mu, you are really cautious. It seems that I did misunderstand you before. You may not need the demon hunting experience of the strategy group. Irene smiled bitterly, and pulled out the necklace pendant covered by her clothes. The third compound eye of the spider demon is not contraband. It can increase the personal charm of the wearer a little bit. Irene shook the pendant with her slender fingers, and said to Muhua, it should increase the ability to charm. Muhua shook his head, but after seeing the necklace, he withdrew his inquiring eyes. You are really harsh. Irene looked aggrieved. Well, please forgive the caution of a man who was hunted by an Arachne not long ago. Muhua spread his hands. Arachne, the spider demon snow mountain in Hyman 375? Have you completed the exploration of that area? Irene was surprised. The western mountain range of the 375 courtyard, where there are many snow monsters, was renamed the Spider Demon Snow Mountain some time ago because the existence of Arachne was discovered in the mountain range. As a new courtyard, it is almost inevitable that a strategy team will come here to prepare strategy activities. Sooner or later, whether it is a well-known strategy group or a video person of a miscellaneous brand. No matter what it is, there will always be a team coming here. In addition, the Magic Academy that is about to be opened near the town will also increase the popularity of this place to a certain extent. The strategy group is not an adventure group that can move positions at will. Whenever a strategy is launched in a courtyard, it involves the arrangement of massive funds and manpower. Before the strategy team is stationed in a courtyard, it must conduct a field investigation. The strategy group and the strategy team are actually two concepts. In the eyes of the outside world, the strategy group basically represents the strategy team. But people in the industry know that the real core of the strategy team is the Brave Mentor, which is the team led by the mentor. If we use the rules of the conventional film and television industry as an example, we can simply regard the strategy group as a group of protagonists and supporting roles, and the mentor and his team are the directors, screenwriters, and other crew members. Let's not talk about whether the members of the strategy group can be replaced at will, even if they are the soul of the strategy team. But without a team that allows souls to take possession of, the so-called raiders are at most some lonely ghosts. As the saying goes, the closer you are to the water, the better. Irene came to the town mainly for those well-known raider teams. Because of its location, the Dandelion Hotel has a good reputation in the industry in recent years, and some raider teams will also choose the Dandelion Hotel as a place to stay near the entrance of the courtyard. Irene may not necessarily stay here, but she will book a room here and keep in touch with the person in charge here. What she wants is to get the information of the raider team that intends to carry out activities here as soon as possible. Since she has set her sights here, it is impossible for Irene not to learn about the information of the Hyman 375 courtyard. When Mu Hua mentioned Arachne, Irene immediately thought of the Spider Demon Snow Mountain in the courtyard. I was chased by Arachne and ran fast. Facing Irene's exclamation, Mu Hua shook his head and laughed at himself. The Spider Demon is a lower-level species of Arachne. Although it is only a middle-level demon, its combat ability is relatively comprehensive, and its close combat and spellcasting are very strong. Not to mention Arachne, if Mu Hua catches a spider demon on the Abyss Island, he will probably throw the fishing rod. It's not easy to escape from Arachne. Maybe you should come to my room and tell me about your adventure story. Irene's obvious tone of suggestion made Demand beside him feel sad. With a boss, the manager is not good? Sure enough, Mu Hua should not be allowed to wander around the hotel. Hey, beauty, I'm a necromancer. Mu Hua laughed strangely. This girl came here just like that? What's this? An initial investment? Mu Hua didn't want Irene to think that he could be easily led by others. At this time, the identity of a necromancer should save him a lot of excuses. Oh! The story of a necromancer may be more attractive. A strange color flashed across Irene's face, but the beauty had a great appetite. Since the girl was so unscrupulous, Mu Hua didn't mind having a good chat with her. Demand, give me a glass of water. Mu Hua was about to respond to Irene when Taibesha came to the group. Huh? Irene? Hi, I like your strategy very much, especially the part about the Red Moon Forest. I also majored in shield warfare. Are you free? Let's do something. Taibesha actually recognized Irene and greeted her enthusiastically. And Demand, who was standing aside, secretly applauded Taibesha's sudden disruption. Chapter 124. Taibesha knows Irene, but her focus seems to be somewhat problematic. She came up and challenged someone to a fight. Having just seen Taibesha knock down the Devil Muscle Man, Irene showed a strange expression on her face. Unfortunately, in the battle with the Hell Werewolf in the Red Moon Forest, I consumed a long-lasting guardian and a magic scroll of dragon power. Under normal circumstances, I think I should not be able to beat you. Facing Taibesha's challenge, Irene chuckled. Irene's attitude in front of Taibesha is completely different from that in front of Mu Hua and Demand. Mature, dignified, and friendly, probably because I heard Demand call Taibesha Miss earlier, Irene's attitude towards Taibesha is even a little flattering. Although Benson is just a wealthy family that is between ordinary people and extraordinary, for most strategy players, it is often more important to have a good relationship with the rich than to have a good relationship with powerful adventurers. Is that so? Well, at least you are good at martial arts, better than Mu Hua. Taibesha looked regretful and patted Mu Hua, which made Mu Hua's eyelids twitch. Besha, we are going to the courtyard, are you coming? Besha sat next to Muhua, and several burly men passed by the front desk and greeted Besha. The tall man with obvious Slavic features, Besha had wrestled with him in the fitness area earlier. No, be careful, how about getting on my chariot the day after tomorrow? Besha waved her hand in response. Okay Mu, are you going? If you go, we 5 people will get 20% of the profits. The burly man asked Muhua. Of course, he is the deputy leader of Dandelion. Besha answered for Muhua. Well, see you later. By the way, Mu, old Mori asked me to remind you not to forget about exorcism. The sturdy man responded, and when he was about to leave, he said to Muhua. Well? Gravizi, don't you take a break? Muhua suggested. Although it was a regular exercise, he felt a little suicidal to go to the courtyard right after leaving the gym. Haha, don't worry, we are machine gunners. The leading sturdy man grinned at Muhua and showed his white teeth. To say that Muhua was not familiar with Gravizi's group, the reason why he communicated casually was more because Besha had made some friends with him. After watching them leave the hotel, Muhua looked at Besha. Dandelion? Yes, that's the name of our adventure group. I registered it at the Adventurers Guild the day before yesterday. You want to recruit them? I suggest you stay away from them. They are a bunch of short-lived ghosts. Muhua was nagging Besha. He didn't object to Besha's flirting with young men, but Muhua smelled something about these muscular brothers. Muhua couldn't accept Besha's happy playing with him. They have their own team, Snow Leopard, a total of 5 people, all of whom are as strong as demon hunters. They are more like mercenaries, mainly hired by other teams. Besha hadn't explained yet, and Demand interrupted. I don't know if they are short-lived ghosts, but compared to the eldest lady, you should actually stay away from Gravizi. As far as I know, Gravizi should like men. Demand explained enthusiastically, and while speaking, he didn't forget to peek at Irene. Muhua was stunned. He was not impressed by Demand's little tricks, but he didn't expect a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes like Gravizi. Besha smiled at Muhua's expression. Seeing that Muhua's face turned ugly, Besha started to explain. They have good shooting skills and experience in operating Vulcan cannons. I want to go deeper into the Goblin Kingdom in a few days. It just so happens that they want to share the profits without commission. 2 Gatling guns, self-provided second-level exorcism bullets. 5 machine gunners, 20% profit, very cost-effective. Muhua didn't know whether it was cost-effective or not, but it was a temporary team. Gravizi didn't know Muhua's background. At most, he heard that Muhua had a skeleton undead summoned beast, so this kind of share was considered sincere. And Muhua heard that Besha had been hanging around the garrison these days. She really wanted to form a team. It was a rare opportunity to open a business. What else could Muhua say? Yeah, as long as you like it. Muhua responded weakly. Besha was happy, and looked at Irene on the side. Irene, can I see your attributes? Besha asked Irene, and Muhua was also very curious about this. Normally, raiders are forbidden to disclose their attributes. Look, we always wear jewelry that blocks information. But you should be fine, but you can't disclose it, okay? Erin raised the bracelet on her wrist, and brought up her attribute panel while joking. Name, Erin Blaze. Race, human. Level, 281. Life, 91%. Magic, 100%. Constitution, 150. Intelligence, 140. Spirit, 19. Magic adaptability, A. Available points, 0. Level 281, it has to be said that it is not unreasonable for many people to yearn to join the raider group. Reputation, wealth, and even strength can also be obtained. Level 281, although Muhua seems to have quickly reached level 172, his level was completely raised by bullying high-level monsters in the abyss. Under normal circumstances, adventurers will be exhausted after reaching level 100. After that, they will have to face higher-level monsters, and continue to hunt monsters that can gain experience. Almost every experience gained is accompanied by fatal danger. But it is different for the raiders. In order to shoot the best effect, and to save the raiders' lives, the raiders' team will inevitably spend a lot of resources on the raiders, including weapons, armor, magic scrolls, ammunition, etc. In a carefully planned environment, under the protection of various safety measures, after a series of exciting scenes, the raiders' levels will inevitably rise all the way. The more raiders participate, the higher the raiders' level. And the attributes brought by those levels also allow these raiders, who usually pay more attention to image and acting skills, to gain strength that ordinary people can't match. At the same time, in addition to appearance, another key factor to qualify as a raider should be their magic adaptability. Because the battle exploration of the raider is extremely dependent on magic props, the raider generally needs a high magic adaptability. Although magic adaptability largely represents the potential of talent, not everyone is willing to practice hard and then fight with monsters. These raiders with excellent magic adaptability spend more time on making themselves more beautiful, more handsome, more temperamental and talented, etc. There is no right or wrong, it is all personal choice. Of course, there are many people with the same rice. Perhaps there are also many people who are willing to practice hard and want to take a shortcut through the raider route first. However, human society is not so friendly. In most cases, this shortcut, you can't get off after walking for a while. Physique 150, intelligence 140? There is nothing else, but Irene's attributes are almost evenly distributed. Well, in order to adapt to more combat positions. Irene said, as if it was commonplace. Adventurers often need to focus on a certain attribute in order to improve their combat power as much as possible in the early stage, but Irene is different. Warriors, mages, archers, and even priests need to be able to play any role. After all, it is a strategy for the courtyard, not a real movie. No matter how much preparation and protection, you still have to fight monsters. If you are a brave man, you can't carry the knife. If you are a sage, you are seriously lacking in magic, and if you are a sharpshooter, you can't draw the bow, then who dares to play with you? If the equipment that adds attributes cannot stack up your own strength, unless the investor is your biological father, well, maybe even your biological father is useless. This attribute is a bit wasted. Mu Hua shook his head and sighed. Many of Taibesha's attributes were cultivated by herself, while Irene's attributes were completely cultivated with upgrade points. If Irene's method of adding points is applied to ordinary adventurers, it is almost the same as killing them. I have given up the spiritual attribute, which is already good. Well, adventurers, I think I need to take a rest. Irene took the room key from Demand with a chuckle. Irene is quite satisfied with her situation. She is only worried about whether she can join a high-quality strategy team. She believes that if there is a chance, more people will make the same choice as her. If Mu Hua and Taibesha did not have some background, Irene might look down on them, let alone accompany them to regret anything. After registering the information, Irene went upstairs. After Irene left for a while, Demand and Mu Hua looked at each other. Hey boss, how about I go and see what is missing in the guest room? After looking at each other for a while, Demand asked Mu Hua carefully. Mu Hua waved his hand, stuffed a snake fruit into Demand's mouth without leaving any trace, and gave him a rather unfavorable look that said take care of yourself. Under Taibesha's slightly disdainful gaze, Demand ran upstairs happily. Mu Hua found that although his cousin didn't say anything, she seemed to know a lot. Chapter 125. At night, the streets of the town occasionally hear the noise of homes. On a remote road with broken street lights, someone found moonlight grass and planted it on the roadside as a light source. In the dim light, Mu Hua was walking on the street while talking on the phone. Weber, I was just thinking about going to the Adventurers Guild to deal with a batch of potions tomorrow, and now I'm invited to a party by a rich man. Mu, do you want to sell potions? What kind? Maybe I can contact you with some stable channels. Oh, that's great. Vomiting potion, blood refining potion, black blood potion, pain potion, paralysis potion. The total price is 30 demon gold coins. I can give you a 20% discount. Mu Hua teased. Are you kidding me? Helping you deal with this kind of potion will make people think I'm going bankrupt. Webster said in a weird tone. So, I have to make a living too. But you just made a fortune from me. No, you didn't count the cost of treatment. Okay, are you coming or not? Maybe I should introduce you to some business? Magical exhaustion? Webster tried. Go, why not? Forget about magic exhaustion. The materials needed for treatment are hard to get. Mu Hua refused. He didn't need Webster's introduction. Because he believed that if there were people whose lives were threatened by magic exhaustion in Webster's network, Webster would definitely try to ask him, so there was no need to go to the trouble and lose face. As for why it was Webster's network, one reason was that those people were more disciplined when getting along with their kind. Another reason was probably because those people should be richer. Well, no wonder. Mu, I must thank you again for your treatment. I feel great now. Webster said sincerely. Weber, you are too polite. I did charge for the consultation. Mu Hua said with a smile. Even so. Well, although it was the most expensive consultation fee I have ever paid, it was also the most satisfactory consultation fee. Webster's hearty laughter came from the phone. It was a joke, but it was not a lie. Although Webster was very rich, when he was sick in the past, the consultation fee for magic core transplantation was not high, because it was all routine treatment. Moo, are you in the wild? I seem to hear the cries of ravens. Exorcism, there are ghost disturbances in the town, so I came to check it out at night. Haha, your business scope is really wide. Haha, I like Bear Pig Town. Appropriate volunteer work can make me more popular in the town. I think you will be more popular at tomorrow's party. How about an encounter with a saint? Saint? Holy Empire? Moo Hua was surprised. Is Webster's way so wild? No, the hero group. Believe me, the saints of the Holy Empire are all fairies. Haha, the hero group, my hotel manager was dumped by a beautiful strategist today. Moo Hua laughed. Then maybe you should bring him with you tomorrow. No, I'm still happy to see him dumped. I even gave him a snake fruit as a consolation. Haha, okay, if you still have snake fruits, remember to bring more tomorrow. The two chatted like familiar people, and agreed to go to Webster's Manor tomorrow. Moo Hua hung up the phone, and looked up at the ravens flying in the night sky. Blind ravens have strong night vision. Even with only a glimmer of light, they can see things within 1,000 meters at night. Although their vision range is not as good as some eagle monsters, they can distinguish the types of monsters within their sight range even with the reflection of the monster's pupils at night. Earlier, they promised Old Baron to remove the possible ghosts in the town, but at that time, they happened to find that Demand was kidnapped into the woods by the bandit girl. After solving Demand's problem, Moo Hua forgot about the exorcism. Today, he was reminded by Gravisi again, which led him to stroll on the remote roads at night. The bars and restaurants in the town are generally open on the main road, and the serious townspeople don't like to wander around the streets at night. At most, some young people with overflowing hormones will take their companions of the opposite sex to some places with better outdoor environments to have fun. As the saying goes, what kind of people you often meet depends on where you often go. Even in a relatively simple town, the remote roads within the town are also the world of garbage people at night. On both sides of this path are some dilapidated houses that have not been renovated for many years. Weeds can reach half a person's height in the courtyard. Apartments that seem to have been burned by smoke and fire, scrapped vehicles, and broken street lights. Gangsters, gamblers, drug addicts, drunkards, and cheap prostitutes appear on the streets from time to time. They dare not wander around the main road of the town. Because whether it is the night patrol guards, or the increasing number of adventurers in the town, they are not easy to provoke. Even if they bump into ordinary townspeople, the other party may take out an old gun from home at any time to teach them a lesson. The garbage people in Loren may be very flamboyant, but they dare not act recklessly. There is no need to be provoked to fight back here. The danger of bullets is the same for everyone. Swish. The wizard grabbed a drunk who was close to him with his hand, and Moo Hua threw him into the trash can on the street. Tuesday, wearing morning clothes and covering his face, floated behind Moo Hua. His strong presence made some of the sober ruffians around him stay away from Moo Hua. A police car drove past Moo Hua, turned around, and blocked Moo Hua's way. This is the security team. Someone reported that you were acting strangely. Stop and put your hands where I can see. A stern female voice came from the police car. Accompanied by shouting, two security guards holding pistols walked out of the police car and faced Moo Hua from a distance. Hey Bellica, Toby, didn't you go to Dorn's eye clinic? Anyone who breathes on this street should be more suspicious than me, right? Looking at the two people getting off the car, Moo Hua said unhappily. Moo Hua. The two were stunned and lowered their weapons. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Bellica questioned, but her eyes were fixed on Tuesday beside Moo Hua. Moo, are you here to exorcise ghosts? Compared to the cautious Bellica, Toby put away his pistol and smiled at Moo Hua. Unless? Old Baron and the others have sent people to the hotel to urge me. Hey Bellica, if you don't put down your gun, I go home. Let Will, the half-baked night hunter, come to exorcise ghosts. You pay for the psychic vision potion, and I give you half the price. Moo Hua responded. Damn it, you call this exorcism? All those bitches on the street are scared by you. A raven was circling low in the sky, screaming, and a strange banshee with morning clothes covering her face was floating behind her, strolling on the dim streets like a night walk. You call this exorcism? People would believe you are a fierce ghost. Bellica put away her pistol and said dissatisfiedly. The misunderstanding was resolved. Calling Bellica, who wanted to leave, Moo Hua got into the police car and pointed out the direction while Bellica was complaining, asking Bellica to take him to the place where the ghost was. Raven had already found traces of the ghost. While chatting with Toby, the police car drove to a factory building with flashing streetlights. Huh? The three got out of the car, and Mu Hua exclaimed. I saw Tuesday materialize a sickle in his hand, and waved it in the air a few times. While Bellica and Toby looked around in confusion, the magician's hand caught a fierce spirit in front of Mu Hua. Fierce spirit? It's almost evolved into a dead soul, right? Mu Hua looked at the fierce spirit brought in front of him. Hearing Mu Hua's words, Bellica and Toby couldn't help but step back 2 steps and move away from Mu Hua. Whose house is this? Pointing to the 2-story factory building in front of him, Mu Hua asked Toby. What happened to Vito's slaughterhouse? Toby asked with a frown. Vito? The one who runs a gang? This place attracted 2 ghosts, 2 evil spirits, and a fierce spirit that is about to evolve. Such resentment is not something that can be produced by cattle and sheep. Mu Hua shook his head. Vito has been more well-behaved recently, and he has also restrained those bastards in the town. Is there a problem here? Toby asked. I don't know, don't look at me. If there is a problem, it is your security team's business. Let's go, the ghost has been dealt with, send me back to the hotel. Mu Hua spread his hands. It seems that it is not difficult to understand that a gang would create a place with resentment. Bellica and Toby had no idea about ghosts. Nothing big happened in the town. The two seemed to have some guesses, but neither of them wanted to investigate further. Bellica drove Mu Hua back to the hotel with a reluctant look on her face. Chapter 126. The night in Bear Pig Town is still very peaceful. Although there are some new adventurers, these adventurers of varying qualities rarely act recklessly in the town even if they go to the commercial area under development. Because if there is trouble there, some big brothers may come out to settle the matter for the sake of peace. But if you hurt the unruly people in the town, you may face more severe punishment. With the increase in adventurers, the hotel's business has gradually improved. Although most of the guests are adventurers, the hotel is not as noisy as imagined. Most of the adventurers who stay in the hotel are for better rest. If you want a drinking atmosphere, you can go to the tavern in the town. If you want to have a meal, you can go to the restaurant in the town. And if you want to make a scene, you can go to the accommodation provided by the garrison. The Demand Hotel has few staff, and the management is more reluctant to entertain projects that are easy to cause trouble. If you treat the inn as a place for wanton indulgence, let alone the reaction of the operator, other guests might take action on their own initiative and hang those who disturb their rest in the grove to dry. And now many guests in the inn are actually introduced by the townspeople. Not only introduce guests, but if someone asks, some townspeople who are familiar with Mu Hua will also guide adventurers to the inn to buy magic potions. After a stroll and solving the disturbing spirit phenomenon in the town, Mu Hua returned to the inn. Taibesha should be meditating in her room. After taking a shower, Mu Hua teleported to the Abyss Island to continue his normal daily life. After staying in the Abyss Island for a few days, Mu Hua ate a bunch of siren tendons. Not to mention that his physical fitness increased by 3 points. I don't know if it was because of the Minotaur's talent, Mu Hua easily brewed blood in his body. The spreading blood and chi seemed to fill the emptiness of the body. Blood, flesh, bones, organs, under the flushing of blood and chi, Mu Hua felt unprecedented vitality. Meditation completely turned to the improvement of his own intelligence. Compared with the growth rate of physical fitness, 7 days of regular meditation only increased intelligence a little. For most people, this might have been a good result. However, compared with the spiritual attribute that increased a little bit almost every day, Mu Hua couldn't help but sigh. His magic adaptability was too low, and the quality of the monsters in his pocket was too poor. That's right. As Mu Hua gradually adapted, Tuesday helped Mu Hua strengthen his soul almost all day long. The title of tortured elegant woman is really not exaggerated. As long as Tuesday is attached to Mu Hua's body, Mu Hua can now increase a little spiritual attribute in 2 days at most. After one night in the human world, Mu Hua's spiritual attribute reached 157 points. He resisted the urge to add the free attribute to the spirit. Wait a few more days, and then he can ride on his skeleton warhorse. The next morning, Mu Hua said hello to Tabitha and stepped on the small pedal of the hotel to Webster Manor. Tabitha was surprised that Mu Hua could receive an invitation to Webster's party. She once again condemned Samantha for being big-breasted and brainless. Tabitha didn't think that this cousin in front of her needed her to take care of him. All the way to Webster's Manor. Speaking of which, Mu Hua seemed to have never attended any serious party in his 2 lives. He had no resistance to such things. There was no such thing as like or not. He had never tried it at all, so what was there to like or not? With the interest of trying and the attitude of accepting new things, Mu Hua found that this party was purely for gathering and entertainment, and he was a little disappointed about it. When he came to the manor again, the guards at the door seemed to know Mu Hua. They didn't stop him, and didn't need to report. Mu Hua entered the manor as if he was back home. When he came to the square in front of the villa, there were some long tables and parasols on the lawn beside the square. It was like a buffet restaurant, with a lot of food and drinks. There were not many people in the square. When a few handsome men and beautiful women who were chatting saw Mu Hua peddling, their expressions were very strange. When the butler Beavis received Mu Hua respectfully, several people immediately withdrew their scrutinizing eyes, pretended not to see Mu Hua, and continued to talk about their topics. "Beavis, am I early?" The waiter carefully pushed Mu Hua's pedal away, as if he was afraid that there were some special function buttons on this suspected cutting-edge new motorcycle. Mu Hua observed the surroundings and asked Beavis where Webster was. "No, sir, the main venue of the party is at Silver Sand Beach, and the master and his men are waiting for you there," Beavis said, pointing to the dining table on the lawn. "Mr. Mu Hua, the master originally thought that you would arrive at noon, and there is no urgent matter. Do you want to eat something first?" Beavis asked, and Mu Hua was not in a hurry to go to the beach. There were many varieties of food on the long table, and they were all very exquisite. The lawn seemed to have become a high-end outdoor restaurant. In Webster's Manor, all the food is top-grade ingredients, which are basically impossible to buy in supermarkets outside. These ingredients have special supply channels. These ingredients do not necessarily have a high magic content, and can probably be regarded as luxury brands in food. It must be said that just like demons do not necessarily like the delicacies in human mouths, most meat with high magic content does not taste very good to humans. Mu Hua enjoyed the meal, but this pleasure was more due to his broadening of horizons. The caviar, foie gras, beef, and sashimi here reminded Mu Hua of the precious categories in his previous life. With the top chefs in the manor, every bite can satisfy Mu Hua's taste buds. Just like the precious categories in his previous life, no matter how precious they are just edible. Most of them are not taken from monsters, but from ordinary animals and plants. These foods are delicious, but they are of no help to the growth of Mu Hua's physique. This is definitely not Webster's way of dealing with Mu Hua, and these ingredients are really expensive. Even in this world full of magical elements, they are still expensive. Humans are a kind of creature that is very good at packaging, and their need for superiority even exceeds that of demons. Among all races, expensive and somewhat inexplicable luxury goods in the eyes of other creatures are considered a major specialty of humans. Although most of the food here in Webster is not magic food, it is likely to be more expensive than the flesh and blood of some high-level monsters. And many extraordinary people with good strength may not be able to eat the genuine goods. These are the delicacies of the Unju people, and the Unju people have spent a lot of effort on them. Of course, these are also the treasures for the dignitaries to entertain guests. If adventurers can eat them at will, then what are the dignitaries in the world of the Unju people doing? This is probably the most real and ironic manifestation of the saying that money is not omnipotent. Mu Hua did not want to find any sense of superiority, and never despised the complex of creating a sense of superiority. There are many people who can make money but not enjoy it. Everyone has their own specialties, and they usually focus on different things and spend time and energy on different things. There is no need to be awkward about such things. Since there is an opportunity to enjoy, Mu Hua is willing to experience and get in touch with it. To be honest, he still cherishes this kind of knowledge-enhancing situation. There is no need to put on a cool attitude and pretend to be disdainful of things that you don't know. After trying it, if you really don't like it, it doesn't matter how you want to be. There are many dishes here, and Mu Hua ate a lot of food with the attitude of tasting luxury goods. His current strength is also good enough for the demon hunter class, and his physique is great, so it's normal to eat more. Beavis was serving on the side, and he added some wine and water to Mu Hua from time to time. He found that although Mu Hua picked and chose and ate a lot of dishes, he basically just tasted these foods. I don't know if it's because of the transformation of Minotaur. Mu Hua's stomach can digest even stones now, but these delicious foods can't make Mu Hua feel full, but they are not as enjoyable as siren tendons. "Mr. Mu Hua, do you want to go for a walk on the beach?" Without Mu Hua saying anything, seeing that Mu Hua had no intention of eating, Beavis asked at the right time. "Beavis, just call me Mu. Let's go." Mu Hua smiled. Although it's a bit uncomfortable to have an old man with an English-style serving by the side, if conditions permit, Mu Hua thinks that he can also consider hiring one to adapt to it. After all, people can't just live like the big animals in the previous life that are suitable for sisters to marry, right? Follow Beavis to the beach on the side of the manor. I don't know whether the silver fine sand is natural or artificial, but the quality of this beach is beyond doubt. Hey Moo, here. Walking on the soft beach, Webster's greeting was heard from afar. Webster was wearing a flowered shirt and sitting with another fashionable old man. There were several little girls, who were old enough to be their great-granddaughters around them. Wow, these little girls were so happy. Webster's familiar and enthusiastic greeting also made some men and women on the nearby beach turn their eyes to Moo Hua. Chapter 127. Parties are different from dances and cocktail parties. The atmosphere of a party is more relaxed. People will try to avoid talking about serious matters at parties. There are not so many strict rules. Everyone has their own fun. Even if they have a certain purpose, they will not show it too obviously. Moo Hua came to the parasol where Webster was. People passing by would nod to Moo Hua kindly, but there was no greeting. The beauties in sexy swimsuits on the beach were playing happily, while the few women with outstanding temperament in gauze skirts and thin shirts were mostly lying on beach chairs to rest. Moo, come, let me introduce you to my old friend, Odysseus. Moo Hua approached, and Webster introduced him to the old man with outstanding temperament. He looked younger than Webster, but his hair and beard were already gray, his body was strong, and his beard showed a bit of unruly. When he looked at Moo Hua and smiled lightly, his eyes flashed with inquiry. I didn't expect to meet such a famous brave mentor, Mr. Odysseus. I'm glad to meet you. Moo Hua was a little surprised. He shook the other party's hand and said politely, Odysseus Dassler, a brave mentor who is well known even in Lanton, has participated in dozens of crusades against the Lord of the Courtyard and trained more than a dozen brave teams. This is a godfather-like existence regarded by the raiders, and it is not surprising that Webster, who controls the fate of some raiders to a certain extent, knows him. However, Moo Hua was quite surprised that Webster introduced him to such a heavyweight figure right away. Haha, Moo, you are too polite. Weber was just saying. Odysseus laughed heartily. When he was greeting Moo Hua, his words were interrupted by a strange sound from the side. The throat sound with threat and warning attracted the attention of Moo Hua and others. Flesh wings, green scales, snake neck, lizard head, hooked claws on wings. A mini dragon beast the size of a house cat stood on the table under the parasol, holding up its wings, stretching its neck, posing a defensive posture, and baring its teeth to warn Moo Hua. Tamara? Odysseus loosened his hand holding Moo Hua's, and reached out to stop the dragon beast full of attacking intentions. Huh? Flying dragon? Moo Hua was surprised and took 2 steps back, and his body also showed caution. There are many dragon beasts in hell, which can be roughly divided into sub-dragons, flying dragons, evil dragons and giant dragons. The giant dragon is the king of the monsters. The sub-dragons are of various species. Most of them look like dinosaurs, have low intelligence, and have thin giant dragon blood in their bodies. They are born with strong physical strength. Teeth account for a large proportion of the materials used to make exorcism bullets, but they have almost no potential for evolution. The flying dragon is already a high-level magical beast. Although they are all dragons, sub-dragons are basically regarded as food by giant dragons and evil dragons. Because flying dragons have the potential to evolve into evil dragons, they are sometimes raised by evil dragons and some demons. The dragon skin that Moo Hua got from the Minotaur earlier was the skin of the evil dragon without scales. The giant dragons described by people in the previous life should correspond to the evil dragons in hell. The evil dragons have mastered the ability to cast spells and are covered with dragon scales. But giant dragons do not have dragon scales, and their dragon scales have been integrated with their skin. With more comprehensive defense capabilities than evil dragons, higher growth, and stronger spellcasting capabilities, each adult giant dragon is almost the same as a natural disaster for humans. The flying dragon may not be at a high level among dragon beasts, but these flying dragons have strong physiques, and their dragon teeth have a certain effect of dispelling magic. The body length can generally grow to between 6 and 10 meters, which is also a deterrent existence in front of humans. The dragon in front of him has the signs of an adult, but it is so small that it is probably a dragon that has mastered the magic of shape-shifting. This kind of dragon lives longer, and is smarter than ordinary dragons. Most dragons may not cast magic until they die. Dragons that can learn magic are more threatening than ordinary dragons, and there are more uncertainties. Moo, don't worry, Tamara is Odysseus's contract partner. Moo Hua was on guard, and magic power surged from his body. Webster spoke to comfort him. Contract? Slavery contract? Moo Hua asked. Shared contract. Odysseus comforted the mini dragon, and Webster twitched his mouth and said softly, Well, Mu Hua's eyes changed again when he looked at Odysseus this time. This old man is really a ruthless person. The shared contract is said to be the origin of the devil's contract. In today's human society, this contract is already relatively uncommon. Because this kind of contract cannot be made by humans, there is only a small probability of obtaining the contract scroll from some upper demons. This contract is somewhat similar to Mu Hua's understanding of the demon contract in his previous life. The stronger party is the main party in the contract. After signing the contract, the subordinate party can call on the power of the stronger party. Just like Odysseus and this flying dragon, after signing a sharing contract, it is equivalent to Odysseus becoming a human dragon beast. A very powerful demon contract even subverts the system of strengthening magic to a large extent, but the price to be paid for this contract is also very exaggerated. From the time the contract was signed, not only did everything Odysseus had belonged to this flying dragon, but even Odysseus' soul belonged to this flying dragon. This is not the most exaggerated part of the sharing contract. The most outrageous thing is that once this contract is signed, the dragon's possession of Odysseus is no longer a matter of one lifetime. The effect of the sharing contract lasts for 9 lifetimes, that is, after Odysseus' death, his soul will not dissipate, but will undergo 9 reincarnations to continue to fulfill the contract. Reincarnation, a mysterious phenomenon that even demons cannot crack. This condition sounds like a bit of a prophet. Unfortunately, Odysseus is a human, and his origin is Loren's star. This kind of reincarnation is not 100% reincarnated into a human. Instead, it is possible to reincarnate into all creatures whose origins belong to Loren's star. In short, after Odysseus dies, he may become a newborn piglet, a newly hatched cockroach, a chicken, a sheep, a fish, an earthworm, an ant, and so on. This is quite excessive. Not to mention humans. Even demons don't like this kind of contract. This kind of contract seems to be for demons to find partners with whom they can establish a trusting relationship. It's just that demons often prefer to fool their contract objects. And the legend is that because most creatures resist this kind of contract, the greedy master later created the demon contracts such as slavery contract, servant contract, equality contract, etc. The sharing contract is rare and precious to humans, but those who get it often have all kinds of entanglements. You must not sign this thing with a demon, otherwise the best result may be to be played by them for 10 lifetimes. As for orcs and monsters, it is difficult to communicate. They regard humans more as food. They dare not find the strong ones, and it is not worth it to find the weak ones. In short, it was a rather embarrassing demon contract. This Odysseus in front of him actually signed a sharing contract with a flying dragon, thus sacrificing his 10 lifetimes of possible human cognition. Mu Hua had to sigh. This guy is really a ruthless person. Mu, Tamara seems to be very afraid of you. It feels a threat from a higher level life in you. Odysseus explained to the flying dragon that Mu Hua was not an enemy, and his eyes were full of solemnity when he comforted the flying dragon. Although flying dragons are raised by some superior races, they are also used as food by demons and dragons from time to time. But in their eyes, humans are definitely not considered higher life. Mu Hua also had doubts in his heart. The highest physique in his attributes was not as good as a flying dragon. Extreme strength? Raging blood? Impossible. If the evil dragon is a highly intelligent creature, then the flying dragon has not yet escaped the category of magic beasts, and they cannot perceive those deep things. Oh, is it because of this? Mu Hua stretched out a palm, and in a blink of an eye, fluorescence appeared on the back of his hand, and mysterious and fine magic patterns spread and appeared on Mu Hua's arm. His palm stretched out to the flying dragon held in Odysseus's arms. No matter what the relationship between Odysseus and this flying dragon was, it looked more like a pet to Mu Hua at this time. Mu Hua touched the flying dragon's head with one finger, and the flying dragon whimpered in discomfort and resistance, but also a little weak. Keratin skin? Hiss, you didn't take the skin of a minotaur? Compared with the slightly curious Webster, the knowledgeable Odysseus was briefly puzzled and took a breath. Minotaur, the lord of the terrifying maze, is a ferocious demon who likes to feed on dragon beasts. Following Odysseus's doubts, Webster and the two beauties at the same table cast surprised eyes on Mu Hua. Haha, it's just the skin of an ordinary horned demon. Seeing that the flying dragon had put down its attacking posture, Mu Hua stopped provoking this ferocious creature. Don't provoke it again, or it will turn back into its original form and bite people. Mu Hua chuckled and said, Haha, you old guy also have times when you make mistakes? Well, girls, I think we need some private space. Odysseus frowned, and Webster suddenly laughed and said. The two women at the same table smiled, and stood up and left. Otis looked at Muhua thoughtfully. An ordinary horned demon, Tamara is a little sensitive these days. Chapter 128. The brief disturbance caused by a flying dragon ended. After confirming that Muhua was harmless, the flying dragon named Tamara lazily lay on the table again. Webster did not mention the earlier contact with Muhua. Muhua, Webster, and Odysseus sat on the lounge chairs and chatted. Two old men and a young man, the three of them commented on the men and women playing on the beach from time to time, and occasionally listened to Odysseus talking about some interesting things about the strategy group. Mu, don't you want to go and play? You should be very popular now. While talking and laughing, a beach volleyball fell beside Muhua. Muhua threw the ball to a waving beauty, and Webster smiled at Muhua. Alex, a girl from a city-state in the southern hemisphere, participated in the crusade against the Demon King, but unfortunately failed. She is very ambitious. I plan to recruit her to the offensive strategy team this time. Odysseus was drinking a cocktail and introducing the waving beauty to Muhua. Oh, forget it, the girls here are too delicate. I don't like the feeling of being the male lead. Muhua shook his head and laughed. Male lead? Webster and Otis were stunned. Yes, male lead. Muhua winked. Haha, Mu, you are still young, you should be brave enough to try. I liked to be the male lead when I was young. Webster understood what Muhua meant in an instant and laughed and teased. Mu, don't worry. I guarantee with my professional experience that you and Weber are not good looking, you can't be the male lead. Odysseus's unscrupulous interjection caused Muhua and Webster to roll their eyes. Popular? Muhua sat with Webster and Odysseus for half a day. One of them was in charge of the approval of the Northern Region strategy team, and the other was a well-known brave mentor. How many of the girls and boys on the beach didn't come here with the dream of being a brave man? No matter how they are, the girls here are not pure white lotuses. What Webster called playing, I'm afraid they became close while playing. And Muhua's so-called male protagonist is probably more vulgar, but when the three of them get together, this vulgarity seems to be not objected to by anyone. The three of them laughed and laughed. Webster's face was ruddy, and his vigorous vitality attracted Odysseus's frequent sidelong glances. This old guy is older than him, and he was half dead earlier, but now he is full of vitality. Combined with Webster's attitude towards Muhua, Odysseus couldn't help but guess the connection between him and Muhua. Life vitality is different from life value. It is a manifestation of life rank and lifespan. Dragon beasts are more sensitive to this aspect, and Odysseus, who signed a sharing contract with the flying dragon, is more sensitive to this breath than ordinary people. However, the aura of death on Muhua made Odysseus unable to see the reason behind Muhua. Odysseus, there is no problem with the approval of your new team, but the association's inspector should still be sent. Mu, this old guy is going to set the Hyman 375 courtyard as the target of the attack. The Attacker Association is a little short of manpower recently. You are more familiar with that place. How about helping me to be an inspector for this old guy Odysseus? While teasing, Webster suddenly turned the topic to Otta's attack team and asked Muhua helplessly. Inspector? Muhua was puzzled. Inspector General, with Odysseus' influence, the association should at least send him an Inspector General. The inspector is not worthy of his status, Webster said with a smile. Muhua was silent. He looked at Webster, who looked helpless, and then at Odysseus, who was not surprised at all. Muhua felt a little embarrassed. Even if the Raiders Association was short of people, could it still lack an Inspector General? What is an Inspector General? To put it nicely, he is the link between the Raiders team and the Raiders Association. To put it bluntly, he is the boss of the Raiders Association who shows off his presence in front of the Raiders group. He is the collar that the Raiders Association puts on the Raiders team. A position that is full of bribes and bribes. How can this position be short of people? Ahem, Weber, I am not familiar with this aspect. Muhua coughed dryly. Is it really okay to say this kind of thing in front of Odysseus? The Inspector General does not need to do anything. Odysseus has no problem. With him cooperating with you, it is not difficult to go through the motions. Besides, isn't the Benson family also thinking about the 375 courtyard? Anyway, you are going to hunt demons in the 375 courtyard, so just take care of the old guy's health by the way. Webster smiled. Muhua's face changed slightly. If at the beginning, Muhua thought that Webster was going to let him go to Odysseus' team to play with the young ladies, it would not be a big deal. But when Webster mentioned the Benson family, it was obviously involved in the trial of Tibesha, so the benefits were a bit big. The inspector of the Raiders Association is definitely not an empty shell. In the activities of the strategy team, they have a say in where they can go, where they can't go, what they can do, and what they can't do, including the scoring of the strategy team, the review and approval of the strategy team members, and even whether the association will finally come forward to coordinate all parties, and whether the strategy team will launch a Demon King crusade, etc., all involve the attitude of the supervisor. Can the strategy team confront the Lord of the Courtyard? Don't make a fuss. To defeat the Demon King, you need to coordinate all parties to mobilize troops. The strategy team is essentially an image project placed in a prominent position. As for the shooting scale, public opinion influence, funding source, etc., they are all reviewed and reported by the supervisors. Anyway, they basically do everything except personnel work. How can such a job be short of people? Seeing that Odysseus was not surprised by Webster's statement, I think Webster should have talked to him a long time ago. The strategy courtyard is not a pure acting, and the so-called actor crew is just a description for easy understanding. Regardless of whether it is hired or their own team, the extras are all adventurers. Magic swords, divine clothes, scrolls, arms, etc., all kinds of war preparations are smashed. It is normal to coordinate the garrison regiment to assist, and even a large-scale battle should be launched when necessary. If Mu Hua takes over this position as the Inspector General, even if he does not interfere with Odysseus' strategy, it is still no problem to designate a route for them to attack. What is this? Normally, this is simply giving Mu Hua a team of supporters, and they are spending money without hesitation. Although this may be a matter of course for Odysseus, Mu Hua is somewhat unable to bear Webster's sincerity. Weber, you know, I'm not a doctor, and Odysseus doesn't need a health consultant. Mu Hua shook his head seriously. Odysseus is very healthy. As long as the flying dragon Tamara is not dead, Odysseus basically doesn't have to worry about health problems before the end of his life. This is the benefit that the sharing contract brings to Odysseus. According to Mu Hua's observation, Tamara's life breath and soul are very strong. Webster's excuse is really a bit embarrassing. No, I think this old guy might need you. Webster smiled meaningfully. Weber? What do you mean? Odysseus's face changed for the first time since he met Mu Hua. Seriousness, dissatisfaction, expectation, and other emotions flashed through his mind. Mu, I'm not sure if you can help him, Webster said to Mu Hua, as if to clarify. Odysseus, let's talk about your situation. Mu is a trustworthy friend, Webster said to Odysseus. Odysseus had a complicated expression. His eyes turned between Mu Hua and Webster, and he sighed for a moment. Tamara had started an evolution in her early years. Although it failed, she saved her life with the tribute of life. However, the evolution that has been started cannot be stopped. She has been suppressing her evolutionary instincts for these years, but it has reached its limit. I should be dying soon. Tamara is sure that she cannot complete the evolution. If she fails again, she will die. When she dies, Odysseus smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Suppress the evolutionary instinct? Mu Hua suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the mini dragon on the table was so lazy. Odysseus may be more afraid of death than ordinary people, especially since Tamara died before him. After all, it is the origin of the legendary Devil's Contract. The shared contract not only has the characteristics of the master's death and the servant's death, but also will not end because of Tamara's death. In other words, even if Tamara dies, Odysseus will still have to go through 9 reincarnations, and there is no big boss to take care of him and can't borrow strength. If Tamara doesn't die, maybe he can find the reincarnated Odysseus through the contract. No matter what species Odysseus reincarnates into, Tamara will be able to find him and take care of him. But Tamara died before him. If Odysseus was reincarnated as a slug, he would probably have to stay in a dark corner for the rest of his life. Imagining what would happen after Odysseus' death, not to mention Odysseus himself, Mu Hua's eyelids were twitching. At this time, Odysseus looked at Mu Hua with a little expectation, but it was not strong. From Mu Hua's observation, Webster didn't tell Otis much about his situation. How long will it take? Mu Hua asked with a frown. About 3 years, so I don't mind that old bastard Webster giving you my team as a favor. Odysseus smiled and spread his hands. Mu Hua looked at the flying dragon that was looking up at them because of the conversation, stretched out his palm, and probed into the dragon's body. This? Odysseus was surprised, and Tamara's dragon scales stood up. 3 years? You should keep your team to yourself. I can help it evolve, but it takes time to prepare the materials, as usual. After checking Tamara's situation, Mu Hua looked at Webster. For 1,000 demon gold coins? Can you really make Tamara evolve into a dragon? Webster said in surprise. Only this time, This time it's because of Odysseus. The evolution of magic beasts is much more troublesome than the exhaustion of human magic. Next time, add a 0 after 4,000, even if it's exhaustion of magic. Mu Hua frowned and shook his head. No, believe me, you can add a few more. Webster smiled. Odysseus was at a loss. Tamara rubbed her head against Mu Hua's palm, and Webster nodded to Mu Hua solemnly. And Mu Hua muttered in his heart at this time. The number of philosopher's stones required for the evolution of this flying dragon is really unexpectedly small. Chapter 129. Mu, you can really cure Tamara. Odysseus was a little excited. If possible, he really didn't want Tamara to get into trouble. It's not a treatment. I'm not a doctor. I'm just an alchemist who studies the evolution of monsters. Mu Hua emphasized. A chairman of the Raiders Association and a brave mentor sat with the two old men. Mu Hua said that his identity as an alchemist was fine. It's just that the research direction is a bit different. I'm also a person of status. Alchemist is good then. When can it start? What do you need? I find a way. At this time, Odysseus didn't care about whether it was an alchemist or not, as long as he could cure Tamara. The IQ of flying dragons is not high, probably similar to that of human children. But they are rough and fierce. Even if Tamara has lived in human society for many years, except for Odysseus, it usually won't take the initiative to get close to other humans. Now Tamara has rubbed against Mu Hua's arms. Even if he doesn't believe Mu Hua, Odysseus believes in Tamara's intuition. There are still 3 years, no rush. I can find the materials, but the main thing I lack is time. The corresponding refining is a waste of time. Touching the cool scales on Tamara's body, Mu Hua explained. It's not a waste, it's not a waste. Odysseus grumbled in confusion, and he was helpless about the time-consuming and labor-consuming issues. Time-consuming? Mu Hua has set himself up again. This flying dragon is amazing. I don't know whether it is because it has been evolving for a long time, or because it has absorbed a lot of energy generated by extreme emotions around Odysseus. Its own evolutionary energy is actually quite sufficient, but its body is like a funnel. After absorbing energy to a certain extent, it can no longer be returned to itself, and it always remains slightly below the safety warning line. If Tamara evolves, she will not survive. However, Mu Hua only needs to give her a little philosopher's stone when she evolves, so that she can evolve safely. It's just a few units of philosopher's stone. If he wants, Mu Hua can evolve this dragon right now. However, even if he doesn't consider the issue of his own profit, Mu Hua can't make this thing too easy. Evolving a dragon casually, I'm afraid that even if he explains Tamara's situation, Odysseus and Webster may not believe it. In order to avoid a lot of trouble in the future, Mu Hua simply increased the difficulty of evolution himself. 2 or 3 years is enough, but Odysseus, this guy will be an evil dragon after evolution. Are you sure it's okay? Mu Hua grabbed Tamara and put it back on the table, and asked Odysseus. This dragon has learned some magic of the transformation system, but the reason why it stays in this mini-state is not for convenience, but because it played itself badly last time it evolved. Maintaining this mini-state is to suppress evolution. Facing a flying dragon weakened into a small beast, Mu Hua was less cautious about it. Tamara stood at the head of the table and screamed, as if to express her safety to Mu Hua. It doesn't matter. Tamara was raised by my grandfather from a dragon egg. She has long adapted to human society. She and I are like brothers. Odysseus explained. Brother? Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Are you sure it's not grandfather and grandson? However, compared with orcs, demons are relatively simple. Except for a few magical beasts known for their cunning, most other magical beasts are of the nature of fighting if they don't obey, and they are not very good at fooling people. Especially these arrogant dragon beasts, they are fierce, but they often disdain to act in front of humans. That's fine. If you get a monster's corpse in the future, you can sell it to me. It's better to have a complete one. Refining it can also get the necessary materials. When Mu Hua said this to Odysseus, Odysseus agreed. He might be able to get along with Odysseus for a long time. Mu Hua didn't care much about asking Odysseus to help collect monster corpses. There are too few monsters that descend in the courtyard. Low-level monsters are often threatened by adventurers with weaker strength, and most of the middle and high-level monsters are projections. And smelting has a lot to do with the freshness of the monster's corpse. Mu Hua just said it casually to Odysseus. In fact, for monster corpses, if it is not the situation of the dog cave maze, it is better to focus on the Abyss Island than to rely on the courtyard. Hey, what are you talking about? Mu, you should sit with young people more. Mu Hua gave Odysseus hope. At this time, Podgy walked towards them. At this moment, Padge was wearing a light-colored business suit, with sexy and charming wavy hair. She was a very charming woman with a mature charm, and she also knew how to show her feminine charm. "Hi dear, I just hope Moo can give more care to the elderly, and help Tamara evolve earlier, so that I can live a few more years." Odysseus greeted Padge, and said in a low voice, "Tamara? Moo, can you help the monsters evolve?" Padge obviously knew Odysseus' situation, looked around, walked up to a few people, and said in surprise, "Tamara's situation is special. I am not sure about ordinary monsters, and it takes a lot of time to prepare." Moo Hua responded casually. "Time? Moo, to be honest, you shouldn't go to the courtyard to take risks. Look at these people. Even if they are fully prepared, they may fall on the road of strategy at any time. Your research direction is enough to make you respected among adventurers." Paggy frowned, pointed at the men and women playing on the beach, and advised Moo Hua. "Paggy's attributes are not low, and she is also very talented in magic, but she is against adventure. It is said that Webster originally had 5 children, and Paggy's 2 brothers died in the courtyard. She is now an enchanter with her own enchantment workshop. Moo Hua doesn't know the details, but only knows that she is more resistant to demon hunting. Haha, the respect of adventurers still depends on their own strength. Compared with secular mediation, it may be more suitable for me." Moo Hua chuckled and shook his head. Based on Moo Hua's understanding during this period, there are as many as 5 underworld families that rule the dark side of the magic empire, not to mention those wealthy nobles who are intertwined and walk under the sun. In the world of adventurers, the 7 kings are superior to all living beings in terms of combat power. Although the crowned shadow is the direct guard of the king, they are also the king's reserve. Under public announcement, the crowned shadow is qualified to use strength to usurp the throne by duel, and this behavior is also a normal state of affairs that adventurers acquiesce to. Although these things are still far away from Moo Hua, compared with the messy things among the settlers, Moo Hua is more accustomed to the atmosphere of adventurers. Of course, this is also when he has obtained the burning source furnace and has enough resources. Otherwise, being a settler in Loren is actually quite good. Since you can help Tamara evolve, you can also have no lack of strength. Podgy retorted. Monsters won't be loyal to you simply because you can help them evolve. It might even cause a counter effect. Without a slavery contract, I dare not regard them as my own power. Moo Hua shook his head, and Odysseus and Webster nodded in agreement. Hee, you should be more magnanimous, Patty said with a smile. She did not object to Moo Hua's statement, but she felt that Moo Hua really lacked the awareness of a superior. Don't come on, I'm only in my 20s. Why do I need so much magnanimity? Do you want to be more domineering? Do you think your life is too long? Moo Hua rolled his eyes, and said indifferently. Ha ha ha. Webster and Odysseus laughed. Moo, you can't do this. You will live like an old man. Look at those guys. As long as they are given a chance, they really admire domineering. As if he found it interesting, Odysseus pointed to the handsome guys on the beach and said, TSK, if they can solve Tamara's problem, maybe they won't leak it. Moo Hua tooted. No, believe me, they will leak it more severely. Haha, that's why I don't like them. Odysseus said with a smile. Odysseus, you don't like them, probably because they always want to steal your limelight. Webster shook his head. Obviously Odysseus is not very quiet usually. Hey Weber, you have no right to say me. Odysseus said dissatisfiedly. Look, they always think they can control everything. Paget spread his hands, ignoring the 2 old men with frowns, and when he said to Moo Hua, he seemed to have long been accustomed to their quarrels. Well, when I reach their age, I can try it too. Moo Hua nodded seriously. In exchange for the 2 old men raised their middle fingers. Haha, let's go, come with me. There are some sacred beasts there. Maybe you will be interested. Paget giggled, pointing to a small island in the distance. Sacred beast? Moo Hua was surprised. Well, go and have a look. If you like anything, you can take it away. Moo, Kevin is also on the island. It would be better if you could teach him a lesson for me. Seeing Paige getting up, Webster looked at the island, frowned, and said to Moo Hua. Chapter 130. Holy Beasts. The name sounds intimidating, but they are actually some magical beasts, or they can be regarded as servants willing to be hired by humans. The biggest difference between these so-called holy beasts and the magical beasts in the courtyard is that they have no hostility towards humans and are willing to sign an equal contract with humans. They are not special races, but some special individuals. Some have developed feelings for humans by chance, some have been raised by humans since they were cubs, and some feel more comfortable with humans. Magic beasts of all ranks and populations may become this so-called holy beast. In short, just understand them as a group of war beasts that have no hostility towards humans, but have no fixed loyalty. Because magic beasts have excellent survival and reconnaissance capabilities in the wild, most strategy teams will be equipped with some holy beasts to prevent attacks from monsters when they are stationed in the courtyard. These masters are also a standard personnel of a strategy team. Some powerful holy beasts will also be used by humans as a combat force guarantee against emergencies. Well, can it be simply understood as the traitor in Warcraft? That's probably it. Most of the holy beasts on the island were adopted by humans since childhood. If the strategy team needs them, they can apply to the association for loan. They usually don't attack humans, but it may be related to emotional energy. They like to scare strangers. There is a more abundant magic environment on the island, so they usually stay on the island. Here, this is for you. Taking a speedboat to the island, Paji explained everything about the island to Muhua, and while talking, she threw a ring to Muhua. Propose? Muhua laughed teasingly after taking the ring. Heh, big boy, if you are willing to accept it, you can understand it this way. Patty rolled her eyes, and hooked Muhua's chin with her finger. The ring is enchanted with magic shield. The magic shield it activates can transform its own defense characteristics by 17%. It's a gift for you, Patty explained teasingly. 17%? Isn't this expensive? Muhua raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to hold Patty's slender waist, and pulled her onto his legs, causing Patty to cry out. The waiter, who was driving the speedboat, had cold sweat on his forehead, his neck was stiff, and his eyes were staring straight at the sea ahead, ignoring the behavior of the two people on the boat. The magic shield can be said to be a required magic for mages, but the initial magic shield does not have any defense resistance. It simply converts the damage it suffers into magic power consumption. If the bone shield is a defensive magic that breaks with a slap, then the low-level magic shield is a defensive magic that drains the caster's own magic power with a slap. As the magic shield's level increases, the magic shield can gradually take on some of the caster's own defensive attributes, thereby reducing the consumption of the caster's own magic power when attacked. It can be generally understood that attacks that do not hurt the body will not consume the caster's own magic power. The LV1 magic shield converts 1% of the defense characteristics. Although the defense conversion of only 17% does not seem to be very conspicuous, this ring is probably a rare high-end product on the market. Produced by Robin, the materials are all my own, that is, I found a magician who is good at magic shields to give magic. Stretching in Muhua's arms, Paji moved her waist and hips, chose a comfortable posture, and said to Muhua, "Good at magic shield." Muhua muttered. 17% defense conversion. Muhua estimated that the so-called magic shield master's magic shield level is only LV17. Although Muhua has not burned the magic shield skill stone yet, he does not think it will be difficult to burn the magic shield. Even if he learns from the magic book, after mastering the magic shield, if necessary, it should be a matter of minutes to smash it to level 10 or 20. To be honest, Muhua is a little bit disdainful of this magic shield. Muhua has a clear understanding of his own golden finger, and the improvement of his skill training is still quite abnormal. However, what he disdains is the magic shield itself, not Paji's intention. Muhua obviously will not refuse the kindness of the beauty, and put the ring on his hand. It feels great. Here, this is a reward. After fiddling with the ring on his hand, Muhua took out two soft but thick leathers. This? Don't tell me this is the skin of an evil dragon? Paj looked through the leather, and after a moment, she got out of Muhua's arms, sat beside Muhua, and rubbed it carefully for a while, and took out a pair of single-frame glasses for identification in her questioning. Well, the girl with glasses who has become more intelligent is also great. Paj was a little surprised by the rough leather taken from the evil dragon, and confirmed with Muhua again. I picked it up occasionally. The small one is for you, and the big one, see if you can make a robe for me. Muhua nodded and said, "Picked it up? Ha, you are so lucky." Paj shook her head and laughed. "Very good. Can I understand that this is a counterattack? Are you going to use it to support me?" Paj shook the leather in her hand and raised her eyebrows to Muhua. Dragon skin is a high-end material even in hell, let alone humans. Magical beasts that exceed level 9 are called dragon-like magic beasts, and evil dragons are dragon beasts that exceed level 9. Evil dragons have intelligence, defense, resistance, strength, spellcasting, including flying ability, which are not inferior to humans. They are comprehensive and powerful in all aspects, and it is extremely difficult to hunt them. However, The only regret is that the physical defense of the dragon skin of the evil dragon is average, because the physical defense of the evil dragon is reflected in the dragon scales, and the dragon skin without dragon scales has more elemental resistance. Of course, even so, its toughness exceeds most leathers taken from high-level monsters. These 2 pieces of dragon skin are also very valuable in human society. What are you talking about? I can't afford to support you. Reciprocity, if you don't like it, just treat it as the cost of production. I need a more handsome robe. Muhua pointed to the larger dragon skin. Hee labor cost? You are the most generous customer I have ever seen. Leather of this quality, those armorers will accept it. Smiling softly at Muhua, Padge put away the 2 leathers. Padge's enchanting workshop is quite famous, and her knowledge did not make her panic because of the 2 dragon skins. She was moved by Muhua's feelings, and at the same time she sighed at Muhua's luck. Yes, that's right, luck. Muhua said that the dragon skin was picked up, and Padge really had nothing to refute. The courtyard is not a game, there is no fixed treasure drop, and it is not uncommon to encounter some superstandard things occasionally. There are many legends in human society about getting rich overnight in adventures. The authenticity of those stories is hard to say. If you say too much, no one can tell whether they are true or false. But it is better not to have too many stories that are more credible than some kind of gambling. The enchantment workshop involves everything, whether it is armor, weapons, or props, all of which involve enchantment, so the enchantment workshop is highly relevant. Enchanting is more troublesome. The enchantment of the magic circle is different from casting magic. Drawing a circle with the mind is obviously not the same as drawing a circle by hand in reality. Therefore, a wizard who is good at casting magic may not be able to enchant. In addition to the necessary enchantment formulas, without systematic learning and practice, let alone enchantment, it may not be possible to write a magic book properly. At the same time, enchantment is also a big consumer of magic stones and magic cores. Muhua is not sure about the smelting effect of the 2 tons of low-level magic stones he bought for the time being, but if he buys intermediate magic stones in the future, it may be more convenient to start from Paji. The speedboat drove to the shore of the island. The lush island stretched as far as the eye could see. As soon as he got on the beach, Muhua saw 2 archer lizards napping on the beach. This is a level 3 monster that looks like a giant lizard and is good at biting and tearing enemies. They can cast weak water shields and water arrows. When they grow up, their water attribute will become ice attribute, and they will master racial magic similar to ice wall and ice arrow. Because they are good at hiding and sneaking, their danger will be increased to the level of level 5 monsters. The 2 archer lizards were awakened by the speedboat landing on the island. They looked at Muhua and the others with their green eyes, turned their heads, and shook their tails and left. On the island, a road about 3 meters wide runs through the entire island. Except for this artificial road, most other places maintain natural landforms. 2-headed dog, wolf, giant bat, horned knee horse, crystal earth turtle, ground dragon, wolf. From Paji's introduction, Muhua knew that the strongest monster on the island was an 8-level earth bear. These magic beasts are of different grades. They are indifferent to people, but they will not attack humans. After seeing a night blade leopard pounce on a cracked earth goat, and then raise its clawed paw to catch the cracked earth goat and beat it up, Muhua was sure that they would not hurt each other. The most vicious attack of the night blade leopard is wind blade magic, and the cracked earth goat can release earthquake waves. The magic of magic beasts usually belongs to racial magic. Fast casting and difficult to dispel are the advantages and characteristics of this type of magic. Although the goat was beaten by the night blade leopard, neither side cast their magic. Mu, the earth dragon, has a rebellious temper and is difficult to control. The earth bear is lazy and often makes mistakes. This night blade leopard is very good. How about it, are you interested? Muhua looked at the night blade leopard beating the goat, and Paji asked on the side. Haha, forget it, I don't want to invite an old man back. Muhua shook his head. The monsters here are very interesting, but in Muhua's opinion, they are all spoiled. They are fed by humans, and have a completely cooperative relationship with humans. They get angry when scolded, but they can't be beaten. Some of the more intelligent ones will even complain and sue. Beating them randomly is more troublesome than fighting protected animals in the previous life. If I want to raise monsters, I would rather catch them in the courtyard, at least. Muhua muttered and was interrupted by Paji. At least you can force them to sign a slavery contract, right? Let alone a slavery contract. Even if it is a servant contract, I can't do anything to them. Paji rolled his eyes at Muhua and smiled. What are you doing now? What does your brother say? Mu Hua lost interest in these so-called sacred beasts on the island. His eyes were not honest, and he looked at Podgy's sexy waist. Do you know why Weber doesn't like necromancers? It's because of Kevin. That brat wants to form an adventure group composed of necromancers. I don't know where he found a group of necromancers, and wants to train them into necromancers. Weber quarreled with him several times because of this matter. In the end, he had no choice but to throw him to the island. Padge smiled bitterly and shook his head. Necromancer? Can't you find a necromancer to accompany him? Mu Hua frowned. He said he wanted to train his own team. Padge spread his hands. Haha, you are aware. Okay, let's go back. Mu Hua was stunned. A neurotic kid appeared in his mind. Mu Hua was ready to leave. Mu, go and take a look. He has a few necromancers over there. If possible, I hope you can throw them out. If you use necromancer magic, Kevin should have nothing to say. Padge grabbed Mu Hua, who wanted to run away. Wouldn't it be easy for you to find a necromancer to beat him up? Sister, I'm not very good at fighting. Mu Hua shook his head to resist. Weber doesn't like outsiders to know about Kevin. Padge was helpless. I'm not. Forget it, forget it. How old is that kid? Can he beat him up? Mu Hua still planned to refuse, turned his head and saw Padge with a weak expression. Although he knew she was pretending, Mu Hua said unhappily. Of course, as long as you don't beat him to death, it's not illegal to beat him at the age of 18. Padge raised her eyebrows, and her eyes flashed with eagerness to try. The weak expression turned into coldness. Mu Hua estimated that she had wanted to beat Kevin for more than 1 or 2 days, but she didn't know why she didn't do it. Or, she had beaten him a long time ago, but it was useless.